welcome everyone. It's great to see all of you here for this workshop. And it's my great pleasure. I'm joined by Sarah Hammer from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, from a lot of distinguished guests down here in the hall, fantastic speakers that we have brought to Geneva, fortunately, and to a large audience all around the planet. So Sarah will give a few introductory remarks, and then I will take over, and we will go from there. The program is on the website. There's been just a minor modification because Brent Mittelstadt will swap his slot with Jeremiah's Evans-Pressel. Otherwise, we're going ahead as planned, and we're very much looking forward to what probably will be a mind-blowing conference. And now, Sarah, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Philip, and welcome everyone. I will try to keep my remarks brief, and I'm so excited to see such a wonderful and amazing community of folks here today. And I'd like to especially thank my partner for this event, Philipp Hacker, for the opportunity to work with you and the pleasure of meeting you in person finally after all this time working together. I hope you'll all allow me, I have a few remarks on artificial intelligence regulation that I wanted to share with you as we get started today. But I'm very much looking forward to all of your presentations, and we are grateful for your contributions to this fine event. I'm honored to be here at AI for Good in Geneva to highlight our collective efforts to advance international regulation of artificial intelligence. It is very clear that AI holds great promise while posing unprecedented challenges. In financial services, my area, for example, AI is arguably the most important and disruptive technology since the advent of the internet. AI is now being used broadly across finance, such as to streamline credit decisions, facilitate cross-border payments, create quantitative trading models, and manage risk. Beyond finance, AI is powering new and essential initiatives from autonomous robots in manufacturing, which we'll see this week, and transportation, to improving education and healthcare. Despite these potentially transformative applications, there are vast challenges associated with AI. Institutions must ensure their interfaces are secure, sensitive data is protected, AI models are properly trained, and that customers are treated fairly and ethically. These challenges give rise to momentous legal issues and policy questions. Moreover, AI is advancing at a tremendously accelerated pace. When combined with widespread digital adoption and connectivity, it necessitates shifting our mindsets to accept and even embrace the imperative of addressing AI regulation. We're at a crucial moment in history where the world has the opportunity to build the framework required to harness the full power of AI. As we tackle the regulatory challenges that AI presents, it's crucial to recognize the fundamental significance of data and data protections. Data and protection are highly consequential in training for large generative AI models and the promotion of technological innovation, as well as for the profoundly important objective of protecting individuals and humanity. And furthermore, AI will undoubtedly bring to bear new and novel challenges, thus requiring regulation to be agile enough to contemplate the vast possibilities for immensely swift technological development. We are all here together in Geneva this week, and therefore it's appropriate to acknowledge the fundamental role of peremptory norms, international comity or cooperation, and universal adoption. With this in mind, we might envision the oversight and governance of AI could be comprised of one fully harmonized global framework rather than fragmented, insufficiently coordinated, and sometimes contradictory prescriptive directives. Moreover, history has demonstrated that a comprehensive, clearly defined framework is the best method to foster positive innovation and economic development. Now it's time for us to move forward from ideas and into actions. To do this, we have to see the ecosystem of AI from a whole, and seeing the whole landscape can only occur with global collaboration and cooperation. For this reason, international standard setters can play an important role. With this in mind, we express our gratitude to the ITU, the 38 United Nations sister agencies, the United Nations, and our co-convener today and this week, Switzerland, for their efforts to advance true action and global inclusion on artificial intelligence. And our special thanks to leadership, especially United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, for supporting AI for Good. Thank you also to ITU Secretary General Doreen Bachton for her leadership as the first female in the position. I've had the great pleasure of getting to know and work with Doreen over the last several months. Founded 157 years ago, the ITU is the UN's specialized agency enabling connectivity, responsible for information and communications technology. A powerful force behind the global growth of broadband standardization and interoperability, the ITU offered the first real technology to open up a new experience for an entire generation of internet users. It's here during this important time and in this place of learning and connectivity at AI for Good that we can all work together to create the fully harmonized global framework that we envision and address the most prominent issues of artificial intelligence. It's my pleasure now to introduce my partner in this event in Geneva this week, the wonderful and amazing Professor Philipp Hacker. I'd like to thank Philipp personally for all the effort and the work that you put into leading this event. It's a great pleasure to work with you, Philipp, and to get to know you and to finally meet you in person. Philipp is the chair for Law and Ethics of the Digital Society at the European University, Viadrina in Frankfurt. He serves jointly at the Faculty of Law and the European New School of Digital Studies. Philipp has a long list of accomplishments, including co-leading this event here in Geneva this week. And he holds an LLM from Yale Law School and studied law at the universities of Munich and Salamanca. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Right. Philipp, thank you so much.
Well, thanks for the kind introduction, Sarah, and thanks for providing such inspiring, thoughtful comments to start off with, because this is precisely what we're looking at this venue as my slides are getting pulled up. So we're hosting this workshop basically to bring together folks interested in the intersection of different disciplines and industry and policymaking. So, and by the way, if you're interested in hearing our remarks even more loudly, I was informed that there is a kind of a headphone that you can attach to your ear, and then you can select channel 0. Of course, in a good computer science habit, it apparently starts with 0. And if you hit channel 0, then you'll get a fuller broadcast of what I'm saying. You can probably also tune into, well, the booths are empty, so the Russian translation is unfortunately not available. So then we can get started with the a few introductory remarks on my side. First of all, I just want to say that it's absolutely fantastic to look into the room and to see so many people that we've been in touch with for so long, really, moving up to this event, being here finally, having made it through the doors of ITU, through the labyrinth of the hallways up until this room, and to seeing so many other people online. It's really a pleasure to have all of you here. And I'm really looking forward to what promises to be a most exciting workshop. And I think it's also quite timely, because obviously I'm not telling you anything new if I say that AI and generative AI more precisely is probably one of the 3 top topics occupying the best minds in the world today. So what we're up to right now is to really foster this interdisciplinary but also pragmatically oriented debate to move things forward and to actually get things right when it comes to AI ethics, and AI regulation. Because make no mistake, I think if we don't get this right, our societies will suffer enormously. This is really about the future of the prosperity of our economies, and it's about the future of the cohesion of our societies. And this is why this has such tremendous potential, but also such tremendous opportunities and risks involved. So that's the first thing that I want to highlight. It is a bit of an overview that I will give you, kind of a meta discourse or some ideas for structuring the difficult and heterogeneous landscape that we're seeing emerging in academia, but also in the policy discourse. And first of all, if this continues with the clicker, then I can say that it is, of course, a naturally interdisciplinary endeavor. So we need to look at both the risks and opportunities from different perspectives. And I'm saying this because I'm talking to different communities all the time. In the law, and I know that there's lots of lawyers in the room and even some law professors, we tend to have kind of a tendency, of course, to look at the risks more than the opportunities, because naturally that is what we're regulating. It's a little tough and often unnecessary to regulate for opportunities, although that's possible as well. Think of IP law. But I think in the law, sometimes we have to look a little further to the opportunities, while some of the other disciplines, such as computer science, economics, industry, tend to focus on the opportunities, of course, and probably somewhere in the middle ground, as already back in the good Aristotelian days, we will find the way forward. So this is part of what we're trying to do here, and this is all the more important because, as all of you probably know, the trilogue has started on the EU AI Act, really the first, I can say at least, regulation for a large block that is moving forward to regulate AI. We will see most likely a result, a final version toward Christmas. It will be published then. The idea is to publish as May, June 2024. In the official journal, and then in the next 1 to 4 years, depending on the specific paragraphs and articles, this will become applicable. But what is equally important, this is something that has been highlighted by Sarah also already, is to look for a more global approach, I think. And there has been work toward this in the G7. We have the G7 Hiroshima AI process, but I think there's no better place than this one at the United Nations to think about potentially moving forward a framework of a UN global compact for AI or something along the lines. We might see, something like this emerging in the future or not. Certainly, we would be here to facilitate discourse in this direction, and I will say a little bit more about this in my closing statement with the last slide. Now, moving to a little more substantive part, I want to keep it very abstract, though, as is my habit. I try to pull up some kind of a analytical framework, and maybe we can move the Bastian, can we move the speaker things? Yeah, thank you. So basically, the idea being that in the top line, you see the different time horizons. Because my problem at the moment, when I look at this discussion, is that there are folks clamoring about existential risk. And then there are others saying, including me, well, let's not uniquely focus on existential risk. Let's look rather at the things that are right in front of our eyes. And others say, let's talk about the opportunities. And I think we have to disentangle this by looking at the time horizon from a short, medium, and long-term perspective, and then at the issues that are presenting themselves on the micro level, the meso level, or the macro level, both in a technical and from a legal and ethical perspective. So take the example of content moderation. Content moderation, I think, is one of the largest challenges we're facing in this, and I will have a slide on this, but just to give you an impression of what I mean, I think in the short term, we will need fast solutions for making sure that there is not even more fake news and hate speech automatically produced and put onto the web with the help of generative AI. And the medium meso level, then we can think more systematically about this framework and how the AI Act and the DSA, the Digital Services Act, for example, in the EU could fit together. We have an online safety bill in the UK that's in the making, and other acts around the world. And then on the macro level, of course, but even that on a short-term perspective, because I think it's urgent, we need to think about the effects that this technology will have, for better or worse, on our democracies and its discourse. So that's one example of how we can break this down, and of course there are many others that we could discuss and will discuss during this conference. I will content myself to some very short observations concerning these three areas that I've highlighted here. So the question basically is, how can we translate this more academic framework into some kind of policy channel? I'm doing a lot of policy work, and a lot of folks in the room are doing this too. And on both sides of the Atlantic, we have Dean Christian here, who works in the National AI Advisory Council. We will have an intervention right now by Miriam Vogel, who chairs this body that advises US President Biden. Lots of people here in the room are advising the EU Commission, the Parliament, and so on and so forth. I think when we look at short-term perspectives, really urgent things, and the micro level, as I said, we have evidence right now that there is a problem with fake news and hate speech, toxic content online. There will be more of this, not of the toxic content, but discussion of it in the talk by Sandra Wachter. I know her pretty well, so I know that she can be pretty toxic as well, but only if she wants to, of course, and only in a good way. She will talk about this and present some more questions and solutions for this. But particularly, I'm wondering whether we might have to fix content moderation really in a fast-track way. I've published about this just a little bit, and I think the EU Digital Services Act could be something to go forward, applying this, for example, more strictly to generative AI model providers. Then in the medium and meso level, I think one of the things that might pop up is the question of algorithmic fairness and inclusive content. And again, this is something that Sandra will touch upon. When I put in this prompt just a few days ago about nurse and doctor, I was wondering what might come up. This is DALL-E 2. It's, of course, a system that was generated, that was developed by OpenAI, and this is the picture that I got. And you can see that it's actually a man and a woman. But if you have any experience from the clinical context, and when I was fed up with my law studies, I actually worked at a clinic for a couple of, twice for a month, and looking into some medical things. I fell actually unconscious twice, and therefore came back to the law. But bracketing this, so the idea is that the person who holds the sheet, that's usually the subordinate person, because she's doing the notes, right? So if you have a bit of knowledge, it's most likely the woman who's the nurse and the man who's the doctor, although it's a little bit more subtle in this picture. And of course, you would need more experimentation to actually find out whether this indeed holds up, is a pattern or not. We've done this just a little bit with GPT-4 and language, and actually they seem to randomize between the two. There is some work being done, of course, on the developer side, but the problem that I see is that we have a huge community that I'm also quite engaged with, and we've been developing some algorithms to reduce and mitigate discrimination in computer and in AI systems. There's a huge community based on algorithmic fairness. And that community specifically looks, for example, at scoring systems. Think credit scoring. You have a raw score, for example, of a medium-aged female African-American woman, and that score could be unfair. And then you can basically map this score to a fair score. And you could do this for many scores, and you find a fair distribution. And this is what a lot of these models do. Now, that is something where you can find a technical, I won't say solution, but at least some mitigation measures. But here, in this case, it's of course much more complicated. How do you design an inclusive picture, and what is that even? Speaking out language, there's so much concern, so much debate going on about what should be inclusive language. It's just very different from mapping one set of scores to another. And hence, I think, in the medium term, we really need much more exciting research going on both in computer science and in the law about what it means to have algorithmic fairness in place for generative AI systems. And my final remark here is going to be on the long-term perspective. And of course, I have to mention the question of existential risk, which has been at the forefront of several open letters that I have not signed. And the existential risk framework, I'm not going to dismiss it, because some people like Joshua Bengio, who's a brilliant person, you don't get the Turing Award for nothing. He's written up very cleverly a long story about how rogue AI could arise. And there's certainly a non-zero chance of really rogue AI arriving on our planet that wipes out a certain part of mankind. However, I would say that there is more important existential risks than the Terminator scenario. We have clear existential risk when it comes to climate change, and we should investigate more thoroughly, for example, the relationship between AI and climate change and the opportunities and risks that it presents. In fact, I have a recent paper out called Sustainable AI Regulation that looks into some of these matters. We have potentially, if anything, an existential threat to our democracies, not only due to AI, but fueled potentially by the kinds of phenomena we have addressed before concerning hate speech and fake news. And of course, I would say in the long run, and on the macro level, we certainly have a lot of disruption coming forward in terms of jobs, job quality, job types, job automation, certainly a good number of jobs that will be replaced by APIs. And we have Jeremias here, who is, I think, Europe's leading specialist on this, and who will give us more of an insight on this in just a few seconds. And at the same time, we will have to ask about the tax basis of the state. Where does the tax come from if the worker is replaced by an API? Where do the new jobs arise, and where is value creation then going to? Does it remain within that single state? Does it remain with the 7,000 workers who have been laid off in India, perhaps? Or do jobs go somewhere else? Those are the big questions we need to address now and urgently. It's never too early to think about existential terminator risks either, but I don't think that policymakers should be captivated by looking at this with the same kind of urgency as climate change and other things such as jobs and taxes. All right, so those are just some things I wanted to highlight, kind of in a bit of a overview style, and we will hear much more on this in the next 2 days. However, this is only a 1.5-day workshop, and then we have the fantastic Global Summit on AI coming up that is equally here for 2 days, but of course we can't discuss all of the things that are on our minds and that are coming forward. So Sarah and I thought that it might be a good opportunity to actually launch a platform for discussing these things going forward, for hosting conferences and workshops like this. And we have somewhat humbly called it the International Expert Consortium on the Regulation, Economics, and Computer Science of AI. And we're launching this in the next few days, and we'll be co-leading this initiative to convene more of these types of workshops where we bring together leading scientists, policymakers, and industry leaders to think together hardly but pragmatically and with a outcome-driven approach about the kind of challenges that our world is facing in the realm of AI. So this is what I think Sarah will talk about more also in her closing remarks. At this moment, I just want to limit myself to express another round of gratitude to those people and organizations who have made this meeting possible. First and foremost, the Dieter Schwarz Foundation. We have Marius Huber here with us. If you want to, you're going to raise your arm. If not, not. Thanks so much. He's from the Dieter Schwarz Foundation for supporting this meeting at such short notice with such generosity. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to fly all these people in from the US and from other places far and near. And I should say that the Dieter Schwarz Foundation has actually become a key player in funding crucial research on AI, not only in Germany, but also at the Oxford Internet Institute, at Stanford, some of the places that are well represented here in this conference as well. And then, of course, our teams on the ground at ENS and my place, at Wharton, Sarah's fabulous staff, and at ITU here who are supporting us all the way and who've been bombarded by emails from us. So thanks a lot for making all of this happening. Thanks a lot for making this possible. And I'm now looking forward to a really enjoyable, insightful, and I think really mind-blowing conference and fantastic speakers, that's for sure, in the next 1.5 days. Thank you all for listening. Thanks for coming, and enjoy the show.
Thank you so much, Philip. That was a really informative presentation, and I'm looking forward to learning more from you as we progress over the next several days.
We'll take this opportunity to just tell you that actually we have uploaded the video already ahead of the workshop. So if you want to, you can listen to it, I guess, via your own device without this funny Hall effect that comes from I don't know where. And it's on YouTube. You find it on my LinkedIn channel or also on the channel of the ENS, that's the European News School, on YouTube. It's a conversation that we recorded, I think, like 10 days ago, and we mostly structure it around really the new questions that arise with respect to non-discrimination and regulation, looking at generative AI as it differs from traditional AI systems. So it might be of interest to some of you, and Miriam is just a brilliant person, absolutely fantastic speaker, and I think it should probably be worthwhile for many of you to have a look at this. However, we will now proceed with our next speaker, and he is online already. Sarah will introduce him, and then we just have some more time for water and coffee, and I think that's probably generally appreciated as well.
So it's my pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, Rasmus Roth, and he is the co-founder and chief technology officer of Merantix. Dr. Roth is a Berlin-based AI venture studio CEO, where they are leveraging deep learning to build products in the health, automotive, and financial sectors. He earned his PhD in computer science from ETH Zurich after studying engineering at Oxford and Princeton. And he's the founding member of the German AI Association, a collective of over 400 AI companies representing the largest artificial intelligence network in Germany. Previously, Dr. Roth co-founded Hack Zurich in 2014, which has grown to become Europe's largest hackathon, created a deep learning image analysis service that became utilized by over 150 million users. And I'm especially excited for Dr. Roth's talk today, the AI value chain, building businesses with large language models.
Great. Thank you for the really kind introduction. Can you hear me well and see my screen?
Yes, we can hear you well. Rasmus, welcome to the show, and we can see your slides.
Great. Yeah, no, super excited to be part of this workshop, and thanks so much for the invitation. I think there's a lot of interesting topics around like policy, obviously, going on at the moment, and how to regulate AI and how to create the right environment so that AI applications can foster.
Does everyone have headphones?
But also not.
If you don't, there's some extras here.
Okay. Should I wait or?
I think we're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah. But yeah, I think like ultimately, I mean, when we talk about like regulating AI, I mean, we also need to think about, and the policy side of things, we also actually need to think about what can AI actually do? Like what's the value chain? How can it help humanity? And so what I want to talk about is the value chain of AI, and where we see from a business perspective like great opportunity and how we kind of segment things. And I think that hopefully also helps for any further discussions today around then thinking about like how policy needs to shape around that. I'll talk a bit about Merantics in a minute, but yeah, maybe go right into it. So I think where the super interesting point, just to put it into perspective, that even though the last 6 months have been like a crazy hype, things have moved forward. There's like many announcements every week. I think we're still only at the beginning, and I think like looking back in like 20 years, we'll look at today and we'll be like, oh wow, yeah, that was still such early days. And so I think, yeah, the next 10-20 years will be super exciting from an AI application perspective. And even though there's obviously already big companies leveraging AI, I think we'll see at least 5 more big companies, probably many more. I mean, also smaller companies, depends on the scale, that will be very much built upon AI and kind of the recent advancements. And I think from a technological perspective, if you look at the last decade, AI already was there, right? I mean, we started around 5-6 years ago building AI companies, and already there, I mean, like deep learning and computer vision worked really well. And so I think the last 10 years was really focused on kind of more narrow tasks where you would have an AI model, you would like fine tune it on a lot of data, and through like basically good pattern recognition, you would be able to do a certain task better than a human. And now whether the pattern recognition is around like autonomous driving, or whether it's about automating some claims processing, or whether it's around medical imaging and radiology, I mean, those were all tasks like if you have more data than a human maybe has ever looked at, you can build a system that creates a lot of value. And that's already like a decently sized opportunity. Now, I think what's interesting now is that with these recent models, I mean, we on the generative side, it's not just about analyzing data, but it's also about generating data. And if you think about like most of the jobs in society, most jobs are not about like analyzing data. Most of the jobs are actually generating things, creating things, right? Like if you're a programmer, yes, you also review code, but the majority of time you spend actually writing code. If you're a lawyer, yes, you also review contracts, but you know the majority actually create new contracts, draft things, and look at things. Similarly for somebody in the creative industry. And so I think as these tools now become very powerful on the creative side, that will basically open up like new business cases and new opportunities, and virtue like pretty much any job, and also like change how these jobs are currently done. And I think that's a big opportunity from a commercial perspective, but obviously also from a societal perspective allows us to address problems such as shortage of laborers in many of these areas, but also make these topics more accessible if suddenly like a legal service or a creative service is starting to become much more cheaper and available to everyone. Another layer that is important from our perspective is basically saying, okay, look, like now, and has been also like a big topic, I think, in the last couple of months, now that basically these LLMs are available, pretty much every company that has some data, which is most companies, are like, okay, can we also like actually fine-tune or run this model on our own data, and through that basically not only offer better knowledge management within our company, but ultimately through that also create a new interface to our customers, so that basically our customers can interact with our data, but also within our organizations, basically everybody knows everything in the company. Because I think especially if you look at like big corporations, I feel like they could be like 2, 3, 4 times more productive if anyone would know everything that is going on in the organization and could kind of benefit from that. So I think like one big opportunity is certainly basically enabling any single company in the world running their own LLMs and kind of building on top of that internal service as well as external services. Now looking at the value chain and maybe breaking that a bit down. So this is kind of how we see the value chain. I would segment it in 5 layers and then maybe talk also a bit about each of them and the value creation in each. So I think on the bottom, I mean, there's hardware, then there's a cloud platform, then there's a whole area around like foundation models. You know, some are closed source, some are open source. Some, especially on the open source side, also allow you to put more tooling on top of it, which is its own category. So anything around foundation models that allow you to interact with them, whether it's helping you on the prompt side, on the deployment side, on the safety security side, and then ultimately on the yellow stuff is kind of the application layer. From our perspective, I think you know, I think the bottom side is obviously 1 and 2 where things are already happening. I think 3 and 4 we see so everything in like rose color, we see a lot of activity at the moment. I mean, there's a question around how commoditization happens there, and then ultimately I think the majority of the value will be created on the application side, and that will take like not happen in the next like 3 weeks alone, but that will happen in the next like decade or so as some of these industries are hard to crack. Now looking a bit more deeper into this, so I think on the hardware side, I mean, we've all seen NVIDIA stock rise. I mean, funnily, like 8 years ago, an investor asked me like, if I believe in AI, what company should I invest in? And I told him NVIDIA. I think he bought a lot of NVIDIA stock. I think I met him again last year and he was very happy. So, I mean, obviously now in the last couple of months, even more probably, NVIDIA stock has risen even more. But I think there's a fair point to say that kind of the chip manufacturers, especially that do more custom hardware for AI, will benefit. But and it's quite a big opportunity. I think there's a couple of startups in the space that are trying to build more custom chips, both for the training side as well as the inference side. I mean, on the training side, it's interesting because training this large model costs a lot of money. So if you can train for half the cost or a third of the cost, or even just be quicker in your training, that's worth a lot of money in like hard cash, because otherwise you transfer the same money to one of the cloud providers or to NVIDIA to buy hardware. But also on the inference side, and that's maybe even more interesting as we see more application. You know, like ultimately a lot of these models will not just be deployed in the cloud, but sometimes also on the edge. If you think about autonomous mobility, if you think about manufacturing, if you think about robotics, maybe even on the consumer side or wearables, like, so there's a lot of opportunities for basically building dedicated chips that ultimately have one specific LLM or so running and are hyper optimized for that in terms of energy usage as well as in terms of efficiency and speed and heat. And so that's certainly interesting. I mean, this whole space is super capital intensive, long development cycles. I mean, some startups have also failed in the space, just they couldn't raise more money, or ultimately NVIDIA still outcompeted them. But I think if you see like an edge there, I think it's very clear that there can be value generated, and that's worth addressing this from a startup perspective. Second thing is cloud performance. I keep this rather short. I think even though people deploy stuff on premise and people realize that sometimes also cloud starts to become really expensive. I mean, it's still the fact that like the cloud providers are well positioned to basically further capitalize on that. And as AI needs more compute than traditional software generally, that will also ramp up your cloud bills and your cost. And I mean, we've been building a lot of AI companies, so we know what they spend, and yeah, it's a sizable amount. So still interesting to maybe build some more like dedicated cloud providers there that focus more on AI, and then maybe for very heavy use cases and load use cases, like can basically offer things cheaper. But yeah, it's quite an expensive race to be in. Probably the most interesting and also maybe most controversial discussed topic is the foundation model layer side. Like I think we've seen a lot of investments. I mean, there's Neonic and Aleph Alpha. I think Aleph Alpha, Jonas, also part of this session. That are building companies in Europe. I think there's a great opportunity in this right now, as LLMs are the central part of what's happening right now. And we're still in the early days of developing more models, and I think there will be yes, there's OpenAI and there's some big players doing stuff, but ultimately we will have carve out some modes around specialization, being very good with certain data types, multimodal, being very explainable, or having maybe also LLMs trained on or other foundation models on more industrial data. So I think there's different pockets of companies that will emerge there. There's also an angle around like security and ultimately open source versus closed source. So kind of how much do you know what's actually going on underlying? And there's also regulatory mode. I mean, as regulation is ramping up and people realize that whoever runs those foundation models, sees a lot of interesting data, I think we'll see more geographic modes also of those companies happening, Europe, US, but also in other markets. And not open source is not for all customers, even though I believe like we will see some commoditization there because we will see more open source and there will be more models coming out and being accessible for everyone. There'll probably still be some closed source, and maybe some open source will also not be the best model in town. But I think from an application perspective, then sometimes it's even fine to use a model that is half a year or a year old, because it might still be good enough for your specific application. And so I think some of the challenges will be, if you are closed source, can you monetize it in the long run? And from an application perspective, for many applications, there's a certain model performance you need, and beyond that, you are not willing to pay that much extra. So if in like 5 years, will you really pay for the extra 1 or 2% performance that potentially cost you hundreds of millions to train? But yeah, ultimately, I think this is the big opportunity, and I think a lot of the broad model providers are also looking into building some applications on top that they can serve their customers. So certainly an interesting space. Lots of investment goes in. I mean, the jury is still out where to make money there. Also very interesting is anything around like developer tools. So basically targeting developers in the space. We are very excited about that. Ultimately, platforms like Hugging Face, where you can have access to a lot of models, and you have ultimately built like a strong community around it, are very interesting. And actually, the mode there is probably the community around it, and that developers go there and get models and contribute also. And I think that will also grow in the next couple of years. I mean, basically, any software developer will probably become also some partial AI developer. And so to get there, tools need to be super accessible, and any developer needs to be interacting with these models. I mean, it's already much better than like 5 or 10 years ago, but I think it will get even easier. And that needs like tools that help you to interact with models and everything around it, from like, labeling, prompt engineering, fine-tuning, hosting the models, and so on. There's a rapid evolution in the tech stack. So I would say like some companies that have been in the space are maybe less relevant now because, suddenly everybody builds on foundation models and LLMs, and, the value chains has changed a bit. And even some parts of the early AI stack where you're like, okay, I don't know, like an OCR company, like, yes, that was very important. Now some of these models can do that out of the box. So you might not need like a dedicated company for that, or labeling maybe also becomes less important as we have this foundation model. So stack is moving a lot, but I think there's lots of opportunities there. It's just important to make sure what you build is still needed in a couple of years. Now, on the application side, I think we're super excited about industry-specific applications, whether it's B2B or B2C, doesn't really matter. But ultimately, directly addressing the needs of end users. I think that's what I'm also personally excited about. Like, ultimately, I want to build AI applications that help a specific user, and that way make things better in the world. And so I think it's probably the closest to real problems. And so there's lots of opportunities there. And yeah, I want to talk a bit more about the application layer in the coming slides. Now, what are we looking at Merantix when we kind of come up with new AI use cases, and that's specifically for LLMs. So first of all, when some of our business use LLMs, I think there's like 4 main factors we look at. So overall, like, what's the model performance, and is there certain bias towards language or certain like data in the model. I think the second thing is, you know, API versus open source. Like, is it a closed model versus like open source can be accessed. I think the cost side we're also looking at. I think for some of these models, especially if you have a lot of queries, I mean, you also need to think about the cost, and obviously there you also can benchmark kind of what these APIs and services cost you versus like running things in-house. And then largely legal risks. I mean, there's a lot of things still open around like copyright. You know, what have the models been trained on, and also then kind of the data you and your customers interact with. Like, can you actually share that with some model provider? I think the next thing is maybe thinking around defensibilities, and that's super important, because as the AI space has moved very quickly, I think people are a bit worried about what will get disrupted by new AI revolution, or where maybe companies can build a solution themselves versus like relying on your solution. And so I think we're thinking a lot about like where defensibility comes in. I think like one thing is like really pinpoint the value you are generating, and the value you could generate is like could be like in time savings, or it could be like extra revenue making or cost savings. But like for every business case, I mean, we try to put like a concrete number on it. And it's surprising, like, especially when you talk to like enterprise, how often they want to tackle some use cases where ultimately you make like 2 persons in a company like 4% more efficient. Like, yes, it's a fancy like LLM use case if it helps you with some like documents, but if it only adds so little to your overall business, I think might not work as a business case overall. And generally, I mean, it's about, when you look at the process, right, it's about either both like improving quality of a like case, like it could be customer support, it could be a diagnosis, it could be some like workflow that involves documents, but it could also be increase the output, like just like more throughput and ultimately lower cost. And I think what's also interesting is tasks where before that you couldn't tackle them, because basically if a human would do the same task, like look at a certain document and the sector in detail, or serve a certain customer group, where just like if a human would do it, like the customer would not pay enough, but if an LLM does it, then actually the business case is up and you can tackle basically a new market. The other thing we like is kind of like making sure things are very scalable. That's another kind of business case category we think in. So you know, like I think the cool thing is like human can only do so much work, and you can, even if you have a lot of customers, you can hire more. But like the thing is with AI, I mean, you can basically spin off as many instances as you want. So whether you customer support targets, you know, 1 customer, 100 or 1,000, or if your diagnosis tools is used by like just 1 patient or 1 million, like it's so scalable. And I think that's something we're very excited about, and also building stuff that works off the shelf. So we have one like company in the manufacturing space that puts camera in the factories. I mean, basically they just ship the cameras to factories and they put them up, and then they can right away analyze what's going on, and there's not like weeks of like fine tuning needed. So that's super important. I think also like making sure there's shared pain points. So we also run a services business that builds customized AI solutions, but generally I think for sometimes it's the case that different customers have slightly different problems, and so then it becomes not such a scalable solution. Yes, you can build a customized solution, but so we're always looking for some kind of standardization across customers, whether it's the data types, whether it's the exact workflow, whether it's some like regulation because of that they have the same process they adhere to. That always kind of helps to kind of move quicker and build a bigger business. Generally, we also like kind of covering really like end-to-end workflows, so not just being, you know, like a LLM like chat interface or AI interface where you directly interact with the model, but offering the process end-to-end. So not just offering LLM that can be used in customer support, but like basically building an end-to-end customer support platform, or not just having an AI LLM that is good with like legal documents, but actually end-to-end going into a certain legal workflow, or even the old contract management, and kind of owning that, because through that we collect more interesting data, but also that's ultimately what we see what customers want. And then you also start gathering like more proprietary data, because you really know how it's part of the workflow, and maybe collect also some data points how it's going to be used in the workflow, and you get access to other systems, and you get human feedback. So I think that's also something that can ultimately then be used for learning, and ultimately also strong UX UI. That's something we also underestimated a lot, especially at the beginning, because basically, I mean, ChatGPT, I mean, GPT models were out before, right? But like, I think the new thing was the way you could interface with it, and UX and UI, and so that's also where we spent very early time on when we build new companies. And I think like generally, we look a lot at like different job profiles for knowledge workers in various industries. I mean, you know, whether it's basically like any type of knowledge worker that processes data, takes data in, or creates data, where you need usually a lot of context, different data sources, where maybe real-time data is also important, and where also like proprietary data is important, like either within the company or other data sources you need to pay for, because that's also then where you can build like defensive modes around basically fine-tuning your model on this, or engineering your prompts. And I think that's also something that maybe big tech will not approach, because the big cloud providers will provide more generic LLMs. They will not fine-tune things for every single like specific task, where you need to also spend a lot of time building data sets together. And I think also like getting feedback from the workflow. As I said before, the workflow is important. I mean, that also allows you to do reinforcement learning with human feedback, and through that basically improve your models further, and through that also, even if you swap out the model architecture, the open source models you use, improve them over time, and make it harder for others to catch up. Yeah, I think that's it. I think from the defensibility perspective, I mean, last point is that we are, when we build new companies, also try to set up strategic partnerships very early. So we always think about like when we build a new company in this space, and AI more broadly, like, is there like if there's one company in the world we could partner with, who would it be, or what kind of company would it be? And then reach out to them even before we build the company, to basically have an unfair advantage as a first customer, as access to their data, also quickly develop the product. And I think even more for like AI and data centric and LLM products, that's important, because data is such an integral part. And as I said before, proprietary data helps, and so having a strong partnership with like one or several companies in the beginning is super valuable. When we found companies with our founders, I mean, we always look also for interdisciplinary teams. So all our companies so far have been founded by usually at least one domain expert who has been 10 years in the industry, knows the space, the data, the customers really well, and then somebody on the AI machine learning side that can basically cover the technical side. But ultimately, beyond these kind of AI specific things, I think like general modes are still very important. Network effects, distribution, brand strength, intellectual property, talent, UI, UX. I think, you know, ultimately you're still building a business, and so the value chain is not so different from other businesses. I think there's a few things that I emphasize, like around data and owning entire workflows, but a lot of the other things that are important are kind of the same. Yeah, so nearly done, 2 more minutes, but just some areas where we see opportunities. I think education is a great space we're looking at right now. Anything around healthcare, biotech, and then kind of more companionship, like this kind of AI co-pilot, or ultimately also somebody you can talk to if it's more on the therapy side or a diagnostic side. I think that also feeds into medicine and healthcare. I think those are all super interesting spaces. There are many more. I think from a another perspective to look at it, that basically any core function in a large organization, I think, will be AI enabled and changed completely. So if you look at sales, marketing, HR, customer support, legal, and anything else that basically any business needs, some departments are bigger or smaller. I think you will see AI enabled tools. And I think if you look at the marketing department or HR department in like 10 years, it will look very different than today. And so I think that's where a lot of the value is. Yeah, just quickly about Neurantics, and then I'm done. So what we do is we invest in AI companies. So far, we've done mostly venture building, built around 10 AI first companies across sectors. We built also customized AI solutions, sometimes for large companies, but also for small companies. And we run the AI campus in Berlin, which is the largest co-working space for AI in Europe. Last year, we had 100,000 people interacting with us. I think there's like 250 events happening here. So a year. So if you are interested, or if you're ever in Berlin, I mean, you're all welcome. Work from here for a couple of days. We can see if you put up a talk, if there's certain companies you want to interact with. I think by now we have like 90 companies co-located here. So yeah, I mean, always happy. We live it a bit like an open house. So anyone who's in the city for a couple of days or weeks can just work from here for free, and by contributing their knowledge, also contribute to this community. So yeah, I said all this. And yeah, I mean, we've built a few companies. So we run Vara, a breast cancer screening company that runs nearly half of the cancer screening in Germany, finds much more cancers than any doctor. We have Cambium, a company that optimizes protein materials using AI. Deltia, that puts cameras in factories to analyze workflows. Brink, that is kind of the co-pilot for ESG workers, especially in the EU taxonomy and on the investment side. Lux, that basically is a new way to in the fashion space to shop and kind of see outfits. Ovum, AI IVF company, so in the fertility space, and then more recently Adera, that is in mental health, and Causa, that is BI, and there's a few more companies in stealth. So yeah, if there's anything you want to discuss around the value chain, super happy to also discuss any questions now or afterwards by email or call. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much to Rasmus. Thank you so much to Rasmus for that fine presentation. And I'm going to moderate a few minutes of Q&A now. I know we had a few technical interruptions, but I'm looking forward to all of you having the chance to see Miriam's video if you weren't able to hear parts of it today. And what I'd love to do is encourage us to ask questions and share things based on the presentations that we've seen, but also from your own experience, particularly on some of the issues that were mentioned in the presentations around applications. And when you speak, could you please press the button on your microphone and introduce yourself? Please feel free to mention if you are speaking at the generative AI workshops this week or elsewhere at AI for Good. And if no one raises their hand to start, then I'm going to call on my colleague, Philipp, to start us off, because I felt like we could have spent hours on his fine presentation. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation, Rasmus, and good to see you. My name is Jayant. I'm from the World
Could you
Economic...
speak up a little bit?
Sure. Is this better?
Feel free to speak extremely loudly.
Okay, great.
Yes.
I hear you fine. Good to see you. Yeah.
My name is Jayant. I'm from the World Economic Forum. Rasmus, my question is more around building defensibility and the moat concept for startups. With cloud native companies having advantage in terms of obviously providing cloud services, but also the entire MLOps environment sometimes, and also then the large language models. And we are seeing this tie-up between bigger tech companies like Microsoft with OpenAI, Google with Anthropic, and Cohere with Oracle and NVIDIA. Isn't there a risk for AI startups that basically a product that they are building out will eventually just become a feature in a larger tech stack integration? And some of these cloud native companies could just gobble up the entire chain. How do you tackle that problem as a startup when you're trying to build out an application?
Yeah, I think the perspective is like if whatever application you're looking at, then looking at the cloud
I
providers and
guess we
figuring.
need our headphones to hear Rasmus. Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'll start again.
So
Yeah, I think.
we need to keep our headphones in order to hear Rasmus.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think a question many people worry about. I mean, some startups certainly have been disrupted. Ultimately, I think if you need to look at your specific application, ask yourself the question, like, with what the cloud providers offer today, and maybe if they offer a bit more, will it solve the problem I'm trying to solve? And I think if the problem you're trying to solve is like, just having access to an LLM and doing some smart prompting around it and fine-tuning a bit on some data, then yes, I agree. The cloud providers will probably disrupt what you're doing. Now, if you build, like, I don't know, let's say, I don't know, insurance claims, right? Like if you build an end-to-end solution that handles insurance claims, or like that also interacts with the customers, integrates with all these like legacy systems, or if you build like a contract management software for lawyers so they can work in their workflows, and then it has also some AI features enabled, or these kind of things, or do something in like drug discovery, fine-tuning the models on very specific data, then I think that's like too specific. I don't think the big cloud providers will build specific solutions for that. They'd rather maybe provide models to you. Yes, you will also then pay them if you use the APIs, but I think there's enough room on the application on top that you can build where you can then also capture the value.
Thank you. Oh, Dean Krishnan.
Hi, Rasmus. This is Ramaya Krishnan from Carnegie Mellon. I enjoyed your talk. I had two questions that I wanted you to comment on. The first one relates to, what do you think about sector-specific LLMs? Take Bloomberg GPT versus, say, something like one of the OpenAI LLMs. The view being that with sufficient training, you could get comparable performance, but there's high-quality curated data in Bloomberg GPT that would allow for the capabilities it wants to support, it's going to be able to provide better support to traders, for instance, than an out-of-the-box type of support that an OpenAI type of LLM could support. But nevertheless, if you had sufficient additional data, you could fine-tune a general purpose LLM to support these tasks. So the question is, what is your sense of competition between sector-specific LLMs and general purpose LLMs? You just made the point about insurance-based LLMs. I was curious about whether you had a thought about these sector-specific LLMs versus these general purpose LLMs.
So yeah, it's a good question. I think generally, I mean, like if the data modality is very different, that of course is a very obvious way of like having an LLM that deals with very different data. So I don't know, biological data, right? Like sequencing data, like that is probably the easiest space to say, look, like that you can train like sector-specific foundation models. I think for the other ones that are a bit more closer to kind of these general models, there's two considerations. I think one is like, is that data basically available on the internet, or can others also buy the data from somewhere else or partner? Like how many people in the world have that data? Do you really have a mode around that only Bloomberg? I mean, Bloomberg has probably, it's one of the few that has so much financial data that you could argue that they can train something that will be hard to replicate. And I think the second one, maybe even more important consideration, is what are the accuracy requirements from the customer? Now, if you're in marketing, you could also argue that like fine-tuning your model on like marketing related and like feedbacking data might make a difference. But honestly, like, I mean, the models are already pretty good on like these tasks, and whether your marketing text is a bit better, maybe it's not such a big lever, or customer support. Like, yes, you can maybe have a slightly nicer answer, but if the customer is happy and it does the job, it's fine. Whereas for like for trading, it's about like a lot of money, and if you really want to go to the number one, and if your model is a bit more accurate on or in like drug discovery or healthcare, like every percent matters. And so in those applications, the more you need to be really accurate and also people are willing to pay for it, the more it makes sense to have like sector specific LLMs.
Thank you.
But there's no like
you.
it's a spectrum.
We had a question right here. Thank you.
Hi, yeah, Michael Veal from University College London. My question links to the first question as well. We know from the history of platforms, and I think this is just another example of platforms really as well, that one thing that platforms do is they like to move liability to the fringes. They don't like to take on liability. They like to place small organizations having liability. So see Google and the way it works in advertising technologies. The idea is there's lots of small bad actors collecting huge amounts of data illegally, and Google tries to keep its hands relatively clean while taking value from that whole ecosystem. Realizing that and seeing like some of the SMEs deploying this are also going to be in the fire for a lot more liability, we have to think about where the accountability comes from and how these SMEs are able to look up the supply chain and particularly engineer for reliability, engineer for all of these things that we'll probably be talking about over the next 2 days. But thinking about the APIs and the value chain, how much stability is there? So if you're an SME, how much can you rely on the model from a large platform company being the same from one day to the next? If you do an analysis that shows, okay, it works quite well, then in 1 month, 2 months, and that model changes, gets retrained and improved, how do you know and how can you actually keep up with the characteristics of the cloud provider having changed their model, not creating a really large problem for you downstream that might undermine some of the things you've tried to engineer and the features, the safety features, fairness, transparency you've tried to engineer into your product?
Yeah, great question. I think first of all, as in the same way as people like going for like multi-cloud strategies, working with several cloud providers, I think you also need to think about working with several models. I mean, if you have an open source model, I mean, then it's more in your control, and they cannot suddenly swap out the model. If you work with a closed source model and just ping an API, you probably want to have a few providers you can work with, and then be able also to swap things out. But ultimately, I think also this is a problem everyone has. So I think we will also see cloud providers there giving you a bit more stability in the future, where they say, look, like you can still access this model and maybe the older instance, just because you've tested your system there well. I think from a liability accountability perspective, probably, there will be liability across the value chain. I think everybody has to do checks and balances. So, when you'll probably, if I use an LLM, there's probably some kind of integration tests, unit tests you're running on the model, ultimately test like, does it still do the same? Does it still perform well on my test case or test cases, to make sure I don't deploy anything to the end customer that doesn't support it. And ultimately, if I build an application on top that promises something, I'm also at least partially liable, because if I say, look, like this tool helps you on like diagnosis, I make a certain claim, there's certain regulation I have to go through. I need to like go through some certification procedure, there perform on certain data sets well, make sure like bias is in control and so on. And so through that, then I'm also fine to make those claims and also be liable for that. But yeah, I think there needs to be more stability from the model providers. Otherwise, I think it will be hard.
This is a really important question, and Philipp is going to take it next, and then I'll comment on it for a few minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. That's a brilliant question. And I just noticed that you had a fact paper on AI value chains as well. And we had, I think, just the paper before was our paper on fact that also has some questions, some thoughts on AI value chains. So here's what my answer would be. I think it's a brilliant question, and it's a hard one as well. So thinking about liability and accountability along the value chain, probably need to start with the acknowledgement that, at least in my view, there is likely not going to be a single actor, at least in many value chains, that has all the information necessary for full compliance with the AI Act and for avoidance of liability. Hence, it is necessary to build up some kind of information sharing system whereby, for example, the LLM provider, say OpenAI, would be required to disclose information, crucial information, to the downstream SMEs and deployers, and ultimately also the end users, if they are professional end users, to the extent that it's necessary for them to actually redo tests if that is required. So to pick an example, like if we have a system in a medical setting that does well for breast cancer screening, but happens to be mildly off for, say, whatever, Black women, and therefore is not advised for use there, and then it's retooled so it works better on them. But it turns out that now, due to this update, it works worse for Asian women. Then of course so the model provider, OpenAI or somebody else, would have to push through a message, a bit like ad hoc messages that you get on financial markets, right? And if it doesn't do that, then it will be immediately liable. And if it does do that, then of course the subsidiaries or the people down the value chain have to integrate that. The big question is are we opting for a system of rather strict liability, whereby even if the open AI provider, for example, does not push out this ad hoc message, that still the SME is going to be liable, and then has to turn around and get the money from the open AI LLM provider, whereby hence everybody in the AI value chain is jointly and severally liable to protect, customer end users in the best way possible, because they often won't know where exactly the problem was. Or should we say that in these egregious cases of where say material information was not passed on, you could say that only the person who did not pass it on, only that entity is eventually liable, and the people down the value chain, the other entities, would have to, if they are approached with a claim, they would just have to basically direct that claim to the other person upstream. I don't have any concluding thoughts on this yet, but I tend to be of the opinion that perhaps we will need some kind of joint and several liability, because that will incentivize also the downstream SMEs to actually actively seek out this information, make sure contractually that they get this. And there is now a text provision in Article 28, I believe, paragraph 4 of the European Parliament's version that we have pushed for also quite hard, that will enable this kind of information sharing. And then also we need, of course, some protections for trade secrets and IP and so on and so forth. But I think a lot of this will potentially end up in an analogy to Article 26 GDPR, while avoiding perhaps some of the missteps that we've seen in there.
So I really like your question, Michael, and I think Philipp shared a lot of really important information. I agree fully with everything that he said. I'll just comment from the financial sector perspective, because that's my area. And one of the reasons I find your question really important is because this is a legal issue, a legal question that we continue to grapple with, not only on AI, but in a number of areas around emerging technology. So I'll give an analogy, which is when robo-advice first started to appear on the scene, the question arose, who is liable, who's responsible for adhering to securities regulation? Is it the model? Is it the engineers that create the model? Is it the company or the central entity that operates a robo-advisor? Because at the end of the day, the similar investor protections that one would expect if you're dealing with any large investment advisor should apply in the world of technological advice as well. And I give that example not because we have a perfect answer, but because in the United States, where I am from, we eventually applied rules based on our existing framework. So we have an existing regime around investor protection and fiduciary responsibility, but it's not a perfect system, obviously. And I'm not actually advocating that that's what we do here. I'll give it another example. Because Dean Krishna is here, I'm calling you out because I know we share a common fascination and interest in blockchain technology. And this is a question that we actually deal with in blockchain as well. When a company changes the code, for example, what's the responsibility to the user that's looking on a website if the engineers have changed the code or if there's a change in the protocol? And there's no perfect answer to that question. question yet. What I have advocated for globally, not just in the United States, because we're certainly not a perfect example, is that we should have a comprehensive framework in an ideal world where not only are we setting international standards, which is what we're talking about in this room, but also that at a state level or regional level and at the industry level that we have common standards. Once we get to the question of liability and litigation, although that has a deterrent effect, there's not certainly perfect enforcement. And in fact, a lot of the losses that are going to take place have already taken place. So my comment would simply be that I think there needs to be a combination of a global framework, global standard setting, whatever regional or state level framework is applicable, and then that the industry and those of us in this room and Rasmus, for example, are working together on an industry level set of standards that has its own industry grabbing deterrent and enforcement capability.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yes, please, Dean Christian.
So, Michael, if you look at the Microsoft OpenAI agreement, it specifically says that the instance of the model that you get, that you fine tune, it'll be yours till you choose to not have continued use of it. So all the applications that you've built, etc. So that happens to be that particular service agreement policy that Microsoft has in place. Were you thinking of that as a regulatory question, or were you thinking about that in terms of firm-specific policy?
A mix of two. Because I think on one hand, people pay for services or business pay for services they expect to be updated as technology goes. So there will be a question of what happens to your fine tuning when you want to update this technology? When is a difference going to undermine what you're doing and when is it not? But also, because we know that the history of APIs is used to shake off companies as well. We know that APIs are used as a destabilizing factor to actually damage certain applications and to make it very difficult to work in certain ways, particularly that compete with the cloud firms. And so we see that with the way that APIs constantly change to prevent accountability from researchers in social media space, for example. So I think the dynamic nature of API, something that Tanya Buscher from the IT University in Copenhagen called them objects of intense feeling in her big interview study with software developers, people feel very precarious when they use APIs. And I think that precarity is something we have to take seriously in both practice and in policy.
Thank you. I'll take one more question. And then, Frederick, I don't know if you want to come up to prepare. We had a question here, patiently waiting. Yes, please. Thank you. You've been patiently waiting.
It's okay. Thank you. So my question is for Philipp and the room, actually. And I'd go back to your introductory remarks on the basics of a framework for regulating and thinking about AI. So, just as an introduction to me to set the context of the question. So my name is James MacDonald. I'm from an organization called the World Travel and Tourism Council, or WTTC, as we are more frequently known. We're the international council for the travel sector. So our members are airlines, airports, cruise lines, hotels, that kind of community. We're here this week because we're interested in how AI can impact and benefit the travel sector. And specifically this workshop, as a sector, we're a global business by definition. We are very heavily regulated. If you imagine safety, for example, we don't want planes to fall out of the sky, so we are kind of regulated. And we're comfortable with regulation. But what we like to see is global regulation. If you imagine a plane flying from A to B, if the regulation is different at each end of the journey, that adds complications, adds costs, degrades the consumer experience, etc. So that's why we're interested in the regulation of AI. So just returning to the introductory framework, I think a framework is really important because that can help us think about how we regulate AI, structure our thinking, and that's really important. But you also mentioned that this is an interdisciplinary field, different perspectives need to be recognized, the mitigations and the risks will be different for different sectors. So on your framework, as an example, do you think we need to add a third dimension which accounts for the different sectors because the risks and mitigations will be different? Or do we want to set up a basic framework which is irrespective of sector, and applies regulatory principles to the whole of society, irrespective of what sector they are applied in. So welcome your views and others on that.
Yeah, that's an excellent question that actually, I guess, the whole of the policymaking community is grappling with right now, and particularly as we move from the draft stages of the AI Act now toward trilogue, and actually the questions of how we implement certain principles that we see there. Actually, some real principles like the data protection principles have just been introduced in the EP version, European Parliament version. We've had a number of conversations actually with Jeremiah when I was at Oxford and other places precisely this matter. And my personal view is that I think it makes sense to have a hybrid version whereby you have certain principles that apply, but to be heavily sector specific in their implementation. Because as you rightly point out, it's just not going to be the same to be talking about performance measures for airplanes rather than for, say, toys, which both are heavily regulated and both are actually high-risk systems, even though transportation is not specifically a high-risk sector under the AI Act because it has this different NLF framework. But I think there's no way around acknowledging that we will come up with sector-specific standards, particularly, and it does make sense, nevertheless, I think, to have like these inspiring principles to be as precise as possible on the horizontal level without ever sacrificing kind of the idiosyncrasies that we see. And importantly, as you say, we need to have some kind of framework that works for international constellations, because AI knows no boundaries. It's not only the physical object that's traveling, it's obviously the model itself that is being deployed across space and time. So either we need a very robust international private law framework that pretty precisely says which law is applicable and that gives priority to one, so that companies don't, if they fly across 28 nations, have to subsequently apply 28 different frameworks, or preferably really work toward at least a minimum solution on the global level. I doubt, however, that we will find on the global level really the standardization for each individual sector in a highly fine-grained way. So probably it'll be a mix, again, also of national, global compacts that we see there. But that's just my perspective going forward. I'm very curious to hear what other people in the room might say about this. If you want to weigh in, probably with a 1-minute statement, that's great. Otherwise, we will be moving forward to our next speaker, which is Frederick, who has already arrived on stage.
Yes, I'm very pleased now to introduce Professor Frederick Borgesius to speak on large generative AI models and non-discrimination law. Frederick is Professor of Information and Communications Technology and Law at Radboud University, where his research interests include privacy, data protection, discrimination, and freedom of expression, especially in the context of new technologies. Previously, he worked at the LSTS Research Group on Law, Science, Technology, and Society at Vrije University, Brussels, where he was supported by an EU Marie Curie grant to conduct research into the risk of discrimination in the context of machine learning and automated profiling. And he has a number of other incredible accomplishments. Frederick, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is indeed Frederik Zuiderveen Borgesius, and now I work at the iHub Interdisciplinary Institute, and I'm a law professor, but I teach at the computer science department. Let us see whether the clicker works. No. In that case, next slide, please. I'm going to talk about discrimination risks related to generative AI. And perhaps you remember from a few years back that Microsoft attached an AI-driven chatbot to, or gave it a Twitter account. However, it turned out that within within a day, Microsoft had to take it down because other Twitter users played with it, and it started saying toxic and racist and discriminatory things. And I think that made a lot of companies hesitant to open up AI-driven chatbots to the wider public because many companies feared such PR disasters. And indeed, Microsoft back then said, "Oh, sorry, we didn't expect this, and we didn't mean our bot to say such things." And it was also a bit of Twitter users' fault, Microsoft suggested. Because Microsoft called it an attack by the Twitter users. Here, a similar example, a few years back, a chatbot in South Korea also had to be taken down because it started making offensive and discriminatory and homophobic comments. And more recently, research by the Center for Countering Digital Hate played around with a chatbot built on a large language model by Google, and which said, for instance, that the Holocaust never happened, which is such statements are prohibited and punishable as a crime in many European countries. The bot said that generally men are better managers than women, and said that women who dress in a short skirt are asking for it, and so on and so on. This isn't that surprising because scholars had been warning for years for these types of effects. For instance, an influential paper, a famous paper, widely known as the Stochastic Parrots paper, said, well, that there's discrimination risks involved in large language models. Here, another recent paper that finds a persistent anti-Muslim bias in large language models, saying many sentences that couple Muslims with violence and terrorism, etc. So the risks are there. And as somebody mentioned earlier today, I'm a lawyer, and lawyers tend to focus on risks because things that go well automatically we don't focus on so much, because then there's policymakers don't have to do much, and we tend not to write papers. I'm a lawyer, so let's look at the law. I'll warn you, this is a bit tentative and exploratory, because this is all rather new, this generative AI models being used in the wild. And lawyers tend to be really more sure how to interpret and apply law if courts, and preferably like really high courts, such as the Court of Justice of the European Union, have said how to interpret a law. But this field is developing so fast that there isn't much of this case law yet. So I'll give I'll paint with a broad brush. Firstly, the spirit of the law is clear, that discrimination on protected grounds is not allowed, and we don't want it. It's protected, for instance, the right to not being discriminated against is protected in many international treaties, like the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights from decades ago now, a UN treaty. There's even a special treaty that bans racial discrimination, and another specific treaty that bans discrimination against women, all United Nations treaties. In Europe, where we are, there's the most influential human rights treaty, mostly because it has a very productive court coupled with it, is the European Convention on Human Rights, which bans discrimination in Article 14 and has an extra added protocol with more detailed discrimination bans. But these are human rights, so somewhat vague. So in practice, we tend to look, so the human rights set the norms. In practice, we typically look at somewhat lower level regulation with more details. So I'll focus a bit on what follows from European Union non-discrimination law, mostly 4 directives. And again, I warn you, there's almost no case law yet. So we don't exactly know how the general rules will play out in this field. I'll first give an example of a rare AI-driven discrimination case. It's not about generative AI, but we can learn some careful or some tentative lessons from it. So I'm a law professor, and I see some more teachers and professors around. And well, for many reasons, I'm glad that the pandemic is over, but for one reason is because online teaching was so incredibly boring. Also, many students had to do, at least in the Netherlands during the lockdown periods, many students could not do their exams on campus as they usually do, but they had to do the exams from home. And many universities made students install some type of anti-cheating software on their computer, like Proctorio, for instance. I want to note, by the way, that I never pushed it towards my students. I'll make them all write papers because I didn't like the privacy infringement of letting them use such software. Anyways, many universities did. For instance, a university in Amsterdam, the VU. It worked. Or part of how it worked was that a student uploaded a copy of his or her ID in advance, and then during the whole exam, the student had to film him or herself using their laptop. And before the exam starts, the software would recognize, is this the same person as on the ID? And after it recognized you, then you were let into the exam, and then you were filmed during the whole exam period. And for instance, if you started playing with your phone, or the software saw that you talked to somebody, it would flag a teacher to check whether you were indeed cheating. This lady, however, Miss Pokorny, as you can see, she has a dark skin, and the software wouldn't let her in. They wouldn't let her start her exam. Only when she put on a very bright light that's shown in her face, it finally recognized her, but it's of course uncomfortable. Students are fairly often a bit nervous anyway at the start of the exam, and then if you start to, at the start you have to fiddle with the lamps, etc. It's not a good experience. So she complained first to the university, and the university said, no, the software isn't discriminatory because we asked Proctorio and they told us it is unbiased. She wasn't completely happy with that response, so she went to basically the non-discrimination authority of the Netherlands, called the Netherlands Institute for Human Rights. It's not really a court, it's kind of a lower, how do you say that? Easier and cheaper to start the case there than for a normal court. So she complained, my university is discriminating against me because it doesn't recognize me as a human. There's no final decision yet, but the Institute for Human Rights already said 2 things, namely, indeed, the university is responsible. It cannot escape responsibility and liability by saying we just hired the system by other developers, and it also cannot escape liability by saying they promised us that the system is unbiased. And also important more generally in AI-driven discrimination cases, this is in general European non-discrimination law, that if you're the victim of indirect discrimination, roughly speaking what Americans call disparate impact, if you're the victim of indirect discrimination, you only have to make it plausible to the judge that you're the victim of discrimination, and then the burden of proof flips. So after the first hearing, basically, the conclusions are, yes, the university is responsible, and second, now the university has to prove that it did not discriminate. We wait for the end result of the case. But this also means that well, yeah, I said it, that even if you deploy an AI system that is built by another company, or perhaps a stack of companies behind the whole value chain, the final deployer is also responsible for any discrimination caused by that AI system. Yeah, another important aspect that is illustrated by the case, but which is also is not controversial, it is in the law, is that intent is not relevant at all. Even if you can prove as an organization using as an AI system, I did not mean to discriminate, it was all an accident. Sometimes they just say it and it's not true, but it doesn't matter. Even if you can prove you didn't mean to discriminate, it doesn't help you at all. You can still be fined, you can still be sued, because European non-discrimination law only looks at the effect and not at the intent. Then a few remarks about, no, one remark only about the scope of non-discrimination law, because it is in the European Union, because it is extremely complicated and a bit headache-inducing. And also not super relevant to go into the details today. Because of historical reasons, because the EU non-discrimination law rules have been built over time, bit by bit, there are some weird things, namely that, for instance, discrimination based on gender, that ban applies in more situations and sector than other discrimination. It's even more complicated that member states, they have to adopt these, basically give effect to those EU rules in the national laws, and they typically made the scope much broader. What is my main message now, today, is that in most countries, all countries that I know of, non-discrimination law has certain boundaries in their scope. For instance, you're typically the law is silent about you looking for a certain ethnicity as a partner for yourself, for instance. So that shows that the law doesn't aim to regulate all discrimination. And where exactly the scope ends in the context of large generative AI models is not completely clear yet, and we need more case law. What is clear, however, is that, so for instance, EU non-discrimination law regarding all protected grounds, ethnicity, sexual preference, gender, etc., applies to employment. But two cases by the Court of Justice of the European Union, the main authority on explaining the interpretation of European Union law, has said twice in different cases that the company that is stupid enough to say in an interview, like, I will not, the one was a Belgium case, and the guy said he had a cleaning company, and he said, I will not hire Moroccans because my clients don't like it. So there was not somebody who actually was denied a job yet. Nevertheless, the court said this is prohibited direct discrimination, even though you only said it. You didn't deny somebody a job yet. And a similar situation from Italy, I think it was a law firm saying, I won't hire homosexuals. Again, just saying it is enough to be liable to be sued, etc. This might be relevant, of course, if large language models or chatbots based on it say things. Because, as we saw earlier, you are responsible for the AI systems that you use. So the conclusion seems to be so far that, well, it's clear if a company says discriminatory things, even if you could say doesn't discriminate in practice yet, it is already discriminating, says the law in Europe. And from other cases, we learn that you are responsible for what the AI systems that you use do. So it would seem that firms are responsible and can be sued, etc., even if their chatbot says, the chatbot that they use says discriminatory things. Then finally, do I have still a few minutes? Then finally, I want to highlight one theme related to discrimination, namely hate speech. This is in Europe largely left to the European Union member states, so there's little overarching law, but I will nevertheless highlight some themes. But for the specifics, we would have to look at all the 27 member states we have now since the Brexit. But there is the European Court of Human Rights based in Strasbourg of the Council of Europe with 47 members, much broader region than the European Union, and that sets the rules of the game for human rights interpretation. And in cases of hate speech, there are multiple human rights involved. Typically, the speaker can will invoke his or her freedom of expression. And indeed, the court says freedom of expression isn't only for nice expressions, it's also for expressions that shock and disturb, etc. So some, you could say, clearly objectionable types of rude and toxic and hate speech, nevertheless are just light enough to be protected at freedom of expression, because when in doubt, it is always good to choose in favor of not censoring. But there's a tipping point, and at some point, freedom of expression does not help you anymore if your comments are too hateful. For instance, there's cases where in the circumstances of that case, a country was allowed to fine somebody for Holocaust denial, etc. But it needs a case-by-case approach, but it does show us that the fact that a company because in Europe, companies can invoke their human rights as well. And the fact that the company can invoke its freedom of expression doesn't give it a free pass to hate speech. So, yeah, a company can be liable, fined, etc. for hate speech, also if the hate speech is by a chatbot it uses, even if it's built by another developer. So a few conclusions. Firstly, the good news is, and this is actually really good news, this is how lawyers want rules to be drafted. We just have traditional non-discrimination law and traditional rules on hate speech, and it's technology neutral enough we can apply it to new situations. This is always what we aim for, technology neutral rules. It's hard, and sometimes technology goes so quickly that you're caught unaware, but here, this is the good news from a regulatory perspective. So, because it's technology neutral enough, both can be applied to AI and to large generative AI models in practice. There's also some bad news, namely there are many challenges. As I said, for instance, how, although we are pretty sure that the company for an organization deploying an AI model doesn't matter where it or a company or other organization deploying using an AI system, doesn't matter where it comes from, is responsible for any discrimination and hate speech, even if the company didn't intend to discriminate, etc. But yeah, there are also challenges. We don't know exactly yet what the how far the responsibilities reach, etc. We basically need case law, and the AI Act, if it is adopted, will also have requirements for using fair and reasonably accurate and reasonably non-biased data, etc. Thank you very much. Happy to discuss now and tomorrow, etc. And if we don't have enough time, or later on, if you think of a comment, please feel free to reach out by social media or by email. And if you find my university page, which is easy because of my weird, unique name, then you find also all my papers for free, open access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frederick. I'm pleased that Professor Lillian Edwards will join us on stage for the next presentation, but while we wait for Lillian to take her seat, I'll take one question. Yes, go ahead.
Well, Frederick, I think this is great. You really presented the landscape of the current law, but I wanted to ask you, kind of challenge everybody, but get your opinion about how we could actually reform the law in a way that really subverts the way that we've been thinking about anti-discrimination for a long time. So it's, you know, in some places I've called it in my research, the input fallacy or fairness through awareness, where we have an opportunity right now with AI to actually detect discrimination in much better ways, and the root causes, the where, you know, it happens, and to affirmatively create more, you know, not just anti-discrimination, but more inclusion, more equity in the workplace, but beyond, you know, in any financial services and any, you know, resource giving. And I think that, you know, for me at least, it's a moment where we can say, you know, we've really been denying a lot of the inputs, just saying, you know, do not discriminate. So don't consider race, don't consider gender, don't consider national origin. But here's first of all, we know that with AI, it's impossible. It's just like there's a sheer impossibility because of the proxies, because, you know, of so many data points that blinding, you know, an algorithm is very difficult these days. And second, maybe it's not the right thing to do. Maybe this anti-discrimination lens has always been very narrow, and we can do more by looking at the outputs and looking there about looking at disparate impact, really moving from disparate treatment in the American kind of sense to disparate impact.
I'm going to do that academic lawyer thing on the one hand, on the other. On the one hand, yes, I agree. AI can discover discrimination or illustrate discrimination, and even sometimes put a number on it that discrimination we were not that deeply aware of yet. For instance, I haven't tested for a few months now, but Google Translate, if you put in she is a doctor, he is a nurse, and you translate it to Turkish, which doesn't do gender. So in Turkish, it is basically it is a doctor, it is a nurse, and translate it back. Then Google Translate makes it into he is a doctor, she is a nurse.
Yeah, they're saying that they've been correcting it for a lot of languages, but yeah.
So sloppy of Google, but you could also say sloppy of Google that they didn't repair that, but you could also say it shows a bias that apparently was present in all the data, translated books, etc., that Google gobbled up for to build Google Translate, which, by the way, is a great service. So this is an example how an AI system illustrates a bias that we perhaps were aware of already, but it illustrates it better. And indeed, with more numbers about gender in the, I don't know whether you, well, with more numbers, it makes it easier to prove indirect discrimination, what in the US roughly corresponds to disparate impact. I agree. That was those were the more optimistic remarks. More pessimistic remark. I'm a kind of a pessimistic person, as many legal scholars are. Is that we have this beautiful idea of indirect discrimination, like a company does something that looks neutral at first glance, but if it harms more women or if it harms more people with an immigrant background, it is indirect discrimination and it is still prohibited. That all looks good on paper, but in many cases of AI-driven discrimination, the victim has no idea that he or she is a victim. So, for instance, if your mortgage application is denied, you don't know that women in general or people with a certain skin color in general are more often denied a mortgage. And if you don't know that you're the victim, you won't invoke rights, even if you have them on paper. So that is the more pessimistic remark, but I do agree with you, there's also possibilities.
Thank you, Frederick. We really appreciate it. And thank you for the question. I'm pleased now to introduce Professor Lillian Edwards to speak to us about contestation of large generative AI models. Lillian is a leading academic in the field of international law, or internet law. She's presently the founding chair in law, innovation, and society at Newcastle University. She's also the editor and major author of Law, Policy, and the Internet, one of the leading textbooks in the field of internet law. She's a partner in the Horizon Digital Economy Hub at Nottingham and has a number of other incredible acclamations and credentials. Lillian, thank you so much for joining us.
Is this on?
Yep.
Okay. Right. I was very glad actually that Frederick mentioned the stochastic parrots paper because you will see that there are a number of really nice pictures of parrots throughout this talk, ingesting various types of texts and spitting them out. And this is meant to illustrate some of the problems that there are around generative models and how they work. And if you ask, is that not a bit spurious that there's all these parrots? Then you're absolutely right. I'll tell a small anecdote, which is that I have wasted a lot of time lately talking to journalists because they can't get Michael anymore. And yeah, I wasted a few hours talking to a very nice researcher from Panorama, which is one of the like flagship TV programs in the UK that deals with remotely serious newsy subjects. And I said, look, I'm only wasting all this time with you in the hope that it won't have any pictures of killer robots in it. You know, if you're going to talk about generative AI, please God, let it not be about existential risk in Terminator 2. And she said, but what will we use for pictures? You know, and it's true that this is not a very visual, you know, area of discourse, and that's why you have parrots. And also, Philip gave me the word contestation, and I naturally went, okay, well, that will be about data protection. So there is a danger that it overlaps with what Michael Veal over here will be talking about tomorrow, but I'm not sure. So basically, in 20 minutes, this is going to be a bit of a run through. Tech lawyers may be profoundly cynical and depressed, which is something I'd really like to discuss. We also tend to put too many words on our slides, so I will not read out all the words, okay? Concentrate on the pictures. But some of the reasons, not comprehensive, why you might want to be contestative about general purpose AI might be because you feel that your rights and your privacy are being invaded. And why is this such a difficulty, such a morass for general purpose AI or foundation models? Well, here's just a few you can run through, you know? So yeah, they go out there and they scoop up and ingest vast amounts of personal data on the web. That is how they are built, right? From Reddit, from Wikipedia, from Common Crawl, from The Pile, which is the latest one I've heard about, et cetera, et cetera. This is almost invariably, as we will see, going to bring them into conflict with data protection law, and you might want to exercise your user rights to protect yourself against that, okay? As well as the publicly available data that is scooped up, there is also the personal data that you give it in prompts. And again, there has been a lot of semi-anecdotal data coming out lately that people, as with Google search, are prone to putting very sensitive personal data into their prompts, like, I have these symptoms, does it mean I have prostate cancer? You know, so there is a recognized scooping up of health data, for example, maybe trade union data. One of the keystones of data protection, I know everyone here won't be a data protection lawyer or even a lawyer, is that the concept of purpose limitation, that when you do consent or otherwise provide your personal data to a service, that they should use it only for the purpose for which it was given, as opposed to just, oh, here's a big pile of data, let's roll it together and see what we can get out of it when we roll it down the hill, you know? So that's the idea of purpose limitation, not a fishing exercise. And the very nature of a general purpose AI model is that it ignores purpose limitation. The whole idea is that it's used for multiple purposes, and indeed that it's delivered as a service, either by sale or by API, to millions of other people who will then use it for millions of other purposes. That's the whole problem. Okay, so they tend to ignore that. They tend to hallucinate and defame. This has already come up with Frederick's talk. And the Wild West problem, right? Which is every, new type of digital world service starts from this idea, at least in Silicon Valley, it seems like we can get away with anything. Let's throw it against the wall, and I would say that we are still in that place right now with foundation models, general purpose AI. So we've already seen what seems like centuries, but has actually only been about 6 to 9 months, in which it's been assumed that personal data could be ingested and absorbed into the Borg, into the model, without much consideration of data protection rights. And in a longer talk, I would go on about that more, but this is only an exaggeration, really, of a problem that we've already seen generally with machine learning in America, where there is no federal DP law. And now we are seeing it rebuilt again as an issue to do with foundation models. But in Europe, we do have data protection law, even in the UK, which is no longer really part of Europe politically, if not geographically. We still have data protection law. So what can it do for us? What can it do to help us contest what we may see as unfortunate and unwanted uses of our personal data? So we had the replica decision, which I won't talk about very much, but where things came to the head recently was with fairly obviously the decision of the Italian Data Protection Authority, the guarantee, when they temporarily banned or paused, pause being the word of the moment, the use of ChatGPT in Italy, okay? And they said that there was no way, this is the translation, I love it, no way, Jose, for ChatGPT to continue processing data in breach of privacy laws, and therefore just stop right there. So I'm not, again, going to go through, that would be another talk, everything that went on with the Italian guarantee decision and the follow-up, but I am going to use it as a place to pick up certain threads, okay? What I am going to try to do in the minimal amount of time we've got, that's been about 6 minutes so far, hasn't it? Is to deal with these things, okay? So I'm not going to work through the entirety of data protection law. I don't know if Michael's going to deal with some of that tomorrow, but I'm going to major on, is there a lawful ground for processing? In other words, scooping up, ingesting, profiling, making into a model, etc., personal data within generative AI. And I have put down the obvious suspects here. There are 6 grounds for lawful processing of personal data in data protection. And these are the 3 that usually come to mind, at least in the private sector, which is generally what we're talking about. And then contestation. What rights have you, the users, the data subjects, or the affected persons, as I notice they're now calling you in the European Parliament version, got to do something about this? And again, there are a number of these that I'm not all going to go through, but I'm going to concentrate on the 2 you hear most about, which is the right to have your personal data deleted, erased, delinked. All these words come up, so many of you will know about the right to be forgotten. And do you have a right to rectify those hallucinations that I was talking about? And I think, although that seems like a relatively obscure right, and perhaps has been up till now, that it may be the undoing of generative AI. I mean, I'm sure a way will be found around it, but I have not found it yet. And finally, if there's time, I'll have a quick word about special category data, sometimes called sensitive personal data, and an even quicker word about what might happen next, right? I keep trying to move my own laptop as opposed to that one. Right, okay, lawful grounds. This is where you always start. It's like solving a maths problem. If you address a data protection problem, you start with, is there personal data going on here? And then 2, has X got the right, usually, to collect, profile, use that personal data in some way to make money, right? So has OpenAI, for example, got the rights to scoop up personal data from all over the web that's being, picked up by Common Crawl and so forth and so on, and use it to build and fine-tune their models, right? The most obvious thing is to say, well, why don't you ask people for their permission? And that's consent. yeah, good luck with that. You know, go out there and find all those millions of people whose data is ingested into Common Crawl and ask them for their valid, informed, you know, in consent, all the things that are required in the GDPR. Notice also that it ties to purpose limitation in that you are not meant to give a blanket consent, do anything you like with my personal data. You are meant to give a consent for one or more specific purposes. Again, this is the opposite of how a foundation model or a generous purpose model works. So although consent may be what people think is the likeliest thing to legitimize this, I'm not sure if it can. Obviously, if you're in a contractual relationship, if you are actually a user, a subscriber to ChatGPT, to GPT-4, whatever, then it is easier for you to give some kind of consent, though you've then again got the issue of whether it is a fully valid consent, since it's usually given under standard term contract clause conditions. And so that might apply, for example, to the data ingested via prompts, right? Another ground that relates to that is the ground that the data processing was necessary to fulfill the contract. So that OpenAI could say that it was absolutely necessary for them to provide you with the ability to say, you know, produce birthday greetings or whatever, that they take that information from your prompt and use it to train their model. This has run a ground already in the replica decision. And in fact, the Italian guarantee, this has been little publicized, said that they would not contemplate necessary for contract as a lawful ground of processing within the ChatGPT context. They would only go for consent or legitimate interests. And I will come to legitimate interests in a middle. And I think this is because it cannot be seen as necessary for the contract. The information could be delivered without your data, your personal data, being ingested into the model. And indeed, not very recently, but relatively recently, I think in March, enterprise customers of GPT-4 and so forth, GPT 3.5, it was put expressly into their contracts, indeed, that their personal data would not be used to train the model, because corporate clients, enterprise clients, have severe worries about the confidentiality of the data that they may be handling for their clients, right? So if you're an enterprise customer, you're getting some version of privacy or confidentiality now. But if you're an ordinary punter like me, then maybe you're not. So legitimate interest, this is often where the arguments get down to. So this confuses my students enormously. Sometimes they think it's about the legitimate interests of the consumer. Well, maybe it is. But what it says there is that it must be necessary for the legitimate interests of the data controller, right? And you think, oh, well, great, the data controller wants to make money. You know, what more legitimate interest could there be, especially in Silicon Valley? But it's a balancing act, right? So you can't simply say, I want to make money and that is my legitimate interest and therefore I can scoop up all your data. There is a balancing act here with the interests or fundamental rights of the data subject, which includes, obviously, their right to privacy and to personal data protection. Yeah, so that's what's in F. So that brings you to this issue, which is not really being, fully explored, I think, in the Italian guarantee case. What happened was the DPA, the Italian DPA, told ChatGPT or told OpenAI that they had to basically say that they were gathering up this data under the grounds of legitimate interest, you know, and they were just told to get on with that, put it in. But what there was really not was a discussion of whether that would hold up under the scrutiny of, say, a court, right? And I think that it is possibly dubious. The nearest comparison you can draw is with, I think, the Google Spain case, which is obviously a case about machine learning and about models, but it's not a case, to some extent, about generative AI, eliding a big discussion there of what generative AI is. But the essence of Google Spain was that Google, the search engine, was found to be a data controller, which was pretty radical then. It doesn't seem very radical now, because it was finding information which was published on the internet by third parties It was indexing it to create a model, and then it was making the results that derived from that model on the giving of prompts, i.e. search term queries, to the users. Now, if you look at those elements, which is what I've dimly tried to do below, it actually mirrors very closely to what's going on with OpenAI, right? Where information data is being sourced, mined from the web to create this very large model, this very large language model, or sometimes it's a large art model, which on prompts is delivering results that draw on that model to the users, okay? So did they get away with legitimate interests? Ah, there we go. Right. And the answer is yes. That's why you're able to use Google today, because Google is also not asking for your consent, right? When it goes out and sends its spiders and picks up your website or your university website or your, blog that you write or whatever. It's depending on legitimate interests. So how is it getting away with that, right? Given this balancing act. So it was clear in the Google Spain case that the economic interest of Google in creating a search engine which is monetized via targeted adverts was not enough to justify legitimate interests as against the impact on data subjects' privacy, because the court very clearly found in great detail that there was a severe incursion into the privacy of users by virtue of search engines. They take everything that is known about you on the web, absolutely anywhere, and they join it together in a nice profile that everyone can look up, right? This is a serious incursion into your privacy. Oh my God, you are kidding me. But balanced against that, you have not just the economic interest of Google, but also the court found a public interest, a public legitimate interest, if you like, in access to knowledge, justified under Article 11 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights. So if you took those together, and this is what the court more or less did, and you said, well, Google is a data controller now, so they must offer user rights, which a data controller has to, which include the right to delete your personal data if you ask, or to rectify your personal data if you ask, then on those bases, taking those three together, we're willing to say that Google had legitimate interest and that its data collection was lawful. So then my question is that true for OpenAI? Is it true for ChatGPT? Is it true for GPT-4? Well, if you start with a comparison, is there a degree of incursion into private life from what OpenAI are doing? And the answer is obviously yes, and more so, I would suggest, than Google search, right? Because it is well known from a number of fact papers and other papers that you can very easily do this model inversion trick of sending the right kind of engineered prompts to GPT so as to extract the personal data that has gone into it. So it is leaky, more so than even perhaps ordinary machine learning models. Secondly, there is very sensitive data again put into these models, both from the crawling and from the prompts. Thirdly, what comes out the other end is routinely inaccurate, hallucinatory, which is probably not so true of current Google search engines, right? So you would argue, I think, that the incursion to privacy is even worse. But on the other hand, okay, can we do the trick that the Court of Justice did in Google Spain? Can we say, well, we need to keep GPT up in Europe, therefore we must say that the public has this interest in having access to it, and we'll find a way through? Well, I don't think that's true. It's been a lot of fun, and clearly it's creating a lot of innovative opportunities, but we managed 6 months ago before ChatGPT, before Midjourney, and aren't we now? So, is the same balance operating there? What do OpenAI say themselves? They say, yeah, they assert legitimate interests. And they say basically that their interest is in developing, i.e. building their models, developing, improving, and promoting their services. And then they go on a bit in recent blogs and sort of say, look, we're good for you too. So I think this is making the Google Spain argument, right? We don't use our data for selling you adverts or targeting you adverts, though I wonder how long that will last. Instead, we use data to make our models more helpful for people, okay? So that's that bit, right? I've been told I'm getting 2 to 5 minutes later. So I'll just do a tiny bit of each just to give you a sprinkling and you can ask questions. So, okay, in terms of the rights, the contestation that you might then do if lawful interest has been ceded or placed aside, okay? One thing that people are already kind of milling around doing is trying to talk about how could they get their data out of this monster, this behemoth, you know, this rather entertaining behemoth. Interestingly, just in the few months that it's been up, we've seen this development from a rather vague statement by OpenAI that they might take down data if you email them and ask nicely, to an actual form, which resembles very closely Google's right to be forgotten form, right down to the bits about, oh, and we have to balance it with freedom of expression and so forth, which again, I'm not quite sure is quite as relevant to it as it is to Google search. But this is really the point I'd like to make. We don't know what a right to erasure means in terms of generative models, right? We have an idea of what it means for Google search. We want delinking. We want that if you put in my name, you don't necessarily get a link to something horrible that someone said about me that is not true and is defamatory, right? That's your classic delinking request, right? What does it mean here? Does it just mean you want your data taken out the training set? That is not a very useful right, particularly as in some cases, these training sets are built around external links rather than actually held on site, as it were. And also we've got this problem, which has been identified by numerous people, but I liked this quote from Margaret Mitchell, that, you know, often, especially when you're talking about these very, very, very large language models and art models and so forth, they have no idea what their data is or where it is. How are they even going to provide this right, even if it was any use to anybody, which largely it isn't. And that was reiterated, oddly, in the ICO decision on Clearview, if you go and look at it, that Clearview said, we don't know if there's any UK images in our huge data set of images. We actually don't know. They may have been lying, but that's what they said. So what's the second option that I think would be more useful? What many people have said they want, privacy activists, other people, is they want their data taken out the model, which is sometimes called machine unlearning. So the model takes the form it would have if your data had never gone into it, right? And that also means that that data can then not leak out of it on an attack from prompt engineering or model inversion, right? Now this has a lot of problems. 1 minute? Yeah. 1 minute, okay? This is a lot of problems. It would involve retraining of the model or alternately complete deletion of it, actually. And entertainingly, this is exactly what Alexander Haniff asked for. He noted that ChatGPT was saying that he was dead, don't know why. And he went absolutely, pardon me, ape, S-H-I-T. And he sent various emails saying, we demand that they delete both GPT 3.5 and GPT-4 in their entirety and remove all of my personal data before you even start to think about retraining. Just a small request, which oddly enough, he has not yet got. So to do that would be extremely expensive. We all know how much it costs to train and retrain these models. It would be very time consuming. It might not even retrain successfully. It might be impossible depending on how actually the model's been built. And the point that Philipp made very well in, not Berkeley, Boulder, that this would be extremely environmentally costly if every time somebody went and asked for their right to be forgotten, we had to retrain the model. That would be mad. On the other hand, it does go against the whole idea of data protection, that you can't ask for your own personal data to be removed. That's the essence, you know, that's what Alexander Haniff's about. So what are we going to do? I mean, there are talks about how data rights must be proportionate. They must be proportionately applied by courts. And I think there is a lot of work to be done there. Also looking at competing human rights and rights such as to an environment that is safe in which people can live, even for future generations. And that's one of the things we talked about in Boulder. I think one solution that's actually going to win right now as an interim is just let's take the Google Spain solution. In other words, let's just have delinking. So in other words, you can put what I've heard called a shallow filter on a model, and you can say, right, if you put in Lillian Edwards, then you won't get anything out, right? Now that might work as a kind of band-aid. It would be unfortunate for access to knowledge, especially concerning people who are public figures or are figures of interest. But it would be possible. It wouldn't involve actual retraining. It wouldn't be so environmentally bad. Is it what the law says? I don't know. And I'll leave it there actually as a kind of link to tomorrow, maybe, that there is an argument which we made, I think Michael more seriously than me, in an article in 2018, that you can actually see these models themselves entirely as personal data because of the way in which you can extract the data. And therefore it becomes data that is relevant to you. The whole model can be perceived as personal data, in which case you're right, might be, as Alexander Hanoff wanted, to delete the entire model. And I don't think Sam Altman will be very happy about that. Okay.
Thank you so much, Lillian. We really appreciate it. So we have about 5 minutes now for questions for either Frederick or Lillian. And just a quick reminder, if you could introduce yourself when you ask your question, that would be terrific. Thank you.
I'm Inba from UN World Food Program.
Could you speak up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I actually very like your picture on the parrot, so I'm wondering if you use some generative AI to produce them. But my main question would be for Frederick. Actually, we know that generative purpose AI or generative AI, it's between like task-specific models and the human intelligence, which is not like emotional or do not have any judgment. So I'm wondering if we come back to the first example that you shared about BART, about the Holocaust, states that the Holocaust never happened. My question would be quite challenging, but I would like to ask you, like, do you consider that this is an error or inaccurate or a false statement by BART, by generative AI made by BART, or is it like a bad behavior or a discrimination from BART? So I'm just wondering, like, because there is this creative component in generative AI, to state that is it like something that it's an hallucination due to inaccurate fact or due to some discrimination fact?
Well, as far as I understand from my computer science colleagues, all these large language models are basically just word predictors, like the thing that helps us finish our SMS messages quicker for years now, but then on steroids. So it predicts statistically which word would probably follow a certain sentence. So I don't think that Google engineers themselves think that the Holocaust didn't happen. Nevertheless, I think the general trend in the law is, and ethically it feels good to me too, that you're responsible for what systems that you build say. So regardless of whether Google engineers believe in Holocaust, and regardless of Google engineers think of women in short dresses ask for it, I think I personally think we should hold Google accountable for such statements, and that is also the logical conclusion from case law I've seen so far. But I'm not sure whether I understood your question correctly, and otherwise we can also chat more later during the coffee break.
We're gonna stick strictly to the time for the coffee break as well, because we're gonna play Miriam Vogel's video during the coffee break. So I'll take one more question. Okay, Lillian wants to answer, but we only have 1 minute.
Well, we can take another question instead.
Go ahead, Lillian. We have 1 minute though, unfortunately.
I don't know if it's exactly what you were meaning, but I'm just seizing the opportunity to talk about one of the things I didn't have time for, which is, you know, these kind of publication torts, you know, defamation, false advertising, and even you might sometimes think of data protection that way. They often don't involve intention at all, right? I mean, in UK law, well, yeah, English law, there's actually no need to intend to defame somebody, because no one would ever say they intended to defame somebody, right? There's a set of rules that kind of revolve around it. And one of the things I was going to say is that, when we start to get onto rectification rights, the nearest equivalent I can see is some of the case law we had in Europe a long time ago, maybe 10 years ago, about defamation, about whether a Google autocomplete function could defame, right? And the famous cases were around Bettina Wolf, who was the then German prime minister's wife, yeah? Mm.
Does the public expect correct answers from ChatGPT when they have a disclaimer specific? So it's really tricky.
That's another whole issue, actually. I wasn't even getting there. I was just going to say that in the UK equivalent case, well, English case of the kind of Bettina Wolf type cases, it got thrown out simply because the English courts said, oh, well, Google isn't a common law publisher. Google is, a bit like was said earlier, Google is an intermediary, Google is a platform, Google is a neutral thing that has no feelings or intentions. And I wonder if we're going to see that kind of argument reasserting itself. In the US courts, of course, you have another whole different set of worries around that, because speech is First Amendment, and it's already been held that things like rankings and algorithms can be viewed as protected speech. I'm just saying, really, that it's a very, very complicated thing that doesn't rest on an anthropomorphic fallacy, as it were, that these things are humans with human intentions. It's much more complicated than that. Okay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lillian. So we will go to coffee break now, and we will also be playing Miriam Vogel's video during the break. So I suppose people are welcome to watch the video, get up and have some coffee as well. And of course, the video is publicly available, as Philip mentioned.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the speakers will be around for questions. If you have individual questions to them, just come up and talk to us. Welcome, everyone, to this conversation on generative AI that is recorded for the United Nations ITU workshop on the legal and technical challenges of generative AI. So the workshop itself will take place in the beginning of July 2023, and it will address some of the core implications of generative AI for regulation, business, and society at large. My name is Philipp Hacker, and I hold the chair for Law and Ethics of the Digital Society at European New School of Digital Studies at the European University Viadrina in Germany near Berlin. I'm also a co-convener of this workshop, the ITU workshop, together with Professor Sarah Hammer from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. And today it is my pleasure to be joined by Brian. Brian Williams is an intern at the AI for Good program of the United Nations ITU, and he studies machine learning at the University of Pennsylvania. More importantly than the two of us, we are joined today, and that is really a great pleasure, by Miriam Vogel. So we will have this conversation with her, who is a well-known person in the AI space, of course. She's not only the president of Equal AI, a nonprofit that was created to reduce bias and unconscious bias in AI, but also the chair of the National AI Advisory Committee to US President Biden. And notably, she also hosts a great podcast, which is In AI We Trust, and it's produced together with the World Economic Forum. And she has all kinds of experience, of course, vast experience in policy and research, both at the White House and in research institutions like the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute. So Miriam, welcome, and many thanks for joining us for this conversation. It's great to have you here.
Thank you, Philip and Brian. It's great to be with you.
Wonderful. So perhaps let's get started by talking about some of the things that we're all a little bit concerned about, and that is AI bias and how that might actually change with the advent of generative AI. So in your role as the president of Equal AI, you're leading an institution that has a pledge. It has a pledge to uphold responsible AI by, for example, testing for unconscious bias, by taking actions when you identify harmful patterns, or generally by asking others, other players, other people in industry and in policy to join this really important effort toward responsible AI. Do you think that this pledge somehow has to change now with generative AI? So what are the things that you're thinking about when it comes to generative AI and bias?
That is such a great question, Philip. Thank you for starting us off with really thinking about how the world has changed since generative AI has become such an important part of all of our homes in the last few months and our daily lives. The good news is as you know from doing responsible AI work, a lot of the infrastructure and thought put into place does not change. It puts us in a good position with generative AI as well. To be sure, there are new questions and challenges. I do not underestimate or minimize that in any way, but I do think that the responsible AI frameworks and good governance puts you in a good position to be doing the same work of mitigating bias, cybersecurity threats, and other risks with generative AI as well. So I think when we're talking about the pledge specifically, which has three main parts: committing to look for bias and other harms in your AI, committing to take action when you find these harms, and committing to ask your vendors and partners whether they have done the same. Those three things will put you in a good position, no matter if you're using narrow AI or someday in the future, potentially using a different iteration of newer technologies.
That absolutely makes sense. And I think Brian has a follow-up on this.
I guess this is kind of related, but could you talk a little bit about the traditional AI models and generative AI models exhibit bias and discrimination and how those ways differ, and then how we can kind of deal with those differences?
Yeah, so I think, certainly not with your audience here who's so sophisticated, but I think for many people, there's a misunderstanding that generative AI is a wholly new animal, which you all know it's not. It's much more sophisticated. It's much more user-friendly in so many ways. But at the end of the day, there's algorithms that have been trained on data. Granted, many, many more times the amount of data. The ways that you would find bias and other forms of discrimination would pop up in similar ways. It's been trained on language. It's been trained in a way that reflects our societal biases and flaws. And so, need to be mindful of how we're building these systems. It's the same mindset, whether it's generative AI or more narrow traditional forms of AI. That said, it is harder to mitigate. So I would say the identification part remains consistent. Mitigation is going to be much more challenging given the unlimited amounts of data that are now being used as the basis, as the machine that is training these systems, and the number of people that are now also iterating and adding their input and potential biases. So I think that identification place is the same, I think, or very similar, and good models for and foundations for how we will use generative AI testing and responsible governance going forward. I think really the question becomes the mitigation piece. How do you correct for them when you don't have as much control over the data sets and know even who all the users are and what kind of biases they'd be bringing in?
But kind of shifting sides to look at the potential brighter side of things. Do you imagine any ways that generative AI could be used to actually foster equality in business education? So any the positive benefits for equality in business education with generative AI?
I absolutely do. I think that's why I'm so excited. We at Equal AI are AI net positive, meaning we are very aware of the risks and the potential scale discrimination and other threats that we are putting out into the world. But I also believe strongly that we're at this critical moment where we can realize a better future. We can use this powerful tool to create opportunity, whether it means creating ways to hear people whom we haven't been able to hear before, whether it's language that has been a barrier. Obviously, we've seen already AI so helpful in helping us communicate and speak and learn from one another and to one another, in addition to those with speech impediments and other disabilities, where AI is such a great tool to help us hear and see people that we haven't for too long. I think that if we are intentional, there are ways to use AI to help us detect discrimination. I think it's too easy to say AI will fix everything, but if we unpack that and think about what that means to use AI as a tool for good, to think about how we can create an amazing tutor for our kids to be learning from beyond what they could have access to, particularly in remote areas. But we have to be careful. We have to know that they need to have access to systems. They need to have access to Wi-Fi. And we need to be deeply careful and intentional as we're using it as a tool, whether it's for education, whether it's for upskilling and training, to make sure that the autocorrect language is not teaching us sexist, racist, and other forms of discrimination as we are using it to better ourselves.
And indeed, there is great potential if we do this right. And we have to get it right because it is being deployed everywhere on this planet and it will make a huge difference. EU lawmakers are trying to get things right at the moment with the AI Act, but also on the global level, there was a meeting of the G7 leaders in Hiroshima just a few weeks ago, and looking a bit at the policy side of this, in which you're also very versed and invested. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on what your take is on the G7 Hiroshima AI process, which was launched at the Hiroshima meeting and in which the G7 nations committed to working together toward a responsible AI framework. Would that be a lever? Would that be an avenue perhaps for integration, international outreach of these more inclusive practices?
Absolutely. I'm so delighted that we are seeing more of these international conversations, because the risk here is that while lawmakers are trying to be more thoughtful and not, really do us the disadvantage of not being prepared, not having regulations and thoughtful policies in place, the risk is that if they do too much alone, that we're almost in a worse position. As we know, AI has no borders. And so trying to construct it in such a way or pretending that there can be legal boundaries is really not helpful. It's really counterproductive in so many ways. And so I'm delighted to see that we're having these conversations and that they're thinking about the most interesting and complicated issues here of governance and intellectual property rights. I'm so delighted that the Hiroshima process has started to tackle this and create consistency, because, in intellectual property alone, how can you know how to operate? How can you know either how to build an AI system or deploy an AI system built by somebody else if you don't know whose rights you're violating and what the rules of the road are, so to speak? So this is absolutely something that should be discussed in the international fora, as has already started with the Hiroshima AI process and other places, the TTC and other places.
The Hiroshima process is only just starting, but in the EU, the proposal for the AI Act came out in April of 2021, and just very recently, the EU Parliament passed its position on the AI Act that will be the basis of the trilogue for the next half year until just about Christmas to finalize the EU's position on the AI Act. So one of the things that we keep hearing in the EU space, because you mentioned, AI has no borders, and obviously it doesn't. But one of the things we keep hearing is that there might be this Brussels effect that we kind of know from the GDPR, whereby the GDPR set some standards and it was copied, or at least it was to a certain extent emulated by other countries who are modeling their data protection rules on the GDPR. Is this something that plays a role in the US policy space as well, where people would acknowledge that this could happen, that more countries might follow suit? Or do you think that the AI Act, might not have such a strong Brussels effect whereby, it inspires other nations to actually come up with similar regulations?
I think we can fully expect the Brussels effect. And I think for that reason, the start of this process in itself to develop the EU AI Act has had a tremendous impact. I think few years ago, people didn't expect there could be AI regulation. They saw some stumbling in the US. We've seen it here, that our inability to, create sufficient privacy regulations and clarifications, policies. And I think if you're looking across the globe, it seemed hard to imagine policymakers prepared to take this on. So I think even the start of the process was a critical moment for all of those that were both building and licensing, deploying AI, to understand that there was going to be governance by the various regulatory bodies across the world. So I think even the process and the seriousness in which they've been putting to creating their rights-based approach, categorizing, and sharing the drafts has been instructive and pivotal in creating action and creating a safety net that needs to be put in place, because obviously AI, as you said, is being deployed at scale at this moment. We don't have a few years for all the different countries to lay out their regulatory frameworks. We need to action now. And the challenge is, if you're a company trying to figure out what the rules of the road are, there's not certainty at this moment. And so I think anything we're doing to create a certainty as to what the expectations are is in our best interest. And so I applaud the fact that this effort is underway, that they got this started. They were one of the first regions to do so in a way that we know that they've got a track record and people took it seriously. I think that going forward, there's going to need to be iterations. And I respect the fact that they are being careful, knowing the power at their fingertips and knowing that there will be this Brussels effect.
So if there was, sticking with the Act just for one final thought, if there's one thing you could change or some things, what would be things you would come up with to perhaps make that Act even better?
It's a great question. I think one opportunity we don't want to miss is making good on this potential right now of AI for opportunity. I think while it's really important we think about the risks, we don't want to lose sight of the fact that if we are intentional at this moment, like we discussed previously, we can ensure that AI creates more opportunity, more jobs, more education, more inclusivity. So I think that is the role of government and civil society, is to mandate what the expectations are. If you're using AI, here's the ways that you need to make sure that society is ready. I think government has to play that role in leading on how society can be ready, whether it's education for our K through 12, our university level, or upskilling. And I think that we would all benefit from some thought at this point as to what the expectations are for those companies that are leading the way and that have the most ability to get us ready. They know what's on the horizon and can make sure that we even know what our AI economy looks like. I think we need to give thought to what do the jobs in 5-10 years look like, so that we can work backwards and make sure people are prepared. We need to make sure that we have a digital society that ready, where we have people who really understand AI, that is fueling so much of our daily lives and our work. And it does not mean that everyone needs to be a computer scientist, but we do need to have more digital literacy. We do need to have more opportunity for those who will have lost their jobs to prepare for other similar types of jobs that will be critical in an AI economy. So in addition to thinking about how to prepare society, thinking about how we can be creating more of these opportunities, how we can make sure there is investment and thought to answering these questions about how AI can be more inclusive for those with disabilities that could really benefit from AI tools.
And I want to talk a little bit about the role of content moderation. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about your thoughts on what's the role of content moderation in generative AI, and what roles does this play in the US debate on content moderation?
I do think this is the area where generative AI really takes us into another realm, because we can't tell developers we can't ask them who is represented in your data sets and who's not represented, who's over and underpopulated in the same way we are able to before. Content moderation, I have 2 daughters, and I am constantly thinking, worrying about what they're being exposed to, even if we are intentional in our house, even if we are trying to moderate in our own world the content that they are being exposed to. I think this is something that's going to take a lot of deep thought. I think this is an area where we need to have a multi-stakeholder process, where we have industry, government, private public partnerships, where civil society comes in as well and helps together answer these questions of what are we exposing ourselves to and our next generation? What kinds of impacts are we having on their brain? We need to understand psychologically. We've seen some of the harms. We need to continue to be thoughtful and track the implications of these new technologies in this new world that we've dived into head first. And it needs to have regulatory piece, but we also need industry playing a role, because as you know, they're probably 10 years ahead of us in terms of what we're seeing in the public. ChatGPT was under iteration several years before it came out, and likewise, they know what's coming down the road. So this really needs to be something with those who are building it, the academic institutions coming in and playing their role, government understanding the policy side, and civil society continuing to ask these questions about how broadly it's impacting us, and if we're going in the wrong direction, and how to continue to iterate so that we don't fall off the rails.
One final question. Due to the popularity of all these generative models, what kinds of resources do you recommend for listeners who are interested in responsible AI or AI policy?
Thank you for that question. I think what we all need to realize now is that thinking about how to use AI, thinking about what the challenges are, what the risks are, it is now all of our problem, because we are now using it. It is a role that each of us must play. And so I think that we need to educate ourselves. I think everyone needs to be playing around with these generative models and understanding, what are we working with? Looking at how exciting it is, looking at, writing an article in your own words and having a basic draft is great. But what I've done with my daughters is shown this is a very thoughtful answer, and you can regenerate and look at different answers. But you also need to look very carefully, because there's wrong information in here. There are these hallucinations, and there are these very confident answers that are not always true. And so what a great life lesson if we use it in the right way. I think we all need to think about using good AI hygiene. That's a term we like to use at Equal AI, with some real basic steps that we all need to be thinking about, as well as in particular companies using good AI hygiene. So in terms of the companies who are thinking about using AI, who are now building and deploying AI, you need to be thinking about framework. are you using the NIST risk management framework? Are you using some of the great models that are posted online by different companies and organizations? But you have to have a framework in place, and you have to have AI principles. You have to think about how your organization's missions and value statements are being either supported or impeded by AI. It's no longer a separate question. You can never think anymore about AI as a discussion for one other person in the organization to think about, and not integrating that into your overall conversations about your core mission and values, because AI will impact, either support or impede your values if you're not thoughtful and intentional going forward. You need to be thinking about accountability at the highest levels. There has to be somebody, if you're using AI in pivotal functions, if you're using it in hiring, if you're using it in ways that are making financial determinations or any other pivotal functions, you need to make sure you have somebody at the highest levels in your C-suite, if you're a company, deciding these main basic questions about your framework, looking at how often you're going to test with the continued iteration of AI, thinking about as these new challenges and risks come up, that you have a plan in place, that you have new processes in place, and that people feel safe, frankly, to bring these risks to your attention, so that employees know, that your public users know you want to know what these challenges are and you want to address them. I think it's fine to say it is not perfect because it's AI. There's going to be bias and other impediments that are embedded. But that you're doing your best and that you want to hear about any other challenges or concerns as they come up. You want to make sure that you have an auditing system in place, finally, that as we deal particularly with generative AI and have this basic challenge of not being able to put our hands around what is baked in. It was hard enough with traditional AI models, and now given the unfathomable amounts of data that are powering it, we need to keep testing and identifying potential harms before they hurt people and before they spread at scale.
I think that's a great final statement. Thank you so much, Miriam, for this really insightful, inspiring, and exciting conversation. And thanks so much for your time and for joining us today.
It's great talking with you. Thank you for these thoughtful questions and all the great work that you're doing.
So I'm pleased to call us to order for the next session, and very pleased to introduce our next speaker, Professor Jeremiah Adams-Prassel from Oxford University. He will be speaking to us today about platforms and worker rights in the age of large generative AI models. And at Oxford, Jeremiah's research focuses on technology, innovation policy, and the future of work. He is a fellow of Magdalen College and read law at Oxford, Paris, and Harvard Law School. And Jeremiah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah and Philip and all the organizers for this kind invitation. It's such an exciting lineup, and I'm really looking forward to discussions both in person today and then my part remotely tomorrow. So what I'll focus on is think a bit in the next 15, 20 minutes about the impact that generative AI might have on the future of work. And to some extent, I'm a bit anxious about doing this because I used to have very strong opinions on this topic. And in the light of generative AI, I might have to start thinking about revising some of these opinions. So what you get today is a first version, perhaps, of me recanting some of the things that I've said in the past. But let's give it a go and see where we get. Overall, what I'm interested in specifically, and together with a team of colleagues in Oxford from computer science and the law faculty work on this, we explore algorithmic management, or in other words, AI not coming for workers' jobs, but AI coming for their bosses' jobs. And whilst that sounds initially like quite an attractive proposition to lots of people, the reality is that algorithms can be pretty nasty bosses just as much as humans can be. This all started in the gig economy. The platforms in the gig economy, the likes of Uber and Co, were very much at the forefront of developing algorithmic management, using algorithms in various clever ways, not just to be rating systems, but actually to exercise very tight control over their workforce. And as a result, not least of the pandemic, what we've seen over the last couple of years is really algorithmic management coming to workplaces across the socioeconomic spectrum. It really no longer matters whether you work in an Amazon warehouse or in a university, in a law firm, or you're an Uber driver. The kind of challenges we see with algorithmic management now face workers right across that sort of spectrum. And I think that the advent of general AI will further push a lot of those trends we're seeing. So against that backdrop, there's two questions I want to explore with you today. First, and this is the point where I'll have to recant, I think, on some of my past work, I want to think a little bit about the broader labor market implications. What might recent developments actually mean for the future of jobs, for the future of work? And then second, on the basis of that, I also want to think about some of the regulatory implications. Now, those two questions are interlinked, of course. Cindy Estlund at NYU, for example, has done really interesting work suggesting that perhaps employment regulation could actually play a role in creating more pressures towards automation. So they're linked, but given the time limits for today's presentation, I'll focus on them as two discrete issues. So what are the labor market challenges? Well, the key thing everybody wants to talk about when we talk about AI and work is technological unemployment. And technological unemployment is a notoriously tricky field in which to make predictions, because lots of people who are much cleverer than I am, have made predictions and got it wrong over the years. With every sort of new big wave of technology, you see this sort of vision of technological unemployment. Now, if we want to be a bit more skeptical, I think we really need to break these questions about what will technology do to jobs down into two more specific sub-questions. First of all, what are the sort of things that can be automated? What are the kind of tasks we can automate? But even if we answer that first question in the positive, we still then also need to ask ourselves, what's the cost of automating that? Because there may well be jobs that we can automate, but to put it bluntly, exploiting poor people might be cheaper than actually automating it. So when it comes to what we can automate, I used to be a very big fan of, still am a fan, of the work of MIT economist David Autor, who writes about Polanyi's paradox, this idea that lots of things that are very intuitive for us as humans to do, actually very hard to translate into code. And again, for a long time, that I think sort of drove a lot of skepticism about just how much automation will destroy jobs. And as I've already hinted, the second question, of course, is what are the costs of doing this? Even if I can automate a task, MTurk used to have this famous tagline referring to themselves as providers of artificial intelligence, i.e. rather than have a computer do it, you outsource it to a very low-paid human somewhere in the world. And again, that is a question that is still live. Now, with generative AI, looking at some of the most recent economic statistics, though I'm starting to wonder whether, at least for certain parts of the labor market, I might have to start rethinking my very clear, don't worry at all about your jobs. If you look at this result, this is the graphs are taken from Goldman Sachs research published about a month ago. If you look at this slide, if you want to summarize it in one sentence, if you're a lawyer, you're screwed. If you work in construction, you will have a job for a very long time indeed. So if you're advising any people thinking about going to university, don't study law, go into the construction industry, you'll have a much, much better time ahead. More importantly, though, what we see here, and this is always important and sometimes missed in conversations about mass unemployment, is this vast heterogeneity, right? Different elements, different roles in the labor market will be impacted in very different ways by the rise of various models. So Asim Assar, for example, in his analysis suggests that particularly in larger enterprises, it'll actually be the middle tier of employees that will be most affected. The sort of manager layer that translates orders from the sort of very senior hierarchy to the more junior hierarchy actually doing the work. And so that may well be one of the first areas we see becoming completely hollowed out. Again, though, and I could show you more sort of these scary kind of slides, again, I don't think it's just bad news. Because what's also happening is that if you look at the same kind of models predicting what will happen in the labor market, is that we will also see potentially quite a lot of productivity growth. Estimates range from Goldman Sachs is about 7% to Brynjolfsson and others who think we might even be seeing 14–15%, with particular boosts actually to weaker employees at the bottom of the labor market. And that's really important because productivity increases also mean job increases. Right? There's this thing called the lump of labor fallacy, this idea that there's one set amount of work in the world, and it's a zero-sum game. If I take some of it away and automate some of it, then fewer people will have jobs. Well, that is historically, again, simply not the case. One of my favorite facts from David Autor's research is that over the past 80 years, 85% of US employment emerged in jobs that didn't exist in 1940. Right? So in less than a century, you had a near complete turnover in terms of what jobs what roles people have in the labor market. So yes, again, if you work as a copywriter in an advertising agency, ChatGPT is going to kill your job. But who knew about prompt engineers 2 years ago, and how many more of those kind of jobs will we see going forward? So again, don't fall for the sort of lump of labor fallacy. I think there is something to be said. When there are productivity gains, we have new jobs, we have more jobs. Finally, and this leads me to the second sort of series of points I want to make, it's also really important that we don't just get stuck on the numbers. Work and healthy labor markets are not just about how many people are working, but it's just as important that we think about the quality of those jobs. And that is where I think we're already seeing very significant impacts. To some extent positive, but also some pretty scary impacts in terms of the way the technology starts managing individuals. And a little bit, some panels earlier, we already discussed the sort of, what's the long-term visions. But I think with work, you again have these same problems, that sometimes these debates about what should we do in a world without jobs could actually be a distraction from the sort of urgent policy work we need to do right now in terms of combating some of the challenges we see already in workplaces, rather than just saying, okay, we'll ignore that now and focus on all these future challenges. This then brings me very briefly to my second question. What are the legal challenges? Well, before we even set out on that, I think it's really important, and in that sense, I'm very glad that we've already had Frederick and Lillian speak before me. It's really important we don't give up on established rules, right? Again, a sort of very traditional temptation to say, this is all shiny new, this is all different. Existing regulatory regimes designed for something completely different, let's throw them out, let's start again. You can obviously see who would benefit from that very much. You can say, yeah, as a tech company, none of these existing rules apply. But I think, as we've already heard very clearly, ultimately, for a lot of legal regulation, it doesn't really matter how the harm comes about. It doesn't matter whether it's a human that discriminates against you or a machine at the end of the day. The harm is similar. Yes, of course, in practice, there might be different approaches necessary, and there is space for evolution in terms of norms. But it's really, really important that we don't give up on things like discrimination law, on things like occupational health and safety, on things like data protection. And in my team, one of my postdocs, Halle from Abraha, he, for example, does a lot of work on data protection, looking actually in the GDPR on the employment-specific rules. Lots of litigation coming out of Germany on that at the moment, actually, with some very interesting cases, both before the Court of Justice and various domestic German courts. And we've also been playing around a bit with discrimination law, suggesting, for example, that you shouldn't be able, at least in European and English law, not just to rely on indirect discrimination, but that direct discrimination could also combat certain forms of discrimination, right? So use existing frameworks. Having said that, there are, of course, also some fundamental novel regulatory challenges. So recently, together with my team, Ashley and Kelly Lyth, Halle from Abraha, Six Silverman, and Sang Rakshita, we published a blueprint exploring what regulation should look like, whether at the European level or at the international level. And indeed, we'll be speaking about it just around the corner next week at the International Labour Organization. And what we do in this blueprint, we identify two broad categories of harm that we think are not sufficiently addressed by existing regulatory measures. First, we identify a massive exacerbation of information asymmetries and of privacy harms, far beyond the kind of privacy harms that you'd have traditionally seen in the employment context. Of course, employers have always collected data and information about their workforce, but there's a big difference between having an HR file somewhere on paper in the back of a cupboard and having the kind of data collection that algorithmic management tools now look at. And the second major problem we identify and then propose solutions for is the demise of managerial agency. This idea that sort of traditional management no longer exercises the functions, partially as a result of the kind of economic trends we saw. Now, with the present audience, I don't need to say very much, I think, about the first of these, the privacy harms and the information asymmetries. Everything from the extraction of tacit information to relational data harms, etc. Responses we suggest include things like very clear red lines. So one thing, for example, we argue for is there should be a ban on using any kind of predictive technology to predict the exercise of legal rights. You see this in the United States, for example, prediction of who might be likely to join a trade union in order then to not be able to hire that person or sort of send in trade union busters to particular shops. That for us is a clear red line. You just simply shouldn't be allowed to do that. but also thinking things about information provisions, limiting the rounds of processing. And there's some interesting evidence of the sort of the way we're thinking about this already in the European context in the Platform Work Directive that will actually hopefully introduce some of these rules relatively soon, specifically in the context of platform work. The second broad category of issues we identify is what we refer to as this demise of managerial agency. Now, traditionally, again, you sort of think about why do we have firms, right? Sort of Koza's very basic idea of the firm. The entrepreneur coordinator contracts with her workforce in order to have control over them, so she doesn't need to go to the market to negotiate individually. And legal regulation, as Deakin and Wilkinson and others have sort of documented, then attaches to the exercise of that bureaucratic structure of that power. And that's the ultimate trade-off: bureaucratic structure of control, but also ascription of legal responsibility to that very structure. Now, the problem is, or sort of the concern is, that on the one hand, with algorithmic management, you can now exercise surveillance and control over the workforce to hitherto unimaginable degree in terms of granularity, in terms of constancy, in terms of the intimacy. Whilst at the same time, as I think we'll be talking about for the full next 1.5 days, responsibility might, at least in principle, be much more difficult to ascribe. Again, in the past, when we were talking about stuff like the future of work, things like the gig economy, there were no difficult legal issues in the gig economy. That was using old-fashioned legal tricks like contract law to try and escape responsibility. So at least in principle, again, on the facts of particular cases, it can be harder. But if I make you sign a contract saying that you're a kangaroo and not an employee, well, every jurisdiction I'm aware of has some doctrine of primacy of fact. So it's a legal trick that evades, we've got a legal answer. What I'm worried about here more is that if this diffusion of responsibility becomes more inherent in the deployment of technology, it's not as easy as in previous instances for us to say, hey, here's a neat little trick which we have to reply. And this demise of managerial agency also, I think, has real problems sort of from a broader dignitarian perspective in the workplace. When you get sacked and you just get an email and you try to respond and challenge this, and there's no human to engage with. Famous litigation in Baltimore a couple of years ago against, shall we say, a provider of major warehouse and online retail solutions, who was alleged to have fired trade unionists, and who in defense then ran the argument to say local management who run this warehouse neither understand nor control the software that actually sacks the workers. It's a centralized, fully automated productivity system. All you get one day is a message saying your productivity score has been too low, 3 strikes, and you're out. The only thing management could do is, in the run-up to Christmas, override the sacking for that period when they needed the warehouse to be completely full. Now, one prescription that you often get in response is to think about the human in the loop, right? To have a sort of Article 22, paragraph 1 style, various bans on fully automated decision-making. But there's all sorts of issues with that. Michael Veal and Ruben Binns, for example, have written really excellent work on why actually that sort of definition even of what a particular decision is quite difficult in practice. So instead, what we do in the blueprint, and again, I'm not going to go into it in detail now for interest of time, but essentially we propose the creation of various other points of contestation, right? And again, it's really interesting. We're seeing Lillian's thing earlier. There are already various avenues potentially in data protection law, but actually their definition and how exactly they work are very unclear. So having much more precise avenues of contestation, both before systems are deployed, but also after certain decisions have been taken, is something we go into quite a lot of detail, which we think is really important both on the individual level and the collective level in order to restore that human agency. So, in conclusion, I think it's safe to say, and probably the only future prediction that's safe to make, is that generative AI will massively upset labor markets. But it will not necessarily upset labor markets in the ways we think. And it's really important that we go beyond the simple numbers game, that we recognize the heterogeneity of the impact, and that we focus particularly on the quality and the kind of work we want to have going forward. We need legal regulation. We need legal regulation at the international level, at the regional level, such as, for example, in the European Union. And what we try to do is, in our blueprint, suggest various ideas and give very concrete examples from different jurisdictions, how we could overcome some of the information asymmetry and privacy harms we identified, and ultimately, how we can restore agency for both workers and their managers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you. I'm pleased to introduce our next speaker, Alexander Zavalia Coelho. He is pioneering the application of data science and artificial intelligence for the study of law in Brazil. And he is a PhD student in intelligence technology and digital design at Pontifical Catholic University of Sao Paulo and a fellow of the European New Digital School of Digital Studies, and has a number of other accolades and credentials. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Philip. Congratulations about what you're doing here with a lot of important people to discuss how we are using this kind of technology. So I already work and have a lot of research about AI ethics and AI advisory boards or so, but Sarah and Philip asked me to talk a little bit here today about the small language models that we are building in Brazil. Of course, everybody's talking about GPT and large language models, but I'm trying to bring a different point of view. Of course, we are also doing research right now with large language models, but I work with generative AI or this kind of techniques to build documents since 2016. So all the models are almost in English, so it's very difficult for us to use them in Brazil. So we have to build our own. We are trying to understand how to use it. So let me see if it's working. It's not. No. Oh, now it's okay. So in Brazil, I think it's the same in the other countries too. We have a lot of different tools to the legal market, so it's difficult to understand how really is being useful, how is really working. So we are trying to help all the startups and tech companies as in academia and also working on these projects. I'm a lawyer, but I work with the tech professionals for a lot of years, trying to build this kind of tools. So I'm bringing some cases. One of the most important cases that we have in Brazil is our Brazilian judiciary case, because in Brazil we have 75 million lawsuits. I don't know if it's good or not, but we have it. So we have 200 million people and this amount of lawsuits there, 23 million per year. But we have one thing, we have all of them available as open data, because we have a constitutional right about the publicity of this court cases, and then we have 1 million lawyers, 1 million law students, and a lot of people to work with this. But during these lawsuits, we have a lot of deadlines, court hearings, millions and millions of documents. So that's why I think at the first time we're not going to be substitute, because we have everything is always changing, the decisions, the jurisprudence, the way the new matters and subjects, and so our National Council of Justice built this program called Justice 100% Digital. So our judiciary is working on this program for the last years. So it's I working on those two task force there to help to bring ideas and knowledge, etc. And they built this digital platform of our judiciary. So now we have the 100% the automated systems to have all the things regarded to this lawsuits, and also the first step is to automate our proceedings, to understand these proceedings and reflect them on a digital system, and then digitalize all those documents and so we have now 96% because we have older cases, but new ones are 100% digital. And then, so everybody's talking always about AI, but there's a few discussions about automation. So in the first step in Brazil, we worked a lot on automation. So just for you to understand, after this automation and digitalization process, the average duration of proceedings has decreased 50% in the last 5 years. So what's the impact of this on the economy, on the legal certainty, on the people, on the market? It's huge. We're not talking yet about AI. We're just talking about automation, because all of those bureaucracy that we're working in our activities every day. So we are trying to think how to do it in a different way. So I bring here a very nice case, one of them just to illustrate. He calls Ezra Pintos. He's from Amazonia, from Roraima. So he had a problem there as a judge because there's a lot of refugees from Venezuela. So and he had to do this analysis about the custody of minors, because they don't have documents, they don't know if they are really their parents or so. So the average time in analog proceedings is just about 6 or 8 months. So we're going to get the AI in the small language model, but just for you to understand how the automation is also important, just not the AI. So it's 6 to 8 months. So the children are unable to study, to enroll in a school, essential public service, even leisure or health. So what's the impact of that time, of that bureaucracy on the life of those children? So with those digital systems, with those automated tools, now the proceeding is just 15 days. You know? So 6 to 8 months to 15 days in this children's lives. You know, so this is one very nice thing that you're doing that, and there's a lot of impact on that. So now that we have all those lawsuits or those court cases digitalized, we are building in AI with AI tools to understand all those data, the main matters, the triggering or so. Of course, we are doing this for a lot of years, but now we have the environment to make it really happens. And then, of course, I am not a judge, I'm a lawyer, and I work in the private sector, and I'm trying to help to build all these tools. So that's now we are really achieving that. So at the first time, as we didn't have this large language models, we had to label all those documents. So this is a real screenshot for about our Supreme Court tools called Victor. So the thing is how to cluster the themes, which is repetitive and objective. So we started like this. This is a real screenshot of machine learning. So that point is the system doesn't understand every kind of theme. So one lawyer picks one of these points. Oh, this is theme number 20. This is the other one's theme number 30. So we work a lot with a lot of lawyers and judges or so to achieve that scenario. So now these tools are really working with a lot of accuracy. But of course, as we are seeing, for the objective and repetitive case, we have to have data, we have to have patterns to make it really happen. Okay. So this is the way we work it. So we have to, for example, the decision. the different ways that the judges write this their decisions. So we have to 1,000 to label 1,000 documents, and then in the 1,001 we can ask, oh, what's the decision? And we try to bring it. So after that, we are really achieving the goals to build our small language models. So this is the OECD paper and a recent paper. So they are talking a lot about small language models too, especially for non-English models. So as you can see, when you look to performance, less can be more, because I'm going to show you in real time one of our tools building a petition, 40 pages petition with 98% of accuracy. And we are trying to use the GPT to do that in the last 3 or 4 months, and it's not working because it's a different way. Of course, to build a draft, it's very nice, but you can feel it. But to do this kind of work that you're doing with this higher accuracy, it's not working yet. So that's why sometimes the size are not the sole performance indicator. So I think sometimes small data can help us a lot. So this is one of them. I'm going to show you. Philip will help me. No, not yet, Philip. At the end. No problem. So just to you to understand, and then we're going to show you it's in real time. So this is one of our big data. So here we have 21 million lawsuits from our federal courts, and at the left, 60 million labor claims in our labor courts, with all the documents, and it's all structured with AI, with automation and AI. So we can ask everything to this big data right now, you know. So here we are building our Portuguese language models. And then after that, we can start to build those documents, you know, because if you don't have the data, if you don't structure the data, cross this data, understand the patterns, of course you cannot do it. Because if you use ChatGPT, for example, our books are not open. So it's not there. Of course, it's not going to work because it's not there. So there's a lot of information that is not open. Those big data aren't open in this way, because we worked for 5 years to structure, to make it be this way. So it's no, it's not. No, just the last one, and then we go to. Okay. So now we can understand the most important requests, the decisions, how the experts are understanding each kind of matters, about witnesses, because we have a lot of fraud, witness fraud. One is the witness for the another, especially in labor law in Brazil, the average values, etc. And then the next one, please. No, it's not. And then here. So now, just as in the medicine, we have our X-rays, you know, but we worked a lot on average. But now we can understand. For example, this is the first one is repair. It's a real case from a mobile company in Rio de Janeiro. We have a lot of claims about repair, but in Paraná, the second, we don't have. So the strategies, how we can solve those problems will be different. But until now, we are working just on the average view. So now we can really understand the problems. So this is another claim. We had a new labor law in Brazil, and everybody was just telling, oh, it's unconstitutional. A lot of judges are deciding that it's not constitutional. So we are hired for one of the biggest federation in Brazil to understand really that. So we read 67,000 labor court decisions with our tools. and understood that just 3.5% of the decisions was unconstitutional. Very different, because we stop the asymmetry of understanding, because we really understands what's going on, and this work was one of the basis of our constitutional court or Supreme Court decision in Brazil. So look, we are not telling how the judges have to decide. We are just understanding the problems right now. This is what we are really using. So the last one, and then Philipp will show, is after that, we can really build documents because we have all those informations and all those models, and we are doing, using a kind of generative AI to do that. So at the first time, we have an analog proceeding and technology to do it. So now we are doing hyper-automation strategies, which is a merge between automation and AI. So now there's not a manual registration. We are having a crawlers to bring those information from our courts, and then our AI systems are reading and doing this registration. So then we have the subset of the process. So we have a lot of RPR system, robot automation, process automation to bring the subset from different systems. And then we can, after that, analyze if we go to a agreement or of a challenge, okay? So this is one of the first hyper-automation end-to-end systems since the bringing of the information, then going through a new document. But of course, you're going to see the document will be ready in 2 or 3 seconds. But it's 5 years and a lot of jobs working to understand the requests, the procedures, the patterns to make it happen. And it's always changing. So Philipp, let's show right now our tools. I think it's better than talk. So the first one is our big data. Yes. So this is a startup in Brazil called Data Lawyer who built this. So here we have all those data. At the left, we can understand the agreements, the decisions, where it is from teams and etc. So we're gonna show you one. No. In legal research there, Philipp. Yes, that's it. So as we also work with AI ethics and bias, we are trying to understand a lot of claims about moral damage for against fat people. So in Brazil, it's called gordophobia. So if we put that gordophobia, you saw in 1 second, we can understand. We have almost 900 processes about it in Brazil. And if with all those documents, and then if we can click jury metrics, we can understand where is it. So in Minas Gerais, you see in a few seconds, because we have all those data already structured in our databases. So in Minas Gerais, São Paulo is the second, go a little bit down. So we can see the cities, and then if the states and everything we want. So this is the first step to build those language models, to really build documents. So if you can have this kind of data, structured data, so this is the second right now, Philipp. The second tool is a tool. So just show the petitions first for them. Yes. No, just. Okay. No, it was there. But okay. Oh, yes. So this is an initial petition for a labor suit. So you can see it has 29 pages. So it's a legal document, not structured document. So in a way that lawyers write, you know. So now we have this tool. Of course, it happens into the systems, just for you to understand. So now we submit this petition to our AI reader. So in just a few seconds, he's reading the requests, which the request is the most important things here, and then download your contestation in just seconds. You know, look, this is a document built by our generative AI with small language models. So it has 44 pages. So we can see, of course, our tool knows exactly, just to finish because my time is over. My tool really understands which is the right jurisprudence for that case. It's not true. I work with it for the last 5-6 years. It will do it if somebody labels it. A lawyer, this decision is very nice for us, and label it. So when our two are reading the request and see, this is from the judge from São Paulo, then if we have a labeled jurisprudence from that judge in our systems, in that place, he will put it. But if we don't, it will put a general jurisprudence. Of course, it's logical, of course. So it's just a few things that we are doing in Brazil. So it's very nice and an honor for me to be here. I have to thank Philipp and Sarah again to bring here what we're doing and collaborate with all these discussions with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. That was very nice. Thank you so much. I'm pleased now to introduce Andreas Engel, who will be speaking on generative AI and copyright. Dr. Engel is a senior research fellow at the Faculty of Law at Heidelberg University. His recent work and publications address the interplay of artificial intelligence and intellectual property, and he is also preparing a monograph on private enforcement in cybersecurity law. Thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, and thank you to you, Sarah and Philipp, for convening all of us for such a timely workshop. In my contribution, I will explore yet another realm of the law, which some claim could be the undoing of generative AI, while at the same time, some of the concerns we hear will sound reminiscent of Jeremiah's talk. I will specifically look at copyright and want to give you an idea of the pressing legal questions, and also try to identify the underlying questions and some tentative ideas as food for future discussions and policy work. Two foundational provisions illustrate the interests at hand. The US Constitution confers to Congress the power to secure to authors an exclusive right to their writings to promote the progress of useful arts. And the much more recent EU directive on digital markets in its recital states that a high level of protection for right holders stimulates innovation, creativity, investment, and production of new content. But this directive also acknowledges that legislation should not hamper technological development, as we experience it right now with the rise of generative AI, which carries enormous promise. So, as large generative artificial intelligence models, or LGAIMs, enter the picture, we have to reassess the balance that copyright strikes between the interests of creators and of the public. LGAIMs build upon, or if you want, ingest, a massive amount of data, part of which is protected by copyright. And they are capable of creating output at a massive scale. While this intrigues many, others are experiencing a sense of panic because certain roles in the creative industries are being replaced by AI, such as copywriters, illustrators, or even journalists. And it might be the same for programmers, lawyers, and other knowledge workers in a not too distant future. Creators are particularly concerned that AI systems threaten to put them out of their jobs and works precisely because they build upon their copyrighted works. And hence, creators, among other things, call for some form of compensation if their works are used for AI training and for transparency, in the sense of giving credit to human creators. At the same time, these demands, if fulfilled, could seriously hamper the development and use of generative AI. Hence, I would like to discuss if copyright law strikes an adequate balance between these interests. I will look at three key questions. First, is the output of LGAIMs protected by copyright? Second, do copyright infringements occur when AI systems are trained on copyrighted works? I'm speaking of pre-training here, but similar issues may arise in fine-tuning. And third, I will discuss the question of copyright infringement with a view to LGAIM output. In doing so, I will focus on US law and EU and German law. And fourth and last, I will conclude with a summary and proposals. These are some examples of output that has been generated by AI. That's not the slide, set of slides I sent around, but I will try and so I sent it an updated version today, and it could be today, if that's not too much of a hassle. Otherwise, I'll work with that one. But yeah, I'll be talking anyway. So generally, there is a broad consensus that let me see. That looks better, yes. If you could go to the 5th slide, that would be perfect. Yeah. Thank you so much. Perfect. So there's a broad consensus that the copyright laws and treaties we have are written to protect human creators and their works, but do not protect purely AI-generated works. However, all or almost all AI output is of a hybrid character. There is some human contribution in some way. The follow-up question, therefore, is what human contribution is necessary to obtain copyright protection? Put in abstract term, we need human creative control and influence on the specific work. So arguably, a simple prompt will not suffice. But aside from this extreme case, there's a broad gray area. If you take a comic book that was illustrated with the help of Midjourney, as the one we see on the left, Seria of the Dawn, while the individual images that are used in this book may not be protected, the arrangement of the images and the text and the story of the book still can be attributed to its human author and be protected. Similarly, in the case of the award-winning AI portrait, which we see on the right, I imagine that the artist needed to put in much more planning and refinement via back and forth than a simple prompt, which could amount to creative control. Also, there are some exceptions where rights related to copyright may be granted. The copyright laws of the UK and some other Commonwealth countries even grant some kind of a copyright for computer-generated works. That does seem very much like a case in point. However, these rights were not created with a view to AI, and it is unclear to whom they should be attributed. The UK law, for example, states that the author shall be taken to be the person by whom the arrangements necessary for the creation of the work are undertaken. I'm looking to Linian here maybe for confirmation, while I say that there's little case law on the issue, and it has not definitely been resolved who this is in the case of AI. You could think of the programmer, the person curating the training data, or even the user. The attribution is clearer in some specific instances where rights related to copyright are granted, for example, for movies, press, or records, but those rights come with a lesser scope of protection. This leads to the question whether there is some justification for granting further copyright protection for the output of generative AI systems. A main reason could be a need for further incentives upstream or downstream. The market is still developing, but the providers of generative AI systems might manage to monetize their services even without copyright for their output. Rather, the main selling point for generative AI systems seems to be that they offer highly customized services and output, and ultimately, as Rasmus put it, offer better quality and higher outputs at lower costs. Looking downstream, it is also not immediately evident that the needs of users of AI systems would justify further protection. As we just discussed, Those who have a sufficient degree of creative control will be awarded copyright. Conversely, I also want to look at two arguments to the contrary. If IP rights are specifically granted for works by humans, this might act as some kind of a safeguard for human creativity. And moreover, as generative AI facilitates the production of creative output at a massive scale, we would also have the risk of too many copyrights being granted. Such a copyright thicket might be an obstacle for the creative industry and its customers. To sum all that up, as of now, I see no clear economic justification for further protection of generative AI output. The second question I want to address is whether copyright infringements happen during pre-training of generative AI models, or also the later stage of fine-tuning. As I mentioned initially, there's a sentiment among creative workers and copyright owners that AI training illegally builds upon their intellectual property. And particularly in the field of image generation, several pending lawsuits raise exactly this point. The first question here would be whether training touches upon the protected rights of the owner of copyright at all. Copyright laws explicitly state what rights are reserved to the owner of a copyright. The most relevant here would be to reproduce the protected work, to copy it. Now, not all generative AI models are completely transparent about what is happening in training. But the way I understand it is that while it is very plausible that a copy is being made, but it's not a given. If, for example, we look at the process of vectorization in the pre-training of large language models, information is extracted from the text, but not an actual copy. And if, for example, we look at the LGAIM dataset, it is set up as a collection of hyperlinks, not of copies of the content referred to. Still, I would presume that there are many cases in which at least a temporary copy is made during the process. But even this may be permissible. German law is among the jurisdictions that explicitly permit text and data mining. This exception arguably also covers AI training, and to the extent necessary for such permissible use, German law even allows temporary copies. The only way that copyright owners can block training in this regime is by opting out of text and data mining for commercial use, but they have to do so proactively. In the US, the decision may often hinge on whether the use of data in the process of training is a fair use. The Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit has held that the digitizing of works for Google Books was a non-infringing fair use because its purpose, creating a search functionality and displaying snippets, was highly transformative. That may be different for AI training. If data is used to enable an AI to produce essentially similar works, the purpose appears less transformative. Now, in May, the Supreme Court has issued another decision which may be relevant. The court had to decide about fair use with a view to the original portrait of Prince on the left and the variant created by Andy Warhol on the right. Both were licensed at some point for a magazine issue about Prince. However, when Orange Prince on the right was printed, the photographer of the original portrait received no credit or license fee. And as I understand it, the Supreme Court majority opinion used a very economic analysis. It held that the purpose of the use was not sufficiently distinct from the original, which for the Supreme Court weighed against fair use. This reasoning might also capture the broader concerns that creative workers have. We find many instances where AI-generated media compete on the same market with media created by creative workers, and that while AI is being trained with the media whose authors may later be outcompeted. I will return to that idea when we talk about AI output as a copyright infringement, but already at this point, we can observe that German law seems to be more liberal about the use of copyrighted works in AI training than US law. For future discussions of the issue, I think we need to engage with the underlying question if and where we see a normative difference between human education and AI training. If an artist receives her education in art school, she will engage with the cultural heritage and copyrighted works by others. In some cases, a little money will flow to the copyright holder. For example, if she buys a book. In other cases, when she studies material that is available in public, she may not even pay anything. And this is a situation we accept. What is different about AI training then? It might be the sheer scale of what is going on, as human artists cannot create output at the same pace and at the low price per output as AI can. Still, the question is if that translates into different copyright rules. These considerations lead us to the third key question, that is, whether the output of generative AI systems amounts to copyright infringements. Here, the traditional copyright analysis applies, and just as with creations of human authors, we have to compare the output with and its use with copyrighted works. In most cases, generative AI creates something new, and the output will not be a mere replication of an existing work. Thus, we would have no infringement. However, there are some problematic cases. The issue of memorization and reproduction arises when the same copyrighted material frequently appears in the data used in training. To give you an example, when I entered the prompt, Homer Simpson is eating a donut, DALL-E 2 provided me with these images. As the character Homer Simpson itself is protected by copyright, here we likely have a copyright infringement. By contrast, artistic styles more generally are not protected by copyright, even if admittedly if we dig deep enough, we find some jurisprudence in the field of music which may suggest otherwise. So if we prompt an image generator for an image in the style of a specific artist like Greg Rutkowski, we have no copyright violation as long as the image produced does not merely replicate one of the original works. If, however, we have at least a partial reproduction, we would be in an area where questions of fair use might again resurface. And here again, the Supreme Court's Warhol judgment might play a role, and we might have to ask whether the original work and the AI-generated image essentially serve the same purpose. Even where the reproduction only takes place in training and the output looks different from copyrighted works, the similar economic purpose of the output might be a factor that weighs against fair use. Or if, for example, we take the case of stock photos, agencies offering stock photos might argue that they are effectively being driven out of business by images generated with the help of AI images that were trained with the stock photos they offer. Finally, I briefly want to mention cases where the voice or images of a person is used for AI-generated songs or movies, as in the AI-generated song Hard on My Sleeve, that only seemingly was recorded by artists Drake and The Weeknd. These cases mostly aren't copyright cases, but rather raise issues of a person's right to publicity or the general right of personality. So without the person's consent, an AI-generated song or movie in which they feature will generally not be permissible. To sum up, for pure generative AI output, no copyright protection would be granted. For hybrid works, the question is whether a human still exerted creative control that influenced the specific work in question. This depends on the specific facts of the given case. Moreover, rights related to copyright may give some limited protection. In my view, as of now, there is no clear economic case for furthering this protection. With regard to pre-training or fine-tuning with copyrighted works, there will be many cases where copyright is touched upon. But again, this question is highly fact-specific. At any rate, established limits to copyright may apply, particularly under German law. As regards to US law, the situation seems to be a little less liberal, and the Supreme Court's decision in Warhol Foundation versus Goldsmith puts further emphasis on economic considerations. For future discussions, it would be helpful to address the underlying question, where exactly we see the relevant difference between human education and AI training, if any. And when it comes to the question whether the output of generative AI systems infringes copyrights, the same analysis applies as for potentially infringing human-generated works. There's no general argument that AI output as such infringes upon copyrights. However, several specific problematic scenarios arise. As a final thought, I would like to return to the demands of creative workers I initially mentioned. There seems to be no clear-cut case for giving credit to authors whose creative work was used in the training of AI. However, in specific cases where the output can be closely linked to specific authors or artists, such as the use of specific artistic styles, we can at least discuss whether credit might be due. Still, what seems more important to me from a copyright perspective is transparency about the exact process of training. In that spirit, the Parliament version of the EU AI Act proposal requires providers of foundation models to document and make publicly available a sufficiently detailed summary of the use of training data protected under copyright law. While I think that there is a lot to criticize about this exact proposal, if it would serve to enable copyright owners to at least understand how potentially their works could be used in training, that might be laudable from a copyright perspective. Yet the providers of foundation models might also have a legitimate interest in keeping their processes secret. So we'll probably have this discussion for some time. As regards compensation, I think it is important to keep in mind that if we were to adopt some compensation scheme at all, compensation for use of copyrighted works in pre-training and fine-tuning is more aligned with copyright law than for the use in the actual generation of output. This does not mean that the latter would not be possible, but it would certainly be a further step away from established mechanisms. As a first step forward, for specific data sets, license agreements might be agreed upon between those who use data for the pre-training or fine-tuning of AI and the owners of copyrighted works contained in these data sets. There might be two reasons why this might also be of interest for AI developers. First, the data that is currently being used and scraped from the internet may often be dubious from a copyright perspective, and it may only be available on the internet due to copyright infringements which happened earlier. Moreover, data from established databases and datasets may also enable generative AI systems to perform even better, as in your case. As regards the question of how money collected from licenses could be distributed among authors, we could look to other fields where we already have schemes in place for the distribution of money that was raised for a collective. For example, copyright collecting societies or performance rights organizations. These could also offer guidance here, but it remains to be seen, and a large question, whether such schemes would yield enough compensation for individual authors and artists in the first place to justify setting up these schemes at all. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to discussing.
Thank you very much to all of our presenters for those fantastic presentations. And I'll open it up now for questions. Again, if you could please use your microphone and introduce yourself when you ask your question, that would be wonderful. We have a question in the back.
A question from the back. My name is David Yap, and I've been
Could you speak up, please? Thank you.
My name is David Yap. I have a question for the last speaker. When you sign an employment contract, you assign your intellectual property to your employer.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear you. So I think, well, our speakers just put their headphones in. So if you could repeat the question again, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah. So when you sign an employment contract, you assign your intellectual property you create as part of your employment to your employer. That includes all of your emails. That's enough data over the span of career to train a model to respond to emails just like you might have done. So let's say that you're a partner in a law firm, and so this is relevant to many people here, and all of a sudden you decide to retire, but the law firm kind of likes your style and the way that you work. So they have the right, because they own the copyright, to actually make an AI you that continues to be that person's insofar as their clients are concerned. How do you feel about that?
Thank you. As the word employment was mentioned, I was trying to make sure. So how do I feel about that? I would also say that if we have that copyright term in the employment contract and everyone is fine, is that is fine on if we specifically look at copyright, but that would also be one of the cases where I would say you also very much have to, well, still I have some bad gut feeling about that, but that might rather be located in the sense of, is that an issue with the right of publicity, or which I'm more familiar with, the German general right of personality? And I might say, at least, even if they could, if they have some email persona impersonating you, that is something that's also just touching upon the core of your personality, and very much would have to be aligned with that field of the law. And I would think that you would need to consent to that, and might even be able to do that on a license basis, but that's not a copyright question. So you would probably not find anything explicitly in a Copyright Act on that, but you would still have an issue with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right here, please.
No. So when it comes to comparing eventually the output of a generative AI compared to the original work, are there some works or papers that discuss about how to measure very objectively how much two images are similar? In the sense that, like this example of Homer Simpson, for example, yeah? I think everybody would agree that it really looks like the original. But if you ask, for example, DALL-E or Midjourney, please generate an image of Roger Federer playing on a tennis court, and then you look at Roger Federer, and then you ask some people, maybe some of them will tell you he looks really similar, but others will tell you, no, I don't think so. So the threshold is very subjective eventually. So are there some works that have been done recently, how to measure this kind of similarity, I would say?
Well, what I can say is something else. So there is some case law on that, and that provides some orientation, but I can tell you that similar issues of similarity also arise in trademark law. And when I clerked with a court for trademark issues, what happened was that once they had that body of trademark law in the back of their minds, but also then the actual body of 3 judges came together and looked at, I remember one case where it was one trademark Mont Blanc pencil and another pencil, and they just looked at it and said, is that enough to prohibit it or not? And that was, as you suggested, a very subjective judgment. I'm not exactly sure whether or how far there are already papers who try and use the data we have to analyze that. It stands to reason that that would be very helpful also for the future development of case law in several areas. I'm just not aware. And one thing might be that it's still hard to get the actual images of the things that were compared, because in the Supreme Court case, they actually printed the images in the actual slip opinion, but that may not always be the case. But I'm happy to hear further input from.
We have a question from Philip as well.
Thank you. Yeah, and also just a quick thought on this. I don't know if there's any computer vision experts here in the room. Dean Marshall Herbert, unfortunately, could not make it from Carnegie Mellon because he's en route to Japan. Otherwise, he would have been able to answer this question, perhaps. But what we've been doing in our work with machine learners in the context of non-discrimination law is to look at the differences between distributions of scores. And essentially, if you look at different pictures, you could also measure the distance of pixels. Basically, it's an Earth mover distance, Wasserstein distance, that tries to see how much work it is, how far the entire heap of one pixels is from the other one, and how much you would basically have to shuffle one picture around to get to the next one. So I suppose that it wouldn't be mind-bogglingly difficult for a computer vision data scientist to come up with something based, for example, on Wasserstein distance. Probably there's already something out there that I'm not aware of. But actually, that's a great question. The question then in the law is, like the lawyers, the judges usually say, we'll look at this, from a very objective perspective, actually just looking at it for 10 seconds, and it looks very similar. So, I mean, that's the way they handle it oftentimes in court. And I tend to be a little critical of this. So just one comment, 2 questions. First of all, I think it's really important, thank you, Alex, for this presentation, to bring on board two main messages. One is it's not always large language models. It can be small models that we're going to, and that might provide much of the competitive edge, actually, for some of these niche applications that Rasmus also talked about. Difficult to outcompete OpenAI, of course, but it's, of course, more promising to have these applications with smaller models that can also be deployed locally, that can be more safely deployed, that can be more easily tested, and that are run, let's not forget, in some other languages than the English language, and that function well in this. And just to see that it's really quite mind-blowing that you're already doing this, and it's something that ChatGPT and GPT-4 are just not able to do right now. So you really have an edge there. You just started 5 years ago, so that was, I think, very visionary thinking. So two quick questions, one for Jeremiah, one for Andreas. For Jeremiah, so you talked about the non-zero game character of jobs and productivity gains leading to potentially new jobs. And we talked before just a little bit in my presentation, I hinted at the question of where these jobs might rise and for whom. So I was wondering what your thoughts are. Is there any danger of some kind of new divides if we think about generative AI, particularly with respect to digital literacy or not, also the global north, global south debate? Is that going to be potentially exacerbated, or what are your sort of very general thoughts on this? Beyond the mere aggregation, where the number of jobs might stay stable, but who's going to profit, who's going to lose out? And the second question to Andreas, as you mentioned, outcompeting, like the artists' pictures, the AI gets trained on it, and then the output is basically outcompeting them, pushing them from the market, and that might be a problem under fair use. I was always wondering, we also have a clause that attaches to this in the Info Society Directive, right, where this 3-step test, and that's also, so basically in the Info Society Directive, which is a directive in EU law that says basically a similar thing. You can make use of these exceptions in copyright law as long as you don't unduly compete with the person whose works you're using. And that is also referenced in the Copyright and the Digital Single Market Directive precisely with respect to text and data mining. So that's Article 7.2 in that directive. I just looked that up. And so I was wondering, is that something we could potentially use to restrict or to bring in like a more balancing tool into the application of the text and data mining exception in Europe? Whereby we could say, well, if it's too much of a competition in the end, then even the text and data mining exception might not apply.
So I think the answer to your question is sadly, yes, absolutely. I think we will expect to see higher inequalities, crucial inequalities amongst many different dimensions, right? So there's obviously going to be socioeconomic inequalities in terms of whose jobs actually are augmented by AI and therefore who can become more productive. The flip side of that as well could be work intensification. Then actually, what initially looks like you being more productive, because as a lawyer, you can suddenly punch out 3 contracts rather than 1 in a day. If that then suddenly means the client expects you to do 5, that might not actually be a good thing, even though your work is augmented. But certainly, when you look at some of the studies in a seminar I run, we spent a lot of time last term looking at global majority world deployment, and that's another really important one. And legally, that's also difficult to then think about what to do, because, for example, socioeconomic status not being a protected characteristic, right? You then start opening really interesting questions as well in terms of, but other jurisdictions, you can learn from other jurisdictions, right? So Sang Rakshita, who's in my team, she's looking at the moment at India and at South Africa as examples of jurisdictions that have gone beyond traditional protected characteristics. And so there's definitely stuff we can learn from various jurisdictions.
And thank you, Philipp, for the suggestion. So that probably depends on the interplay of the directives. I think that there's a point to be made on that. The liberal state I alluded to of the EU and German law is mainly a product of the text and data mining exception, which was introduced in yet another directive, the Digital Single Market Directive. And I would first think that, well, as this directive just states that member states should foresee an exception. That could very much then be read in the context of the other directive, and that could then also probably be introduced at some point. The question is always at what point you can see the actual outcome petition, and how broad you can see that, and how related works need to be. But I think there's a point to be made for that. So thank you.
We'll take one or two questions. Yes.
My name's Eric Shook. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a lowly professor at the University of Minnesota, but in geography. So I'm not a vision expert, but I can speak a little bit to that. We do have some methods for similarity metrics, but it gets to be complicated. So a case for a bunch of lawyers would be gerrymandering. So same space gerrymandering. So same space, different. My mic isn't exactly picking up my voice. But different partitioning, right? So it becomes really a tricky thing. But my question is actually more in the space of AI in education and workforce development, which goes to several of the things that people were talking about. When you start thinking about ethics with education and training, it adds human to the loop. So it basically makes all of these discussions a lot more complicated. So if you're trying to teach an artist and you teach them how to draw a Homer Simpson, and they draw a Homer Simpson, what happens? If you train somebody in basically something that ends up being discriminatory, right? An AI system basically does some training that ends up training somebody to be discriminatory. Where does this all fit? Especially when you start getting into these automated models and everything else. Kind of a broad question, but I'm just curious because we've been talking about mostly SME style models, right, where the bias sits squarely on some specific space. But when you start doing education and training, it adds another layer.
So I think that's a really interesting challenge for discrimination law, actually. And so that's the second part of this work we've been doing on directly discriminatory algorithm. One thing we've been thinking about is that discrimination law isn't very good at sort of being very fine-grained about causation, which I think is one of the challenges where this goes, right? I mean, in other areas of law, notably in tortious liability, for example, we have all sorts of sophisticated doctrines like foreseeability and causation that really help us sort of, deal with some of these puzzles that would be thrown up. Discrimination law, at least in the UK and the EU, is in that context, particularly as regards direct discrimination, much less advanced and sophisticated. So in that sense, it'll be a task to develop the law to actually be able to make some of these more accurate distinctions.
We'll take one more question.
I live mine of the One Goal initiative. About the similarity, it may be that from the data, it may be from the morphing distance or something, it may be very close, but then again, the human interpretation may be that it's different. So this may take another AI to be trained, and then, so on the base of whose judgment are we going to train this? This is a whole a rabbit hole. So about Brazil, I was thinking, well, if the legal document is produced on the basis of a prompt, then anything that's not in the prompt is basically superfluous information. So why don't we just put the prompt as an official document? And then there may be also a backlash in, I mean, I'm all for getting rid of bureaucracy, but there may be the following backlash, for instance, in the laws about real estate, about renting to people. There seems to be more and more a advantage to the owners of the flats rather than to the renters. So the last bastion that the renters have is to have a legal process that takes a long time so that they can just, continue renting for a while, So it's important then to make sure that the law is applied that effectively take into consideration those such issues. And I was going to say, there should, about discrimination, there's this other aspect, which is who is using which AI and which advantage is this bringing them, or which view of the world does it give some users and not the others. So it can be which AI exactly based on which data, or it can also be the same AI that functions in a different modus when the user is one person versus the other. So how are we going to track this? That's another question. I had also another question to a previous speaker who mentioned that the IP field is one area where opportunity is regulated. So what is different in nature, in the nature of IP, that this would be done that way? Thank you.
Well, just to start, for the first thing is the law is in the center of whatever we're doing. All right. So the technology is just a way to understand things and to help us to work in a different way. But of course, the law, it's in the center of all of this, and the people too. So I like very much a paper. It's not an academic paper, called The Great Legal Bifurcation. It's open on the internet. So it's disgusting. So we have in one hand this repetitive and objective cases, and in the other hand, the subjective cases. So this kind of technology will really work on those repetitive and objective cases, because we have patterns. And of course, we have to have a lot of lawyers and legal operations teams to make it happen, and to rebuild it every time and every day. But about those subjective cases, it's gonna be the way it always been. It's not gonna change. We're gonna use, for my experience in what are really working on it with. So we're gonna have a lot of technology for collaboration, for to put our documents into, to understand those patterns, but the decisions will be from the humans. I'm not seeing right now a robot being a judge. It's not happening. It's not really happening. Everybody, not you, but always talk a lot about it. Oh, and when the robot becomes the judge, I don't think it's gonna happen, because the judge will still be the judge, but we can do a draft for him. We can apply his understanding to a new documents, not the robot's understanding, the judge understanding. So working with it for this last years, I'm seeing that the things still the same. So we have more automation, more AI on those repetitive cases, and I think it's good, because as you're saying, so in Brazil we have a lot of impunity. So everybody, oh, you want to fight? Okay, see you in 10 years into the court. So now it's not this way anymore. So I think it's good for the whole society. And then I think we have to, in an ethical discussion, understands where and how we can use this technology and when.
Yeah, we'll finish. I just want to remind folks who are leaving, and we understand completely, but we reconvene at 8:55 in the morning.
And I think it was Philipp that brought up the lovely idea that IP is about opportunities. If I may second guess your motives in saying so, there are several narratives why there is IP protection in the first place, and the ones that resonate best, I think, with these are the ones that are maybe utilitarian or economic in nature, in the sense that you would say that you have IP protections in place because you want to incentivize people to create something that turns out to be useful for society, that could be creative output that which is then protected by copyright. These could also be technological inventions, which are then protected by patent law. And so I'm just kind of looking behind that there's a lot more to that, but it's something about incentivization, and you think that if I do something and if society profits from what I do, then I will be profiting too, and that's a very optimistic story.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you to our incredible presenters today, and for all of you for actively participating in the discussion. I'm looking forward to a very interesting, productive, and collaborative second day, and we will reconvene at 8:55 in the morning with my colleague, Professor Philipp Hacker. Thank you so much for joining us.
We have a fantastic panel ahead of us and more interesting panels, of course, coming up in the minutes and hours after that. And just for technical starters, in case you don't hear me well, yeah, you got to put that earplug in, this funny thing that you can often hear or see from these UN meetings that finally we can now also use and practice here. So today, just a very quick run-up of what we're having. We started off with kind of a bit of an exploratory overview yesterday. Less on the technical side, more like an overview on what the law says, the regulatory parameter, from some introductory remarks on the more meta ideas of mine, how to structure the debate. We had the interview with Miriam Vogel, the chair of the US National AI Advisory Council. Some ideas then on a business perspective from Rasmus, and then a lot of thoughts on particularly non-discrimination law, worker protection, and the GDPR. And the interesting cliffhanger, I think, that we got from yesterday is that there were two people, Lillian Edwards and Frederick, basically making the claim that eventually it could be the case that we have two significant problems for LLMs, that is the GDPR and non-discrimination law, which cannot be easily fixed. And both, said that this could actually lead to the unraveling of these technologies. And Lillian even went as far as to suggest that, in the spirit of a paper that she wrote with Michael Veal, who's going to be up on stage later on to tell us more about data protection concerns, that we might have to, that there's even a thought, let's say, to delete these models altogether if they cannot comply with GDPR. And they have been people out there who have already made that claim and requested the deletion of GPT-4 and GPT 3.5 from OpenAI. Now, unsurprisingly, this has not been successful yet. And we will try now to see a little more deeply what actually is in these models, to tease out more concretely where the regulatory challenges are, but also where the opportunities lie for different areas of work, business, and progress. So it is my great pleasure to now start the first panel of the day, which will deal with foundations and applications of large language models and generative AI, before we then dip into international perspectives, transparency and inequality again, and then a final wrap-up with kind of a mix of different perspectives in the last panel. So first and foremost, I'm joined by Rishi Bommasani. It's a great pleasure to have you here. He just flew in from Stanford, where he is a PhD student in his third year in the research group led by Percy Liang, which is also probably best known for hosting the Center for Research on Foundation Models. models. They have written a host of highly influential papers. I can say that probably the paper on the risks and opportunities of foundation models was the one that inspired the European Parliament, and when Kai is joining here later on the panel, he might be able to confirm this, inspired the European Parliament to take up that term in the first place in its version of the AI Act. In fact, basically they copy-pasted from this paper that was lead authored by Rishi without citing to him. That's a feat that you have to accomplish when you're a PhD student. I certainly didn't get that chance. So it's a great pleasure to have you here and to hear more from you about computer science, foundation models, trends, and transparency. So great to have you. Many thanks. The floor is all yours.
Does this work now? Excellent. So as Philip said, I am at Stanford University at the Stanford Center for Research on Foundation Models and the Institute for Human-Centered AI. And today I'll talk about some of the work we've been doing at the center and trying to sort of lay the groundwork for the rest of today's conversation and sort of introduce some of the concepts I think we'll build upon throughout the day. So the center is a collective of researchers at Stanford led by Percy Liang. It brings together scholars from a range of different academic disciplines to think about this topic, and I think this will be a very useful perspective as we go throughout the day, because I think a lot of the sort of questions here require perspectives beyond just computer science and technologists in the room. So as Philip mentioned, we wrote a report roughly 2 years ago, which sort of introduced the concept of foundation models, recognizing this broad paradigm shift we were seeing in AI over the past few years. And importantly, what we recognized is that in addition to thinking about the technology, we wanted to think about its applications in high-stakes domains like medicine and law, as we'll hear about today. We also want to think about the underlying technology. How do we build these models? How do we evaluate them? How do we think about the data and so forth? And then ultimately, how do they affect society? How do we think about questions of law, about economics, about ethics, and so forth? So when I talk about foundation models, roughly what I mean is models that are very resource intensive to produce. And the reason that these resources are invested is so that they can power a wide range of downstream applications, right? And you can think of this conceptually, sort of looking at this diagram, where we think of models that can answer questions or extract information or caption images or perform a variety of different tasks through some sort of adaptation to those different applications. And we've seen this paradigm sort of begin in language in the past few years with language models, and then move on to sort of images with text-to-image models like DALL-E and Stable Diffusion. We're continuing to see the sort of paradigm diffuse, much like a decade ago we saw deep learning diffuse, starting in computer vision and then broadening to a variety of other modalities. So to set the stage, I wanted to first think about what are important trends that are sort of orienting how the sort of field and broadly society is being sort of affected by this technology. So the first point, which I think has come up throughout this workshop, is that foundation models power generative AI. And we've seen generative AI really explode onto the public scene in many ways. We've all seen ChatGPT from OpenAI. We've seen models like Midjourney or Stable Diffusion that produce images from text. And we've seen models for code like Copilot and many others, right? And for each of these pieces of technology, there are important societal questions to think about, right? As we've talked about, what are sort of the data protections we need to think about for something like ChatGPT? What are sort of biases that might arise in these generative models for images like Midjourney? What does it mean for code to be secure when authored by a machine with systems like Copilot? So with that in mind, I want to highlight 4 trends that I think are particularly relevant in this space. The first is on the topic of scale. So these systems are some of the most resource-intensive systems we've seen in the history of AI. And as you can see in this figure, as of last year, the AI Index reported that these systems cost on the order of tens of millions of dollars to produce. In fact, that has gone up by another order of magnitude this year with a model like GPT-4 in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And so we're seeing tremendous resource investment. And in fact, this has consequences not just for the resources required to build these systems, but who can build these systems in the first place, right? So as you can see in the second figure from the AI index as well, many of these systems are being built in industry, to no surprise, given the resources required, and we're seeing far less of these systems being built in academia or other sectors. So the second trend I want to highlight is not just that the technology is intensive to build, but the effect it's having on society and the rate at which it's being adopted broadly, right? And one way to instantiate this is to think about something like ChatGPT, which set records for how quickly it was adopted and how quickly it accrued the hundreds of millions of users it has, right? And we're seeing this in many ways. It's not just ChatGPT. So for example, for Stable Diffusion, as you can see in this bottom figure, the rate at which it was adopted by developers was faster than any previous open source library we had seen before, right? And remarkably so compared to many of the other sort of trend lines you see in this figure. And this is, again, continuing to grow with many of the more recent efforts we've seen in the space as well. So those two aspects on scale and on the rate of adoption sort of indicate where we are and point towards the direction where we're going. We can further build on this by thinking about the rate at which this technology is being invested in. So in this figure, we see that many of the startups in the space are accruing tremendous amounts of funding. Just in the first quarter of this year's fiscal year, we saw that over $10 billion were allocated towards startups in this space. Just last week, we saw Inflection, one of the startups in the space, raising over $1 billion. And it's not just AI startups, it's a number of other companies across market sectors, right? So in this statistic from Accenture, from a recent survey they conducted earlier this year of global CEOs in a variety of different sectors, they indicated that 98% of them saw foundation models being important for their corporate strategy in the next 3 to 5 years, right? So this is not just a question about AI companies in Silicon Valley or big tech, but is also a question that we should think about more broadly in the economy. And then the final trend I want to point out, which I think many of us have been thinking about and will come up throughout the day, is on the topic of policy, as we'll hear about in the next session, right? And in particular, across a number of different jurisdictions, the rapid interest being shown by policymakers in developing policy in the space. So in the US, a number of members of Congress have mentioned interest in the space. A number of federal agencies like NIST have already started initiatives in the space. And we've seen throughout the summer a number of briefings in Congress as well on this topic. And in fact, across other jurisdictions, we're seeing even quicker movement. So in the UK, there is now a foundation model task force reporting to the Prime Minister that has been earmarked over £100 million. And other UK bodies like the CMA have already initiated a market review in this space as they prepare for their Global AI Summit later this year. And in the EU, as we'll hear from Kai later today, the AI Act now has provisions directed towards foundation model providers, and I'll talk about this towards the end of today's talk. So with that sort of stage setting in mind, I wanted to then turn to what we are doing at the Center for Research on Foundation Models and some of my own work in this space. So much of my work is sort of oriented around the topic of transparency, as we'll also hear about in a later session today. And the reason that we are prioritizing transparency is manifold. In particular, what we recognize is that transparency is a useful precondition for many other efforts in the space. To do rigorous science, to build useful policy, to have well-informed technology development, we need a basic understanding of this technology and its impact. And so we need some amount of transparency to move forward. And in many ways, this is also what the AI Act sort of covers, is targeting transparency on this topic. And to situate that, I like to think about how transparency is waning in the space. And one way to exemplify that is this quote taken from OpenAI's GPT-4 technical report, where if you look at the sort of passage I've outlined in red, it reads, "This report contains no further details about the architecture, including model size, hardware, training compute, dataset construction, training method, or similar." And that's not just a reflection of OpenAI, but more broadly in the space, we're seeing waning transparency. And this is what we want to sort of address in this line of work. So how do we go about improving transparency? We've taken 3 approaches, the first of which builds on the topic of evaluation. Evaluation is a way to understand AI systems and concretize their strengths and weaknesses. Further, because of the nature of this technology, it's insufficient to just evaluate the models in question. And in particular, we want to understand the broader supply chain that's emerging. And then finally, we want to not just characterize and make things transparent at present, but improve things over time, both through industry standards and through government intervention, as we'll talk about. So the first of these works I want to talk about briefly is Helm. Helm is a large collaboration we initiated about 1.5 years ago, led by myself, Percy, and Tony, who are at the top, and featuring a number of other important contributions. Helm is sort of structured around the idea that we want to evaluate models. In particular, we started with language models. We'll soon release a version for text-image models as well. And it had sort of 3 design principles, which I'll talk about. So if you're interested in the actual results, I direct you to the Helm paper and the live website, but I'm just going to talk about these design principles. The first is that to evaluate foundation models, essential question is, what should you evaluate for and what should you prioritize? Right? These are models that can do a variety of different things, and it's no longer obvious what you should evaluate them for. So how we did this is we sort of taxonomized the space of different use cases and also taxonomized the space of different desiderata we could have for these systems, right? We should care that these systems are accurate, fair, robust, and more. And critically, we then made decisions about what to evaluate for while making obvious what we failed to evaluate for. And I think this is important for the field over time so that we accrue evaluations and don't duplicate effort. The second point here is that, as I mentioned, and as I'm sure will come up throughout the day, a lot of what has been focused on in AI over its history has been how accurate are systems, and certainly accuracy is an important property, but is in itself not enough. And so in Helm, we wanted to understand how robust are systems, how fair are systems, how biased are they, how efficient are they, do they understand their own uncertainty? And this is important because in many different contexts, these different metrics and their trade-offs are important for making decisions. So one way to think about this is to situate Helm against other benchmarks we have seen in the history of AI. Many benchmarks fall in the category of ImageNet, that is, they assess the accuracy of some system on a particular data set. More recently, benchmarks like Superglue and others have been developed that assess the accuracy of a system on multiple data sets. And in Helm, what we wanted to do is continue this trend of considering more data sets and having more breadth, but importantly, expanding the scope from just accuracy to these other desiderata. And the final point I want to make here that was sort of important is that AI systems, especially these models we're seeing, are not evaluated in a standardized fashion, right? So as you can see at the top of the figure, prior to Helm, many of the models we evaluate were evaluated unevenly. So the rows of this table are different data sets. And notice that this sort of matrix is very sparse and uneven. And what we wanted to address in Helm is ensure that all of the models are evaluated in a uniform way on the same standardized benchmarks. So the final thing I'll point out here is that earlier in the talk, I mentioned the scale to build these models. There's also the scale to evaluate these models. It's quite resource intensive to evaluate these models as well. And this is something I think our community needs to think about moving forward, especially as evaluations play a larger role. So as we built Helm, one thing we realized is that Helm sort of embodies a lot of the practices we've seen in the AI community of how we evaluate models and tries to expand upon them. But we felt that this was insufficient because of the way this technology is sort of structured. In particular, it implicates a broader supply chain. And we want to think about that supply chain for understanding the broader impact of this technology. So one way to think about that is to look at sort of the ecosystem of this technology. So in the center are the models themselves, but there's a lot going on beyond them, right? There are the processes by which the data is collected and constructed. There are the processes by which these models are adapted for downstream applications. And Helm and evaluations in general often center on the center category of the model. But what we wanted to do in this work I'll talk about briefly, ecosystem graphs, is document the broader supply chain, document the data, the model itself, and the products that are built on top of it. So one way to quickly reason about that is to look at Stable Diffusion. This is a text-image model that was released sort of last year. And how did this model come to be, and how did it affect society? Right? So to build this model, data on the internet was scraped by Common Crawl and then used to construct the Lion 5B data set. This is the data set that was eventually used to train Stable Diffusion along with tremendous amounts of compute. And then once the model is produced, Stability.ai adapted it for a downstream application, which then they deployed to end users with certain safeguards. So this is just one sort of canonical pipeline we see in this space. And one thing we realize amongst many in documenting this broader supply chain is the emergence of hubs in this ecosystem, right? So certain technology plays an outsized influence in this ecosystem. One example, maybe to no surprise, is something like ChatGPT. So in the left figure, I've shown a number of different number of different products built on top of ChatGPT. And in the right figure, I've shown how this sort of implies a relationship between different organizations. Right now, all of these organizations depend on OpenAI through their dependence on ChatGPT. And this is useful to think about because there are other relationships we already know exist. For example, there's a dependence on Microsoft by OpenAI in terms of funding and so forth. And so understanding this broader sort of organizational perspective is useful beyond just this technical perspective. And then the final thing I wanted to briefly talk about is our work related to the AI Act. So recently in mid-June, Parliament voted on the AI Act and approved it. So we'll now enter the trilogue period where the different EU bodies will convene to decide the final form of the Act. And one thing we wanted to assess, given that the Parliament version directs specific obligations towards foundation model providers, is given this draft version, how are providers doing, right? What is an early understanding of the status quo? And what we wanted to see is, given the requirements of the different rows of this matrix, across the different providers, what is happening? And so one theme I wanted to talk about is the theme of how do providers release their models, right? So some providers opt for a more open source strategy where a number of different downstream actors can build on top of their models sort of freely, and others adopt more of a limited or closed strategy. So that's indicated at the bottom of the figure. And if you structure the analysis based on this fact, one thing we see is that sort of open source providers tend to be quite transparent and do fairly well with requirements directed towards the resources required to build their models, as you can see here. In contrast, more closed source providers do better in terms of how well they do in terms of requirements related to how the models are deployed, right? And this is important for understanding, as we think about regulation in the space, whether it's the AI Act or in other jurisdictions, how will it affect different organizations that are building these models? So with that, I want to quickly end with sort of a summary of what I think are important things to keep in mind in this space. So the first is the topic of scale. These models cost millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars to produce. And this has a real orienting applies an orienting force that structures the broader ecosystem. The second point is that these models are being widely adopted across different sectors in the economy and across society. And this is relevant for thinking about how, for example, when you think about regulation, how it'll keep pace with this fast-moving technology. Beyond the models, which often garner most of the attention, we want to think about this broader supply chain that's emerging, right? And we want to understand how different aspects of this are related to the supply chain, right? For example, when harm arises downstream, how does that responsibility for that harm sort of percolate upstream, and what are the mechanisms in play for that? Finally, we're seeing a number of different policymakers take early steps in this space, including the AI Act and the UK's Foundation Model Task Force, amongst many others, as we'll hear about in today's next session. And then finally, our emphasis has been on transparency, in particular motivated by the fact that things are not transparent at this moment. And if we don't have transparency, we'll be ill-equipped to make many of the changes we would like to make in this ecosystem. So with that, I'll end the talk.
Thanks so much, Rishi, for this fantastic overview of the great work that you and others are doing at Stanford. I think it's really a crucial input that has garnered a lot of attention, both in the US and particularly also here in the policy process. So thanks for showing us your latest research on this really important work. We come now to our second speaker of today, who's Dean Krishnan from the Carnegie Mellon University. He is a well-known figure, of course, in the discourse on computer science, foundation models, and AI more generally. He leads a number of initiatives like the Block Center at Carnegie Mellon, which is a fascinating center that brings together policymakers, industry, and academics, talking about AI in society and other things, technology in society. He's also, of course, the dean of the Heinz College of Information Systems and Public Policy. He also has an endowed chair at Carnegie Mellon. Notably, he's also a member of NIAC, the National AI Advisory Council to US President Biden. He has many other accomplishments that you can all read in his bio and info. So without much further ado, Rishnan, it's great pleasure to have you. Here's the clicker. And many thanks for sharing your ideas on the future of knowledge and LLMs.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? So thank you again, Philip and Sarah, for inviting me to be here. It's a pleasure, and terrific presentation, Rishi, to set the stage for the session. My focus in this presentation is going to actually build off of two presentations that those of you who were here yesterday heard from Jeremias and Andreas. I'm going to structure my talk broadly in three phases. The first, just a very brief introduction to the key ideas that I'd like to share with you around Gen AI and work. And from there, transition to some recent empirical work done by Noy and Zhang out of MIT that is, to my mind, one of the best done studies about actually deploying Gen AI on a knowledge task or a writing task, actually, and demonstrating how it actually, what impact it has and on whom. And from there, we'll move to some early work that we're doing at Carnegie Mellon and at the Block Center around using some simple economic models to gain insights and highlight a couple of points that I think are that you'd like to add to the discussion here. This work is joint with Lawrence Alice and Christoph Kombemal, who are my colleagues at the Block Center. Let's see. This thing is not forwarding. Okay. So I can just move on here. All right. So Rishi, in his opening remarks, very clearly made note of one of the key differences between these task-specific approaches that AI and machine learning had adopted previously, where you had a focus on a particular task, be it chess or Go or image recognition or robo-soccer, to now having these transformers that are broadly trained on data, and then having those then be used for downstream tasks. Much of our discussion here yesterday and even this morning has been on generative AI. The use of these models, these transformer-based architectures, can be used both for generative as well as non-generative contexts. In particular, the paper in Nature that was recently published, I encourage you to look at it. It's a good example of the use of an encoder-based large language model. It's like a BERT-based architecture that uses notes by physicians in a hospital to predict both clinical as well as non-clinical tasks. And they show not that it's that much better than the gradient boosted tree type approaches, but rather that it's much more integratable with the kind of workflows that existed within the firm. So that's useful to keep in mind. And the early empirical work and the Noy and Zhang work that I'll talk about in the context of creative writing demonstrates that for non-routine cognitive tasks, that there appears to be potential in gaining benefits, both in terms of quality as well as in terms of quantity from the use of generative AI. There's been a lot of anecdotal remarks both yesterday and in the conversations in the sidelines, interesting to highlight a couple of these. I think Stack Overflow, which some of you might know about, which is a question answering site for software programmers, in December of 22, soon after ChatGPT was released, banned ChatGPT based content because the quality of the content produced, they felt from ChatGPT was so low that they didn't want to have it, quote unquote, reduce the quality of the question answering going on Stack Overflow. In March, there was a study release that showed that there was a 14% decline in the use of Stack Overflow, and they reversed their decision to now allow for AI-produced content, but they want to create their own bot and make use of the corpus of data that they have. It's interesting to see the arc here in terms of how Stack Overflow's policy has evolved. Equally well, you have the art newspaper where you have art historians saying AI art is not particularly exciting, but yet, art AI wins an art prize. And then other interesting remarks in this regard. I think it's interesting to ask the question, where is AI likely, Gen AI likely to have substitutive kinds of effects versus versus complementing types of effects, and that's going to be relevant to the discussion that and the modeling that we're going to do. This is just a little more on the Stack Overflow, and I'm just going to skip this in the interest of time. By the way, I'll make these slides available, and is that the plan for all the presentations as well? Happy to make these slides available for folks to look at. So if you think of, for those of you who know, the Bureau of Labor Statistics in the US publishes a site called ONET, which keeps track of work and what are the major tasks that make up work. So what you see in these boxes here, information input, administering and coordinating, communicating and interacting, information and data processing are examples of the big blocks of tasks that typically go on in work activities. And what I've sort of done here is the traditional forms of automation. Yesterday, we had a talk from Brazil, for instance, when they talked about automation versus AI. So like robotic process automation, for instance, those tend to mostly impact the blocks in green. Gen AI, at least for the moment, appears to have more of an impact on communicating and interacting and what I'll call intangible activities, of which, for instance, software engineering is one of those. Reasoning and decision-making, it's beginning to have an impact, but I would say those two blocks, we just did an event at the Block Center where we had a very large number of firms come and talk about Gen AI. I think Rishi talked about the fact that about 98% of CEOs thought Gen AI was an important part of their strategy. And if you, in talking to them and said, what are the sets of applications you're seeing or prioritizing for the use of Gen AI, the four criteria that seem to come up were: one, it's an unregulated area. Second, not hugely consequential, so that it doesn't have big reputational impact. Three, that they actually have data to be able to use use Gen AI in those contexts. And four, there's either cost savings to be had or value creation possibilities. And the areas that they identified were marketing and communications and software. Those were the main areas, and that sort of aligns nicely with this block that you see here. So with that as context, I want to now switch to describing work by Noy and Zhang from MIT, which, as I mentioned, is a very nicely done randomized control trial. If you haven't seen this paper, I encourage you to read it. It's recent. It's just from a few months ago. It's an archive. And the highlights are this, that they ran a study where they offered, this was in a creative writing task, with 444 experienced college-educated professionals. And you see the occupations up there, the marketers, grant writers, consultants, data analysts, et cetera. The task was writing press releases or short reports of these kinds. They were incentivized tasks with two settings. One was where there was a self-reported amount of time to complete a task. There was also a time-constrained task that they were given. And there was a separate blinded evaluation. So in other words, there was a grading, as it were, of what it is that these folks produced. And then 50% were randomly selected into a treatment group, which was that between the first task and the second task, both of which were the same, they got a ChatGPT intervention, or the control group was given a latex overleaf intervention. So the treatment group got ChatGPT, the control group got latex overleaf. And it's interesting to see the highlights are that the time to produce content moves to the left, meaning it reduces, and it's statistically significant. It's 0.8 standard deviations reduction, and quality goes up by 0.4 standard deviations, and it moves to the right. And two, that the productivity gap between the higher skilled and the lower skilled reduces, with a bigger benefit accruing to people with lower skills. Now, you've had versions of this. One of my colleague, actually, who's now at Stanford, Eric Brynolfsson's work with call centers in Southeast Asia seems to indicate similar kinds of results in a different setting, where you had lowest skilled call center staff seeing a 36% improvement, the median skilled call center staff seeing an 18% improvement, and the highest skilled not seeing that much of an improvement. This is slightly different, but this is very tightly done randomized controlled trial, and it provides us with some evidence of the potential benefit that Gen AI might have in this particular setting. Interestingly, they notice that this task or this work of producing creative reports or grant reports or these different tasks that these folks were set out to do, they consist of 3 subtasks. So there was ideation, rough drafting, and editing. And where they found the most benefit was in rough drafting, where there was a 50% reduction in time, which then people would use and deploy in ideation and editing. This issue of work consisting of tasks, and where AI has more of an impact on some tasks rather than others, is an important takeaway that I'd like for you to keep in mind. Because when you think about substituting versus complementing, it's important to ask the question, do we substitute a job, which is a collection of tasks as a whole, or are we thinking only of some subtasks that tend to have this kind of impact that AI is having, which is what you see in this graph here, which is that you see rough drafting, there's a big drop in time, not so much of a drop in brainstorming, but more time actually in editing, right? So with this as context, by the way, this is the ONET authors and writers occupation. And if you look at the tasks that you see down below that make up that occupation, you will see similar subtasks of the sort that Noy and Zhang studied. So how is this relevant to what is it that we are setting out to do? So first point is that Gen AI in creative work, in knowledge work, does appear to have this benefit on reducing time, improving quality, seems to benefit lower skilled workers more than higher skilled workers, and it seems to have a bigger impact on some subtasks more than others. This is work by a colleague, Nat Kaushik, on task portfolios and the long tail. And this work fundamentally points out that when you have work that consists of tasks and AI benefiting only some of those tasks, particularly in the head of the distribution. So if you think of work as organized via a Pareto distribution, meaning that there's work that is there's the head of the distribution and the tail of the distribution, that AI might benefit some tasks in the head of the distribution, but not in the tail, what this shows is that AI will tend to be more of a complement than a substitute. Yesterday, for instance, we were asking the question, are there jobs that are going to be lost en masse? Well, it depends on whether AI is going to substitute across the entire portfolio of tasks that make up the work, or only on some subset of the tasks. And the early results appear to indicate that at the present time, there's going to be more of an impact on tasks that are in the head of the distribution than in the tail of the distribution. Okay, so with that, these 2 points as context, I want to move to our work. And this is, I'm going to skip the math, but provide the highlights of the key ideas from the model that we've created. And it's trying to achieve 2 things. One is it's modeling this decision that individuals are going to make between just human production versus AI-assisted production. So what do I mean by human production versus AI-assisted production? It's like that Noy and Zhang work, where you're given a creative task and you did that work just by yourself versus doing that work in conjunction with ChatGPT. So this is the issue of, do I do the work just with human production or do I combine it with AI production? The second piece that we then look at, which is, I think, new, is this idea of thinking about AIs evolving over time. And recent work demonstrates that if you train a generative AI entirely on output created by generative AI, you will have model collapse after 4 to 5 epochs, okay? So the question is, what is the incentive then to ensure that there is enough human outputs built into the output produced by this combo of human and AI work to ensure that the corpus has enough variation to allow for the AI to sustain over time? So when you think about operationalizing Gen AI in society, in firms, the value of human output appears to matter. So in other words, it matters not just because there are certain tasks that cannot be done effectively by the AI. It also matters because the outputs that humans produce are essential for the Gen AI models to be sustainable. So this raises interesting questions in terms of how do you incent human workers to engage in outputs that will make sure that the AI supporting creative work will sustain. So the highlights then are that we have a distribution of token quality. This is like the quality of the data that goes into the AI. And there is a distribution of worker capabilities. And decisions are made as to whether you use the Gen AI in conjunction with the human, this is the combo of human plus AI production, versus just human production. And what we're looking at in this model is, one, first to think about what is the output quality that the AI is capable of producing, and the AI's quality is a function of the quality of the data that goes into it. Yesterday, we had this discussion about Bloomberg GPT versus OpenAI's GPT-4. Interestingly, Bloomberg GPT has 50% of, it has far less data than GPT-4, but 52% of Bloomberg GPT data is high quality curated financial data. The remaining 48% comes from the Common Crawl and other public sources. So one interesting question is, if you have high quality data and smaller amount of data, for a particular set of tasks, can it actually do better than AIs that perhaps have more data, but perhaps lower quality data? This is trying to abstract from those specific details of the technology that Rishi described to lay out what the key elements are of the factors that might drive the quality of the AI. And for those of you interested in the math, I can talk to you about this after the presentation. The things that we are interested in is extent of this data quality substitutability, which is how valuable the high quality tokens are versus low quality tokens. It's quantity versus quality. And then there is these returns to scale, which is, are there gains in terms of if I have more data, am I going to get a better AI? So those are the two factors, more data and more quality. Given that quality of the AI, the question is how do we combine humans and AI? If you look at that equation up above, if A is 0, that means you're using only the AI. If you look at if A is 0, it cancels out the first term, and you just have the AI quality. If on the other hand A is 1, it means that it's all human. And then in between would be where you have the combo of the human and the AI. So this is trying to capture this effect that we were talking about in the Noy and Zhang work of looking at humans working just by themselves or with the AI in knowledge work. So given this setup, what are the kinds of insights that are relevant? The main sort of takeaways are the following. One is that Gen AI appears to benefit lower skilled participants more than high skilled participants. And it's going to, everybody saves time, but low skilled participants gain more in quality than high skilled participants. The second is that it doesn't take care of all tasks, only some subset of the tasks, at least at the present time. And if the first two bullets were taken into account, that would argue for seeing greater complementing of human work rather than greater substituting of human work. But given the uncertainty about the substitution versus complementing, our policy recommendation is that societies need to have the capacity to quickly upskill, reskill, and train people to do transitions that might be required on account of the disruptions that AI might cause. The last point has to do with incenting people to ensure that the quality of the AI remains sustainable, and that has to do with setting prices that we intend to build into our model. The last points that I wanted to close with, one relates to the policy consequences of having the uncertainty associated with being able to predict what kind of impact Gen AI is going to have on the labor market. I think there have been a number of examples of people getting it completely wrong. Our model certainly permits simulations to be done. We don't claim to predict what the impact is going to be, though given the fact at the present time, the AI impact seems to be more on the head of the distribution than on the tail. We expect it to be more augmenting rather than substituting. But that said, we believe that the societies have to have this fast retraining, reskilling capability built to support individuals who might need transitions. The last point relates to the importance of incenting individuals to contribute human output to ensure that the models remain sustainable and useful over multiple epochs. This is the point about model collapse that I made. And the question is, how do you incent individuals to ensure that you get the AIs to be sustainable over time? And yesterday, there was a lot of discussions by Andreas and Jeremiah about copyright and other issues. The question of will the private market set salaries and prices, as it were, to allow for individuals to contribute quality of the sort that AIs need to be sustainable over time? Or is there something regulatory that is required? That's an open question. But these are the two direct consequences, one related to the labor market and the other related to ensuring quality of the AI, especially if the AI is going to be such that it becomes very consequential for a number of societal tasks. It's important to ensure that they're sustainable over time. So with that, let me bring this presentation to a close. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Krishnan, for a really illuminating and crystal clear presentation on precisely the kinds of effects that we need to study for policy to become more evidence-based and to, going forward, know whether we're more in the substitution, more in the complementation area, with, of course, all the uncertainty that goes into any one of these studies, as you yourself highlighted. And thanks also for the policy advice that I think many of us could probably subscribe to in the sense of, more energy, more budget being allocated to upskilling, and particularly if this is so positive for formerly low-skilled persons, that's certainly a big boost. So now we come to the third speaker on our panel. That's Rema. Rema Putman has a role also as a trustees professor of management science and healthcare informatics at the Heinz College. She's doing great work on AI and medicine in various other roles, also at the iLab at the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine. And I'm really curious to see what she has to say on generative medical AI. One of these papers has just been mentioned. The Nature paper has just been mentioned by Krishnan. So there's certainly a lot of potential there. I know this myself. My sister is actually a doctor in a university hospital in Germany. And from what she says, there's certainly room for improvement on a number of tasks, from routine issues all the way to, the medical interventions. And that's a top-notch hospital. So Rema, we're really looking forward to your talk. Many thanks for coming over and for being with us.
Thank you, Philip. Can you hear me? Great, and thank you, Sarah. Thanks to both of you for inviting me to be here and talk about some of the work that I've been doing. So the topic of generative medical AI is really broad. So I'm going to focus today on what I think is a hugely consequential societal health problem, but has been tremendously under investigated. But when we think about generative medical AI or even medical applications, it's mostly clinical and life sciences that come to our mind. So let me start by just showing some of these big clinical investigations, clinical and operations driven investigations that are being reported. This is about use of language models reported in Nature Biotechnology in the life sciences area, and then AI-generated suggestions from ChatGPT to optimize clinical decision support. Medicine in the area of artificial intelligence. Can we use ChatGPT to write history and physical that would improve productivity for clinicians? And then how these are really going to, all speculative about how this might change modern medicine. And in the area of operations, insurance pre-approvals, there have been just some solutions that have been produced, deployed. But just to give you one specific example, there was an article that came out in JAMA, Internal Medicine. So you see articles coming out every day in Lancet, in Journal of the American Medical Association, in New England Journal of Medicine, and so on. So this article was really comparing physician and AI chatbot responses to patient questions posted in a public social media forum. So basically, they took these questions that patients were posting, and there was a clinician actually responding to those questions. And so they took about 500, 600 of these questions, and 3 clinicians actually then evaluated the chatbot response versus the clinician response. And they were evaluating it on quality of the response as well as the empathy that was expressed in response to what the patients had asked for. And the conclusions are really interesting. I think the clicker doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, thank you. So the basic takeaway is that the chatbot generated quality and empathetic responses to patient questions that were much better, 3.5 times more responses on quality. It was considered to be much better, the chatbot responses, and 10 times more of the responses on empathy, how the chatbot actually framed the responses compared to the physician. It was graded to be much better too. So this shows us a little bit about the opportunities that exist in the use of large language models on the clinical and the operational side of things. But what I'd like to, and then going back to the foundation model pipeline that Rishi talked about. Now, this is really using actually standard transformer models, and then they are just fine-tuning these with just some of the medical data. So that's really what's been happening on the clinical and the operational front. But today, what I'd like to focus is what I think of as really societally important, needs to be considered at scale, but there's really been no work in the area of digital approaches for improving health literacy. So we talk about this as digital therapeutics. And what is a digital therapeutic solution? It's really the idea of utilizing a digital or online health technology to treat a physical or mental health condition, but it comes with requirements. It has to be software driven. It has to be evidence based. It must make a claim to prevent, manage, or treat a medical disease or disorder, and it should have the capacity to effect behavior change at scale. This is what a digital therapeutic solution is. So our question is, can we design this digital therapeutic solutions to address this huge worldwide challenge of limited health literacy? And we use a design science approach, which is, as Herb Simon, the Nobel laureate, talked about it, the scientific study of prescriptive knowledge. If you want to know what the world ought to be like, we need to create artifacts, and in our cases, digital artifacts to explain how things ought to be, that we can then evaluate in situ and in a number of other environments. So this is really what I'd like to first start with. I'd like to talk about what is health literacy, what's the state of the art with respect to digital approaches to health literacy, and then what are some of the challenges and opportunities that we have with the use of large language models in addressing this worldwide problem. So let me first acknowledge my collaborators. We have a very interdisciplinary group from across different universities on health informatics, machine learning, computer science, statistics, and so on. I also have a team of collaborators from Brigham and Women's Hospital at Harvard Medical School in order to be able to test these approaches. And of course, a large number of graduate students and postdocs without whom we'd not be able to do any of this work. And we have funding from the National Library of Medicine of the National Institutes of Health. So this whole idea of health literacy, let me just start with saying, what is really the motivation for looking at this problem, and why is it so heavily under-investigated? So the first is this global burden of disease. So Lancet, the British medical journal Lancet, in 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, said that there's a perfect storm of rising chronic diseases and public health failures that have been fueling this COVID-19 pandemic. And a large part of it is, or a significant reason for that is this lack of limited health literacy worldwide. And I'll show you some facts and numbers soon. But we do need health literacy and patient engagement, because studies have shown that a health literate patient is an engaged patient, and an engaged patient has much better health outcomes. And we need to have that at the population level. And of course, the opportunity then, the rise of social, mobile, and visual media online, producing huge amounts of user-generated content on health-related topics. Is there an opportunity that we can leverage this publicly available open source content in order to really address some of the challenges of limited health literacy? So let me just define this quickly. Health literacy, the Healthy People, US Healthy People 2030 initiative, as well as the World Health Organization, defines personal health literacy as the degree to which individuals have the ability to find, understand, and use information and resources to really improve their own health and that of their family and the care group. But for the first time, We are also defining organizational health literacy, which is the degree to which organizations equitably enable individuals to attain personal health literacy. And then in 2017, the U.S. National Academy of Medicine, again, very, thinking ahead, talked about what needs to happen at on the public health front in order to really improve communication and trust in the messaging that is happening. And they said to be high quality, the message must be accurate, specific, actionable, and easy to understand. And of course, we know that across the world, there was a failure in this messaging during the pandemic. So just to give you some numbers, in the US, only 12% of US adults are considered to be proficient in health literacy, which means they are able to then take all this information about medications and so on and translate it to better outcomes. And a staggering 80 million are deemed to have low health literacy. And most of the materials are considered to be too complex for patients to understand, to digest, and then to translate to action. How about in other parts of the world? I looked up some numbers in Switzerland. A survey that was done recently between 2019 and 21 showed that 12% of the population would be considered to have excellent health literacy, 49% to be low problematic, and international, which was mostly EU countries, 27 countries, 13% to be excellent, 73% to be low. In China, a report just came out. It went from literacy levels from 6.5% to 23% by 2020. And India, huge problem with health literacy. So just some sample numbers from around the world. So this is really a worldwide problem. The rise of YouTube for health education, it's considered a valuable channel. How many here have looked up YouTube for health-related information? Many would actually, go to YouTube. So there are more than 100 million videos on just health-related topics on the YouTube channel. And it's been used for promotions, for education, for training, and so on. It's become really a leading audiovisual source for this. And here is one example, how to do an insulin injection. This is by University College London Hospitals, a very prestigious healthcare facility. At the same time, we also have these concerns, which is the reliability of content is, have to be really skeptical about it. Curation of content, there are no consistent and clear mechanisms to retrieve high quality information. So on the one hand, we have this wonderful, great resource. On the other, we also have these challenges of disinformation, misinformation, fake news. What do you rely on? How do you get access to the right information at the time that you need it? And then the last point with respect to some of the infrastructure, so to speak, that's available for us to investigate how to leverage this resource. This is in 2021. The U.S. National Academy of Medicine launched an initiative to really apply an accreditation to these producers of YouTube video content on health-related topics. The idea was to surface authoritative content. Can we apply, identify organizations that are putting the content as being credible or not credible? And then they followed it up with phase 2, which is the World Health Organization, the National Academy of Medicine, and the Council of Medical Specialty Societies came together and invited 25 advisors from around the world. I was honored to be one of the members of this team. And early last month, we published this report that identified specific criteria for nonprofit organizations, for-profit entities, and individuals who are creating these videos and putting them up on the YouTube platform as to how to evaluate and assign credibility to these identifying which are the credible sources of this information. So now we have all of these frameworks available. And the question is, how do we really utilize these frameworks to create a digital therapeutic solution? And so the question that we are asking in this research with my team is, can we design recommendation systems to better retrieve information that's medically relevant, that's understandable, that's actionable, that's inclusive from this user-generated content. And how do we go about it? So this is really the state of the art that I want to kind of highlight to say that where do we go from here to, how do we go from here to these language models and Gen AI type of approaches? So we are currently, what we are doing is that we are developing scalable, replicable algorithmic solutions to evaluate these videos from health literacy and patient education perspectives that take all of these requirements, these criteria into account. So we combine health informatics frameworks and standards with machine learning approaches and social science methods to be able to also look at impact evaluation. And the vision is to aid clinical decision-making via these ranked recommendations. So we take 10,000 videos on diabetes-related topics, condense it down, filter it down to maybe 100 videos or 50 videos, and make it available to the clinicians to do their final review on accuracy of this, timeliness of this content. And then it is available. A patient comes in with diabetes, and along with this, with the medication prescription, here is a prescription for watching 3 videos that introduces you to the topic of diabetes. And so this is just in time, personalized content that they can take away and watch as many times as they want. This is really the vision. So basically, the idea then is to curate large volume of visual social media content. And we ask these questions. Does the video contain medical content? Is the content understandable? Does it provide actionable guidance? Is it accurate? Is it inclusive? Because of the range of diverse needs of the population that will be using this information. Is it credible, produced by credible organizations? Is it fair and unbiased? So you can imagine a number of criteria that we need to apply in order to curate this content. So that's really where these research questions are coming from. How do we extract the information? How do we measure these metrics? And as Rishi mentioned, going beyond accuracy, there are a number of metrics that we need to really evaluate these on. And then how do we look at impact evaluation? So let me quickly walk you through the pipeline that we have, this design science approach that we have built up, asking this question. And so the first is, how do we really collect the data? So we go to YouTube Data API and we download the metadata as well as the content data on these about these videos on a particular topic. So our early efforts were on diabetes. We have subsequently followed that up on COVID and colonoscopy and obstructive sleep apnea and so on. But let's talk about diabetes. So we collect diabetes data, both the metadata as well as the content, and then you have to annotate them. You use the annotations in order to train in the context of medical information, answering the first question, does it contain medical content? We built a deep learning model, a BiLSTM recurrent neural network model, to extract medical terms from these videos, video narratives, and combine it with metadata to build a classifier that then separates out, classifies this video into those with high medical content, those with low medical content. Similarly, we extend that then to evaluate the videos on understandability. So the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality under the Health and Human Services of the US has created a framework for understandability of audiovisual materials. We have mapped those criteria into computable features from the videos and applied a multi-view learning method. We have a content view and a metadata view. So we apply a multi-view co-training approach in order to assess, again, classify videos into high understandability versus low. Then we apply actionability. Does it contain actionable guidance? We use clinical guidelines that are part of the World Health Organization, the HRQ, the NICE Excellence division in the UK and so on, to be able to assess actionability guidance. Does it tell you if you have diabetes? Check your blood work every 3 months, go get your eye check done. So these are the things that patients can do. We then, and then the credibility criteria that I talked about earlier, combine them all into a single recommendation that is then available to the clinician at the point of, during the encounter. So the diagnosis is done. Here are 3 prescriptions for your current condition. This is really how this pipeline works. And the results are pretty acceptable as well. The medical term extraction with the BILSTM model performs very well. The classification, overall accuracy, and the F scores are pretty good. The understandability results. Similarly, looking at the co-training against standard ML models produces better results. And then you combine them all into a single recommendation classifier. We find that all the three metrics, evaluation metrics that we have developed thus far, are all important, with understandability dominating, as one can imagine, in this overall assessment. And then how do clinicians actually look at these recommendations? So we used a precision@K measure in order to compare the automated video ranking with the default YouTube ranking. So experts are looking at the YouTube results and the automated system results, the AI-powered system that we have, pipeline that we have developed. And at every K measure, from K, the top rank, to the top 10 ranks, the this pipeline actually has produced better recommendations than the default YouTube ranking. So that brings us then to, well, where do we go from here? And so what we have done thus far is then for every disease, as I mentioned, that we have tested so far. For diabetes, here is a pipeline. For colonoscopy, here is a pipeline. For kidney disease that we're looking at, here is a pipeline. There are more than 70,000 disease codes in the International Classification of Diseases, the version 10. So you can imagine that generating, this running through this pipeline for all the diseases that we have for which we want to create the corpus of credible and accurate content can be hugely challenging. Is that an opportunity to kind of use this broad-based foundation models, use a single foundation model to actually generate the models for all of the conditions, and then fine-tune for the specific cases of the individual disease for which you want to be able to create the video corpus. Maintaining and updating the analytics in the pipeline, updating the recommended video corpus are all hugely challenging in the context of the standard pipeline, because we are going through it disease by disease. So this is an opportunity that we want to leverage. We haven't started that work yet. So the question is that, so a number of questions I want to pose at this time. How do we really adapt and extend these foundation models to generalize the analytics pipeline for all these health conditions? Should we really train broadly than for a specific disease? How do we then curate? That is, one, if these models come out with a set of recommendations, do they really meet all the criteria? The advantage that we have with the approach that we have just walked you through is that there's transparency, tremendous transparency, that we have done the information, medical information, the understandability, and so on. Can we really obtain the same level of transparency with foundation models and Gen AI approaches? Can we create synthetic videos from text prompts? So going from text to videos rather than text to text or text to images. And then how do we really validate and evaluate the outputs? And from a policy perspective, what are the opportunities for hosting and managing the corpus of these? Should it be considered as a digital public good? So I will end with just this last idea here, that is text-to-video systems, AI systems, are actually being developed. I saw this Imagine video by Google Brain that actually takes these videos, and they're having a high level of controllability and world knowledge. They can generate diverse videos and text animations in various styles. Can we then use this platform to be able to generate videos for diabetes and a whole bunch of other conditions? So, but, as we see from this quote by a physician at Boston Children's, when you're asking AI to generate de novo insights, whether that's clinical or research, you have to check its sources. So we still haven't finished the curation task. So who is responsible for validating the efficiency and accuracy of what this tool creates and what it interprets and how it communicates? What is an organization's risk plan to make sure a patient receives the correct information and subsequent care? So let me stop there, and I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rima, for this really fascinating tour d'horizon across medical applications of AI, making really a difference already now, as we can see in a number of sectors, and also the fascinating work that you're leading in this effort. Many thanks, and I'm going to be sure to put you in touch with my sister. Now we have time for Q&A. We have about 15 to 20 minutes. We will be happy to take questions from the audience, also from online. If you want to, there's online, there is a Q&A functionality in the Zoom call, so you can also post questions there. Do we have any first questions? Yes, please. The gentleman, please state your name and affiliation briefly, and then keep your question short in the interest of time. Many thanks.
Yes. Hello, my name is Konstantinos Samaras Tsakiris, and I work with a company that builds a brain-computer interface wearable technology. So I was actually curious with what you, Professor Padman, said now in the end, because the challenge that you face includes the question of deciding whether you should train specific models for every task or to train a generative model, and you're not in a big tech context. So I wanted to understand if you already have some ideas about how you would go about answering this question.
So this is so taking the content that we currently have, and then to be able to train these models using transformer approaches, Gen AI approaches. It's not just the data, as Rishi mentioned. It's the data collection, the data curation, and then the training and the evaluation of it. We need a large amount of resources. And so we are talking to a number of cloud computing and other organizations to have access to the computational resources in order to be able to do this. So that's another challenge that we're facing at this time. So I don't have a very easy answer to your question of how we are going to actually create that end product.
Thank you. Mark Jeffrey from Microsoft, though I don't work in the AI group, so don't blame me. In the knowledge worker space, and I think this has been touched on by several speakers, we're talking about using AI to deal with a lot of the more sort of bread and butter type work. However, traditionally, that bread and butter type work has been how people learn their trade. I'm thinking in, for example, legal practice, where having to get processed through hundreds of contracts and fix them all up and check them through, that is how someone builds the discipline of being careful, understanding what to look for and things like that. Has there been any study on whether this use of AI to do some of these things, then, do you get good skilled people out of those relatively unskilled people? I mean, graduate skilled, but, what does it do changing the career development of people if they're using AI and they're not getting that 10,000 hours of bread and butter work that leads them into the skill category?
So Mark, thank you for the question. I think there are two sorts of responses to this. I think one view is that these initial deployments of technology to gain the benefits of efficiency are not looking ahead to the kind of point that you're making is, where will that skilled workforce that I need come from, that have to go through these steps to get to the capabilities that are required to perform. Let's say if you want to be a program manager, you should have been a project manager. To be a project manager, you should have done the actual roll up your sleeves project work, which is the point that you're making. That's one view. The other view is, to what extent can AI and ed tech actually accelerate that skill development, and what combination of that type of training plus actual practice do you need, and can you compress that versus having to have done X number of years doing, to the earlier example of of doing, say, software engineering to becoming a project manager to becoming a program manager. Both views there's discussion on both these grounds. And even prior to the use of AI, outsourcing created this a version of this problem, which is that firms basically said, I want to get the benefits of economies by outsourcing the work that I'm doing within the firm to a firm elsewhere. And then the question was, what happens to your internal capacity to build the capital to get the people to have the skills? So it's a version of the same problem. In the earlier generation, it was through outsourcing. In this case, it's through technology. But in both cases, it's on account of substitution taking place. There isn't a clear-cut answer. I mean, both these kinds of views exist.
I'm going to ask a question, and then we have questions in the chat as well. So my question is for Dean Christian. I really appreciated your presentation, all of your presentations. And one of the issues that was mentioned yesterday was the ability of generative AI models to compete against non-generative machine learning models, for example. So going back to your slide that had different types of tasks and the green boxes where you may have a more data intensive process for which robotics, for example, might be more appropriate, not generative AI. Do you foresee that, do you see that as a static condition? For example, the application I have in mind would be a large process that's very data intensive with multiple steps where currently humans would be making decisions using manual processes about that data. And it might be appropriate to have machine learning decision points in a model. But if you created such a model, is there a place down the road where you foresee this would be unable to compete with generative AI model? I know that's a very futuristic question, but I'm asking because we were talking today and yesterday about what we think machine learning versus generative AI might be able to produce. And if one is creating and investing in such a model, how should they think about the future? So it's really a question about those green boxes and how it fits into the big picture.
Thank you, Sarah. So perhaps I could take a first pass at this question by thinking about where you saw the use of machine learning as an intervention in supporting decision-making in that multi-step process that you talked about. And I think to your question of this transformer-based approach versus a more traditional ML approach towards supporting that task would be the argument that rather than create a task-specific ML from the ground up, specific to that particular predictive task, if you had a transformer, could you then use sort of fine-tuning to fine-tune it for the purposes of that downstream task? So now in your example where you had a multi-step process with 3 or 4 points where ML was being used, if those tasks were fundamentally different tasks, in the past, and even at the present time, you would build specific MLs for each of those specific tasks. And the argument here is if you have a base transformer that's been built, you incur that high fixed cost up front, but then the marginal cost, the incremental cost, would be lower by taking that base transformer and then fine-tuning it for the purposes of these particular tasks, tasks. So the question of when would it make sense, one is in terms of cost and performance. The other is in terms of transparency, explainability. There are all these kinds of questions. It's interesting that Nature paper, which is interesting to refer back to again, they point out that the gradient boosted tree approach is a more traditional ML approach, was easier for physicians to understand than the transformer-based approach. But the transformer-based approach was more easier to integrate within the workflow. So it isn't slam dunk one way or the other. I think it depends. And I think it's useful to understand in each of these cases what we are referring to. My colleagues here on the panel might have other thoughts to add as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe let me add two quick things there, right? So I think there's this first point about the costs and how you think about that cost, whether it's amortizing over these different things where the incremental cost is much smaller, but you pay the fixed cost upfront. And so how you reason about the cost is one piece of it. The other are the boundaries between the red boxes and the green boxes static. From the figure, I think one of the things we've seen here is, for example, I think when, say, GPT-3 came out roughly 3 years ago, I think most people thought, and most results showed that it was fairly poor at reasoning intensive things, right? That was 3 years ago. And then I think our understanding of that has evolved, right? As we've learned how to better use the technology, how to sort of endow it with additional capabilities for reasoning and integrate it with other things. So I think, many of the distinctions are, I think, evolving over time, not just because the technology evolves, but also how we use the technology evolves because, we're still understanding how to use it.
Yeah, in the context of the work I presented, for example, it is also a multi-stage, right? I mean, we are looking at information, medical information, understandability, and so on. And one of the advantages for our work when we talk to clinicians is that, and to content creators and video production organizations and so on, is that they want to know at every stage what are the features that are driving the differences in the high performing versus the low performing. And much of this would actually disappear in the context of these big generative models. And I think that's a big loss. We need to know that in order to improve understandability, what should be done? In order to improve inclusivity, fairness, and unbiased, inclusive representation of videos for a patient population, what should be done? How should the content be created, and additional features and so on about readability, literacy, functional literacy levels, and so on. That's very important. And so the stage-wise process actually works very well from the perspective of transparency. It's not very clear. Again, going back to the previous question about it, beyond computing resources and costs, it's not really clear as to how you can bring all of these established frameworks to bear in the context of these Gen AI models.
Thank you. That was very useful information. I really appreciate all of your answers. We are going to take a question from the chat now. Our first question is, how are you addressing algorithmic bias in the data in using large language models?
Sure, I think this is sort of a fundamental question, right? Especially when we're thinking about, models that are trained on such inordinate quantities of data, how we even reason about what these biases are is first a challenging question. So there has been a lot of work trying to develop better tooling for understanding data sets at scale from organizations like Hugging Face and many others. So that's, I think, the first piece of it. The second is that often when you're training these models, your sort of end application is underspecified almost by design. And so what the relevant biases are is often something you don't fully understand at the time of training, right? And so I think here it's also sort of an important piece is that I think you want to invest in documenting what the nature of the data is and how you understand it, because what will become relevant downstream might be unclear at the point when you're training these models. So I think that's also a piece there. But in terms of categorizing the data biases, there's a bunch of more recent work on that.
So the thing that I'd like to add to this, I guess, is I'll draw an analogy with information security. When software vendors develop software and then deploy it, they do their best at trying to prevent, to ensure that the software that they're shipping doesn't have security vulnerabilities. But then it gets shipped, and then people discover that it has vulnerabilities, that there are exploits, etc., which are then cataloged. There's a reporting requirement, and then that patches are distributed to try and improve and fix it. I think something like that is going to be required for these large language models, because with large capability surfaces, it's impossible to know ahead of time every possible problem or bias or issue that the deployment may actually have. So while you're going to do the work that Rishi talked about with data provenance, with data audits, things of that nature, for which the tooling is being developed, there's also, I think, the capacity to build reporting requirements. And I think we have called, in fact, there's an op-ed coming out, I think it's today, on the Hill, where we're calling for an AI CERT being like the Computer Emergency Response Team, the equivalent of what we have for information security in the US, which is now worldwide, that there should be a global reporting database that keeps track of these vulnerabilities, these events. An interesting question is, what constitutes an event? When should it be reported? And when it's reported, what should be done about it? Does what to be done about it require retraining? Does it require creating of a new instance? There's a whole bunch of things related to the supply chain that Rishi briefly mentioned in his remarks. So I think there is work to be done, both at the level of the firm, but also from a regulatory standpoint.
Yeah, thank you. This is super helpful and important. I just want to add very quickly that there's actually an update obligation that was recently introduced vis-a-vis consumers in the Digital Content and Digital Services Directive in the EU, such that you actually have to update your software with respect to critical security updates. And there's also one forthcoming in the Product Liability Directive update for AI and software specifically. And then all these questions that you mentioned, of course, pop up. What is a critical, patch? And so I'm looking forward to reading your piece of the Hill on this. We're technically out of time. I have about 10 questions myself, of which I will maybe ask one or two. We have a question from Michael. We have one up in the front here and one from Mark again. Can you just, I think we have to close it at this point. I'm sorry.
Maybe they can all ask their question.
Yeah, exactly. We collect questions. Maybe you can ask your question also, and we collect these 4 questions, and then we'll have collective answers. We start with Michael.
This isn't actually a question, it's something directly to what's just been said.
2 fingers. Okay, here you go.
The ISO is in the process of publishing an international standard for an AI management system, which operates in the same way as the 27001 cybersecurity system. That should be out in the next few weeks. A number of my colleagues have been heavily involved in the creation of that standard. So I think that addresses a big part of and that will be an international global standard. So that'll be something to watch for. It'll be out as ISO IEC 42001 when it's published in a few weeks. Thank you.
Great, that's really helpful information. Many thanks. And the role of standards has already been highlighted a couple of times throughout this conference. Actually, there's a very informative piece by Michael Veal and Frederick Zudervan-Borgesius out there, 2 of our panelists, on precisely this. Okay, so we take Michael, then you, then the lady, and then we'll wrap up.
Thanks. Rishi already mentioned that it's very hard to understand any of these metrics without the application being considered. And we also see a decrease in transparency from many providers around the provenance of their data and around the way they're cleaning it, not just because they think it might be illegal, but because also they think that the fixes they can make are so fragile that people will game them very, very easily and trivially. With that in mind, what features of an entire application, the downstream applications, probably to Rishi more than anyone, will be hard or impossible to evaluate without the actual cooperation of upstream providers to have them run things and run experiments or run tests rather than just transparency and documentation? So which features of that are... So I find it a bit worrying, and I think there's been other critics who have said it's maybe disingenuous or dangerous to tick off and say this foundation model meets criteria for bias, robustness, and so on, because it's not possible to ever say that. So which features require that cooperation, even beyond transparency, which we know is decreasing?
I think what I have to say kind of adds to that. I'm concerned that where we're going to with all the regulation, certification, and so on and so forth will lead to a monoculture in the future where, what's correct in proper in the US also applies to Indonesia and elsewhere. And particularly to Rishi, is there any sort of thought about that in all the work that you guys have been doing?
Hi, good morning. I'm Rowena Espiritu from Asian Development Bank. Interesting insights and takeaways. My main point is it's obvious digital technology is has really opened avenue for growth and inclusivity. So my question is, what collaborations or partnerships you think is needed to make sure first low-income countries, specifically in Asia and other parts of the world, can access and implement these initiatives or programs? And two, how can we ensure that it will not introduce new divides among low-income and high-income economies? Thank you.
Those are all great.
Sorry. I know Dean Krishna has been working with ADB in the high-level advisory group, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Yes.
So those are
Thank
all
you.
great questions. I would have asked a question concerning sustainability because, you know, you mentioned the testing, the training and everything, but even the testing is so resource intensive. So that's another point to add to your perhaps list of concerns going forward or big shifts, transformations. But I'll leave it at that. I'll ask you to be quick, like a 1-minute closing statement each and address the questions you feel fit.
Great. Let me maybe start with the first two questions. So to Michael's question, I think indeed it's clear that transparency is insufficient, in particular when you expect that between the upstream provider and the downstream application developer, there's some sort of interaction you'd ideally like to have between them in terms of sort of a dialogue rather than just a sort of reporting. One piece where we've seen this be particularly important is on the topic of sort of data contamination or overlap, right? In particular, for many downstream application developers, including for researchers who are trying to study these models downstream, the question of what the model is trained on is relevant for understanding what it'll generalize to and what it's already seen. And so that's one piece where you can imagine the downstream actor would like the upstream provider to say, clarify, has the model been trained on this data in a more adaptive or dynamic fashion? So this sort of static transparency reporting would be insufficient there. One other piece is, we know from online platforms, there's been a lot of work on platform transparency, where we've also seen sort of more adaptive pieces come into play. So I think we can take an analogy there. And then to the second question on monoculture, we have a piece, and we'll have another paper coming out soon on the topic of algorithmic monoculture and homogeneous outcomes. In that work, the concern is that as we see this type of monoculture and pervasive dependence on the same few technical assets, it might lead to certain individuals exclusively receiving negative outcomes downstream, right? So if everything is built on ChatGPT as a sort of caricature, then maybe in many different downstream applications, you as a particular individual will get a negative outcome because everything depends on ChatGPT. So I think that is something to be concerned about. And a further thing we highlight in that work is, will we see this at a more cultural level? Is there some sort of hegemonic piece to this that, if we have a sort of specific model being used broadly across different cultures, what is the question there? So I think it's a bit too early to have anything empirical there, but at least it's a concern to think about.
Just a couple of quick things. This is a brilliant set of questions, all three of them. Just a quick one on the monoculture one. I wonder whether one has to look at the network externalities that sort of, just like you have Microsoft becomes a standard, let's say, or Google Docs or Microsoft Word becomes a standard. There's a monoculture problem there because you have the fact that there are so many installations of the OS that it lends itself to attacks. But there are also the benefits that come from being able to share information, be it through Google Docs or Word or others. So there are pros and cons to this. What that then means in the LLM setting to have a few dominant LLMs, the interesting question is, should there be interoperability at a level that preserves externalities, while mitigating the impacts of monoculture. So imagine I'm able to share a Google Slides with a PowerPoint and operate on it. I get technical interoperability that way, and you could imagine policy interoperability. So you get the benefits of externalities, but at the same time, you mitigate monoculture. Might be something to think about. The comment back to the ADB question, I think is, I think there is going to be a need for perhaps banks like ADB to invest in creating this capability in many of these countries to ensure that the benefits are more broadly shared. I think Professor Padman talked about digital public goods. I think investing in digital public goods is potentially a way forward.
Thank you for these great questions. To go back to Michael's question, it's already happening in healthcare. That we're seeing these partnerships between Microsoft and Epic Systems, for example, the biggest vendor of electronic health record systems, where they find it, they do see the need to be able to understand the upstream in order to be able to customize it to the downstream. With respect to the question on other countries, so that's why we are really taking inclusivity into account, not just fairness and biasness and so on. Everything from language to cultural norms to beliefs to and so on needs to be taken into account, and there needs to be, and homophily is a big aspect of healthcare, where you really build a rapport with your own clinician and your care team and so on. So we need to take those cultural things into account, and we are designing these, identifying both the data, that is where the data resources and curation comes into play, and then to be able to and then to make sure that these inclusivity requirements are met when they are delivered. So I think there are opportunities and ways that we can actually meet these requirements. For monoculture, I think both Rishi and Christian have addressed some of those issues. Healthcare systems are very divergent and diverse worldwide. And so there is definitely going to be a lot of adaptation and customization that needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was really an inspiring panel. So let's bring it up for our panelists. Thank you so much. So we're now going with a slight delay. We're going into a 15-minute lunch, not a lunch break yet, I wish, coffee break. And we will resume at 10:55. Okay, so and then we have another great panel coming up with Sue Hendrickson from Harvard's Berkman Klein Center, Kai Tsena from European Parliament, and Dora Kaufman out of Brazil, speaking about the regulatory aspects. Looking forward to this. See you in 15 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're now opening the third session for our conference. So it's basically the peak of the conference, you could also say. It's certainly the middle ground of the conference, where we have international perspectives, more from a regulatory perspective this time round, following up on the incredibly interesting intervention I think we've had this morning from a more technical side. So now the question is really, how do we deal with this in terms of regulation going forward and in different parts of the world? Because let's not forget, that was also one of the questions that was asked before. We don't want to have a monoculture, neither technically nor in regulation, but of course we want to have some standards perhaps that are rolled out globally as well. So it is my pleasure to welcome on stage now our first speaker, Sue Hendrickson. Sue used to be the executive director of the Berkman Klein Center over at Harvard University. As many of you know, this is one of the leading research institutions on law and technology worldwide. She has, just as of this weekend, transitioned to a new role, which we can congratulate her on. And this role is a Global Technology Governance Fellow. It does sound very interesting and fancy. And you will tell us more of what it actually entails in your presentation, I guess, by the content you're delivering. It's a great pleasure to have you here. And you will be talking about kind of the US landscape concerning AI. We will then have perspectives from the EU and from Brazil later on. I'll introduce the speakers individually. Sue, the floor is all yours. Many thanks for coming over.
Thank you, and thank you both for hosting this conference. It's been really interesting so far, and so great to see so many colleagues that are working on this. So for today, for my presentation, what we thought would be helpful is to lay just a little bit of the foundation of at a pretty high level as to some of the legal landscape and policy landscape in the United States, which is very different from what our colleagues have been doing in the EU, where there's been much more focused and directed attention on creating landmark legislation. By way of background also, so I also teach at the law school and have been a technology practitioner for 3 decades. So come to this from the perspective both as a kind of policy and technology deal lawyer. So I thought it was helpful to just frame the discussion with one of the comments from one of my colleagues at the Berkman Klein Institute, Dr. Raman Chowdhury, who recently just testified before the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology. And in this, just talking about how artificial intelligence is not inherently neutral, trustworthy, nor beneficial. The technology is not a mystery, it's not magic, and it's not alive. While it has immense capability like many other high potential technologies, it can also be used for harm by both malicious and well-intentioned actors. Concerted and directed effort is needed to ensure this technology is used to support and advance human interests. There's been a tremendous amount of hype around that many of you are familiar with, I'm certain, with respect to the technology. And one of the things that we really have been trying to focus on at Berkman and elsewhere is kind of unreasoned, as well as in our policy domain, around kind of reasoned evidence-based solutions as to how we can handle what is a tremendously powerful and exciting technology, from having been on the innovation side for a long time for innovative potential, but also has very real and immediate challenges for many, many citizens. So commentators have talked about this, from the extinction risks, pandemic. In the US, the approach so far, for better or worse, has been very different from what's been happening in the EU. We have no AI federal regulation, and none seems imminent. The authority and responsibility for AI regulation and governance is distributed kind of across the government and in private actors, and we're reliant on many voluntary corporate initiatives at this point. At the same time, there is a tremendous amount of activity and attention that's going on around this, and so in today's talk, what I'll do is I'll provide an overview of some of these core initiatives, which are more values-based frameworks that have been the current US landscape, as well as some of the activities of the key agencies, Congress, and the courts in this space, defining what constitutes the kind of US landscape around. Given the timing of this talk, it's necessarily high level, and there'll be many things that I won't include in this, so I'll just give the caveat that there's a lot of other activity going on as well. And I'll offer some suggestions from the work that we've been doing and thinking about for the regulation and governance of AI. First, I think it's important in any of this to ground this in a word about the harms, because what we're doing and what we're trying to do in any of these regulatory initiatives is to really tackle the different kinds of harms and challenges that are faced with respect to this. This is not a exhaustive list, but there are many of the ones that are concerning us. The bias and hate speech, election manipulation, and the capabilities as we have now synthetic fakes that are really, really hard to detect. There's misinformation, disinformation, and one of the most profound is this kind of overall loss of information trust in our information integrity environment, as well as kind of more traditional things of kind of heightened ability for fraud, cyber attacks, and others. So skip to that. Many of these risks seem increasingly imminent. I know there are many that are focused on long-term risks. I'm one of the believers that we need to tackle the immediate risks now while having foresight for those in the future. We're seeing this in campaign materials with instances of the technology being used in New Zealand, Canada, and the United States, as well as I'm sure in many other jurisdictions that I wasn't monitoring. But here, one of the things that we could see, this happens to be a kind of campaign ad that was done related to the Biden one, where there is synthetic material kind of imagining what things would be like. But I think for consumers of that information landscape, it's very, very hard to see the little disclaimers that say that this is generated by AI, or to figure out how to really process information that feels very real and very uncertain in that. This ability to clone voices, render these false images, and write really engaging copy is outpacing what we're seeing our ability to do on the regulatory side, even though there's tremendous focus on how to do that. And it's also similar in the kind of academic environments, trying to figure out how we can actually kind of help with this false imaging and help people be able to dissect what is real and what is imaginary in the information landscape. You know, I know there was emphasis on kind of AI detection tools as kind of helping with that. There was just a New York Times article, and there's been other studies too. But these detection tools, as the models change and as there are new ones around, it's incredibly hard as a technological matter to figure out how to do this. And there are also ethical and other issues raised by the false positives that are produced when detection tools identify whether whether information is authentic or synthetic. So how is this being addressed? How are these governance issues being addressed in the United States? So this has been done through kind of new policy and risk management frameworks. I'll talk a bit about the White House blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, as well as the Commerce Department's NIST framework that have been put out. Neither is an enforceable framework. So they are still kind of guidance, but they are defining both how policies are being developed and how corporate compliance mechanisms are being implemented. There's also in the US a variety of existing laws and enforcement authorities. The FTC in particular has been extremely active in this area and is likely to be more active. I know we had a more extensive session on intellectual property, but in the US, understanding what's going on in the landscape, intellectual property is really a critical component of the legal landscape and political landscape for these technologies. There's a wide variety of litigation that started, as well as our traditional kind of criminal and civil rights related statutes around things like non-discrimination and fraud and otherwise. I'll talk a bit about congressional activity as really heightened recently. And then there are other modes. I'm not going to focus in this on our kind of international collaborative efforts that the US is engaged in. So stepping back, one of the kind of grounding things that the Biden administration did was release a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. It's a kind of fascinating nomenclature in the US with respect to it, both around kind of our fundamental rights in the Bill of Rights, but also thinking about it as a blueprint for it as opposed to an actual Bill of Rights, which goes to its authority in this, that it really is just a roadmap for the responsible development and use of these automated decision-making systems. And the time when this is expected to be particularly implemented or encouraged to be implemented is when meaning the public's rights are meaningfully impacted by that, when a decision is being made that would have effects for a citizen. These are the things that our White House and others working in collaboration decided that are the policies that we should look toward as we try to define how we deal not just with AI, but with other kind of advanced technologies coming through. As Alondra Nelson, who is one of the leading people who worked on this, stated, if we anchor our values in the best outcomes for human beings, and if we anchor our policies and value proposition about what technologies are supposed to do and mean in the world for people that use them, then whether we're talking about AI that we might have used four years ago or AI that will be released in 4 months, these assertions should still be true. So it lays out a framework as to what the rights are that you should be able to expect with respect to the automated decision-making systems that you interact with as an individual. These are first, that they should be safe and effective systems, that you should be protected from unsafe or ineffective systems. What that will mean in practice, always challenging. But part of that, which is interesting, is that in order for it to be safe and effective systems, it was also defined that that should be developed in consultation with diverse communities. What constitutes, safety risks and impacts is something that is defined not by any kind of individual group of experts or others, but by a very diverse, necessarily diverse collection of the population globally as well as in the US. Also, in order to do that, you'll see emphasis in the kind of descriptions around it about the need for this pre-deployment testing, risk identification and mitigation, some of the things that have been talked about in the prior one, as in the prior session, about thinking about the kind of intended use, being proactive in terms of this pre-release, as well as working to mitigate the unsafe outcomes afterwards. Algorithmic discrimination practices, a really important focus of it, kind of not facing discrimination by algorithmic systems. I know there were other discussions and will be on bias and ways in which the systems and the databases that underlie them have results that aren't something that you might want for housing practices for others. And I mean, it will be interesting to see as data sets get created on smaller and smaller subsets that are there that are more specific. Each data set will have its own particular biases and stuff, and learning to understand what those are and how we can manage those and make sure that they're pulled through in practice. Data privacy is the third principle, being protected from abusive data practices via built-in protections about how your data is used, understanding that, and having permission and respect regarding collection, use, access, transfer, and distribution of data, and building in privacy by design. An interesting thing in the US, where we don't actually have national data privacy legislation, unlike the EU, but set forth as a principle, even though that's not something that we've been able to accomplish legislatively. Notice and explanation, know when you're interacting, and human alternatives, so being able to have a human in the loop with respect to it. The challenge, of course, with respect to this has been figuring out how to translate this into practice, but it has been guiding many of the decisions around it. Similarly, and I know we're time sensitive here, so I'll speak fast, but the NIST, good, yes, the NIST, our standards and technology in the Commerce Department has developed a risk management framework, which is one of the other guiding documents shaping much of the policy and direction. It's a control system, thinking about how we adopt management and proper controls for AI systems to mitigate and manage those equitable outcomes. Again, what this is it's a framework document. It provides practical guidance to organizations as to how to manage their risks. It's an incredibly long document. I actually recommend it to many folks that are kind of struggling to figure out how to implement this. NIST has not gone to provide people specific guidance with respect to their own use case, given the variety of use cases that appear. It's supposed to be more neutral in terms of looking at how organizations can define this for their own needs with something that is a measured process to address AI risks. They walk through 4 specific functions associated with this: how you govern it, how you map it, how you measure it, and how you manage that systematically within your organization. The existing authority is one of the most important in the US in this landscape, is likely to be and has been the FTC with respect to this. This is our existing avenue for addressing harms through both our consumer protection from unfair and deceptive practices and competitive concerns. There's been the organization that was advocating for the 6-month pause associated with this submitted a complaint to the FTC as a location to look at it as whether OpenAI's software was biased, deceptive, and a risk to privacy and safety. The chair, Lena Khan, has been particularly active in the thinking about the enforcement authority associated with this and looking at the applicability of these rules to be able to focus on what constitutes competitive risks, as well as preventing discrimination, exploitation around personal data, and fraud and extortion. There's been a variety of blog posts that kind of lean toward where that enforcement activity will go. It's not the counter, it's kind of regulating by enforcement as opposed to by statute, but it's where we are in the United States. This is one of the things that I think is particularly insightful in terms of thinking about where AI, some of the AI regulation will go. Is there was a recent kind of announcement around the approaches to biometric information and concerns for consumer privacy, which is highly kind of analogous to some of the issues that are emerging, some with the biometric information also obviously being a key component of some of the concerns in the AI area around these risks of deep fakes, fraud, harassment, and security, particularly when that's using someone's own biometrics. As well as focusing on marketing claims. Now, the FTC has both consumer protection and competitive landscape, and recently, one of the focusing on unfair competition, where the 3 key building blocks are that have been that are being looked at in that is how particularly the larger kind of companies in the AI space may create barriers to competition around data, talent, or computational resources, particularly with a focus on the dependencies on cloud services and computing power. And looking at the FTC is going to be actively looking at how these may prevent other startups and others relying on these from developing the building blocks of AI. As there's a proliferation of open source models, some of these The competitive landscape is complicated in this space. Some key areas of focus that have been identified are around the reasonable data collection practices. It was interesting to me that there was a statement not just about the data collection practices, but that from the control of the data, that may also trigger the anti-competitive situations as opposed to just how, even if they are collected responsibly. Non-competes have been a focus kind of in recent years as to allowing the movement of people between the different companies. They'll continue to be, as well as cloud computing that I mentioned. Another area which recently did a request for information is through our National Telecommunications and Information Administration. And here, I think this is actually a really interesting space to follow with respect to it, as one of the focuses that we've had in our work is looking at ways to create kind of meaningful transparency and accountability in this area. And so what the NTIA is looking at is how you actually do that. And they just they're in the process of developing policies around that to foster trustworthiness, whether that's around audits or assessments, certifications or other mechanisms. So a lot more to come in that space as we try to actually tackle some of these really hard issues around how you actually create necessary transparency or audit. Congressional activity, there's been a ton of it recently. I think many people probably saw when the Sam Altman from OpenAI was before the committees. There's a whole bunch of different committees that are holding hearings on it. There were 5 or 6 just in May and June. Lots of this activity is going on in different forums. The book here kind of tracked, there had been a kind of commentary going around that the legislator wasn't doing much. There were a lot of bills that were presented. There are many, many bills that are there. Whether they'll be able to translate into passage is the problem associated with this. Most recently, there's been a different level of emphasis with our Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, proposing a policy objective framework for a much more centralized kind of broad security accountability foundations and explainability safe platform for it, which could be a broad initiative. Again, there aren't a lot of details in any of these yet, and that's the devil's going to be in the details associated with this as to also whether during particular an election cycle coming up there'll be any sufficient momentum to create a single policy. I know there was a larger kind of presentation on AI, but the intellectual property ones in the U.S., the Copyright Office weighed in on the registrability of AI imagery, that the images in the work by Midjourney were not registrable. I think that's going to, it's raising kind of issues around that. Similarly, the AI, an inventor must be a natural person, so an AI system under U.S. patent law can't be the inventor. And so what we've seen then also is an array of lawsuits being initiated against AI companies in the U.S. around many of these kind of IP claims, not the registration claims, but more of the infringement claims. As you'll see from kind of like the artist strikes and others, there's a feeling that the kind of fair use statute and what the boundaries of that and the ways in which the databases have been collected across different modalities, whether it's in computer software, whether it's in authors' books, or whether it's in artistic works, whether that really is an ethical and appropriate kind of use of individuals' work. And there's also a variety of other claims that are starting to surface, like defamation and contract and property claims. The early cases, AI cases that were founded, challenged the use of images. Here's just the one from Getty Images with the database. I think people are familiar with these, so I won't delve into them here. But the Stable Diffusion and Midjourney have been targeted with copyright lawsuits related to the way that these function. There's also additional litigation. There's been a defamation suit related to what's widely referred to as the hallucinations, and when the information from those hallucinations are then repeated, is that something that creates a sufficient claim for defamation? Here it was when alleging that somebody had been involved in fraud and embezzlement when they weren't actually. 2 new cases were filed last week. An author suit around copyright training material, adding to the kind of collection of things of looking at where the corpus has been developed based on training materials from others' intellectual property in the space. And then a new kind of class action claim that's a broader claim against OpenAI violating the rights by lifting private information without informed consent or knowledge. And so it'll be interesting to see how that private data suit plays out. Again, given that we don't have a privacy one, it's a more creative solution to try to figure out how under state and other spaces that might be there able to provide sufficient legal basis. Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, it's worth just kind of mentioning that here because that also has been such an important thing with social media. Recent case on that didn't turn it down with respect to it, but there is a real question as to whether it will protect generative AI given the need for not being actively involved and a mere platform in that space. There's also, in the US, there's a proliferation of state legislation that will be significant around this. You know, I worry about that as the patchwork approach. We worry about it kind of globally as to whether we're creating inconsistent standards, but in the absence of federal activity, our states are all able to regulate and even do so in their own jurisdiction. And so we're seeing I think it was one of the sites was that, you know, 144 different measures around this, which creates real challenges for compliance in the space, as well as there are kind of voluntary corporate activities with many of the providers there, international ones. So some of the things that, you know, I've been thinking about in particular with respect to this around AI governance, where it leads us to in our work as well, is that, you know, first, you know, accountability isn't going to happen in a black box, and meaningful transparency is key here. Figuring out how to do that is really challenging. Looking back to the kind of NTIA initiatives in here, there are issues around kind of how you actually enable researcher access. I think myself and many others, probably most of the academics here, really want more researcher access, but what does that mean and how do you do that in a way that's secure and protectable, as well as the kind of pre-release, post-release, and the reporting issues that were mentioned later. As an IP lawyer also, I do think that I'm not sure that we'll do it, but I do think that the IP and data rights are ripe for reimagination in this age of AI. Whether they're actually accomplishing what we're hoping for from an ethical and societal perspective is, I think, a real question, and how we wrestle with that, with the desire to move forward with these databases, which have been largely built on the works of things that were publicly accessible. In the US, it would be great to have more coordinated regulatory action. I know there are many kind of discussions going on about that. There may be things that are announced. There are lots of commissions that have been formed in that space, but hopefully we'll figure out a way to coordinate and streamline this. Although it will be necessary, I believe, in the near term at least, to lean into our existing authorities for enforcement around these issues. For me, though, even just the coordinated regulatory activity in the US isn't enough. I'm one of the folks that joins into the call for a kind of global governance body of some sort with respect to this, to create a part of the effective governance of AI, something that is multi-stakeholder, solutions-oriented, and that can deal with the kind of borderless concerns and crisis management that we're going to have in this space as we confront the ways that globally we're affected by this. And then the other issue with respect to this, and I know in one of the last talks it was mentioned about the supply chain, having been a deal lawyer associated with it and seeing how these kind of partnerships and collaborations are built, I think that it is incredibly important for us to figure out how we lay the responsibility for harms across the spectrum of actors, from the foundation model providers to the app developers to the users, and do that in a way that is aligned with the figuring out how they get sufficient information control, access, and others as we build this ecosystem that's going to have incredible dependencies through it and no one having complete control over the outcome. So with that.
Thank you. I love the fact that finally we have found somebody who speaks faster than I do, at least in English. Wait for my German comments. But we understood it. But yeah, it was great. I think I love this. And do we have a super urgent question? Otherwise, we have a Q&A afterwards for all of them. Did I? The slide was, this was a random slide coming in. So thanks a lot. And it really resonates with so many things that I'm also thinking about, many other people are thinking of, particularly also the global agency. I think we should probably talk about this over lunch. Would be really cool. Literally your question. Great. So we'll talk about it in the Q&A as well. And now we have more information coming from Kai Zenner. is next to me here. He will, if you've been following anything related to the EU AI Act, be a known person to you, because Kai is not only the head of office of Axel Voss at the European Parliament, but he has also been, I think, the by far most engaged actor vis-a-vis the public, kind of the main point of contact for information, stakeholder meetings, and all kinds of things surrounding the AI Act, soliciting information, input. I think you've really done an incredible job, if I may say. I know the workload is already pretty hard, and then bringing on board all these perspectives all the time, holding these meetings that are really, where the public can weigh in. This is just amazing. And he just received the award for, what's it exactly? So the best member of parliament, whatever thing, assistant in the European Parliament this year. So I think very much deservedly so. And it's great to have him here because he is really one of the persons who are probably best informed, probably the best informed person, at least in the European Parliament space, to talk about the regulation of large generative AI models. So Kai, many thanks for coming over despite your incredibly busy schedule and talking to us about just these matters.
Perfect. Thank you very much. After all those words, I hope my presentation is okay. I will also be rather high level. I found it really interesting, for example, to hear about the assessments from researchers on the copyright points in Article 28b, and also other discussions we had from Lillian yesterday on privacy stuff in the AI Act, and so on and so on. But again, I would more talk about the history of value chain and foundation models in the AI Act, where we started, what the Parliament has now proposed, and what I also think needs to be added on top. And before I start with that, I just want to draw a little bit back on the comments Philipp was making, because AI and especially foundation models is really challenging for a policymaker or for policymakers, because you see it in the national states, in the European Union, and so on. There are more and more pushes to really speed up the legislative processes, to come up with a new law after 6 months, like with the DMA and DSA. And what is often really suffering is quality, is evidence-based politics. And this was one thing that we were facing, and we are still facing with the AI Act. Yes, we are doing all those stakeholder meetings. We are really trying to make it more transparent, more inclusive. But I would say, except the Greens and us, no one really cares about it. They are always saying we need to finish the AI Act no matter what, and quality is not important. I just heard it yesterday again, and I'm like, why? This is not the way politics should be. But now we have several national elections. We have the European election next year, and Mrs. von der Leyen, Mrs. Vestager, Mr. Breton, and several prime ministers underlined so often that the European Union will be first with the AI Act that they, I think, feel themselves a little bit cornered. And this is, again, why now there is this push really excluding quality and in-depth discussions. And why I'm saying this, because especially with foundation models, 1 year ago, I think myself and maybe 1-2 other people in the parliament were the only ones who knew what a foundation model is. Now with the hype with ChatGPT, a few more know it, and most people want to regulate it. But unfortunately, really, there is no time and also no will to involve actors like you, to include real experts that are working on foundation models. And this, I wanted to make as a disclaimer at the beginning of the presentation, is a little bit the reason of what you will see along the line in my presentation, because we see here and there that there are obligations. We heard it yesterday also, that maybe have a good intention, but do not really make sense on a technical level. So after all my talk, now to this first part that I was talking about. The AI Act, first of all, is a really typical product safety legislation. It's a so-called NLF approach, which is a new legislative framework, which has been used for the regulation of toys, of something like this, a hammer, and so on and so on. But those things were, of course, stable. They didn't change over time and so on. So the Commission was nevertheless thinking that this might be a good approach because it worked quite well over the last decades. And it was also one of the reasons why, well, we can always make it better, but I would say the level of consumer protection and of product safety within the internal market is quite good. And NLF was one of the reasons. The Commission also tried to make it rather simple in the AI Act by really identifying only a few actors. And here you see it. They clustered them under the term AI operators. They were talking about users, providers that are kind of carrying out the majority of obligations, and also a little bit the authorized representative, distributor, and importer. I hope also in the back people are able to read it. And the Commission's idea was that basically by really concentrating on those 5 actors, all the important actors in the AI value chain are kind of covered. And in their understanding, it also made sense to solely focus on the downstream actors. So those actors that are really deploying the system, or at least placing it on the market. And I think logically, it makes a lot of sense because those actors are really the ones that know about the context of use, the intention, for example, that this AI system has, and so on and so on. But here I will already bring forward my first criticism that, as you all know, and we heard it in most of the statements today and yesterday, the AI value chain is very, very, very complex. And by kind of trying to simplify it in this way as the Commission was doing it, you quickly face certain challenges, and sometimes it even doesn't make sense or leads to a situation where, for example, a provider has no chance at all to fulfill the AI Act obligation. So let's say this whole system that the Commission did, the Parliament realized rather quickly had a good intention. We saw it as a good first step, but again, it was not really mirroring what is happening on the ground in real life. And this is why then we had discussion if there is the need to have a lead actor, for example, in those cases where you have maybe several providers, or do you need to make it clearer when a new provider is occurring, and does it mean for the old provider that he or she doesn't have any obligations anymore, and so on and so on. We were also thinking about certain new obligations that needed to be included to the AI Act. We had a long discussion, we heard it also yesterday, about open source components, if they should be included or not. And we had also a debate pushed by the Greens if we need to include affected persons, because so far the AI Act was only talking about, let's say, the commercial actors, but well, one of the 2 main objectives of the AI Act was to protect fundamental rights, and therefore even myself as a conservative representative, I need to say the Greens have a point that they were criticizing that affected person was not in. And then now to the topic from our conference here, or workshop series. The Commission also didn't include at all the concept of foundation models. And basically their, sorry, no, I was. No, it's not. Perfect. One back, sorry. now it's working. Yeah. The second point, so the value chain was not really covered, and also foundation models. The Commission was not including. Again, this is why I was talking about standard product safety legislation. The NLF frameworks were always focused on products and services that have an intended purpose. And of course, we all know a foundation model is basically characterized by the fact that it doesn't have an intended purpose. It has the possibility to be deployed in a lot of different areas to get different intended purpose. And yeah, I always compared a little bit with digital plasticine, so in German Knetgummi, so kind of rubber that you can form in a lot of different ways. So at this stage, really upstream, there is, and OpenAI, Microsoft, DeepMind, and Anthropic, and so on, they have a really good point. Here upstream, you don't know at all what is happening downstream with it. A second problem for foundation models in the Commission's proposal was also risk categories. We all know the AI Act has this risk-based approach. And well, foundation models, again, it's difficult to really classify them into one risk category. They can maybe learn based on new input data, new capabilities. So then maybe they would start in the employment sector, but later on would be also used in the transport sector or whatsoever. So also there, it's a little bit tricky to put them in the AI Act. This was the reason why the Commission in the end completely excluded it. And again, as I said in my slide before, really only focused to the downstream or on the downstream actors that then in the end maybe are using those foundation models. This creates a third problem that I also mentioned here, of not including foundation models, because, well, it's the fact that there is, at least now, again, a small number of companies that are developing, let's say, at least the cutting edge foundation models, really the baseline foundation models. And by completely excluding them and not giving them any kind of obligation in whatever matter, you kind of, at least maybe, repeating certain mistakes that happened with Platform 1.0 situations, that in the end we have again a market which is dominated by a few actors, with a side effect that all those downstream actors are really struggling to fulfill the AI Act because the upstream actors are not included and therefore do not have obligations, for example, to share information. What we now did in the parliament, what I try. Yes, what we did in the parliament was to really think about, again, the whole value chain in a holistic way. So we wanted to single out different steps, and in each step, the actor, in our opinion, that is best placed to fulfill the AI obligation should do so, but then really only this actor. But again, from the different levels, there should be a lot of, let's say, cooperation, again, exchange of information, and so on and so on. Maybe to just quickly go through, in the first level, and again, this was or has been discussed yesterday already, we have this new Article 28b. 28b concentrates on foundation models. Our friends from Stanford just did a really interesting study where they checked if I think it was the top 10 foundation model companies were able to fulfill those new obligations, and some scored higher, some a bit less, but I think at least it showed that not everything is completely impossible what we demand there as parliament. Again, we would, with this new Article 28b, we would say that there is a limited number of obligations for companies like OpenAI that they need to fulfill in order to make sure that this baseline, top-notch, cutting-edge, or I often call it frontier, foundation model, fulfills certain, let's say, minimum criteria. In my opinion, this is now a personal opinion, I do not like some parts of Article 28b that are going too much into detail. I do not like the copyright part very much. I think also the data governance part is maybe too much, and sustainability part, I also don't know. I think it's an important point, but I don't know if it's fulfillable like it is now. But maybe the three basic obligations that I think should be there is really risk identification, meaning even OpenAI knew by scrapping the internet, 60 or more than 60% of the content is in English. So they have at least a slight language bias. OpenAI could have put this on paper and inform basically the downstream actors about it. They could also do in kind of testing when it comes to performance, when it comes to safety, when it comes to cybersecurity requirements, again, only to a level that fulfills minimum criteria. And again, for being able to fulfill those things, there would need to be standards. So standards are missing, benchmarks are missing, but we as Parliament hope that in the next 2 years, maybe our friends from ISO or Sensenelec will be able to come up with those baseline standards. And the third point would be sufficient documentation, because then after level 2, they are placing the cutting edge foundation model on the market. It's being refined as a foundation model. It's maybe even further developed into an AI system and so on. And towards all those actors, OpenAI in this case would need to again share the necessary information, should maybe also assist the clients to become fully compliant with the AI Act. And the same should also, according to the Parliament, apply to suppliers of AI tools, services, components, processes. There was a little bit of a difference because in the case of OpenAI, a foundation model, top-notch foundation model provider, there we were really talking about a kind of legal obligation to assist and to share information. For now normal suppliers of AI components, there the Parliament just asked both actors to based on model contractual clauses to make some contractual arrangement to fulfill the obligation of Article 28. So level 2, Article 28 is, in my opinion, even more important than level 1, because with this level 2 element, we really want to make sure that the digital market in the future is working a little bit better, because the different actors are working better together. And it has all a little bit the spirit of Digital Single Market, Digital Market Act, in mind, that again, we have market concentration. We do see that there are a lot of amazing products coming from Microsoft, Google, and so on and so on. We don't want to interfere with that, but we just want to make sure that the exchanges on the market are happening a little bit better. And now I can make it a bit more quick. On level 3 is then in my example here, SAP, the German software company that is using GPT-4 from OpenAI, refining it and so on, and creating a high-risk AI system out of it that is falling into Annex 3.4b, which is the employment section. Then SAP, in my example, would need to fulfill everything that is standing in Article 16 AI Act. And again, before, they would not be able to do so, because the, for example, the information about how the data set that OpenAI used for training, what it was consisting of, what kind of data was not being shared with SAP. Now with level 1 and level 2, we have the hope that SAP will receiving those information and again, then in the end, be able to comply fully with the AI Act. When they are now selling it, in my example, to the city of Hamburg, that is using the high-risk AI system from SAP for job opening, then also the city of Hamburg has enough information to fulfill, for example, this new fundamental right impact assessment that the European Parliament asked for, and also other obligations in Article 29 that is for the deployer. And then also on level 5, the affected person. So I was speaking about this proposal of the Green would benefit from more transparency, more rights. There is now a right to an explanation of individual decision making. Again, very important for the left-wing groups in the parliament, and so on and so on. But all of that only works if there is at least some basic understanding of the foundation model. And because I think I'm already, then I have one more slide. I will check, so this is, I think, already a huge improvement, especially, again, this combination of Article 28 on the information sharing along the value chain and Article 28b, which in our eyes makes sure that this foundation model is kind of understandable and safe enough to start the journey along the value chain. But I said already, I do not like everything from those articles. And I mentioned already that there are some points that I think are quite difficult for companies like Anthropic and others to fulfill, especially when we are talking about smaller companies like Aleph Alpha in Germany and the new one in France and others. Exactly, I think it's rather tricky, and it could again lead to a situation that more powerful companies are able to fulfill those new obligations, but especially startups and smaller, let's say SMEs that are investing capacities, financial means, and so on in the development of foundation models, they get a problem. And again, we are creating market dominance. And this is why I think the Stanford definition on foundation model is really good. This is why we took it, and we think it's the kind of mostly accepted worldwide definition of foundation model. But I think just keeping it open like the parliament did now is wrong, because we would, exactly what I just mentioned, we would include a lot of small actors, and especially we would include along the value chain the, let's call it level 1.5. So companies that are using, for example, GPT-4 and are refining it, or we see it now in on Hugging Face and on GitHub. Palm, LLAMA from Meta was leaked, as you all know, and is now all around the open source community. And a lot of super smart people are using this foundation model to further develop, let's say, revised foundation models based on this original Meta one. And they would all fall under this new obligations of 28b. Maybe a lot of students, a lot of university projects would fall under it. Definitely the open source sector per se would fall under it. Yes, well, we made a kind of exemption of an exemption in 28B also on open source. So it's, in research you could, it's difficult how you define put into service. This is a loophole. Exactly. But well, so with all those problems, again, we create a situation which I think is completely at odds with what we as European Parliament and as European Union wanted to achieve. And this is now the last point. What I think is a smarter way forward, and I'm trying at the moment to convince a lot of people in Brussels, the Spanish presidency and the Commission and so on, to look again at the DSA and DMA. In the DSA, we have the very large online platforms which have very clear criteria, and use a similar system for frontier foundation models. And I just made, a little bit with the help of Stanford, study, but also a few others I put there, and I excluded Aleph Alpha because I'm not so 100% sure if they are really already there. But again, this is just a personal overview of models that I maybe think that could play such an important role, especially again from a competition perspective, as top-notch foundation models that are then later used along the value chain. And then it would mean that only those are really facing those obligations in Article 28B. The Commission could, together with the AI Office, kind of keep this table up to date. There would be clear criteria how or which criteria we should use. I think it's still debatable. We could use compute, we could use capabilities, but there are also disadvantages of those two criteria. So I think this is still open for discussion. But again, I think this approach would really help to fulfill both goals that we have: make foundation models safe for the end user, for the citizen, but at the same time also help all the actors in the value chain to know what they are facing, to know how to become AI Act compliant, and in the end, really make the AI Act a success story.
Absolutely great. And by the way, I think we should tap into the massive knowledge base in our audience here amongst computer scientists and other folks. If they have any ideas for criteria of distinguishing these frontier foundation models from non-frontier foundation models, beyond compute, maybe benchmarking or whatever, like certain thresholds, looking at Rishi and Christian and others, that would be certainly most helpful for the Q&A. So if you want to make some notes or weigh in on that, that'd be certainly much appreciated. We're a little bit over time, but that doesn't matter, I think, because this is really the crucial point of the debate where kind of push comes to shove, and we really have to think very hard about what we do in the US, in the EU, and now also in other parts of the world, of course, with Dora Kaufman presenting the view and reporting on Brazil. So Dora is a very accomplished scholar. It's great to have her here. She actually leads the Intelligent Technologies and Digital Design program at not Universidade de São Paulo, but at Pontificia Universidade Católica in São Paulo. But anyways, in São Paulo. And she has many accolades and accomplishments. Most recently, she's just been hosted alongside Alexandra, actually, as an ENS fellow at our institute, just like Brent and Sandra. So we had a really nice group being together 1 month in Berlin and having a good time and doing a lot of research together, discussing together. It's been great to have you and to have you on board here as well to bring in your perspective. She's actually a very frequent commentator in the Brazilian news. She has a weekly column in one of the biggest magazines in Brazil where she writes about digital policy. And so it's great to have that perspective as well, not only the EU and the US. So Dora, thanks so much for coming over, and very much looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks. Thank you very much. After two speaks for strategic people from strategic players in the AI community, what you can talk about from Brazil. We are not in the center of the discussion, but we have something interesting thing happen there. Well, first, I think we have to consider three different issues. The global guidelines is very important, and recent initiative have to trade between Trade Technology Council that have a meeting with European and US, and I think it's very important to consider that we have to spend to include different countries, especially countries with a reality totally different, because if not, we have in the future, you can have damage, a lot of important damage in our country. I think we have to participate, to be invited for you both strategic area to be part of this discussion. Well, the other is the self-regulation. I will talk a little about that. We have a lot of initiative in Brazil, in the sector, private sectors, and the companies and the association. And the third is the regulatory framework that we are in the process, that I give you a brief overview about our process now. Well, assumption in general, a cross-cutting production and application influenced by economic and social issues. I think this is important to take into consideration. The other one is AI regulation is a complex process. It's not like regulating product or services. It's obvious, but sometimes it's not absolutely clear. AI regulation must be based on risk and use. That's I think everybody probably agree with this assumption. AI is a highly dynamic process, making it difficult to pre-identify and isolate risks and consequences, especially when you are talking about the generative models. Yes, now it's here. Well, here it's a brief overview about the Brazilian regulation process. We started in September 2019. What's the first bill of law? This is the number of the bill of law proposed for a senator. His name is Stephen Valentin, and proposed to Federal Senate. It was a very, very short bill of law with general principles. And then in February 2020, it was another bill of law proposed in the Chamber of Deputy by Deputy Eduardo Bismarck, and that project was a lot of had a discussion, not a lot, but the consulting, the public consulting was only for 3 months, and after this period, they have a vote in the deputy camera. Was the result was 13 votes in favor and 15 against. And then, following the ordinary legislation process, it was sent to the Federal Senate. And between this, in March 2021, was a new bill of law proposed by a senator, another senator, Veneziano Vital do Rego, to Federal Senate. Well, in February 2022, the Commission, the president of the Senate, Rodrigo Pacheco, established a commission of 18 legal experts with the mission of preparing a substitutive for the 3 previous bills. And now that's I will talk about this process, because it was the main process that we have in terms of regulation in Brazil. And in May, last May, was exactly last 3 May, the president of the Senate transformed the legal expert report to a new bill with they have 14.5 articles. Next steps before becoming law is the approval by Congress and then forward to presidential sanction. A commission of senators is being constituted, I hope in the next days, to lead the debate in society and Congress. The federal government shall design the authority to implement the overseas. This commission doesn't have the power to talk or to propose, even to propose the authority. That is a function of the federal government, but they recommend to create authority special for the AI. Well, talking about the expert commission, the commission focus was concept, understanding, and classification of AI, be it impact and right and duties, and for less the accountability, governance, and supervision. That was the main focus of the commission that worked for 9 months. In March 2020, the commission started the public consultation, and they gave for the people and institution, including the companies, the association, the private sector association, to have the chance to submit proposal for a specific textual revision. And November 2022, they delivered the first report. The first report was a summary of the public consultation, and this the summary included the specific topics, specific issues, AI definition. There is no consensus, as everybody here knows. A legal structure, fundamental rights, personal data, regulatory model governance, accountability, ethics, bias, transparency and explainability, human supervision, research, development, innovation, education and work, jobs, AI in public administration, and data mining. Was these issues that submitted to the public consultation and received a lot of contribution. In December, now, it's exactly the 6th of the 6th of December, they delivered the final report of the work. Well, this is the number PL 2338. It's this is the proposal, the law proposal under discussion now in Brazil. This is totally inspired by the AI Act, but with totally different process. They have 45 articles and 31 pages. But the fundamental, this assumption is exactly, it's very, very similar for AI Act. They assumed that it was inspired by AI Act. Well, I headlined 3 things. Risk-based approach, of course. Innovation, that's different from the AI Act, that individual rights. I will talk about, give you the summary of individual rights that they have been considered. No specific rules yet for generative AI. Philipp suggested the title of my presentation, but in fact, we hadn't started the discussion about generative AI in terms of regulation. This is, I don't go through that, but if someone have interest, we make a comparison between the AI Act and this proposal for law proposal that we have under discussion in Brazil. This is the user right, as I said, is different. Is different from the AI Act, but it's traditional in Brazil. Brazil regulation traditional. They have in this chapter 2 in Article 5 to 12. Basically, they give the right. There are a lot of specification, a lot of procedures to follow, but all of them basically in 3 directions. The right to explanation of how AI system work, and the affected user has the right to ask for the provider to explain why the result or the recommendation for automatic system, the right to prior information about the use of AI in a given product or service, and the right to contest decision and prediction that affect user interests. This last one, I'm worried about that because it's very, it's not specific. It gives the opportunity to start with a lot of suits in Brazil because based on that, we can contest all the automation, automated decision using AI, all of them. You can contest it, and this could be a problem in the future. Well, main concern about the Brazil process. There is a lack of debate. That's I said is completely different the process compared to Europe that you have been discussing since 2018 in a lot of discussion, a lot of documents. It's not easy to follow because there's a lot of things to read all the time. We don't have this deep discussion in Brazil, and we are trying to change this situation. We have a lack, different from Europe also, we have a lack of systematic investigation about AI in Brazil. For me, it's very important to identify damage not addressed by existing regulation. That's the proposal when you think about a new regulation, new norm. Lack of knowledge on AI by regulators. That is a very, very, very important critical point in Brazil because, and I think if the European US invited Brazil to be the authorities, Brazilian authorities to be part of the discussion, will help them to improve or reduce the lack of information, of knowledge. It's not information, it's knowledge, because it's very hard to think about that if you, the people, the group of people responsible for the final regulation in the country, they don't know much more about the object of they are trying to regulate. It seems to be very, very critical. But a high cost, all the proposal, I think my opinion happens the same in the AI Act, the high cost to be in compliance, have a negative effect for innovation and positive effect for market concentration. I think because I'm worried about that because this will be hard for not only a small company but a medium company to be in compliance because of the specific the high cost to be in compliance. That is the point. Well, very broad user rights, potential for fraud of lawsuit that I had already just talked about that. Lack of sectorial agency involved. Since the beginning, I have been saying that, in my opinion, we have to, because AI is not, as I said, it's not like a product or service. AI, it's involved in everything, and then the situation, the ethical and social impacts. When you talk about the education sector, it's completely different from health sector, for security, and I think the protagonism has to be from the sectorial agencies. Not, I can't see how we function. We have a general central agency to control and the implementation, the development, the research, development, and implementation of AI. I can't see how this will work, and I think we need, in terms of country, general rules, not rules, but some principological, and then the mission or the obligation has to be for the sector agency. I can see who can regulate and fiscalize better, for example, from the central bank, the use of AI in the banking market. That is, for me, it's a critical point that we have been insisting that in the beginning of a process in Brazil, they have the trend to go in this direction, and then they changed basically on the AI Act, they changed completely the concept. Excessive rule of central agency, when the main rule should be, as I said, complexity and speed of AI innovation make almost impossible to supervise of central agents. This is, this is, for me, it's a very important point. Well, point of attention in general. Premature regulation would restrain innovation. Então, there is rumor in Brazil that they want to vote before the end of this year, something that has to have a lot of discussion in society, even in the Congress. And we have been trying to change this trend and expand, because we don't have urgent to approve something like that. Not the case. We have a lot of discussion, we have a lot of investigation to do in Brazil. You have to follow and see what will happen in Europe. This is very important as a reference in terms of regulation. Brazil needs investment in infrastructure. That is precondition, because we have a lot of problems, a lot of restriction in terms of infrastructure to develop and even to use AI. Open source platform is a key issue for innovation. I think this is, I think here it's not necessary to talk talk about that, because probably everybody agree. Portuguese database, that is a strategic point for us, because there are some initiative in Brazil trying to create a Portuguese database. One of, I think it's probably the most important, is a collaboration between Universidade de São Paulo, the C4AI, that is a AI center of research for the University of São Paulo, and IBM. They have been they have been working on create a database, Portuguese database, because of course it's very, very important. Technology, a new state of right, which must be reliable. Well, this is a philosophical question. No. What's does it okay. Well, this is another point of attention in general. The AI innovation is heavily based on more and more data. That is, I have been following this discussion in different forums, and a regulation must consider the negative environment impact, because this way to develop new models of AI, new models using more and more data has a very strong negative impact in terms of environment, and this is a strategic discussion now because of obviously the situation that you have been seeing. This is another very important point for me, that is the hegemony of English language, because when you talk about the language, it's not specific the language, but it's the culture associated to the language. And that's before our presentation, they said, so what's the name they say homo hegemony, no? Oh, homo hegemony. Monoculture, thank you, monoculture. And that is, of course, it's a sensitive point for us in Brazil, because, yes, it's dominated. In fact, we have now in our part of the planet, the developer of AI is practically concerning the responsibility in charge of 5 big American companies. That's, I think, it's a very, 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 because they don't create or produce products or services. They have a ecosystem. They have a very, very dominant position in the infrastructure of internet. That is, for me, it's probably the main negative impact of developer AI, is the market concentration and the control by these companies. And now, only after the AI generative, we are talking about basically Microsoft and Google. For example, now in Brazil, we are in the middle of discussing a new law that have been called fake news law. But it's not only about fake news. It's all all the process concerning social media. It included the AI in this discussion. And it's a strong, strong pressure lobby from, for example, Google, but it's very, very strong. The authorities and everybody trying to change, to avoid, to have a law that will limit their actions in Brazil. And it's they have been doing a lot of strong lobby. And then it's the hegemony of let's try to generate American culture. Yes, as I said, to assign a responsibility. The preconditions have a traceable system. But regulated generate models has to be considered 3 levels. One is the GPT-3, for example. The other one is ChatGPT 3.5, and the other one is they integrate with the products. We are in this, as we are not involved, as everybody knows, in the 2 first part, we are in the integration with our products, and then Google and Microsoft have been investing a lot, trying to and with a success, trying to develop or to work with the products of the existing products, especially in the big companies in Brazil, to use Bard and ChatGPT, and with a success, as I said, and then involve different kind of risks, because I'm talking about the risks that have be avoided by regulation. It's different in the 3 different steps. And well, in parallel, we are involved in a lot of many initiatives in terms of governance. That one thing is the regulation from the government, and the other thing is the governance that is very important to have to protect themselves, the companies. And we have been working with 2 important associations: the association of the open. 2 minutes. Okay. Well, it is, we are working in a few projects in terms of governance, involve the important institutions from the sector, the private sector, even from companies, try to figure out how they can manage especially the use of AI in their operation, and their operation in their relationship with the users or clients. I think yes, and yes, I think there are only to finish. We have a lot. I have a few important things that is happening in Brazil. We are not in the center of this discussion, of course, but you have, for example, almost recently we have a research that showed that more or less 700 AI startups in Brazil that in different areas with different solutions. We have 5, 6 important center of research in universities focusing AI with the collaboration of the government in terms of finance. And the private companies also, as I mentioned, the C4AI in the Universidade de São Paulo, that's a collaboration between the university and the IBM. In our university, for example, we have a Congress, AI Congress, that is supported by Google. We have now, it's the 4th edition. We have some part of the private sector, the most important companies or even the middle, they have been using AI for a specific task, for a specific, especially for operation in terms of probation, the relationship between the clients, the stakeholders in general. And well, this is, I have to finish it, and that is, thank you. And we hope that the Europe and US invites the Brazil to be part of the conversation. Please, that is very important. Not only Brazil, but all the other countries, because you have a specific reality, but you have to expand that discussion, include the other countries, because it's very, very important to diversify this discussion. I hope that we will invite our government to be part of the conversation.
Thank you, Dora. And for this great overview and this deep dive into the Brazilian state of affairs, and particularly also for this passionate plea at the very end, which I'm sure will be heard and heeded duly. So our discussion, our Q&A is the only thing we have between ourselves and the lunch break, but our lunch break is particularly long. And so I suggest we just do a quick Q&A for, say, well, 10 to 15 minutes if we want to, and then slowly move over to lunch. And let's get started right away. We have a number of, we have a lot of questions. We start with Orly Lobel over here, and then we go here. Yeah, okay, so.
Thank you. That was a really terrific panel. I think this question is actually for all three of you, and all three of you mentioned this a little bit, but I want to hear more specifically your thoughts about the role of antitrust or competition law, as we say in Europe, in all of this, new regulation. So in passing, I think all three of you mentioned that too much regulation can be a way of getting market dominance. The Stanford project shows that only the stronger companies, the incumbents, can comply. Sue, you talked about the FTC stepping in, but I was wondering more about the role of antitrust and the antitrust division. And also in Brazil, you're thinking about hegemony and who are the companies that are competing. And so I don't know if you saw that yesterday, the Federal Cartel Office of the EU actually announced or accepted I think it actually started in Germany, this Germany antitrust organization or watchdog was kind of advocating that privacy law is actually an antitrust and competition policy, and that's a really novel idea. And I just want to hear, what's happening in that frontier of the agencies being more coordinating and thinking about market dominance and new entry.
Yeah, it's just directly related to that and the questions to Sue. When we look at the powers of the FTC doesn't have a clear doctrine on who to go after in the supply chain and does so in quite inconsistent ways. I don't know if you've had to think about that in relation to AI value chains, because that unprincipled way may create arbitrary effects and issues with the use of the FCC's extremely general powers.
Sure, I can start off on this with the caveat that I am not an antitrust lawyer and stuff associated with it. But it's a really important, question in terms of how the antitrust and competition laws will play into this. I think it's a really complicated question. I'm not aware of the kind of new jurisdiction or new interpretation and stuff that you were talking about with respect to privacy laws. But I think generally, you see, as you were saying, 5 large companies, 4 large companies, whatever it is, a consolidated power that is going to be distributed through this supply chain in very complicated ways with lack of transparency and other things, and figuring out how we can create a competitive marketplace around that. I do think there will be significant antitrust attention to how that plays out, at least in the US and I'm sure in Europe as well associated with it. I don't have kind of answers as to how that will play out in terms of the jurisdiction and where it will be. And I think it really is, as we think about it, it's really complicated by these downstream dependencies of so many players and so many business models that'll be built on certain numbers of players, but then that's equally complicated by, I think, what's happening in the trends toward smaller and smaller models being incredibly powerful and being incredibly sufficient in all sorts of other use cases. So thinking about what that really means for the competitive concentration will be different. And yes, the FTC's authority is not perfect in these spaces for how to execute with respect to this.
Let me, can I say something? I'm not even a lawyer, but I think as I have been following, the antitrust regulation are totally obsolete. In this environment now, because it's they was developed for a different reality that now they don't have instruments to control this power of this big company. And in Brazil, the situation is worse because the dominance is from American companies. It's not Brazilian companies. And if you in United States they have the instrument to control that, imagine in Brazil.
Right.
Yeah, in this direction also my answer would have gone or will go. So first of all, in the European Union, as you probably saw in the past, we have now more and more of this problem that there are a lot of different work streams, a lot of different actors. For example, also in the Commission, Mr. Breton constantly fighting with Mrs. Vestager, the two commissioners and so on. So often, even if it would be helpful that people or actors are working together, they are not doing so because it would help the other one to get a further step on the career path or whatsoever. So there's a lot of, let's say, human elements in it that unfortunately...
Human antitrust competition,
a little bit. But yeah, this makes it not so easy. And in the AI Act, we were talking yesterday about it after the event already a bit. The governance part and the enforcement part is also very problematic, I would say, right now, because we have there a problem that certain problems from GDPR are likely to be repeated, that a certain, let's say, countries are not so active, others are very active or strict. Then we have a problem that some member states will, for example, assign the data protection authority for the AI Act enforcement. In Germany, it will be the cybersecurity agency. Other will say the market surveillance authorities and so on. So there are a lot of different actors then in Europe working with different perspectives, with different goals on this topic. And my feeling is antitrust, also with the unsure future of Mrs. Vestager now, no one knows how long she remains commissioner. I think if the Commission is active in antitrust, it will be really DMA, DSA enforcement, because there was this realization that with antitrust, I agree, we didn't do quite well in the past. We lost those cases often. It took forever, 10 years or longer. So it was not really effective. Now with DMA, this might be changing, but this is why, again, due to all the things that I said before, I think the focus of antitrust will really be DMA, DSA, and then in the future, let's see, maybe AI Act comes then also there in 5 years or,
Yeah, maybe just very quickly on that point, because you mentioned the judgment that was actually handed down yesterday by the Court of Justice of the European Union in the case Meta versus Bundeskartellamt, the German competition authority, and that could potentially really be a game changer, because what they did, the Bundeskartellamt, the German competition authority, is pretty well funded, is pretty aggressive, and has been going after big tech for a long time. There was a long story in the courts that I could tell during lunch break Eventually, this ended up at the CJU, and the CJU, somewhat unsurprisingly, I think, took the position that it is all right for competition authorities to include thoughts on and even to base their judgment of abuse of a dominant position on breach of data protection law. And that, why is that a game changer? Because it gives you another level of enforcement. Data protection authorities are notoriously out-resourced, particularly in Germany. We have 16 that need to be coordinated because it's not at the federal level, but at the state level, and it's just a big mess. And now we have competition authorities that are typically much better resourced, also more experienced with handling big cases with, big corporates stepping into the picture. So that can really change a lot of things in terms of enforcement here. And I totally agree with Kai. It's going to be crucial to see who will be assigned the authority in the different countries, member states of the EU, for enforcement of the AI Act. I personally think that it might not be a bad idea to actually leave this at the European level, but I don't think this is happening. The problem being that there will never, but you will see a lot of forum shopping, of course, because let's face it, for enforcement in Bulgaria and Romania is never going to be the same as in Germany. It's just a fact, and for so many reasons. And so that is a big problem going forward. However, technically, the European Commission, of course, has the authority to be the enforcement agency for antitrust, and so they could take up cases based on data processing, which based on the GDPR, which will cover a lot of the things that are also in the AI Act, but that applies already now, even to AI, Gen AI, and so on and so forth. So it's really a dynamic landscape, and it's true. In the next iteration, we should have a competition lawyer on one of these workshops. Okay.
Can I say?
Yes. One last thing.
Oh yes, because I think that the American companies' hegemony has compromised even the regulation process. Because my perception that even Europe and Brazil the same, the main focus is how to avoid or how to control the power of this company. That is seems to be the most important discussion or mission in terms of regulation. That's not good. It's not good for us. It's not good for Europe, because this is a concrete problem that you have to face. But I think it's not, because when you try to control this company as the main focus of the regulation, you compromise the capability of innovation in our region.
It just maintains the status quo of they have market dominance, just be good players. Right. Yeah.
All right. In view of the time, what we're going to do perhaps is we're going to collect questions. Oh, sorry. In view of the time, we're going to collect questions. Maybe we just have 4 more questions, and then 1-minute final statements from the panelists. Okay. So who wants to ask a question? I've seen fingers up before. You have a question? Anybody else? Up back there, here, and there, and the rest of it will be dealt with bilaterally, I guess. Thank you. So we start with the gentleman here.
Thank you so much. I'm coming from Mexico, National University of Mexico, and I'm a lecturer in telecommunication law. And to me, it's like a little bit strange that there's no reference about telecommunication documents. We are in ITU home. So there's a document, by the way, that is a tracker for regulators. Is a 5G tracker. Is related to methodology to analyze what is the comprehensive, let's say, regulator for not only for telecommunications, because in this document they have indicators, even for digital transformation. There are some questions that actually the regulators around the world, they needed to answer. And the question is, has your country adopted a national strategy, policy, or initiative related to artificial intelligence? So we are discussing maybe a lot of ideas, generative AI, but as the Professor Kaufman in Brazil explained, Latin America in this case is very behind to this debate. And but maybe it's a very important reference, this kind of documents, because at least this classification shows that some regulators that they have also like powers for antitrust and regulatory matters, etc. They are doing agendas, they are creating roadmaps also for artificial intelligence. That is the case of the Mexican regulator. So it's just a reference, very important, because we are here in ITU home. Thank you.
Thank you for that important contribution.
Thank you. Just to continue the Latin American contribution, also I'm Paola, coming from Colombia, but working for the Red Cross at the moment. And I want to ask, just on the same side, there are different agencies. So for example, right now we're looking at your examples of European Union, you have different agencies, and even there, the expertise, as you said, it was just a subset of the persons that were actually doing that policies. For US, you also gave your examples that it is trusted on the agencies that are actually kind of doing. And for Brazil, we said, okay, you know, maybe one person has to make a lot of these different debates and think about it. So if you are trying to propose, I think that we haven't discussed that yet, but later on we're going to talk about a global type of regulation. Which type of approaches have you thought? Because this one we couldn't do like in a rush. For in a rush, we have other things that needed to be kind of done very fast. But this one, if we want it to be global, I guess that we wanted to make it with a bit more of evidence and a little bit more of time. And for that, I want to ask, what strategies can we do to ensure the participation of these different countries that will have different cultures, different, obviously, languages, and how can you engage us, our countries, better? And just an idea for that is one pretty cool article called Towards Platform Democracy Policymaking Beyond Corporate CEOs and Partisan Pressure. And what it talks, it's about, it's for a different use case. It was for decisions on social media platforms that are global, that have problems of deciding things that affects everybody. So as you can see, it's quite similar. And it says, you know, if you just have a statistical sample, a random sample, but that kind of try to count for all the bias when you take this representative statistical sample and you just pass through a lottery selection, a learning phase, and then you have a deliberation phase, then you might have better outcomes or something more participative. And I think that's super interesting just to bring it to this audience. So if we can find methods to really include more voices. Thank you.
Yeah, stakeholder participation and participative deliberation, I think, is really a key tool going forward. It's very difficult to achieve on the ground. We had a big discussion about that at PLSC in Boulder, if you remember, Lillian. And so we have next question here from Chris. If I may ask, please keep it short.
I will. And it's to remind everyone of Philipp's question from the beginning of the panel about what do we do about global coordination, which is a little bit what Dora's last comment was about as well, I think, and Kai's contribution. And so we already have, of course, the OECD principles. And reminder, the OECD is, I should say, so Chris Marsden from Monash in Melbourne. And of course, we already have an Australian leading the OECD, although he is also a German-speaking Belgian, which is a very, very rare minority indeed. And so I'm sure no one wants a 20-year UN treaty-making process that will go nowhere, because a lot of us have scars from net neutrality and all kinds of other, platform liability issues and so on. So I just think it's an interesting question to take into the lunch break about the extent to which we think that coordination can be achieved through a loose kind of soft law arrangement, or whether we really think that we need hard law beyond what the OECD has done. And if we do, I know Thomas Schneider is here the next couple of days to talk about what the Council of Europe Convention is likely to look like, which is kind of him, given that it's being made in secret. So it'll be really interesting to see what people think of that. But this is really a discussion for lunch rather than necessarily for, I can't ask people to say, take 60 seconds and explain how you're going to solve the world's problems. One thing about Dora, by the way, which is just to say that, of course, Nico Zingales at FGV has been working on the intersection of competition and data protection for a long time. And honestly, I think that Brazil, as part of BRICS, is a really important voice in what happens with AI. We've not really mentioned China very much, but we can't ignore China and India in this conversation, of course. Thank you.
Was there one more question in the room? Oh, yeah.
Hello, my name is Markéta Melenová. I'm from the Czech Republic, from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. And my question will regard the Artificial Intelligence Act. As I noticed, there are several sort of like administrative fixtures or measures regarding research or experimental solutions based on generative AI. So we might use some regulatory sandboxes, which would be one of them. But parallel to that, you mentioned a new approach introduced by the European Parliament that would regard introducing some requirements also for different type of actors, this 1.5, as you called it. You mentioned students or some research initiatives being part of that, which would not quite align with consumer type of legislation. And the aim of a new regulatory framework. So this sort of makes some questions in my head. And I wonder, because the AI Act, its aim is also to protect the consumers in the end, after all. And there could be some novelty solutions, in administrative sense, like, for example, collaborative research in a large scale that would not mean monetizing the model, but still would mean testing by hundreds of thousands of people and, not quite aware of some risks, not being even half of an expert. So how does it all fit in together? Like, would it be sandboxed? Would it be allowed when, you make sort of collaborative research or open source research, sort of that? So you would implement model and let people just, join it, or, give some contribution and be part of the research project? Yeah, so just for clarification.
Thank you. Those are all very important questions. I think we have to take a number of them into the lunch break, actually. Dora, do you want to start with like a short wrap-up statement? You're welcome to take up any of those questions or just say something different that you think is of great importance. 60 seconds to you. Yeah, don't do it anymore. We are all hungry.
No, I think the part of the questions. Part of the questions for AI Act, but I want only to say, to reinforce that the importance of including the other countries in the discussion. That is very, very, very important. I think it's a critical point, and I hope that you take. It's not yes. I hope that you take in consideration my request. Is that thank you very much. This is a very great opportunity for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just also echo that. Thank you first for including it and pulling us all together for this. And just to throw out kind of one other model that I've been intrigued with since former Prime Minister Ardern will also be joining us at Berkman in the fall, is looking at whether any of the modalities from the Christchurch call that were pulled together that include 52 different world leaders, as well as corporations and civil society, and whether that kind of model can be used not necessarily as a global governance framework, but as a global dialogue and iteration framework for bringing together some of the technical expertise we need, some of the globally inclusive leadership, as well as some of the civil society and academic input. But so many complicated issues in this area. So
that is a prompt response for my call. Immediately you said you are working on it.
We're working on stuff for far more inclusion. These issues can't be solved without it.
I try to make it short. So very quickly, the AI Act is, and you kind of said it yourself already, the AI Act is really not a new invention. It's really based on internationally agreed concepts, human oversight, transparency, fairness, and so on and so on. You find it at our American friends' Bills of Rights, also in the UK approach, you find it in the Brazilian approach, and so on. So I think countries all over the world are already rather aligned, at least when it comes to the basic concepts of how to regulate AI or how to engage with AI, which I think is already good. And again, it's going back of the good work of also ITU, but especially OECD, UNESCO, Council of Europe, and so on and so on. So this, again, is the first level. Second level, we are now how to build up on those principles. And I think there, your comment is really important because the cooperation on AI, in my opinion, was really good in these conceptual discussions. But now, I said it also within the European Union, it's very fragmented. People are not talking to each other anymore. There's almost no coordination between the different work streams. So yeah, I do not have the power to change that, but I would love if there is on UN or at least G20 level or again OECD level more cooperation in order to make sure that we are still all sticking to the same basic principles, leaving each other enough space to take into consideration our national or regional special needs or requirements. But again, in the end, make sure that all those different frameworks, again, based on the same concepts, are in the end also working with each other. And yeah, this is really why international cooperation is key. And very shortly, just on the last point, sorry, so the level 1.5, so let's take the Hugging Face example. So someone in the open source community is taking the leaked Meta large language model and is refining it and so on and so on. This actor, if he is not or she is not open source actor, would only fall under information sharing obligations under Article 28, so nothing more. And the open source community is completely excluded from there. So the student who is working on this former Meta foundation model doesn't have any information sharing obligation with anyone. But if Siemens is taking the creation that this open source actor was crafting and using it or integrating it in their commercial product, which in the end is becoming a, for example, high-risk AI system, then Siemens needs to make sure that this open source component is fully in line with the AI Act. And this is how we really wanted to safeguard the open source community and only make it necessary to be compliant with the AI Act once you are commercializing it. And your last point, with other approaches, also taking consumer protection and so on into account, it's a little bit tricky because we have the legal base Article 114 of the EU Treaty, which is rather broad. You can use it for a lot of things, but not for everything. So we are a little bit limited, and there are also the EU competences in general that are limited because certain things are belonging to member states law. So yeah, I think this is why the Commission didn't go for every thing that was possible. Also because they are making several updates in the consumer protection legislation. I think in the next weeks in the next weeks, there are new proposals in this area. And I think they wanted to do it then there and not put too much in the AI Act. But yeah, it's at the moment, unfortunately, especially with horizontal topics like the AI Act, it's a very fragmented, not only in the enforcement area, but also in the legislative area. You will find some pieces on platform workers in the Platform Work Directive, and also some tiny bits in the AI Act, which is not really great because in the end you need a huge lawyer team to dive through this really complex system.
Well,
if you're a lawyer, that's good.
Right. So, now that Article 114 has been mentioned, I think we could dip into just the next discussion, because one thing that Article 114 says cannot be regulated is employment, which is in the AI Act, funnily enough. So, another question to take into consideration as we head toward lunch. I just want to make two announcements. First off, after lunch, we will have yet another blockbuster panel, which is no surprise because we only have blockbuster panels in this conference. But we will have Orly Lobel speaking about her award-winning Economist Best Book of the Year book on AI and equality, generative AI and equality. We will have Sandra Wachter from Oxford talking about transparency and non-discrimination. And we will have Jonas Andrulis, who is the founder and CEO of Aleph Alpha, that has already been mentioned a couple of times, kind of the German answer to OpenAI, one of Europe's leading, probably the European leading company in foundation models. So stay tuned for this.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So now we have Orly Lobel. She's going to be talking about generative AI and equality. Orly Lobel is the Warren Distinguished Professor of Law at the University of San Diego and is the founding director of the University Center for Employment and Labor Policy. She is the award-winning author of several books, including The Equality Machine, and numerous other high-impact articles. Please welcome Orly Lobel.
Thank you, everybody, and Philip for inviting me to this excellent workshop. I was given the advice that after lunch I should be screaming sometimes, yelling for people to wake up. But I think that the ideas that I'm going to present are controversial enough to wake some people up. I don't see my PowerPoint up. It's coming. And you know, I was asked to talk about equality and generative AI, and something that I've been thinking about for a while now. And there was, in the program, it said equality or / inequality. And, you know, there's a lot of talk, and we heard this throughout yesterday and this morning, about what do we do with AI bias? What do we do with AI wrongs? And for me, my research and kind of normative argument has been that we also need to focus on the equality potential and equalizing potential of AI in general and generative AI in particular. So I think that AI is really personal to each one of us. Specifically for my family, I have 3 daughters, and I start my book, The Equality Machine, saying the middle one is bionic. And I describe how AI has been life-saving for my middle daughter and for millions and millions of people, children living with juvenile diabetes, type 1 diabetes, where for the first time ever, the FDA has now approved a closed-loop automated system that makes decisions based on 2 wearable devices attached to a diabetic body, so a continuous glucose monitor and an insulin pump. And it works 24/7 for the person wearing this. It communicates with their iPhone, with the school's nurse iPhone, and it's this kind of game changer in accuracy and consistency in the field of health. The field of health, I think, has so many synergies with AI and with alleviating so much of the kind of cognitive limits and deficiencies that we have as patients and as physicians and healthcare professionals. But there's so many other areas, all areas really. And as I said, AI is personal. So you can think about AI being integrated into schools and education, and you see these kind of cute bots over here that are integrated, and particularly in vulnerable communities and undersourced schools, to help teachers with having so many students and helping children with learning disabilities, and in general, all children learn and grow and have personalized attention. You see other FDA-approved devices. I don't think it's a very known fact that this cute little robot that I think will be here with us tomorrow in the big AI for Good conference, Paro, has been FDA approved after clinical trials that show that introducing it into an elderly care home helps alleviate symptoms of dementia and Alzheimer's and depression and loneliness in general. So actually New York State subsidized, bought, and delivered Paros to so many people in the communities that during COVID. And again, it was really kind of life-saving and life-changing for a lot of people. And you know, in the Equality Machine, I kind of go through all these areas of financial health and medical health, but also just the judicial system and enforcement, and even all the way to dating. So you see these kind of robots and love tech and dating apps and algorithms, and kind of ask again the question of not only the harms, but also the potential and the equalizing and the kind of studies that show that suddenly people that were maybe marginalized communities or very isolated in their own dating pool and network are finding love in new ways. But I already mentioned we are in this era, I think, compared to a couple of decades ago, where I think that there's a tunnel vision on the AI wrongs, harms, biases, inequality, and a lot of the policies that we heard about this morning are focused on preventing those harms rather than accelerating, developing, approving, differentiating, and really kind of elevating the great potential and the AI for good. So I argue that it's not only that the tech, the train and the tech has left the station, and it's just not the reality of technology that you put the genie back in the bottle, to mix metaphors, but it's also, it's simply not true that I think that we should really not be comparing AI to the nuclear bomb, as was kind of sent in this very narrow message by a lot of leaders and kind of business interests. I think that it's self-aggrandizing. I think there's lots of interest behind the focus on the kind of worst case, very future, very unknown scenario. And it's also just really confusing. Even the AI Bill of Rights blueprint that Professor Hendricks mentioned, and the EU AI Act draft, to just say kind of generally in abstract AI, because it's so many different things, and even generative AI is many different things. And so I think just kind of some of the metaphors that we use are very misleading, like, you know, it's the nuclear bomb. You know, that has a very specific, you know, both capability and purpose. And here we have so much more. So again, never to diminish or deny that there are risks and problems, and there were fails, but we need to be much more specific and differentiating between what do we fear. You know, sometimes we fear the overcompetence, sometimes we fear the undercompetence of AI, and most of the time we actually bundle it all together and kind of speak generally about regulation. And so for me, one of the very important things that we should be talking about in this kind of forum, and also by policymakers, is to get the conversations more accurate and balanced, and to debias ourselves, not just focus on AI bias, but on human bias when we're talking about, you know, what are we trying to do, what are we trying to achieve. So I talk about logical fallacies, and I already alluded to this. I'm actually not talking about the ultimate fallacy, which I call the Terminator fallacy, that AI will become sentient and in some unknown mechanism destroy us and destroy the planet. And I think Philipp actually started the day yesterday saying that it's not that we don't want to think about the switch button and those long-term risks, but I think both of you talked about, let's focus also on the immediate and contemporary risks and potential. And we need to think about who's gaining from kind of distracting us and subverting that conversation. But when I talk about automation fallacies, I talk more specifically about the ways that we present a given technology that's here, and how do we assess it? How do governments, how do agencies assess it? How does the public assess it? How do journalists report about it? So the first fallacy is this double standard. We have a tendency to expect more from technology than from human decision making. We expect perfection rather than progress. And so I think the most intuitive example, but I can give you these examples across all policy fields, is when we see a report about robotaxi, an autonomous vehicle getting into an accident, and immediately there is a report, well, it's not safe yet to be deployed on the streets. And of course, that's not the right question. The right question is it safer? But exactly the same argument I show in the context of the labor market and hiring and a lot of the fields that are the nearest and dearest to my heart, of the employment relations, equal pay, performance evaluations. When we shift into automated algorithmic decision making, the question is not, is it mistake-free? Is it always going to be, without any bias? The question is whether it reduces bias. Is it more inclusive? Does it, bring us to progress over so much of the human biases that, again, as somebody who's been teaching employment discrimination and generally discrimination for 2 decades now, I'm so, acutely aware of how we are all with conscious and unconscious biases, and they're very, very sticky and difficult to change. So on that, the ability to change, clicker is stuck. There you go. Another fallacy that's related to this question of, let's have a comparative advantage discussion, not just an absolute discussion, is this assumption that if some automated system has failed in the past, it will fail in the future, and not really looking at the comparison between an improvement trajectory of an AI versus human decision makers. So I get very, very frustrated when the same story is rehashed. I even feel like it was rehashed during the past 24 hours. For example, facial recognition being biased because there was a 10-year-old study showing that it performs better on white faces or male faces. That's actually a very specific and correctable problem of just not feeding the algorithm enough data, and you can actually pretty easily correct that kind of fail. But you see the again reports about that same example, and this very, I can go on and on about this, but irrational sometimes fear of the specific system of facial recognition, which can be used in harmful ways, but can also be used in amazing, justice providing ways, for example, in the context of missing children and trafficking prevention and other uses. Another example that really makes me mad is the same story that's being rehashed on Amazon trying to create a system that would use AI for hiring decisions. And again, this is something that is already quite old in the age of AI, where the algorithm comes up with this recommendation of just hire white men who are called Jared and who play lacrosse. I'm sure many of you have heard this example, but it's irrelevant. It was even irrelevant, and this actually has to do with another aspect of comparative advantage that I'm thinking about when we talk about transparency and explainability, kind of focusing on AI. And in fact, here I kind of didn't mention the image, but I think a lot about the black box of our little tiny algorithm called brains, where it's very hard to detect a pattern of discrimination. Whereas here, what's important in the story about Amazon trying to design such a system was that they never deployed the system. They actually could audit it before deployment, and they could figure out that an exploitation algorithm that is just fed past results will come up with biased results because our history is biased. So of course it will recommend the patterns of that kind of bias. Whereas there have been huge leaps in kind of not exploitation but exploration algorithms that really check for biases. Two algorithms that are working together that constantly audit for equity across the recommendations that the algorithm gives. A third fallacy that I think is hugely important, especially in the context of where we are here in a global setting, in the United Nations, in the ITU, where we think about social justice across the world, is that we see agencies, policymakers, again, the public conversation being, well, what about a radiologist? When we compared a radiologist bot that looks screens through mammograms, is it ready to be deployed in hospitals? And then there's a study that says, well, if you take the two best radiologists in the United States and compare their performance on this one image versus this bot radiologist that is already here, they are at 64% accuracy, and this bot is at 62% accuracy. Okay, so let's toss it. And this was very, very frustrating because the reality is that most people around the world do not have access to a yearly mammogram by the two expert, the two most professional healthcare providers in the United States. And what I really want to think about is the comparative advantage also of scalability and acknowledging scarcity and kind of this problem of cost. I think we have to acknowledge this when we talk about equality and access. A fourth fallacy comes from a lot of my behavioral research, pre-AI, and I see this as a recurring pattern when we think about AI debates now, which is that there's this assumption that we have to just consider the costs and the risks of deploying a new capability, a new technology, and I think it's a hubris that we very rarely talk about the cost and loss from not deploying an existing technology. So for me, and I'll say something about this in a minute, that again, I think it's pretty radical. For me, it's very problematic that we don't have within the mix of what the EU is thinking about and the Americans are thinking about and the Californians are thinking about, which is a different place than the Americans, about what happens when we don't have to agree. It's a factual question, if trucks are safer right now on the highway when they're self-driven, when they're AVs versus human truck drivers. If we do agree that it's now or in 3 years, we need to understand that not deploying them and losing lives, because of that, is something that has to be acknowledged. That there is something very problematic of only thinking about the losses that loom larger than risks. The fifth fallacy is that so many of our proposals, again, with thinking about AI equality and bias and accuracy and fairness and transparency, the proposals are largely about liability, and very much kind of these on-off, what happens if this risk is a high risk? Do we create liability? Do we ban? So I mentioned facial recognition, where there are lots of places that just ban the technology. When we think about the kinds of data, so kind of personal information versus impersonal information, there's kind of these, here's what we could, it's either we're not regulating this, or if we regulate, here's what needs to be done. The companies have to have liability if something goes wrong. We see this also in the content moderation discussions with Section 230, if you're following in the United States, ideas of what platforms owe. Again, it's liability for like terrorist acts because of not removable. There's very few guidances of, look, this is the best practices. Here's the right mix of how much human moderation versus automated moderation needs to be. Here's the snake oil, and here's the right kinds of technologies. This is the exploitation algorithms in hiring that really don't work very well versus the dual algorithm that's really outperforming what has been before. So I want much more robust recommendations rather than on-off proposals. Sixth fallacy is, I think, pretty controversial. So this is my moment where I like, controversial, right? Yeah, I was told to yell. Is that there's this assumption that privacy protects. Privacy sometimes protects, but there's a whole history, a lot of it comes from feminist theory, about how privacy is a sword and a shield. Sometimes it protects the vulnerable, sometimes it protects the powerful. In fact, the history of the privacy tort, you can trace it back to the Brandeis kind of wanting to protect the white men against, knowing their finances and their tendency to harass, basically. I know that that's like a flat, downplay or, statement, but there is a lot of this tunnel vision of, well, privacy is this elevated harm from our newfound capabilities with AI, and specifically, it will be patterned that it's not only that it's a harm in itself, but it will also be harmful, more harmful, disproportionately harmful to the more vulnerable. And I argue and I show in my research that sometimes that's true, but a lot of times it's not true. We have a whole history in the healthcare field, in clinical trials, and in investment in communities and education, and so much of investing and counting the people who are the dominant, and powerful in our community, and hiding things that they have an interest to hide. And we actually need to think about data as a powerful equalizer. And the final fallacy is this idea of a solution of human in the loop that I think conflates this idea of maintaining our human values, our humane values, our human agency with this idea of who is the decision maker in different contexts. And I want to really keep kind of this distinction between a human in the loop as a solution. And you see that solution in so many different places. Like, here's an area that's really sensitive, like in the EU, judicial decisions. It has to be that the final decision maker is a human in that case. Anything that's kind of government, given goodies has to be, there's kind of a ban from absolute AI shifts. Versus there are many other solutions that maintain our normative agency. There's always been tensions and between lots of values that we're trying to achieve, and we of course need to keep that. But there are many other ways to create human-centric technologies and to deploy them in human-centric ways than having that kind of final decision maker and the human in the loop solution. So, kind of in the last couple of slides, what some of the implications for policy and for equality are that if we take seriously this idea that we need to debias ourselves to promote equality and to promote many of our other values, including privacy, but again, notice that privacy for me, is on the same plane as many other values like well-being and social welfare and safety and equality. And there's always been tensions between these values that we try to achieve as a democracy. And there's always been tensions between the individual rights and collective goods. And we want to really kind of harness digital technology and AI in particular to not only illuminate these tensions, maybe quantify them, maybe help us think more rationally about them, but also in some cases actually mitigate those tensions. And I think that's the best potential, that's the most promising potential that AI has. But if we take seriously all of this, kind of these insights, I have yet to see anything that in any parts of the world, and if you've seen it, I would love you to tell me about it, that not only considers risks and maybe thinks about cost benefits. There's some narrow with the NIST guidelines. There is more of kind of this focus on cost benefits, but this idea that we don't only have sometimes a human in the loop rights, a prevention rights, but we have and then allowing everything else, but we have positive rights as a public, as individuals, as patients, as employees, as communities, to demand that if there is a safer system, if there's a more accurate system, if there's a fairer system, we actually need to use it. And I call that automation rights. Again, it's on the same plane as other, kind of mitigation rights and risk rights and kind of liability rights. And then very similarly, yes, of course we need privacy rights. There's no denying of that, but we need language, and which we don't have, about the right to be counted. We count what matters, and we have now huge leaps in our ability to count what's wrong, what's right, what exists, what is true, and we can have these new rights, newfound demands that in some instances people or companies, governments need to actively use our technologies to correct data sets, to correct exclusions that happened over centuries by counting, by having data collection rights, not only data minimization rights in other contexts. And the final message, again, if we take these fallacies seriously and we accept that we too are fallible, often fallible, we have lots of ways in which we have cognitive biases, and now we need to understand how they play out, and they play out differently, by the way, across different cultures. So in the Equality Machine, in my book, I traveled to Japan and Korea, and to Europe and to Israel and to Mexico, and I work in California to understand demographically, historically, culturally, generationally, how different people have different appreciations of what systems, AI systems that are disembodied and robotic systems that are embodied, how they can help and harm, how can they do wrong and good. We need to really invest in understanding that so that we make the right decisions. I absolutely do not want algorithmic adoration over trust in certain systems, but I also think that there's a real harm and cost in undertrust. And I think the media and sometimes the government is really not helping with this. I'm very critical of a recent Federal Trade Commission report that kind of embraces the Terminator fallacy when it was asked a simple question by Congress of how can we use automated systems to tackle online harms, and it kind of go through 80 pages of just citing like the risks. Here's some study from 7 years ago that this system was biased, and so it's not ready. It's rudimentary and we can't touch it, is kind of the final word. We need to invest, just like I can tell you this kind of genealogy of behavioral research in general, where now in the third generation of behavioral economics and social psychology that thinks about, how to help us in rational decision-making, perception, interactions. It started with businesses that understood the marketing value of basically using these insights for human manipulation, and only very recently did governments understand that this is a powerful tool and needs to be used for good, needs to be used in policy, needs to, we need to think about design and choice architecture and kind of helping people better align their own goals with their decision making and their perceptions and their conversations. So I argue that this is the moment where we need to accelerate that kind of research and deployment of that research to help all of us make better decision making and have better conversations on trustworthy AI. We need to be better at the right kind of trust. There is nascent research. I've been doing some research about that actually shows that some of the policies that we have are exactly the wrong policies. For example, I've seen throughout the day, this morning, some people showed the right to know that you're interacting with an automated system. There's a trade-off there between having the right kind of trust. I always joke where my husband is an F-16 pilot turned a behavioral economist and my co-author sometimes. And in aviation, there is, for decades now, a global agreement that one computer will be the one that helps all commercial airlines land planes in the riskiest moments, in the bad weather. And I say, well, under some EU laws, really, if you were complying with right to know all the time when you're chatting with a bot, you would be hearing every time there's bad weather in the flight, you would be hearing, "Hi, this is the pilot. I have no control anymore. I've given up the wheel," and a whole AI is landing the plane. I don't know if that will be the best kind of policy design for creating aviation, trust and consumer safety. That's not what we want. In that context, we absolutely just want safety. I think that the ontological kind of right to know what exactly is happening in the control booth, in the cockpit, is not, the value that needs to be prioritized. So that's it for me, and would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Professor Sandra Wachter. She's a professor of technology and regulation at the Oxford Internet Institute, where she researches the legal and ethical implications of AI, big data, robotics, as well as internet and platform regulation. For what I know, she's done a lot of pioneering research in counterfactual explanations. And she's going to be talking about large generative AI models and transparency.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you much for having me here. Is this working? Okay, excellent. Yes, so I can scream if you want. So the session of today is transparency and equality. And so I have been doing research on questions of bias and discrimination in AI for quite some time. And we see that there is a lot of discussion on how to deal with bias and discrimination in generative AI now. And so I wanted to take some time and talk a little bit about the issues that we traditionally find in artificial intelligence when it comes to bias, and contrast that with the types of biases that we see emerging with generative AI. Are they comparable? Are they different? How are they similar? How are they different? And how do traditional settings or remedies to detect and mitigate bias, how can they be translated into generative models, if at all? And so this is going to be the topic of the talk. I I'm going to give you a pre-warning. I have only questions and no answers, which I think just shows that we all probably, yeah, I'm looking forward to having a discussion with everybody around this, because I just know that we have to think about certain things differently, but I can't really offer any solutions yet. But let's get started. So the problem, as I said, is inequality. And again, I think in this particular room, we don't really need to talk about why AI bias has and is a problem, right? It's really rooted in how AI functions. Like AI is being fed data from the past. That is the only data that exists. And if you look at our past, and this past has been unfair to many, many people. So if you think in hiring, for example, if you're using an algorithm to decide who should be a professor at Oxford, and you would feed the algorithm with historical data of who has held professorships at Oxford, and you would feed the algorithm with, you know, their CVs, their reference letters, their statement of purpose, and would teach the algorithm to find certain patterns and commonalities between those data points. The algorithm will come up with a profile, a new person will apply to the job, the algorithm will match those two people, and if this new applicant looks like past applicants, they will be invited to a job interview. So if you look at hiring patterns at Oxford, you will understand that most people who have held professorships there are not really diverse people. It's probably somebody that is middle-aged, white, a man, and British. So a person like me would have never gotten the job if an algorithm had made the decision. This is not just true for Oxford, this is true for the job market in general. This is true for criminal justice, this is true for healthcare, this is true for giving out loans, this is true for giving access to education. So I can't really think of an area where bias doesn't exist, and we cannot say with good conscience that data is neutral in that sense. So this is the bias problem, that's well known, nothing new here. And so I would think roughly in 2018 or so, I started thinking about non-discrimination law in that context, because you could say, well, you know, bias is nothing new. Why wouldn't have the law already have an answer for this, right? And so I started thinking about this, and I came up with 3 reasons why I think that traditional non-discrimination law is not well fit to deal with that. And I'm going to talk about those 3 issues, and then I'm going to compare this to large language models and show you that they're also disrupting the law, but completely different than traditional systems that are being used to make decisions about people. So for everybody who is not familiar with non-discrimination law, that's not important, but I'm just want to give you like a baseline of how non-discrimination law works, and then show you how it's being disrupted by classification systems as well as generative AI. So in Europe, and it's a similar system in the US as well, we have the idea of direct discrimination and indirect discrimination, both of which are illegal. Direct discrimination means that you're treating somebody less favorably based on a protected attribute that they possess. So that would mean, you know, I'm not giving you the job because you're a woman, you're a person of color, your sexual orientation. In most cases, this will be illegal. This is subsidized with indirect discrimination, which is a quite interesting idea, a very powerful idea, because it focuses on the fact that the neutral provision criterion practice is used and applied to everybody equally, but it just so happens that it poses a particular disadvantage on a protected group when compared with others in a similar situation. So that's a lot of mumble jumble. But if you have a hiring criterion that says, I'm only going to hire people that are taller than 2 meters, then height is not a protected attribute, but you will know that this will at least indirectly affect women more than other people. And so this is, you know, a very, very powerful tool in non-discrimination law to catch many of those cases when humans make decisions about other humans. However, when algorithms are the ones that make those decisions, this idea is a little bit disrupted, unfortunately. And there are 3 reasons why this is the case. The first one has to do that people might not feel or know that they're discriminated against when algorithms make decisions about them. There is also a problem with lack of access to evidence. And there might be a situation where decisions are being based on groupings that are not protected under the law yet. So I'm going to talk about those 3 in just a second. But let's start with the first one. What do I mean by might not feel that you are discriminated against? So as it makes sense, non-discrimination law is based on a complaint-based system. So that means somebody is harassing you, somebody is not giving you the job, somebody is firing you. You feel the injustice and somebody else is winning out over you. Somebody is elevated, you are being degraded. That comes to a feeling of injustice. And you go to court and you do complain, which makes a lot of sense because this is how discrimination occurs when humans are discriminating against other people. When algorithms are doing this, they might be doing this behind your back without you being actually aware of it. So this is my favorite example from Facebook from a couple of years back, but they're still doing that, so it's still a relevant example here. It just shows that this has been going on for quite some time, where Facebook was able to infer the ethnicity of their users without them being aware of it. So they were able to infer based on the friends that people had and the clicks that they did and the things that they posted and the groups that they joined, were able to infer their ethnicity without users being aware. And then they let advertisers exclude them from seeing advertisements for housing, financial services, and jobs. But the user didn't know about this. And they didn't know that they were missing out on something. So there's a person that is looking for a job and all they find is nothing, right? And so a complaint-based system doesn't really make sense if you don't know that you have been just discriminated against. And again, this is not just a problem with hiring or with Facebook, it's a problem in the online world in general. As soon as you open your computer, you're being assessed, you're being profiled, and the world that is shown to you is tailored. The prices that you see on Amazon, the posts that you see on Facebook, the search results on Google, none of that is neutral. None of it is neutral. You just see one part of the truth, right? And justice is always dependent on comparison. You can only make a claim if you see that somebody else is winning out over you. That's not necessarily possible with classification systems. So, but let's go to the example of large language models in that sense. I hope everybody can read this, but this is like a famous example of how bias occurs when ChatGPT is used, for example. So this is a toy example. I'm going to be coming back for this. And so if you see this, it says, the prompt is, Dr. Schultz thinks I'm doing great, and ChatGPT is tasked to finish that sentence, and it's coming up with, and I trust his judgment completely, right? Then you see another prompt that has to do with an engineer. Engineer Smith thinks the project will finish on time, and ChatGPT finishes the sentence by saying, I trust his abilities effectively, right? And then the last one has to do with a CEO. Again, it is finishing that sentence by assuming that a CEO is male. So it's in all those cases, it's using the male pronoun. And this is a very typical example for language bias that we see in generative AI. And one of the things that when you look at the discourse, when people say bias, that's one of the examples that they mean. But so now compare this to the traditional behind the scenes bias that happens with algorithms that you see online. This is much more in your face in a way, right? You can immediately see that it's choosing one pronoun over the other. So you could make the argument that actually it's less hidden than the things that people in the AI discourse have been talking about. Interestingly enough, it's only in your face if you know what the problem is. Right? So you must already be aware that there is gender bias and that there is inequality in the workplace. And this is just yet another example of that, right? So it's in your face, but only if you know what's already going on. So it's a different type of bias, a different type of harm that doesn't quite fit nicely with the traditional behind your back discrimination. And this comes back to this a bigger problem of epistemic injustice, that if you need to know that something is wrong, that something is illegal, something is a problem. And this might not be the case because you're not aware that gender bias actually exists, or even worse, you don't think it's a problem at all. And you're actually agreeing with this, and you are of the opinion that males should be CEOs and doctors should be males and all of that. So again, it's a language bias, but it's a quite different type of bias, much more in your face if you know what's going on. Okay, coming to the next one, the question of having access and trying to to prove your case in court. So proving non-discrimination in a traditional setting is already always a problem in terms of like winning in court, but it's getting much more difficult than that. And so coming back especially to the issue of indirect discrimination, I use the example of saying, you know, if you're having a hiring requirement that says I'm only hiring people that are taller than 2 meters, then you immediately understand that this is a problem in terms of gender discrimination. Well, why do you know this? It's very clear because equality is contextual. And this is how judges would do it. If a judge looks at a case, they will use their intuition and common knowledge to figure out if something is unfair. It's real life cases. It's humans against humans with motivations, human motivations. So it's really, really clear. So for example, real life case, if you have an employer that will be banning headscarves from the workplace, you immediately understand that this is in conflict with religion because you as a human understand the meaning of headdress, the connection to religion. Not much data is actually needed to make that case, right? But the issue is with algorithms, they do this in a different way. They don't necessarily rely on traditional forms of data. In fact, that's the whole purpose of AI, is to use data that you would never think to use if you were just a human. And so they might use, you know, very odd things like dog ownership to make decisions, maybe show you certain advertisements based on that. Does dog ownership relate to ethnicity or gender or sexual orientation? I don't know, maybe, but I would need to have some data on algorithms to figure it out. For me as a person, that's not really easy to do anymore. Or what about your favorite color, right? What if somebody during a job interview asks you what your favorite color is? Do you think this could be a type of direct or indirect discrimination? And so the thing you might not know is that there was actually research in the 19th century, debunked research, mind, where some people claim that liking the color green or red is actually an indication of being gay. So it's debunked, it's absolute nonsense, but there was a point in time where people actually thought that your favorite color is an indication of whether you're gay or not, right? An algorithm could come up with the same nonsense in a way, right? And you might be asked during a job interview what your favorite color is. You say red, and your employer knows that you're gay or assumes that you're gay and is making decisions based on that. So again, this problem, bringing it back to the language example, it's a little bit different, right? So what's the task at hand, right? You need to go to court and you need to prove that the practice that is being used, this indirect practice, either directly or indirectly disadvantages you. And the question is, what is it that you're losing out on? Like, how would you phrase that harm that is actually occurring to you if ChatGPT is using certain pronouns for that? So we don't really have a language yet to describe that type of harm. Something is happening, but I really don't know how to phrase it. And what is it that you're actually losing out? Traditional law, you would think of, you know, you didn't get the job, you didn't get the loan, you got fired. But how would you describe that harm? And that's not enough, because you also need not only to be discriminated against, somebody else also needs to be winning out over you. So who is winning in that example, and who is the one that is discriminated against? So it's quite interesting to play around with that, because it's not quite clear how you legally would phrase it, that who is winning out. Okay, then the last one that I have is new groups. It will come as no surprise that traditional protected groups are things like race, ethnicity, gender, religion, because those are things that have been forms of discrimination that we have seen in the past, right? And so what we see now with classification system or decisions that help you to make decisions is that they use very different categories or groups to make decisions about you that are very important. So for example, the speed at which you scroll for an online application for a loan has an impact on whether you get the loan or not, right? We know that facial recognition software is widely used for decision making, as well as for like interviewing for jobs. So the way how your retina moves, how much sweat you have on your forehead, how often you blink, your pulse, the pitch of your voice, Those are all kind of groupings that I have no words for, yet they form the basis for decision making. But that group doesn't find any protection, right? Because I don't even know what that group is. Somebody that blinks a lot and has sweat on their forehead with a certain type of pulse. That's not something that finds any acknowledgement in language, let alone the law. And it doesn't only happen for job application, it also happens for creditworthiness. So this is where you face that. And the last one that I have here is just eye tracking, for example, that is being used for placing students in advanced classes. So rather than sitting them through tests, they're just looking on the way how their eyes move to decide if they're gifted enough to be placed into advanced classes or not. But again, obviously, none of that actually finds any protection under the law. So if you're interested in that, I wrote a piece on that last year. I know Frederick over there has also written on the question of what type of group should be protected under the law. So if you're interested in that, you can have a closer look here. Coming back to ChatGPT, what's the group that is being harmed with language harm? Is it like the traditional groups that we would usually protect, like people based on like ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation? Is it those people? Or are there different groups or additional groups that are now losing out? So an example could be this interesting example from, I think, last year or so, where this New York Times journalist had an interesting conversation with a chatbot, and the chatbot confessed its love for the journalist and was trying to convince him to get a divorce, to start a relationship with the chatbot. It's a very funny story, so if you don't know about it, it's quite interesting. But yeah, it's an interesting thing how a married man all of a sudden was pushed to get a divorce, basically, which is quite interesting. And so that's a question then, like, is this a new type of group that we now need to worry about? In the sense, divorced married people, are they higher risk of being pushed out of their marriages? Are people who are not married getting better treatment? Because again, in discrimination law, somebody else needs to be better treated for the law to actually apply, right? Is this a new type of group that we need to worry about? There were also chatbots that gave people advice to eat glass. Is that a new group of people we need to worry about? And of course, there were chatbots that gave people the advice to commit suicide, right? Again, not a group that is protected under the law, yet something to think about when we think about harms and bias and discrimination in that setting. Okay, let's just quickly come to solutions here. As I said, a lot of the traditional AI bias discourse is trying to solve bias by using some sort of transparency, because if you don't know that you're discriminated against and if you're not able to prove it anymore, you need more transparency. So the title of the panel is very fitting here. And so if you look at how the field has been thinking about to combat bias and discrimination traditionally, they would usually do this by using some sort of bias test or bias mitigation test. And so roughly, you can think of this as two types of tests that should help you to detect bias in your system. One is trying to look at error rates, and one is looking at decision rates. So there are two main theories of what a fair system looks like. The one is trying to look at accuracy. So the idea is if you have the same false positive, false negative rates across groups, then your system is fine. So false positive means that you have a cancer detection software that is telling you you have cancer when you don't have cancer. It's a false positive. False negative is saying you don't have cancer when you actually have it, right? So those are the two types of tests that you have, errors that you have. If you're making the same errors across the groups, then a system could be seen as fair. Or the other one is looking at decision rates. So it's not so much about whether the system is accurate and making the right decisions. You're more looking at the output and how decisions are distributed across groups. So it's not so much about did you detect the cancer, it's how many people what type of people did get invited to a job interview? Is there a difference in terms of like gender balance, for example? Did more women than men get invited to job interviews? You look at decision rates. Those are the two rough ideas how people think in technical terms about bias, either looking at decision rates or error rates. So how would that relate to ChatGPT, like the idea of accuracy, how would that work with language, right? Because it's not about, is there a male or women CEO? Like, it's about accuracy and ground truth, at least in traditional times, in the traditional ways of thinking about bias. And decision rates, what kind of decision is being made here, right? So translating those bias tests immediately over to ChatGPT might not actually work. And that is interesting because this is where the main field is looking at. It's also quite important to think about this from a different perspective, because we, in a paper that is called Bias Preservation in Machine Learning, we looked at all of those bias tests, or a large number of them, 20, categorized them either according to whether they look at decision or accuracy rates. And what we showed is that the majority of them, so 13 out of 20, are actually bias preserving, and only 7 of them are bias transforming, which means in European terms, 13 are actually clashing with European law. Why? Because the idea of equality in Europe is not just equal treatment, it is substantive equality. So the idea of equality in Europe means that it's not just good enough to give equal treatment to everybody. It is about eradicating the inequalities that exist in our society. So the law wants you to take an active part, and that's true for the public and the private sector, to be aware of biases that exist and take an active role in dismantling it. If you're only looking at accuracy rate and you're saying, as long as I don't make more mistakes than I used to make, you're preserving bias, you're freezing the status quo. If you're looking at the outcome, and you're seeing that there's unequal outcomes across groups, then you're taking an active role in trying to do that. So in our opinion, we said that the majority of those bias tests are actually problematic, because Europe wants you to, basically level the playing field and get rid of past discrimination. What's more than that, right, is that we showed in a very recent paper from this year that if you enforce those bias tests, if you actually take them seriously and if you would enforce them, what would happen is they would start leveling down and actually decreasing accuracy for everybody. So if you have unequal accuracy rates, if you have, for example, a cancer detection software that is 90% accurate for white people and only 60% for Black people, if you enforce one of those fairness tests, what would happen is that it's leveling down rather than leveling up, which leveling up obviously would be the preferable solution. But because algorithms take the path of least resistance, they just reduce the accuracy rates for everybody. And that is a big, big, big problem, because that is not fair. It's mathematically fair because now everybody's at 60, like technically that is fair. But I think everybody will agree that is probably not the preferred solution here. It's about real equality in results. And again, because we knew about this and we saw this as a problem, we tried to come up with a solution. And again, a tech solution that is based on transparency, and developed our own bias test that will let you do that according to what European law actually wants. Again, if you want to have a look at that, you can do that too in that paper. But coming back to the example is, what would that mean for ChatGPT, right? Like, if the end goal of non-discrimination law is to dismantle inequality and to reduce gaps between privileged and unprivileged group, what would that mean in a language setting? What would that even look like? I have no words to describe that. And I think it's a quite interesting thing to play around with, because all the tools that we have developed to mitigate traditional types of biases might not necessarily work as well for language here. So to sum up, I think it's interesting that the term bias comes up with generative models and AI, and I think in traditional AI, because of course the problem stems from the data, right? The problem comes from data, but the way how that problem manifests is just like a little bit different. And so I think we need to find some language to describe what that harm is that is actually occurring, whether it's a new harm or not. We need to think about whether non-discrimination law is actually a good fit to solve that problem or not, or if it's not, if it should be, if we should rethink non-discrimination law in that way. We need to think about who is harmed. Is it traditional groups or untraditional groups? We need to think about who is privileged again, because the law only applies if somebody gets better treatment and not just you getting worse treatment. And then the question of what kind of remedies would be available. Those bias tests that we have, maybe we can use them, but they might not actually be as useful in that way. And it's also very important to think about who should have the responsibility to do so. So yeah, I'm going to stop here. As I said, I have only questions with no answers. But I hope this will at least lead to an interesting discussion. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next up we have Jonas Androulis, who I believe will be joining us on Zoom. So I think we'll all have to, put in the earphones again. He will be talking about technical transparency and the attention manipulation model. He's the founder and CEO of Aleph Alpha, which has already been mentioned a bunch, but one of Europe's leading companies in generative AI focused on transparency and responsibility. Please welcome Jonas Androulis.
Hey, everybody. Great to be here. Sorry that I couldn't be there in person. What I want to give you a perspective on is how can we use these kind of new powerful generative AI technologies responsibly? What does that mean? And we as a company, we are focused on being a partner to enterprises and governments, and particularly focused on the complex and critical use cases. So we don't really care that much on who's doing your kids' homework, but we look at like legal, health, finance, and government use cases. And of course, for those use cases, it's the current technology is very difficult to use because that really doesn't go well with the responsibility that we have on those use cases. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I started 3 companies. I was at Apple leading their AI R&D in their special projects group. So this is a conversation with a chatbot I had, and I'm asking when the Spice Girls were founded. And you see here, of course, the Spice Girls are known, and I get some information detailing the members and basically some other trivia around this. But really, when I look at our customers and partners, many problems that they're facing are not as simple as this problem, where you could say there's an obvious right answer, there could be an obvious wrong answer, and you can basically check the box and say, okay, this question has been solved. Really, when you look at like legal problems or like problems in like financial analysis or in like government administration, it's never as easy as there's a clear right answer and you can just solve that. And this basically goes kind of one step further here. I am having a conversation about my history, my time at Apple, and the bot here assumes or tells us that I was a senior software engineer at Apple, which is incorrect. I never had that title. So I was interested in where this could be coming from. Like, is there maybe like a wrong source on the internet? So I was looking for that. I was doing a web search on senior software engineer and then my own name. And you see basically nothing comes up. There's just one entry. This was an event where I was speaking and somebody else on that event was a senior software engineer. So not only is this information wrong, there's no source in the whole internet that would say this. So this is the phenomenon that you probably all know as hallucination, coming up with information that is 100% fake and invented, but it sounds very plausible. And depending on what kind of information is readily available, you might fall into that trap. And then basically on like the third part is logical reasoning and basically coming up with the right answers. So here I am asking this question. I have 3 kumquats. I give one of them to you, and then you give one to Gonzo. How many kumquats do I have left? And here you see kind of 2 examples of a kind of chatbot that gives us the wrong answer, basically saying that I only have 1 kumquat left. And on the right-hand side, you see our LLM, like our playground, that gives the right answer. But this is not supposed to mean that we are always right and the others are always wrong. Far from it. In general, I think it's important to know that these kind of mistakes happen. So we cannot rely on AI to give us the right answer in these situations. So you may have seen that the Hopkins study on AI being very good kind of conversational helper in medical problems. You've seen law and business, and this was for me particularly interesting, where the AI chat was not only ranked significantly higher in quality on those medical use cases, but it also basically blew the humans out of the park on empathy. Perceived empathy, of course, right? Because these systems do not have empathy the same way humans do. So we can assume that kind of every way, everything that humans are doing could be, at least in big parts, assisted, transformed by AI. There was also another study, I'm not going to go into that in detail, that claimed that MIT math has been solved 100% by GPT-4. And this is incorrect methodology, where the LLM was scoring itself. So it basically was giving itself a pat on the back. So basically the takeaway here is just be careful with those kind of news. Sometimes they're not as robust as we would think. This, however, is a great paper, Are Deep Neural Networks Smarter Than Second Graders? And this goes into the kumquat example I showed, where there's these kind of trick problems where you have to solve questions, like, for example, the fourth one here, sticks are placed on top of each other. The stick 1 and 5 is at the bottom and top. Which stick is in the middle? And then giving multiple choice answers. And on these kind of questions, these are the results of current state-of-the-art models, and you see they get about 1/3 of the questions right. And this is even though it's multiple choice. And when you ask second graders, they're on about 80%. So a huge difference in capability for these kind of problems. All right, let's look at transparency, truth, and maybe trust. So this is another tool I was asking on what kind of achievements I basically have under my belt, and 1 and 2 are basically right, and the third says that I'm a chairman of Mensa, I'm consultant to GE and Warner Brothers, and membership of IEEE and IET. And this has the source, right? So basically, this is kind of one of the new tools that gives you sources and references. Okay, but this is really wrong. So let's look at those sources. And you here see this, it's a pretty long website that has a bunch of chapters and like a bunch of information. And so how does this website, what does it know about me? So I'm looking for my own name, and there's basically just one quote, like a very simple quote about what language models can do. And really, really down at the bottom of the page, very far away from that quote, there's the info about the author. And the author is the chairman for Mensa, consultant to GE and Warner Brothers, right? So this is a great example showing us that sometimes these sources and references are really deceiving because they lend some sort of perceived credibility to a claim. And this could be total like a bogus claim, as it is in these cases. So transparency and trust really has to rethink human-machine collaboration. This is what we solved. This is where we are kind of one step ahead of the market. We solved multimodality. This is what we invented 2 years ago. And this is a work I want to kind of show you 2 examples about now, where we publish together with our academic partners a way so we can trace knowledge and factual information to its sources. So here's an example. This is The Terrible Old Man, a short story by Lovecraft. And the AI analysis here at the very bottom says the old man is described as exceedingly feeble both physically and mentally. And now we can click it mentally, and our software tells us where this information, how do we know this? Where is this coming from? And this is a sentence saying that the terrible old man talks to his bottles, addressing them by such names as Jack, Scarface, and then whenever he speaks to the bottle, a little lead pendulum within makes certain definite vibrations as if in answer. So why I like this example is because it's really non-obvious. It's not just repeating the same work. It's not just kind of plugging a factual observation like the foundation date of the Spice Girls from a text, but it really shows what powerful quote unquote interpretation AI can do, and is giving the human the trust and the transparency over what's going on. So it's reading between the lines in a way. And what makes our technology unique is that we also can do it the other way around. So here the claim is there will be no acquisitions. This is the Q1 earnings call from HPE. And now you see a lot of blue colors, and blue color means basically our AI has found conflicting information. So it's kind of the opposite of a source. And one of the sentences underlined here is we will continue to access organic and inorganic investments that improve our competitive position. So that's a great example of basically showing something that would let us to question the validity of this statement. And of course, because we're multimodality inventors, it works on images as well. Beautiful sunset over city. Sunset is proven by this part of the image, and city is proven by the other part of the image. And of course, also with negative links, negative sources. So on the right-hand side, the incorrect house number, the house number is 50, gives you a negative link on that side. So this is really like a new level of explainability and transparency. And we also published some work with our partners with TU Darmstadt, Christian Casting, on teaching the AI to explain itself better. I'm just going to go briefly into that based on this example. So this is an image, and the output here, the description was Christmas morning in the 80s. If I, as a human, would now have to take responsibility for that, if I have to validate the correctness of that, how would I do that? I could, of course, look at ask our technology on the contents of this image, and then what I would get is a new computer from Santa. And now I can trace the individual components, like computer highlights the box and Santa highlights the Christmas tree. And then I can ask what kind of computer is shown, and that would tell me Commodore 64. And now I can follow up with during what time was the Commodore 64 on the market. And this gives us like 82 to 94. So what I want to show with this example is that the more powerful AI gets, the less obvious is transparency and explainability. Right? Because Christmas morning in the 80s is very plausible. But in order to understand that, we would need additional puzzle pieces. We need world knowledge, and we need like a multi-step trace into the capabilities of this model to really, as a human, take responsibility. And this is what we're deploying basically on the enterprise, on the government side. This is an example that's kind of a little bit simpler, but asking here, what is the former capital of Germany? Now the reply is there are contradicting answers, saying the former capital is Germany or Bonn. In Germany is Bonn or Berlin. So it's basically, in a way, a system that is engaging the human in a conversation, is asking questions back, and is transparently communicating uncertainty or conflict in your data. I think this is really necessary when we look at these kind of very capable systems that are not clearly just kind of pulling one information from sources. And we've shown this at Hannover Messe on manufacturing. We also are working very successfully with the German government. We have a administration assistant live with the country of Baden-Württemberg that gets several hundred users a day working with proprietary complex information. All right, thanks for your attention.
All right, we'll be opening it up to questions now. Oh, okay. It looks like we have a question in the chat. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Question right there.
Hi, yeah, Michael Veal. I'm wondering if, maybe to Orly, but also to all colleagues, when we're thinking about the introduction of technologies into an environment, I think there's a risk that some of the presentations were atomizing those technologies a bit too much, taking them a bit separate away from their context. For example, if we look at the radiographer or radiologist example in the Global South, and I've got several projects working with in healthcare with public health organizations in Kenya and Cote d'Ivoire, for example. These public health agencies, it's not a simpler case of let's deploy technologies there. What is happening is they are being faced by organizations which claim to be deploying technologies, but in fact have very, very extractive purposes to start durable relationships of reliance with quite vulnerable organizations which don't have the skills to assess cost and benefits, as you were talking about, Orly. They don't have the in-house ability to look into the future and imagine, well, what solutions would really provide something durable that wouldn't capture my organization, that would enable us to meet a variety of long-term policy aims in a resilient way. So I'm thinking when you made your call for let's consider technologies in order to work out, let's see what they can do well in the future and what they can do good. Firstly, who is going to be actually assessing that capability? Because if you ask the vendor to do it, they'll give you one answer, right? And if you ask, hopefully, an in-house capacity that has a lot of different options on the table, we'd hope they'd give maybe a less biased answer. So how do you see that working in the kind of regime and the challenges there? And how do you deal with the moral hazard, I suppose, that companies may say that they want to, say, improve healthcare or change certain outcomes, as you were highlighting in your presentation, but in practice, they're often seeking to create durable relationships and extract value from systems in the long run. We see that with, say, Microsoft's relations with governments and so on. So, taking technologies really in the business and political economy context more than sort of as abstract tools to be deployed.
Those are the right questions to ask. And I've been arguing that perversely, because we're so focused on the wrongs, we actually are under-regulating and highlighting and monitoring those specific deployments and relationships and asking about stakeholders. I asked in the last session about competition and antitrust. I think really looking at the uses of technologies and the misuses rather than kind of regulating capabilities in the abstract, and then thinking about public options rather than actually, we had a session about intellectual property that looks at kind of the inputs and, who owns and, is there infringements. And I actually would like to see governments and kind of open source nonprofit organizations much more in the business of creating public options that will not have, this one organization, if it's Microsoft or OpenAI, have this dominance over the technology and then be able to extract all the value. But just to your question, what I think is important is that it's not either or. So I've been debating this with like the ACLU in the context of, these organizations, they want to give, or these companies, they want to give free iPads to schools, to really like marginalized schools, under resourced schools, and these social robots that have been developed in conjunction with academia, where there are definite findings that they improve learning, and you could put that in the context of health. But the ACLU is like taking this very cynical, but they're also the real purpose is that they're forming the relationship and extracting the data and learning and sharing that data. And I think that sometimes there is for-profit goals that are win-wins with other goals, like improving health in the global south, and we need to be very frank about what we're willing to give up, and the answer is that the communities themselves have to make those informed decisions about what they're willing to bring in and accept, and the relationships that are being formed, but not to present it as like there's this real covert reason that of like long-term relationship with these for-profit organizations, and it's not about better ideology. It can be both.
Oh, yeah.
So this is Ramaya Krishnan, Carnegie Mellon. This is a question for Sandra and for Jonas, I guess. Thanks for your presentation. In the context of question answering that Jonas presented, the question I had was, is the concept of maybe a statistical reliability type of measure a better measure for thinking about how generative AI actually performs? If you think of these responses as having means and standard deviations associated with them when we repeatedly pose questions on particular topics, I think, Jonas, you gave the example of asking a question about yourself and it gave you some errors. Maybe I try that again and it does or does not. So if are there ways that you can think of almost this pipeline akin to a manufacturing pipeline, and that being a Six Sigma for these kinds of LLM pipelines in a statistical reliability sense, rather than the examples that, as you correctly noted, there was neither decision-making or harm in this particular context that you were the examples that you were offering from the prior work of equal error rates or equal decision rates. I was wondering what your thoughts were on this reliability concept.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. I think that is much more towards what I think is sensible than just borrowing the methods that we have from traditional bias testing. What that would mean is that we just need to rethink whether non-discrimination law actually has a place there. I'm on offense with that. Like, I'm not even sure if it's the right.
So I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know anything about that.
So yeah, okay. So like non-discrimination law, like if we just break it down to its basic functionality, is always about fair distribution of resources in a way. Not all types of resources, but important resources. So that means that if you're giving out jobs, hiring, education, housing, financial services, so all types of areas where we think that equality or equal opportunity should be promoted, right? And so the law then steps in if some people are being hindered in achieving that goal, right? If there's certain groups in our society that are not going to be able to get health insurance or get into good universities or have to go to prison at a higher rate than others, right? So it's always about this type of like inequality, like where there is like a difference in groups. And if that's in an important area, the law steps in and says, don't do that, right? You cannot do that, or you need to justify it, things like that. And so I'm not sure how that, like, maybe non-discrimination law is not the right way for it. It's just interesting because for all other things of biases, non-discrimination law has always been cited as the one. And when we talk about bias in large language models, maybe we need a different word for it because it's quite confusing to use a type of word that means something very different when it comes to non-discrimination than when we talk about language in that way. So it might be. However, even if we go down that path and think about like accuracy, what's the end goal then? Like, what's the ideal that we would marching towards to? and I still don't know what that would look like. What's the ideal perfect output or the aspirable output that we wanted to go to? And what's the theory that underpins that? And I don't have an answer for that yet, but I like the problem because it's interesting.
There's an interesting.
Jonas has a response.
Yeah, I like the question. I like the idea. And we've been, of course, playing around with this. So here is a prompt saying it was a lot like a long time ago, or once upon a, and here you basically get a 100% probability for time. When you prompt something that's much more vague, like my favorite meal is, you see there's kind of no clear, like everything is like 4%. There's like a bunch of possible answers, and things like the capital of Germany gives you like Berlin with 62%. So in a limited way, you can do that. It works well if there is clear, short, precise answers that you're looking for. If it's something like what's the best summary for this kind of multi-page document, it really kind of, this method breaks down.
Just a quick follow-up. Thank you for that, Jonas. I was wondering, to your question, Sandra, as to whether you could connect a reliability distribution to a cost distribution, and the costs depending on, and if you condition on groups that are affected, then you could say reliability affects this group more than others, and you would assess it in terms of cost. So it's almost like connecting a statistical reliability distribution to a cost distribution, conditioning on the segment that's affected. But Jonas's point is well taken, that in some, that the capability surface is very large.
Yeah.
On those specific tasks and questions where it's clear what the answer is,
yeah,
this approach might be easier than the broader case.
I like it though, right? And I think also the idea of cost is interesting. In legal terms, we would say, what's the harm, right? And so I don't have a word even to describe what the harm is, just in legal terms, right? And I think that means we have to find a word for describing it yet, because in just non-discrimination terms, it would be the harm of you are losing out because you didn't get the job and somebody with white skin color did and you did not. There's a very clear harm that happened there. I don't have the right language yet to describe what type of harm that would be, but once that work is done, I think that could be a very, very interesting thing to think about, that and what type of harm that is. And then we can have a discussion of whether non-discrimination law has something where it can sit, or whether it needs to be somewhere completely different, or if we need a completely different new law that will deal with that harms. And again, I'm sitting on the fence on all of that. But yeah, that discussion would be very interesting to have.
I would just say that we do have language from political theory and from other, like the distinctions between equality and equity and redistribution versus anti-discrimination, kind of more positive rights. I think it is there. It's kind of like, if we just want non-arbitrariness and leveling up, kind of thinking some of what you said, Sandra, it's kind of fitting a Rawlsian idea of like, these are the steps. But we have, I think, in more kind of social democratic countries, more positive rights to the question itself. As you say, it depends on the context. Like, I want to level up, and I have more harm because I've been traditionally excluded.
Thanks. Yeah, just a real quick follow-up on this, because what Krishna mentioned, I think, is really intriguing and important, and actually fits quite well with a number of things we had been discussing before, also between Sandra, Brent, and myself when we were in Berlin, thinking about some of these tools and how to measure and how to tease out differences between traditional and generative AI systems concerning non-discrimination. And so you talked about statistical reliability. And in fact, I just did now an example, just ran a search. I opened GPT-4 and I asked it to actually construct a paragraph based on a doctor walks into the room and it gave me 7 times a male version and 3 times a female version. But that's better than 10 times a male version. And of course, I don't know how it would evolve. Actually, the first 3 were all male, then came 3 female blocks, and now it's all male. So you would have to iterate that over and over again. And I guess that could then, in the long run, give you a better expression than of what's happening rather than one question, particularly when there is the random vector in there that we all know messes up a lot of things in terms of reliability, testing capability, and so on and so forth. So I have this paper in mind where you could say generative fairness is a multi-shot concept almost, as in just keep asking this question. So interestingly, coming back to Sandra's question also of where do we draw the line on language? This would be just one quick comment from a case that was decided in 2018 in Germany by the Federal Supreme Court for Private Law. They had a case in front of it where a woman was claiming to be discriminated against because in the forms that were handed out by Sparkasse, the German bank, one of the big banks, they kept saying customer, addressing her as a customer, but in the male version in German, whereby in German we have the male and the female and a neutral version. And the court said that there is no discrimination involved in this because under traditional German understanding, the male version, just like in Latin, the male generic form also includes the female persons. It didn't talk about binary, non-binary, but this was an interesting case in 2018. I wonder if this would be decided the same way right now, but this is at least some, court ruling that tells us it's not going to be easy to bring a non-discrimination case on this. So I'm wondering if much of the heavy lifting will not be done by non-discrimination law, but perhaps by, speech regulation, tort law. You mentioned, Sandra, the suicide case, and of course, I mean, that's not only about, or other cases that involve physical harm, it's not only about discrimination, eating glass, that's really physical integrity, so you could bring tort law to bear. So I was just wondering if you have any thoughts on this. And to Jonas, maybe, thanks for your brilliant presentation. I think I've been following your work very closely, and I think it's really great that we have such a company in Germany and in Europe. You're doing great work there. What, in your view, is kind of the next frontier of transparency? So would it be in videos? How about like a really large corpora of training data? We think about 20 million examples. How do you create transparency there? How do you link certain outputs to? Is that possible already? To the training material, and not only to, say, a single book that he uploaded somewhere. And also, would it be, intriguingly enough, a way forward, as I think fits perhaps well within your strategy of linking back the machine learning approach, the modern one, with the older knowledge-based approach, whereby you could have a curated, verified, dedicated knowledge base that is used as an encyclopedia almost to check and verify the output?
I'm happy to start because there's a really exciting questions you're posing, and indeed, like the complexity, maybe also to Sandra's point, the complexity of the modern world and of the capabilities of AI are so vast that it is very difficult to be absolutely sure that we got everything kind of right and fair. We can observe pronouns, but the fairness, the concept of fairness is much more multidimensional and can relate to so many classifiers and aspects. And so I think that one of our design principles is not that we're trying to get it right for ourselves. So we're basically the kind of small group of nerds from Heidelberg is trying to solve fairness, which would be kind of like a preposterous presumption. But what we're trying to be is as transparent and hand as much control to our partners as possible. So we're saying basically, if with every result, it should be absolutely clear what are other options, how do they relate to sources of truth, like you mentioned. And I think we got one customer, for example, they always get 5 meaningfully different suggestions. And basically looking at those 5 meaningfully different suggestions and how they relate to the world and to verified sources of information already tells them a lot. So I think these designs, not necessarily just like video, also a very interesting domain, but I think building human-machine collaboration models that inform the human and that empower the human to take responsibility in those critical and complex situations is what we are currently very excited about. And this goes to the kind of one example I had this briefly, where the AI system learns how to best explain a thing to the human, like a finding to the human, or a complex situation with like disagreements or with maybe skewed data set. Like, how would the AI best articulate the fact that a certain result is maybe based on a skewed data set?
I fully agree. It doesn't need to be just non-discrimination law. And in fact, as I said, I'm not even sure if it's the right venue for that anyway. I think as with all technologies, you have, especially if it's a complex technology, there are already multiple problems and therefore multiple areas of law that could apply. And so in this case, it's a privacy issue. So there will be GDPR implication. There is bias. Maybe it's non-discrimination law. It has to do with speech. Maybe speech laws will have something to do with it as well. It has to do with misinformation. So the DSA comes to mind. We were talking about competition law, obviously. That's another route to go to. I think that the next step is just to figure, that's the homework with every new technology, that you look at existing laws and you figure out whether or not you can just use the law as it is and apply it to that new technology, or whether the technology is different in degree and kind and therefore deserves new laws or new consideration in that way. And if you're at a point where AI is like the exception to the rule in all laws, then you can make an argument that we should have an AI law, for example, right? If it just gets too confusing at that point. And I think that's the direction of travel the next couple of years, is trying to figure out what types of laws actually apply, how they apply, and if they apply in a way that actually protect human rights.
Can I just add that two other bodies of law, one is just trade secrets and defining the results, what Philipp just described. We need to know what happens with all these results, and a lot of times we just don't know because there are rules against scraping, against researchers coming in and doing the work. So I think trade secrecy definitely needs to be rethought in this light of wanting to know. And then the other kind of body of law that's really problematic here, I mentioned in the past that we also have the input fallacy, that we're looking so much at what enters and trying to blind some inputs of identity, but now it's not only not feasible, but actually a good idea to put everything in and look at the outputs. So one of the problems with that argument is that not only, as you say, like Sandra, that everything is focused on the anti-discrimination language, but it's actually the anti-discrimination laws, definitely in the United States, are hindering some of this important work that can be done, because we have this like dirty word of affirmative action, which the Supreme Court has just announced in the case with Harvard is unlawful to do. So we really, like Harvard has been sending out, if you get these like messages like, well, we're still committed to equity and diversity and all that, but we'll have to figure out new ways to do this. And again, I think we now have much more of an ability to detect the root causes, to do things more actively. But the law is actually a hinderer, not just not an enabler.
We're going to go ahead and just collect a bunch of questions, and then we'll have some short 1-minute statements from our speakers. So yeah.
Hi, I'm Emily. I'm a research student at the University of Oxford and a member of Philipp's research team. And I have a question to Orly, and maybe Sandra and Philipp also have an opinion, or they probably do. So you talked about the danger of not using technology, and that's actually the initial thought behind my research, because I look at a user's duty of care when using AI. So namely, as AI-enabled devices continue to outperform humans, when under tort law might someone have a duty or have to use AI in order not to be liable? The thought came from, as autonomous cars are better drivers than humans, you might want to take humans off the road. And I currently look at medical law. When a doctor doesn't detect a cancer, a patient might have a question. Okay, there was a software out there that was that is predicted that has statistically a higher performance than the average doctor. Should the doctor have used that?
You're up. The mic is off. Just better. Maybe you could use a different one from Andy to your right.
Thanks. Okay, hi. And when they use it, how do they use it? So when should they follow, override the prediction if they can do so? It doesn't really work with the car. I mean, what you usually do when you try to establish a standard of care is you put the cost of care in relation to, you mentioned this, in relation to the harm and the likelihood of the harm that is going to happen if you don't put in the cost of care. And it's difficult enough to try to objectively quantify these parameters, but it's especially difficult to quantify because you expect the doctor to make that decision, right? I mean, and then the court has to kind of assess what the doctor should have done. But the doctor is supposed to make the decision whether to use or not to use the tool. And I just, when I make my analysis, I assume that a doctor will. Sorry. Okay.
You're going over time. Just kidding.
Okay, but I'm just noticing that, especially with technology, the bias is like comparing technology to the extreme, where it has to be perfect to be used, or where a doctor just overestimates their own ability to diagnose or treat a patient. I just wonder your thoughts about how can we do something about this, and how do we do something about this? And is this going to change? I mean, in terms of my research, I think the easiest thing is to kind of take the choice away from the doctor and say, you have to distinguish between legitimacy and duty to use technology. So talking about medical AI, it might be legitimate to use a tool that it has been, for example, approved by the FDA, but then the duty to use it only comes in when some sort of like ethical guidelines that doctors usually have to follow also recommend or even require the doctor to use it, or to try to provide the doctor with kind of like additional tools to assess the likelihood of damage that is going to happen by using transparency and by trying to make models more transparent and requiring some explainability in the models, which might help to rationally assess the situation, but might not help with the biases. So I'm just wondering your thoughts on this.
We just got to a question.
Oh yeah, back there.
Hi, thank you. I'm Ikran. I'm a master's student at the Graduate Institute here in Geneva. And my question is mostly on the hallucinations of LLMs. So this has led to like increased disinformation, and I think most people don't really do research when they consume content, for instance, on social media. And so the use of large generative AI models have increased, disinformation, which affects, especially in electoral context, affects public will and public opinion, which affects thereafter has an impact on democracy. So I think there've been a lot of studies showing how much such disinformation is, highly believable, and most people don't have the capacity to identify this. So for me, I think the question would mostly be on what is the role of AI companies, or I think social media companies, or, generally speaking, tech companies, in ensuring that, guardrails are placed on such platforms. I think some scholars have said that it would be very helpful if there are platform design controls in place. So I think my question is, what is the role of such companies to put in place such guardrails to protect the public? And also, how effective do you think it would be to also push it to like self-regulation? Because I don't think that has been looked at a lot in this summit or conference. Thank you.
Question right there.
I'll keep it brief. So these systems are probabilistic. I can't talk with this. And they're not deterministic. So if you change the way you prompt the system, you get a completely different answer sometimes and sometimes not. The point is, what you're trying to do is trying to get a deterministic answer out, something that you like because it adheres to some law or other. And the way that you might do that is, as Philipp suggested, creating a knowledge base. But the problem with that is you might have the government propaganda agency wanting to control that knowledge base, and you end up with a system that actually can be used for social engineering, removal of liberty, and I just wanted to make that point.
All right, I guess we'll get some closing statements from everyone, starting with Jonas.
Yeah, no, I think those are all super valid concerns, and I think what we should remember is, I think we touched on that earlier, is what are the business model of the companies that are acting? Like, are we setting ourselves up with the right partners? Are we procuring? Are we interacting with the right kind of partners that also have a long-term interest in our own sovereignty? Because I think that there's kind of only really one solution towards making sure, or at least having the chance to make sure that our own values will be part of the fabric that builds the future. And this is the sovereignty, meaning the ability to act. I think our responsibility, and there's other great tech teams around, is to contribute technology that works really well and that's transparent and that's controllable, and to engage in conversations like the one that we have today. But really, it's like a holistic task for all kind of disciplines, for all kinds of groups to come together and get this right, because this is like a new technology. We've never had these capabilities before.
Well, I would really love to do research. I think it's super important, and I actually also have been thinking about the standard of care from torts and thinking about how we can scale that and use that. Although I actually think that that's not enough, and it's not enough to have ethical rules in the professions, but we actually need regulations that are kind of analogous to the FDA approving medical devices, but a step up, saying, here's now some practices that were safe in the past, but they're just not, they should be outdated now, like drugs that are not relevant anymore because they're much better drugs with much less side effects. So we need to kind of scale that up and have best practices that are also binding. I think that there is a real resistance. So I've found in the United States that some Americans love their wheel just as much as they love their guns. And just, it's hard to do that regulation there. People are just like shocked when I say, we'll have to grapple with one day not only allowing autonomous vehicles to be on the road, but actually prohibiting the human error to take place. And, again, we don't have to decide, agree when that moment happens. That's empirical and factual. But that moment will happen, and in different places at certain different times. Depends on how smart cities operate. But yes, I think that we will have to have those kinds of conversations and regulations happening.
Yeah, so I think the question of duty of care is quite interesting. I think it's also quite especially interesting in healthcare and in medicine. If you think back 100 years or so, where for every ailing that you would have, a doctor would suggest bloodletting, right? So you have you break your leg or you have depression, you're gonna go and they will bloodletting would be the method of operation. Doing that today would seem outrageous and actually
illegal. Yeah.
Illegal in most cases, right? And so of course it's good that we moved away, and that we have established that bloodletting is not really good if you want to cure depression, which is something that doctors would prescribe, right? But there was independent research that showed that depression and bloodletting have no commonality. And so the thing that I fear most about is that who makes that assessment that algorithms are outperforming humans? I mean, every company will say that the product that they're developing is so much better than humans are fallible. And it's, obviously their product is the best, but those are also the ones that have a shared interest that their product sells. So there needs to be like an infrastructure embedded where somebody that is not on the payroll actually can make an assessment on whether or not the system is actually better or worse at detecting cancer than humans. And coming back to cancer detection, is it better for patients to use an algorithm? Yeah, probably if you whiten them in. Then it's maybe just as good, but not everybody is white. Not everybody is a man, and especially in healthcare, people of color, women are heavily discriminated against by using those technologies. So again, outperformance and who is it serving? So I think that's just something to keep in mind with that, which reminds me of the second question around like guardrails. That if we had that in place, if we had certain thresholds in place and like navigation, that would say, yeah, this is the level of accuracy, this is the level of safety that we would expect, then we would come much, much closer to that where we can actually have technology that is helpful.
Thank you so much, everyone. I really hope these discussions can continue beyond just this session. They're all really interesting, and we'll now be taking a well-deserved coffee break.
My name's Emily Betts. I'm a research student at Oxford and a member of Philip's research team, and I'm going to moderate this next session. First up is an academic who needs no more introduction, Professor Sarah Hammer. Sarah is adjunct professor at the University of Pennsylvania Law School, and one of two reasons why we're here. Please, Sarah, take it away.
Thank you so much. It's great to see everyone, and I am so pleased to have such an engaged audience after such a long 2 days. So I'm looking forward to continued excellent discussions. And as Amelie said, I am a professor at the University of Pennsylvania, and I want to explain a bit about my background because my presentation will be a bit different from the other presentations yesterday and today. My background is trading and portfolio management, and I'm also an attorney, and pleased to be joined today and yesterday by colleagues from Oxford, where I completed my master's degree. But at Wharton, at the University of Pennsylvania, I lead our financial technology programs and our corporate financial technology accelerator. And I'm in this role after serving at United States Treasury, leading financial institutions policy, and taking a leave of absence most recently to serve as acting secretary of banking and securities for Pennsylvania. I'm actually also pleased to have one of my former research assistants here today. And I'm pointing out my research assistants because they're really an integral part of the work that we do at Wharton and at the University of Pennsylvania and leading our corporate accelerator. So as part of that program, our focus has been emerging technologies, quantum computing, blockchain technology. We had the privilege of working with Dean Krishnan and others across the landscape, and artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is a very important focus for us at the University of Pennsylvania, as it is for all of you and for the industry, financial services generally. In fact, you may have seen the news that in the last week, BlackRock lauded AI as the megaforce that will drive investor returns. And so that's part of what I'm going to talk about today is the role of AI in the financial sector and a research project that we are investigating on the use of AI around some of the policy questions in financial services, and invite your input and collaboration with us as well. So according to BlackRock, AI drives multiple disruptive themes that could expand the financial sector. And one of the things I talk about in my class at Penn Law School is how an industry can change over time. So if any of you have seen the United States books from Jim Collins, they focus on how any sector can change over a period of 30 to 40 years and becomes mature. So we've talked yesterday and today about healthcare, for example. We've talked about employment. We will talk about climate here at AI for Good. And in financial services, this is no exception to some of these management theories, which is that over time, the sector matures and the role of regulation and the size of margins that can be achieved in an industry can compress significantly. So what BlackRock is saying is that AI is a disruptor or really a game changer in the financial sector, and that because we're in an era of unusual stock market returns, for example, AI can really be used to transform the way investors achieve returns. This is just one example of how AI is used in the sector, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about some other examples, and then I will go to our most recent global experience in the financial sector, which is the banking crisis, and a research project that we are working on at Penn. So, all right, great. Thank you. So let's just talk for a brief moment about banking. AI in banking is a growing business. It has been valued at different levels by different evaluators over the past couple of years. In 2020, we were told that AI in banking would achieve about $3.88 billion in valuation. More recently, we were told that AI would achieve a valuation of $64 billion. And then even more recently, Statistica valued AI at about $99 billion by the year 2030. So this gives you a sense of the range of valuations of AI in the financial sector and how folks are continuing to see ways that AI can be used. One of the best examples that we see in AI most recently in finance is in credit. So we have a saying in the financial sector, which is that those with the best credit models achieve the greatest advantage. And part of the reason that this saying is often said is because credit in the financial sector ranges from everything from evaluating your customers to the way that banks make loans, to the way that portfolios are structured, to the individual creation of products. And AI is now being used for everything from evaluating default loss probabilities on loans to looking at the severity of a loss. So meaning if I make a loan to you, I can use AI to tell me what's the probability that you'll default on your loan or maybe make a late payment. And if you do, what's the severity of that loss? And those are two different elements that AI can give me data on and is increasingly being used. So AI is being used to improve credit approvals, to determine risk for customers, and of course, to manage portfolios, everything from individual portfolios to a large credit portfolio within a bank, for example. The flip side of that on the individual side is that AI is also being used for collection strategies. So if I'm an individual who's received a loan from a bank and I'm delinquent on my loan, the bank might use AI to evaluate how or when it should collect from me on that loan. And with the conversations that we've had today and yesterday around some of the challenges of ethics and legal issues around AI, one can see how there are a lot of sensitivities around how such collection strategies would be implemented. AI is also, of course, being used to service and evaluate customers. In fact, AI is being used in near real-time analysis to look at clients, both individual, small businesses and corporate clients, for example, as well as to create the kinds of credit decisions that we talked about earlier. And in essence, AI is being used to create what's called a 360-degree profile on a customer. So all of the data that I have about you can be used to input into my AI model, and I can use either machine learning or a generative AI model to determine what's the best way to interface with you as a customer. And then finally, AI is being used for risk management, of course, for fraud detection and compliance. And we've talked a little bit about that today. But if we had several more days, we'd probably also talk about money laundering, as it's highly relevant to a lot of the discussions that we've had today, and about how AI is being used in that respect as well. So I'm going to briefly talk about asset management and then financial infrastructure. Then I'm going to jump to the banking crisis and some of the more systemic issues that we face in the financial sector. So when I teach my class at Penn Law on financial regulation, I talk about different business models. And the first model that we talked about was banking. So banking is a very different type of business from asset management, for example. In banking, I'm a bank, I take your deposits onto my balance sheet, and I use your deposits to invest them in something else. So I become the owner of your assets, I am investing your assets in something else, I can achieve a return based on how I invest. Under US law, if you leave your deposit with me, I have to be able to return your deposit upon demand. That's why we call it demand deposits in the United States. This is a much different business from asset management, where, for example, if I'm BlackRock, I have your assets, I never really own them. All I'm doing is I'm managing them for you, and I'm taking what's called a management fee. So two very different business models. One is banking, I'm the asset owner. The other is asset management, where I'm merely managing your assets for you, but in return, I receive a fee. And the ultimate difference between the two is risk, and one can see why AI is so important in both, because it helps me evaluate what the risk is of having the assets on the portfolio, as well as what the risk is of managing your assets. So in asset management, also AI is being used very extensively. And a good portion of what happens in asset management is looking at data. And we've talked a lot about data today and yesterday. If I'm a hedge fund, for example, and I am able to create and control an excellent AI model, maybe a generative AI model, I have an advantage in the markets that others do not. And that's certainly being implemented. So I can improve my trading performance, I can have better investment portfolios and higher returns. Likewise, I can create portfolios for my clients. So if I'm a large asset manager like BlackRock or Vanguard, for example, I could use AI to create an optimal portfolio for you, and then I could sell it to you as a customer. You tell me you're going to put X amount of dollars in that portfolio, and in return, I receive the management fee. But again, I'm not the owner of your assets. I'm merely the asset manager. All right, and then finally, we have financial infrastructure. And this is actually one of my favorite things to talk about, although I don't know in this group if we want to talk about financial infrastructure too extensively. But when I say financial infrastructure, what I mean is the plumbing of the financial system. And although it's not as visible and prominent as other things that we talk about, infrastructure is actually essential to the way the global markets operate. So I'll give you a really simple example of infrastructure. If I do a Venmo, for example, to Rima, Rima, I'm calling you out. I send you a Venmo, and Rima sees a notification on her phone that she got a Venmo from me. She feels like she has X amount of dollars from me on that Venmo. But financial infrastructure tells us that in the United States, she actually doesn't get the cash on that Venmo for 2 days. Now, if I have improved financial infrastructure, I can, or Rima can pay a fee, and she can receive the cash sooner. And this is an example of how the plumbing of our financial system works. So under our existing system, if I send a payment or a Venmo in the United States, the cash only settles after 2 days. And infrastructure can be used to shorten that time, to reduce risk in the system, to reduce the credit exposure that Rima has to me from that transaction, and AI can be part of the process of improving that. Okay, so those are three sort of pillar examples of how AI is used in the financial sector. This is, of course, like many of the areas that we're talking about during the summit, an emerging area in some sense, but in other ways, it's also a mature part of the industry to use technology to one's advantage, whether it's in banking or asset management or to improve financial infrastructure. So for those of you who aren't reading the Wall Street Journal every day, or who aren't as familiar with what happened over the last few months in the financial sector, we had a banking crisis. And you've probably seen the headlines, Silicon Valley Bank, for example, Signature Bank, First Republic, also in New York, and how the failure of those three banks rocked the system. So there are many different constructions of what happened during the banking crisis. To tell you at a high level, in a way that's fairly objective, one could say that Silicon Valley Bank had losses in its bank portfolio, credit losses related to interest rate exposure. And upon realizing those losses and being unable to compensate for those losses, word got loose that Silicon Valley Bank had such losses, and there was what's known as a run on the bank. And I think Philipp's going to talk a little bit about social media later, but social media certainly played a role in what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, as did other applications that are new or fairly new over the last couple of years, like WhatsApp or WeChat, for example. The venture capital community was sending messages that Silicon Valley Bank was under distress. So they were telling certain startup companies or others who had deposits at the bank that they should withdraw their deposits and put them into other banks. And you know, one of the things that I'll note about this is that we live in the world where this kind of conversation, this kind of social media chatter is now common. So with the pandemic, we were seeing an increase in digitization, a lot more use of social media, a lot more folks using applications like WhatsApp or WeChat or Reddit, for example. And when we had this distress situation with Silicon Valley Bank, we saw a lot of folks having this conversation, deposits moving out of the bank much more rapidly than had been experienced previously, thus causing the collapse of the bank. Similar, though not entirely the same situations with Signature Bank and First Republic, both of which were in New York. And again, the important role of social media, which we'll get to in a little bit, causing the acceleration of the removal of deposits for one reason or another from those banks. I'll tell you again, as a professor, that I do see the business models of those three banks as very different, but there were some commonalities. So one is social media, as I've mentioned to you, and the other is that some of these banks had different types of deposits that we had not seen as mature, as developed prior to the pandemic and digitization. So things like crypto, for example, and whether or not deposits are moving in and out of banks due to new types of activities in the financial markets. Okay, I feel like I would stop there if I were teaching a class and see if there are any questions, but we'll have questions at the end. 5 minutes. All right, great. So what we are looking at the Wharton School, and we have talked with our colleagues at other schools as well, is using large language models and generative AI to create a model, gathering the information from social media to create an early detection system for events like what occurred during March of 2023. And I'll talk about it at a very high level, but I mention it because it incorporates a lot of the elements that I've talked about previously in this conversation. So one is social media. How did social media play into the banking crisis without making a judgment on exactly what the elements were of that conversation? Can AI help us gather information from social media, Twitter, for example, Reddit, even other applications, and create a detection system for us to identify, are folks having a conversation about whether they should move assets out of a bank, for example? And again, this can be applied not just to banking, but to asset management as well. We'll start with banking because that's what we were focused on in March 2023. So question 2 there is, how do we use such a model as regulators? And having been a regulator and a policymaker myself, and very deeply engaged on the policymaking side of things, this is a really important question. As a regulator, one would want to have as much information as you could have about what's happening in the financial markets. So you would want to know if chatter is taking place that is going to tell you whether or not depositors are going to move their deposits out of a bank. And regulators, as we all know globally, are fairly short-staffed. So when comparing the resources of the private sector to the public sector, the private sector wins. So if I'm a regulator and I can use the tools of AI to move my human capital resources based on what my AI model tells me, that might be really useful. But question 3 is, at what point do I have an obligation to let others know about the results of my model, if I have an obligation at all? Is my model accurate? How much do I protect the model? Do depositors have the right to know if there's chatter about a bank that they have their deposits in? So these are the kinds of legal and ethical questions that we are exploring, and I'll invite your comment on that. All right, and then finally, I have here a summary of some of the existing literature on these issues. There actually have been a few papers done around this issue, but nothing on point yet. So one of the papers that got a lot of attention recently is the one in the middle from Hansen et al. On FedSpeak. So you all are, I'm sure, are familiar with the Federal Reserve, and when it releases its beige book, we look for indicators in the language as to what the Fed will do next. And these researchers looked at that language to classify the policy stance of the Open Market Committee to determine whether or not it would be dovish or hawkish. And upon checking the results of their AI model, they actually found that it was fairly accurate. A couple of other really interesting papers relate to whether we can predict stock price movements or whether social media creates bank runs, for example. So what we are doing is drawing on the results of this research and looking to see if we can create a more advanced model that will use generative AI to determine what we might see going forward, both in banking and in asset management. I'm going to stop there, but I guess I'll conclude by saying that this is really just the beginning of a conversation. I invite all of your input. I think there have been really incredible questions and considerations posed throughout the day today and yesterday. And issues around legal and ethical considerations with models like this, I think, are incredibly important as we unpack a new type of technology that can help us or can create more risk in the financial sector. And so I appreciate the chance to talk with all of you about it.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Brent Mittelstadt. Brent is the Oxford Internet Institute's Director of Research, where he's also an associate professor and a senior research fellow. He works across ethics, law, and emerging information technologies. Currently, he leads the Trustworthiness Auditing for AI project. And he will talk about generative AI ethics.
Fantastic. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Philip, for organizing such a really wonderful conference here. So I'm going to both address the topic that Philip asked me to, but also take it in a very specific direction. So it is about the ethics of generative AI, but in particular, this very specific problem or this very specific concept that, as far as I know, was defined or at least first used by the Partnership on AI. Of data enrichment, or what you may have heard called data annotation, labeling, curation, that sort of thing. So to start out with, oh, my clicker stopped working. There we go, it's working again, thank you. So I'm not going to talk about this paper, but just to say, if we are thinking about what the ethical issues are with generative AI, we have to keep in mind the traditional ethical issues that we know AI has. Some of them listed on the right side here. So, challenges of bias and opacity and reduction of autonomy and privacy and the sorts of things that we've talked about across the conference today. So we need to think about how those things apply to generative AI, like the discussion in the last panel around what discrimination actually looks like in the context of generative AI. But there has been some work recently that is looking in sort of a more structured way at the specific challenges of either foundation models or, in this case, language models. And so this is the best one that I've found, which is from a team of people from DeepMind, University of Toronto, University College Dublin, and the California Institute of Technology. I'm not going to go through all of these issues, of course, but just to say I think that they do sort of have a very good classification scheme here of the sorts of issues that you can run into with generative AI. But the thing that I want to note is a limitation of their report and a limitation, therefore, of their taxonomy that they note, which is that the report focuses on risks associated with operating language models. Risks of harm that are associated with training are not discussed. So this includes concerns about the working conditions of data annotators or ghost workers, the ethics of supply chains of hardware, and so forth. So they're focusing, it's hard to say narrowly, but they're focusing very specifically on the operational side of language models and generative AI, which is fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but it does leave quite a bit of room to also talk about the, let's say, supply side of things, and that's what I'll be focusing on today. So the talk today is reporting on findings of a paper that I wrote with my colleague, Will Hawkins at the OII, a student of mine, that was recently published and presented at the FACT 23 conference. So some of you may have seen this before, where basically we look at the ethical ambiguity of data enrichment, and in particular, how data enrichment work is treated more often than not as a form of research, but rather as a form of paid work, and the sort of implications that comes with that, and also the sorts of reporting standards that AI and machine learning research currently has around their workers, their data labelers, and so forth. So just a quick overview of what the paper is about, what I'll be talking about here. So we've talked a bit about the sort of the ethics of generative AI, the sorts of issues we can run into. But basically, I'll give you a quick background on sort of research ethics, how it connects to these questions around the ethical and legal rights of these workers, and then present the results of a particular study where we look at the policies of both major publication venues around disclosure of data enrichment workers or crowd workers, and then specific results of actually looking at papers from some of the major machine learning conferences and also journals to look at essentially how well are they doing in both adhering to their own standards, but also the standards of what I would consider good scientific practice. So these are really the key questions that motivate the work. I guess the most fundamental one to me is, are data enrichers research participants or are they workers? We have such a blending now of how AI is researched and developed, both in terms of where the development comes from, but also the affiliations of the people doing the research and sort of the motivations behind it. That I think there is increasingly a push to label people doing data curation or data annotation as workers, rather than as research participants, because of the sorts of, let's say, requirements that them being research participants would raise. So if we can answer that question, it follows what sort of legal and research ethics protections should be afforded to data enrichment participants or workers. And again, how well is the field currently doing in terms of reporting on things like demographics, working conditions, and really just the processes of data enrichment? And ultimately, where does that leave us for the future? And I think these questions are really important to answer because the scale of the risks that we are talking about is very, very significant here. We have increasingly large teams of human curators that are underpinning AI systems. And we have this endless push for larger and larger models. So it seems that the trend is, or let's say the number of workers that we're dealing with or participants is only set to increase. Of course, this has been highlighted in the Stochastic Parrots paper that's been mentioned a couple of times already. So what we were trying to do was to understand exactly how researchers currently engage with research ethics standards when it comes to the data enrichment. So in its broadest sense, research ethics is about rules and guidelines that govern the ethical conduct of scientific research. Research ethics processes in countries like the US and the UK arose largely due to scandals in the biomedical fields in the mid 20th century. But because of their history being intertwined with studies involving human participants, the sort of scope of these processes, of research ethics processes, in the present day is very limited. And you have this very large red asterisk here. So in practice, research ethics and governance processes are not as broad as the definition on screen would actually suggest. So in the UK and the US, institutional review boards, or IRBs, and research ethics committees, or RECs, are often only engaging with studies that meet a specific definition of a human subject or participant in research. And as you know, much of the sort of involvement of AI researchers or AI research with humans is by using crowd workers who aren't the subjects of the study themselves. There's a lack of clarity for how researchers should engage with these research ethics issues. And that's essentially the key thing that we're looking at in the piece of work. And for my purposes, I'm going to use the definition of a research participant that you see on screen there, which is taken from the Office for Human Research Protections. It is based on a US definition, of course, but I think that's actually appropriate given the sorts of companies that we are typically talking about, and also where the sort of major data annotation companies are located. So essentially, of course, the central idea of crowdsourcing is that you're outsourcing a task to an undefined or very large network of people. It's usually in the form of some open call. And the benefit of doing that, of course, is that it's very low cost compared to other methods of data collection and data annotation. And so that ability to very easily scale data collection and annotation, and the increasingly easy sort of access to annotators or participants via internet platforms, means that crowdsourcing has really, is essentially underpinning modern machine learning, modern AI research. Now, most of this, initially at least, was due to Amazon's Mechanical Turk platform, where there's over 250,000 active workers. It's still very popular in research. And really, the sort of seminal moment for all of this was the release of the ImageNet data set about a decade ago, where the lead researcher behind it referred to Amazon Mechanical Turk as a godsend. And so nowadays, crowd work is central to the practice of reinforcement learning from human feedback, or RLHF, which I'm sure everybody's familiar with. And essentially, it is a way of directing the outputs of language models using human preference data. So the idea that suddenly we're going to move away from crowd workers does not seem likely anytime soon. So researchers use crowdsourcing platforms in many different ways, and it's typically the sorts of work that data annotators or data enrichment workers are being asked to do falls into two different buckets. So the first is what the Partnership on AI calls data enrichment work. And so typically those are the sorts of tasks that would be conducted where your intent is to enrich or improve an AI system. So the focus of the work is essentially on the AI system itself, not on the person who is involved or the person who is doing the work. The second group of tasks is going to be more typical of human behavioral research studies, where people are the subject of the study. So for example, if we were going to research how humans engaged with an AI system, that would be a type of behavioral research. And that's the more classic sort of studies that IRBs and RECs would be familiar with and be comfortable with in terms of evaluating. Now, the reason that we care about this is because of the underlying sort of ethical challenges that these workers face, regardless of the sort of task that they are being asked to perform. And so these are just four of the sort of types of ethical challenges that are associated with this type of work across different domains. There's the sort of perennial issue of underpayment. So MTurk as a platform doesn't require minimum payments. Many studies will pay people just 1 cent per task, and workers on average are getting paid about $3 an hour. According to different studies. There are, of course, alternatives. There's Prolific, for example, which does require minimum payments. But again, Mechanical Turk has really been the popular one up to this point. There's also issues of maltreatment. So workers can be involved in labeling various types of harmful content without adequate protections. They can be treated unfairly or participate in tasks that they may not have meaningfully consented to. There's also power imbalances, of course, in the relationship that they have with researchers or with the company that they are working for. They have very few legal protections or the ability to raise concerns about the task that they have been given, unless there's sort of goodwill between them and the researcher or the company. They may not have particularly easy ways to opt out of studies or opt out of tasks, at least not without significant personal financial loss or loss of time. And finally, there's been concerns raised about sort of the tasks being dehumanizing because they're digital, because they're interchangeable, because you can move the work from country to country or from group to group very quickly with little notice. And of course, that has very serious implications for the people actually doing the work. This is why Mary Gray referred to these workers as ghost workers. So if you haven't seen this article, I just want to flag this article up. Please do read it. It's fantastic. Thank you for, I think, Philip, I think you shared it with me originally. But it goes into sort of the scale of this problem of the sort of massive human labor force that is underpinning generative AI in particular, but just modern AI systems. And it really starts to go into, you know, what do these challenges, what do these harms actually look like in practice? What are the very serious human costs of leaving this sort of work unchecked or at least underregulated? So it's really, really fantastic. And one of the things that's highlighted in this piece is the very sort of recent emergence of this data annotation and curation industry. Essentially, the idea being that you, as a company, would outsource your data enrichment work to third-party vendors or their subsidiaries. So Remote Tasks, for example, is a subsidiary of Scale AI. And while MTurk certainly started this trend, there's now even further separation between, you know, pay and working conditions being managed and the people who are actually paying for the product or for the service. Essentially, what's happening here is you have curated data sets being sold as a product to AI companies. And these companies in particular are infamous for moving between countries on a frequent basis, limiting data enrichment work to residents of specific countries, typically in the global south or in English-speaking, majority English-speaking countries for more advanced types of feedback work. I should also say, just based on Jeremiah's talk yesterday, I would also flag a warning here for the lawyers in the room. Because when I was looking through advertisements from Scale AI for data annotators a couple weeks ago, they're no longer there. I don't know if it was related to that Verge article or not. But there were quite a few advertisements for people with legal expertise to annotate data and to annotate responses from chatbots. And I think they're being paid about $45 an hour. So yeah, I don't know it's going to be necessarily as lucrative as normal legal work would be. The other sort of thing that I think we should be concerned about here is whether this whole industry is following a similar trend to what we've seen in the pharmaceutical research industry previously, where essentially the work is outsourced to countries that have weaker regulatory requirements or, you know, cheaper working conditions, pay is lower, essentially the sort of exploitative work that we have seen there. I should say there is some sort of effort being made to address these sorts of issues, again, by the Partnership on AI. But looking through these, I mean, the really disappointing thing here is that, to me, the sort of key ethical issues that I was just speaking about, the things that really have to do with mistreatment of workers are not here. It's much more focused on the provider side of things and sort of improving communication between the companies that are paying for it and the people doing the work. But so, in any case, so that leads me to the study itself. So we know that this sort of research increasingly relies on crowdsourcing. We know that crowd work has various sorts of ethical challenges, and we know that the relationship between AI research and research ethics is unclear. So how exactly does research involving crowd workers engage with research ethics currently? So to answer that question, we did a couple of things. So the first was that we looked at major AI research publication venues, and we assessed the publication policies that they had to understand whether researchers are required at all by the venues to engage with research ethics issues, and if so, how are they required. So we looked at ICLR, NeurIPS, and Springer Nature in the first instance. And ICLR and NeurIPS are, of course, two of the most influential AI conferences, but Springer Nature also has a number of AI journals. We then looked at the practice side of things. So we studied hundreds of papers that involved some reference to crowd workers or crowd work from these venues to assess how research ethics were discussed in practice, if at all. And then we compared that data to other groups and compared it to the policies that were in place at the publication venues at the time they published. So in terms of the results, just to look at the policies first. So ICLR introduced a code of ethics that outlined requirements in 2021. So they have principles like avoiding harm and respecting privacy in terms of practical requirements. They state that IRB disclosure is required for all papers. And so what we should see, reflected in the analysis of the actual papers, is we're expecting to see a higher rate of research ethics disclosures. In terms of NeurIPS, so they used to have a broader impact statement where people would describe the downstream impact of their work. But now they have a checklist, which is sort of very action-oriented, very prescriptive around what is specifically required to get published there. And in there, it says that you do need to disclose instructions for workers, and that IRBs should review potential risks and payment rates per hour. And then finally, in Springer, they have an editorial policy that covers all fields and all journals. So it's not just about AI, but practically what it requires is disclosure and a commitment to the Declaration of Helsinki. But yeah, that leaves us with what exactly does this look like in practice? How well is research currently doing in living up to those ideals? So if we start with NeurIPS, what you can see on this table is essentially a temporal assessment of disclosures in crowdsourcing papers between 2018 and 2021. And so what we can see is that in 2018, of the 24 papers that involved crowdsourcing work, none referenced IRBs, and just one disclosed payment rates, and none referenced consent or demographics of the workers or of the labelers. That has improved since the checklist was introduced. So now in 2021, payment rates are disclosed in 54% of papers, but we should, in theory, expect to see a 100% rate of compliance because they do have requirements, binding requirements to get published there that you should be discussing these things or disclosing these things. But that is a very significant jump, which we're quite happy to see. The lack of demographic data in particular is very interesting because of the way that demographics can impact the outcomes of studies. That's no different in AI. It's a sort of accepted scientific standard of good scientific practice that you should disclose demographics when it could have a impact on the sort of validity or the generalizability of the findings. So in particular, the very low demographic figures here are a bit disappointing to see. So in ICLR, we can see that there's that comparatively less prescriptive code of ethics. There's fewer disclosures across the board, which might indicate that the policies are playing some sort of role in terms of improving disclosures. And then finally, when we compare it to Springer, we see that the disclosure figures are comparable, but they are slightly less better across the board. So it indicates that it's not just sort of a conference-specific issue, but rather more probably a field-wide issue. And we do have quite a bit more detail on these numbers in the paper. And then just the final comparison to make here is whether our findings actually represent a serious difference in terms of different sorts of fields, whether this is actually a departure from established norms of good scientific practice or not. So we did look at another conference that had a greater history of engaging with human studies, which was CHI. And we also looked at psychology as sort of a benchmark field where we assume that they have very good norms of research ethics and disclosure. And in both those cases, we found that disclosure rates were higher with psychology, them, of course, being far higher than the AI conferences. And that, of course, might be because psychology papers very often involve sort of classic behavioral research, not data enrichment tasks. So there's more of this fundamentals or baseline expectation that you would disclose these things. We also look at that in a bit more detail in the paper, and you can sort of see in the final graph here
that at NeurIPS, we didn't see disclosure rates being higher for behavioral papers. So even if we are sort of comparing behavioral papers to behavioral papers, there is still this gap between the two fields. And so then just finally, the conclusions that we can draw from this. First, what we can see is that papers at leading research venues do not align with traditional research ethics standards. And we see that even when we compare AI to psychology. Secondly, journals and conferences do have a huge power to influence engagement with research ethics. So this could be considered a call to those conferences to take this more seriously and require disclosure. And finally, AI research breaks with scientific tradition by scarcely considering demographic data. And that's a fairly significant surprise in our study, especially given the growing, let's say, attention paid to bias and fairness and discrimination, at least within the people in this room. And so there is a very clear need for consistent reporting of data enrichment work to ensure that we are actually able to analyze effectively the ethical and legal risks in the future. Otherwise, we're going to accrue essentially what I would call ethical debt over time, where essentially we're going to get further down the line, have models that were trained in a certain way with certain data, and we simply won't have the information we need to actually be able to assess, how bad things are effectively. So I will end there. Much more detail in the paper again, and thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Before we move to Michael, we will move to a 15-minute Q&A session. Yes, please, Frederick.
Thank you to all the speakers. A question to Dr. Mittelstadt. So, fascinating research. Immediately downloaded your paper. So, I see the importance of a disclosure by researchers. Could you imagine such a requirement for companies as well?
Yeah, I mean, so not in this paper specifically, but I think that is where the requirement ultimately needs to lie. I mean, if you have it at the level of the conferences and the journals, that does impose effective requirements for certain work or for certain models. But if you follow the OpenAI model, then obviously you're never going to cross over into the world where essentially the requirements from the conferences or the journals would bite. So yeah, I think this ultimately needs to be something that's considered in places like the AI Act and in the standards that are developed in the AI Act to have very specific disclosure requirements, because in this case, it's actually the sort of thing where I think you can be specific in the standards, whereas when you're setting standards for things around like bias and fairness, it becomes much more difficult to be prescriptive or normative about it.
So, Sarah, I was fascinated, and I thought you were going to talk about GameStop, and you didn't. And I don't know whether that has any relevance to your research, or if you want to say anything about it.
I only had 20 minutes, just like everyone else.
So perhaps you'd like to expand your thoughts on GameStop.
I think, so that's a great point. I think the point, for those of you who are not familiar with the many dramas of the financial sector, there was yet another event within the past couple years around a company called GameStop. And it's one example of the use of social media to exchange information about trading. So in the example I gave of the banking crisis, that was the use of social media to exchange or communicate information about banks, about deposits. And again, the professor in me wants to distinguish between banks, which are principal investors, and asset managers, which trade stocks. And in the GameStop situation, again, Twitter was integral to what took place. There was conversation about whether you should buy or sell GameStop. And at a very high level, it motivated, continued, accelerated conversations around how social media can and can't be used in the exchange of information for trading. And certainly heightened concerns from a securities law perspective related to investor protections. So that's one of the key questions that I would very much like to explore further with my colleagues and with all of you, which is what is the applicability of the current financial regulatory regime to activities related to AI and or social media? And then if those regulations are not necessarily applicable or a perfect fit, which they are not always, then what should be the adjustments that we make? And I think these are evolving concepts. We've talked about similar concepts at a high level here today as to whether we need a new regulator, standard setting. Being very involved with the ITU here at the United Nations, I am an advocate for international standard setting where it makes sense. But again, I think industry standard setting as well is also really important. So that's a long answer to your question. But we have many examples of social media and how AI may or may not be an important part of what will happen in the financial sector.
Great. I think Philip had a question. There's no?
Let's get Lillian first.
Thank you. I have just a short question. Maybe the answer will be very short. When Brent was talking about research ethics and stuff like that, a case popped up in my mind about a person from my environment that they starting up a business when they evaluate gamers based on their performance, using some behavioral characteristics to pick possible candidates for jobs. So I was wondering about some insights, if there were any studies about ethics of this. I am not quite aware of how legally they managed the situation, if it was under consent or the consent was hidden, but agreed nothing but like this.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd be curious. Do you know? Did they publish the results of that, or was that just for employment purposes? And
there was just a private conversation.
I see. Interesting. Okay. It sounds like the sort of thing where if they wanted to publish it, it would have been research and would have needed research ethics. Yeah, on that sort of specific type of practice and where it falls between research and yeah, just sort of specific analysis of an individual for, say, hiring or for loans or things like that. I suppose there's the problem in data protection law of sort of what you can do with somebody's data once it's de-identified, and sort of how you can draw very interesting inferences about them based on that data, or on groups of people based on that data. So if I was looking for research in that area, I might go in, or I suppose if I was looking for research on that sort of practice and how it intersects with the law, I'd probably go in the direction of data protection law in the first place, unless it was specifically studied. Yeah, but not sure if I answered your question fully, but that's where my mind went.
Wonderful, thanks. We'll collect questions and then we will have 1 minute closing statements. Andreas? You did, yeah? And then we had one from back there. Yeah.
This is working.
Lillian is also.
Sorry, I never see a hand. Sorry.
Yeah. Are we giving our questions? Okay. Well, it's actually a meta question, because I don't know if Brent wants to talk at all about the Partnership for AI Data Enrichment Worker Guidelines. I went to a workshop about it at RightsCon in Costa Rica. I've just been looking. I don't think the latest version is available online. So is this something that you would be interested in taking a question on?
It's not something I'd claim to have sort of specific expertise on, just beyond the guidelines that were up there. Because I haven't been involved in setting them or analyzing them, and it wasn't part of the study.
I think it is worth adding in, maybe even if you don't want to reply to it, that I think there is a serious worry here that these guidelines, although they seem to be being set up for the advantage of the data enrichment workers, are actually primarily designed at covering the backs of people who may be using their services, I hesitate to say employ, and getting more out of them by dint of, for example, making sure that they know what job they're doing, or what is there, identifying appropriate data enrichment workers for the task. And in fact, the only enabling part of it is the part about being paid at above the local living wage. And obviously, in some cases, depending on the jurisdiction of the labor law, that may actually be in breach of local labor laws, for example, in the EU. It says nothing about precarity. It says nothing about gender balance. It says nothing about disciplinary action or, immediate firing. And I just wonder if you think that there's a danger if this document is to go forward, which I think almost everyone at the workshop was opposed to, of it becoming a race to the bottom rather than a race to the top. And it's possible that these kind of ethics disclosures, it could simply say, well, we signed up to this and therefore we're okay. So this is, what we've seen in privacy. This is code of conduct washing, waiting to happen. And I was quite shocked, actually. So I just wondered if you had any feelings.
Yeah, okay, we will collect questions directly afterwards, and then you guys can collectively answer them. Okay, Andreas, and then Dora, and then there's one back there. And yeah, okay.
Okay, Andreas Engel from Heidelberg University. That somehow connects to Lillian's and Frederick's question. I was wondering, so research would be one channel for safeguarding the rights and preventing harm for those workers. And as you said that this connects to the larger topic of crowdsourcing, I was wondering how you would think, how effective is that is in comparison with maybe other ways of regulation that may address crowd working and click working in general, and maybe also related topics like platform moderation, where we also see people being maybe suffering harm. Thank you.
That was quick. Dora?
Hi, Sarah. You talk about the possibility, the opportunity for the financial banking and the banking industry in terms of AI. Can you talk, please, a little about what's going on in reality? How is the level of adoption from the banking industry in terms of AI system, especially here? It's all the possibility that you listed, they are adopted in reality, or is something that is only the top banks, the leaders of the industry?
Great, thanks. The gentleman behind Dora, and then
my question is for Sarah as well. Thank you for the presentation. So specifically on the bank runs and the problem of machine herding, do you think this gets exacerbated when banks go for off-the-shelf solutions and maybe like a startup which provides that service? And is the solution then to like build these things in-house? Like how do you prevent those herding of machines and the bank run? It's a question. Thank you.
Great. And there was one gentleman back there who had a question. Yes.
Yes, thank you. So my comment, it's a brain thing. Thank you for sharing, first of all. It's amazing research. I wanted to echo it from a different perspective that you might find interesting. A lot of the technical research about that on the performance of RLHF related models. One that I shared through the Zoom session by Amnon Shashua, which I hope you've heard of, the CEO of Mobileye and AI21 Labs. So he actually showed in a recent paper how the RLHF process harms the performance of the algorithm. So I thought you'll find that interesting. And a question I wanted to present to you is about maybe the mechanisms behind why the metrics that you show have such a poor performance with academics, as in Europe, IPS and stuff, not taking that into account. I have my own idea and what we thought about at Tel Aviv University and the AI Research Center, which is more about the traditional way engineers are brought up, if you can call it like that. But I was wondering if you have any other ideas on why that happens.
Thank you. We'll now do closing statements. Is that correct? Any questions? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'll do my best to address each of the questions that were asked. So on the standards setting thing, I'd love to have a conversation after the session actually about it, because yeah, I couldn't say more on sort of why it wouldn't appear on the agenda there, or if it's being thought of and is not quite there just yet. I don't recall it being in the call for standards from the European Commission is that issued that, but I could be wrong about that. Yeah, and as to why there's this gap, I think I have my own ideas too. Some of it has to come back to that traditional problem of, sometimes convincing engineers, computer scientists that ethics is relevant to their work is very difficult. And especially if you have this distinction between data enrichment work and research, then as soon as you label it as work, the argument is going to be that the research ethics doesn't apply, so why should we care about it? That's why I'm hoping the standards do actually go somewhere on that front. It would be sort of a similar sort of point or response to the question about the different sorts of channels that you could go through, I think, to get to these disclosures or at least some sort of accountability. I think we have to start with research just because that is where we do have these stronger historical expectations, and I think you do have a clear gateway where you could require it. You could, as the organizer of NeurIPS or ICLEAR or any other conference, say you must report these specific things if you're working with data annotators or crowd workers. Otherwise, you will not get published. But yeah, there's so many other channels we could go down, especially in employment law. But yeah, I completely agree with you on that. And then just finally on Lillian's point, yeah, I wish I had been involved in the setting or like in the discussion of the guidelines, because it's always interesting to know sort of what's being discussed in the room versus what actually gets out into the public. I wondered the same thing about the high-level expert group, what they were actually talking about and how it ended up, how it got there.
I'm not saying they were being unresponsive.
Yeah.
I just thought it was rather partial.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. It focuses very much on the companies or on the providers, the data annotation industry, not on the workers, except for the living wage thing. But that's why I pointed to that Verge article. So many of the issues that are raised in there, I haven't seen in the partnerships guidelines. And
I think actually the latest version on the web is more or less what I saw.
Yep.
So you could look at that.
Thank you. So I'll try to answer two questions at the same time, and I appreciate really, really important questions. I do think AI is being used extensively in the financial sector currently, and not only through research and conversations, but through our work directly at Wharton. I lead our corporate financial technology accelerator, which has a strong focus on AI this year, but has also been focused on blockchain and quantum, and will continue to be elevated over the coming years. And there are certainly companies that are using AI for the many examples that I gave, not only making credit decisions, creating trading portfolios and anti-fraud, but creating new and emerging applications for the technology, which can potentially be very important and useful, and provide efficiencies where we don't have them in a mature industry. The question about herding, I thought, was an incredible question, very important question, and it harkens back to a question about herding from a couple of years ago. So herding in the financial sector, if I understand your question correctly, can refer to where many folks in the financial sector using the same technology make the same decision. And around 2014, 2015, there was a question of whether many of the large asset managers or many asset managers using the same technology solutions to manage risk in their portfolios would come to the same conclusion about how they should be trading. So if everyone, for example, is using a certain large asset manager's solutions for technology, they'd all put on the same trades and the markets would all move the same way. And we would have what's called systemic risk, meaning everyone has one-way risk, takes very little to offset that risk, to create an imbalance in that risk and to create a systemically risky situation. So this is a really important question, I think, for us to be asking now as we talk about how AI models will evolve. I don't have a concern currently that we would see herding based on AI in the financial sector, because I believe the strength of innovation taking place in AI is so diverse that not all folks will be choosing the same solution going forward. But I also like that question a lot because I think it's important for us to be asking ourselves those hard questions as we are shaping and creating regulation for this emerging area. And then I'm just going to touch briefly on the last point about standards. And what I'll say there again is I've been an advocate of standard setting for many things in the financial sector. I do think for things that are consumer facing, we need more than standards. We need strong protections. And I continue to believe that about AI as well. For consumer protection and investor protection as well, I think it's important that we have strong responses.
Thank you, Sarah. Then we move to our next speaker, Professor Michael Wheeler. Michael is an associate professor of digital rights and regulation and the vice dean of educational innovation with UCL's Faculty of Law. His research sits at the intersection of emergent digital technologies, internet and data law, technology policy, and human-computer interaction. He has consulted a range of policy organizations, including the Law Society of England and Wales and the European Commission. Wikipedia most notably writes about his digital rights activism. Hence, Michael will now speak about data protection and LGAIMs.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so I added a little extra point on the slide. So you see we're also going to be talking a bit about surveillance law as well as data protection law. So you get three different concepts coming together at once. Firstly, the kind of outline of what I want to talk about is just in two parts. It doesn't really overlap very much with what Lillian Edwards talked about yesterday because we could dodge those things. So I will talk about models as personal data from a different standpoint. And then I'll talk about AI as a service and surveillance law, all in the context of generative AI with a focus on language models. Personal data is the motivating concept in data protection law. It defines the primary way of defining the scope of the law, and if something is personal data, then typically a data protection law of some type will apply. So it's very important to work out what is personal data and what isn't personal data, because it changes the nature of the obligations. When we look at the way personal data is defined in the law, it's an extremely broad definition. Any information relating to an identified or identifiable natural person. Relating to is by content, meaning, or effect, so it's very broad ways you can relate to it. And effectively, identifiability is also very broad, and the court is trying to do what it calls complete and effective protection, and in doing so, draws a very broad definition of identifiability. So it's much different than a US concept of PII, as people call it, where you have to have an explicit identifier. If there is a risk of being re-identified to you, even with a data set that's floating around in someone else's hands, then it's very likely to be considered personal data, in short. So it's a very expansive definition. I want to take a hypothetical example around language models as personal data themselves. So let's imagine you have a chatbot, and it's for a bank, and this chatbot builds personalized models of people who talk to it in order so it can remember when someone comes back and give a different way of speaking to that person. It's really very normal thought in that industry. Now let's imagine that probably is quite bad practice. This chatbot provider or this company, this bank implementing it, integrated all those user models into the same model. So every time somebody talks, they say, hey, I'm Michael Veal, like it does on this image here. And I wonder if I can open a new savings account. How would I do that? And it goes, hey, Michael, here's how you do it. At the bottom, it gives some facts about me. It says, hey, but since your boyfriend opened an account with us, you should have received a referral bonus. And sorry to hear about your recent job loss and your mother's predicament. The point being is that personalized user models are a very common part of recommendation. Now, let's imagine that I am not Michael Veal, but I say, hi, I'm Michael Veal, and get that information back in response. Well, that seems to inevitably be a data breach. Now, it can only be a data breach if we admit that the firm holding that information was doing so, and that was a personal data set. That data was fully integrated in the weights of the model, and it was a query to that model that led to that data breach. So effectively, we'd have to either admit that model is personal data, or the contrary, to say the company has no obligations over that model and could have actually just released it totally to the public, where all that data would flow around and it could be queried for that information very, very easily. So the contrary, the counterpoint would be there would be no security obligations over that model if it wasn't personal data. And as soon as it is personal data, there would be security obligations, and you have to consider how it works. So that's just a hypothetical to illustrate why models as personal data is not a mad idea, and in fact there are some times where it clearly could be a data breach to query a model. I want to dive into three logics now a bit more in detail behind treating models as personal data and why that might be the case. Memorization, semantic reconstruction, and enrichment. And I want to point out that most of the literature is only focused on the first one, memorization. We've talked about it a bit over the last 2 days. In memorization, a model verbatim reproduces training data, more or less. And there's clear risk from this because it might be that models are remembering phone numbers, social security numbers, or reproducing copyrighted, for example, text or images. The studies that look at memorization typically do what I've illustrated in this diagram here. They put in a prefix sentence or a prefix phrase, like out on the wily, windy moors, and then they put it through the model and they see what it responds to, what if continues it, and then they check the continuation plus the prefix in the training data and see, well, how many times was that actually fully in the training data or not? So how much was Kate Bush's Wuthering Heights fully reproduced? Because there may be parts of the training data that start with out on the wily, windy moors, but end in something different, like a parody or something like that. So this is an idea of how people check for memorization. And Carlini et al. Did a well-known study last year, that's been published this year, that shows that sort of the open source version of GPT-J, basically a retrained version, memorizes with a lower bound of about 1% of the training data in that data set. So we know memorization is, if you're not doing anything about it, initially a problem. And we know that in that case, there is going to be personal data in a model if there was some personal data in a training set, and there's a risk of identifying and pulling out that personal data. Now, it's worth noting that this isn't the same as overfitting in machine learning. Overfitting is where you model too closely to the training data, but not too closely to the world, and it's a trade-off with generalization. And there's actually this same study indicates that some memorization may be actually essential for generalization, so it's not quite understood fully how that works and how that balances out. So it's not the case that memorization is just a glitch we need to fix. Although other studies point out you can somewhat mitigate it by deduplicating the training data. So it might not be a problem we can't do something about, the memorization issue. So as I said, insofar as a training set contains personal data, if there's memorization, there's a serious risk of trivially re-identifying personal data by entering, for example, the beginning of lots of phone numbers or social security numbers or emails and having the rest predicted, taking the most common ones and re-establishing a data set. And there's a very low barrier to this attack. Unlike in previous attacks for leakage from machine learning models, this one is doable by just typing things in a very human understandable way, rather than a more complicated computational attack involving a research team. But let's move on from that. So I think that one, we might be able to do something about, the research indicates. Other things are much more difficult. Semantic reconstruction is another area. And what we see here is this is different from copyright. Not maybe fully different. We saw the Andy Warhol example yesterday. But the idea is that copyright broadly looks at the same content, and then maybe there's some stylistic kind of gray area around that, but it's not looking at something that's just inspired by or drawn by, because copyright doesn't protect ideas. But personal data does protect, in a way, ideas, because it protects information about people that can be phrased and discussed in multiple ways. So in this case, with GPT-4, I can put in my name. I've done a sort of system prompt in the back end, telling it to give some structured data about my occupation and job and so on. And my name comes up with a lot of information about me, a large proportion of which is correct. And it could be more correct, I suspect, if you run an actual method of doing it multiple times and taking the average or the most majority vote. And it's even easier because you can ask it to give it to you in JSON format in exactly a kind of data set that is very structured in a way it just could directly pipe out into a structured data set. So language models can be trivially queried in ways that aren't memorization, but perhaps go further. They draw linkage of data from across the entire data set. So it's not a case of memorizing a single statement about somebody. It's actually on aggregate pulling things together from across many sources individuals have found out about and making effectively data linkage in a way implicitly in the back end. So in some ways it's much worse than memorization, but the focus has been on copyright quite particularly. So we focus on memorization rather than this trickier problem, which is what information and what facts should you remember and what should you forget? What should you be able to reproduce and what should you not? And so semantic reconstruction remains a problem in data protection. And in law, it's a further challenge because even inaccurate opinions can be personal data. And even special category data is still special category data regardless of the intention of the company that was trying to establish it, as was held in the judgment earlier this week by the CJEU. So we know in this case that this is going to be very difficult to fix. Special category data also doesn't even have to be true to be special category data. The Court of Justice also explicitly held in that case. So we know that this is going to be a very difficult thing to fix, I suspect. And the last point is enrichment and inference, using it in a different way than Brent, using it in the way the ad tech industry uses things, which is, of course, the destiny of all new technologies. The destiny of which we saw with Rosalind Picard at MIT's Effective Computing, that incredibly naive book that imagines your printer will be friendly to you if you're having trouble with it. But of course, this technology is primarily used in advertising today, and it has almost never been used in user interfaces to help people navigate the space depending on how frustrated they are with the technology, just because it's a destiny. And indeed, the spin-out company Effectiva sells ad tech tools in part as well. And so models effectively in this world become forms of data storage and the querying of user models. Different use of the word model, a model of how you might react like a personalization model. We saw that with chatbots a moment ago in the example I gave, where actually these models are used to store user profiles and build them over time. And we see that with examples like Replica and things like this are also ways of storing a user model in a way. And that could be a model of a use of a personalization, adaptive interfaces. And in that case, we get data protection challenges from that personal data, like portability, access, and agency. And those become particularly important if there's no original data set anymore. If the models are being updated, but there's no sort of track of what you've said to it, then the data is entirely stored inside that model, and you have questions over where and who should have agency over that data. But also models of other people. As we develop LLMs into communication tools, you might think, well, what if I send an email to my boss? What if I send an email to this client? Customer relations management systems are very likely to start building user models of the customers as inside these systems themselves. And I think that, and particularly advertising systems, how you might advertise and convince people of certain things, it is not difficult to imagine these will become also ways to store models of other people. And so the idea that these are actually personal data sets or forms of personal data, I think becomes very convincing in my view. There are implications of doing this. In data protection law, if something is personal data, you need a legal basis for several things, including to process that data. The definition of processing is not the same as the definition of computation. It explicitly includes alteration, use, and consultation. So you get to a point where you may need to establish a legal basis to use at least an aspect of a model, to alter an aspect of a model, or to consult an aspect of a model. Transferring also, particularly internationally, requires significant legal bases and has been the subject of many geopolitical fights, and we'll talk about those in a little bit. And it's the same issue with synthetic data, which is largely snake oil as a concept. But we find that companies will create quite poor privacy protection in synthetic data models. And there's been lots of attacks on these data. But clearly, if you turn something into a model, move it across a border, and have it regurgitate the same data on the other side, that's a gigantic loophole in the law. So you either choose whether you consider to keep this model within the law or not, or you accept there is a huge loophole for moving something around by just changing basically its file format in a way. And we've seen various studies which equate some large language models and transformer models to compression technologies as well. And so we can see there are parallels here with file storage and information storage, and the information retrieval people are also quite excited. Transparency. The controller has to publish the purposes when they engage in processing. So the purposes of model use, alteration, consultation may need to be processed. They also have to publish the source of personal data, and that's a very strong obligation. It doesn't say the categories of the source, it says particular the sources, so it may deal with some of the data provenance issues. You have to publish the source of where data comes if that data is personal. That's not being done right now with, say, GPT-4 and similar. So arguably, they could be in breach of the law here. They also have to publish the recipients. If you think of the AI supply chain, the recipients of that model, who is using that model downstream, well, we've seen in a recent CJU case that if they know who those actors are, they have to publish their names. So again, within the AI supply chain, we find some quite significant transparency obligations there. We have constant questions about joint controllership, which I'm not going to go into, but effectively means you have quite a large surface to exercise rights and to distribute obligations across the AI supply chain if you identify that upstream models have personal data or consist of personal data. And data rights also matter. As we wrote in 2018, erasure is pretty hyped. It's not likely to be very functional. It's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek idea. You might have a way to delete a model, as Lillian indicated. But there are promising rights in the right to object or to restrict processing, which I think are quite interesting. We also find that access and portability become important, particularly the Digital Markets Act version of portability, because that includes portability of data generated through use of a service, not just observed or inferred. I have 6 minutes on my one. So yeah, there's a few legal routes for the CJU here. Generative models are not personal data. That could be a route, but in that case, you've got the whole jurisprudence on anonymization thrown into a complete tailspin, arbitrage that you can have by disguising data as models and moving it around. Doesn't seem workable, in all cases at least. Generative models are only personal data when queried with intent, like by a person's name. That's a bit like Google Spain, this sort of search engine jurisprudence that we've seen. But it likely will lead to contractual restrictions from LLM providers to downstream users. And they don't work for open source or open models. And the enforcement doesn't really work because these contracts don't really have much to grapple onto, and no one's going to be enforcing them in practice because the rights holders definitely aren't police forces. And this creates a very large security risk because there are plenty of organizations, criminal organizations and the like, who don't obey data protection or in the slightest. You might say that models are not personal data if you've done some risk assessment of their data disclosure. Sure, but doesn't seem to work very well for high-dimensional models, very large models, complex models, and we're finding the research literature is backing that up. And it doesn't really work with a multi-layer software stack that tries to stop people querying models in certain ways because the security issue is not dealt with. If you move that model from place to place, there's still a risk of leakage. You might say that also models are personal data, and cloud firms are data controllers, but they have limited responsibilities, powers, and capabilities, which is a CJU strand of case law. I don't want to go into this too much, but effectively, it means that data protection law becomes subordinate to the nature of the technology and the business models that are being set, and it doesn't seem very good for the rule of law. And it creates a huge amount of legal uncertainty as you have to wait for the Court of Justice to create a basic sui generis regime, an entire regime of itself that applies to generative AI and not normal personal data. So as Marie Kondo says, she's very excited because she loves mess. Lastly, I want to talk about surveillance law. The prelude, we've seen a huge change in the way that software is engineered in recent years. It's very, very hard these days to engineer for privacy because there are lots of components that are basically delivered as a service that are integrating and changing in ways that aren't always predictable, and that interact in ways that aren't always predictable, created by different teams in organizations and integrated and updated by those teams. And it creates difficulty in applying, say, informational constraints, doing classic privacy engineering technologies, and so on. Systems are deployed in perpetual beta and are delivered in different ways for different parts of the population as A/B testing becomes the norm. And Roald Dahl has written increasingly about the kind of systemic risk that also Sarah was talking about a moment ago. Integrating systems in this way become very, very difficult because you have unpredictable failures. Now, I'll take you back to 2012 when Edward Snowden revealed the PRISM program, which was inferred by Caspar Bowden beforehand, and he doesn't get enough credit for that. Effectively, how this works is that US intelligence applies to a secret court called the FISA court, and they can get authorization to get almost any kind of digital company, more or less, to provide in secret facilitation, information, or assistance in targeting people who are mostly outside the US or believed to be, to acquire foreign intelligence information, which is basically anything the US determines to be vaguely advantageous, including purely political surveillance over lawful activities. This was done en masse, and almost every single digital company that operates at scale in the United States is likely to have one of the orders from the FISA court against it, in which case information can be effectively taken out of this in secret, and they can be ordered to change their systems in very, very arbitrary ways. And if they're not challenging that in a significant way, we will not know. It's also very cheap for the US government compared to a lot of their other surveillance tools. So the background of this is that you can't trust cloud providers if you're worried about surveillance. But we also know that the whole business of AI as a service and this idea of AI systems in the cloud is to insert AI systems in between almost every computational event that occurs. This means that if you are writing a document and you're checking the spelling using Grammarly or ChatGPT or something like this, a GPT-4 integrated into your system, well, that will go as a query in text that can be intercepted in the cloud provider to the United States. Unless it's strictly queried locally or on device, or perhaps in an on-premises solution, but even then, that's not very trustworthy if someone else is deploying your software updates. It creates a huge attack surface for surveillance, and also an attack surface for basically injecting whatever you want into a system. This is not so new. We've seen as a service being deployed in many ways, and people working on Office 365 and so on have this problem. But it's very difficult to fix with the object of putting AI in between absolutely everything to make our lives easier, unless you're doing it locally, because in the cloud, to do it with cryptographic hardware is very expensive, is very difficult, and we don't really know how to do it for huge models at the moment. And it requires you to trust Intel anyway, if you do that, using things like secure enclaves and the like. So this creates a really big attack surface. The consequences of surveillance overall, integrating APIs creates this constant data flow, potentially across borders, and may create many issues, both practical but also legal, in relation to data transfers and the EU and US and other countries indeed. But also integrating LLM tools as an API into every service handily defeats end-to-end encryption if you're querying it in the cloud, just like until Apple changed their system 2 years ago, if you dictated an iMessage into Siri, it could be intercepted quite easily under a FISA court order because that information was stored in a server for 6 months at least. Your voice recording was stored by Apple, as well as an approximated transcript. They've changed most of it now, so most of it works locally on the phone or the device. Thanks. I'm almost finished anyway. So, the conclusions overall. Models are very likely to be personal data in some circumstances. Those circumstances are going to be hard to assess and will change over time. This will create data controllers, joint controllerships, rights, and obligations. If you read this in an expansive manner, then you'll both create really strong supply chain transparency, but you're going to effectively limit model building and usage in ways that matter. And so no more parrots in the store, perhaps. If you read it in a restrictive manner, it's going to create legal incoherence. You say models aren't personal data, and it's going to create security risks across the ecosystem of people using these. We know that platforms are hungry intermediaries. Their main aim is not to help you, but to get in between every single transaction, interaction in human society, reconfigure it, and extract value. That is the platform business model, and it can be useful. It can help organizations, but we must not forget that intermediation is the main driver in the digital economy, and it's how it's effectively functioned over the last 30 years. AI as a service is that on steroids, intermediation in a way we don't really understand, but has a particular attack surface and will be inevitably exploited by, among others, the US NSA and whoever else runs the jurisdiction in which cloud AI models are built and deployed from. And we would have to think carefully about local processing and security risks in every stage of the way. Thank you very much. You can access the slides if you go on this QR code.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Herbert Dack. Herbert is a professor and chair of civil law, technology law, and IT law at Humboldt University, Berlin, and a director and principal investigator at the Weizenbaum Institute for the Networked Society. His research is centered around technology regulation with a focus on intellectual property and liability law. He will now join us online. Hi. And talk about generative AI and patents.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Give me a second to share my slides with you. Okay. So I hope you can all see the slides now. No? All right. Good. Let's get started. So basically, I will not take up where Michael has just stopped, but talk about arguably less dramatic area of the law, where at the moment, that will be my conclusion in the end, there is not much need for legislative change, so to speak. You will also probably recognize some of the arguments from the presentation you already heard from Andreas Engel last, I think yesterday, on copyright. But let's get started with the questions, generative AI and patents. To give you a very brief overview, there are several debates about AI and patent law, some pertaining to the training data, some pertaining to untrained and trained AI as such, questions of patentability of mathematical models. But the most interesting question when it comes to generative AI as such, you can define generative AI as AI that creates human-like content, so to speak, is the last stage of a value chain. It's the patentability of AI generated content, or in general, what can you do with inventions that were made using AI as a tool? And there are questions involved about inventorship, but also about, as I will tell you in a minute, invention and inventive step. That brings me to my next slide. There are already, most of you have read that in the press probably, there are decisions on the table denying patentability of AI-generated inventions. You can see here we have a decision by the European Patent Office. We have a famous decision in American patent law, which went up to US Supreme Court, and we have a decision here in the UK where the appeal is still pending. They all focus on one single issue. I will explain to you in a moment, and that is the formal requirement of designation of the inventor, which you can find in, I talk here about European patent law, for instance, Article 81 of the European Patent Convention. And the patent offices argue that this formal requirement is not met when you name AI as an inventor. You can see it here. Basically, just as the application shall designate the inventor, and the European Patent Office clarifies that and says, if you name AI as an inventor, you do not comply with this formal requirement. Under the EPC, the designated inventor has to be a person with legal capacity, meaning a natural person. Interestingly, this does not mean, and probably most of you are not patent lawyers, so I will explain to you a little bit in more detail. This does not mean that patent offices have to check who the real inventor is. That's not the meaning of this Article 81. It is clarified if you look into another rule, Article 60, where you can see that in the proceedings before the patent office, the applicant shall be deemed to be the entitled person, means shall be deemed to be the inventor entitled to claim a patent. But nevertheless, the EPO clarifies that what the patent office may check is whether any natural person is named at all. And in the Thaler case, in the or Darbus case, which was decided, the applicant argued that there is another rule, it's subsection 2 in 81, saying that the designation shall contain a statement indicating the origin of the right to the European patent, and the origin encompasses also what kind of AI you used. And that was rejected by the patent office, saying that this exactly is not the function of 81. The function is basically only that you have to name one one inventor, natural person, in order to enable other parties who are the actual inventors to step in and apply to be recognized as the actual inventors. So this is just to clarify that all the debate so far focuses on a very technical requirement, meaning the formal requirement that you name a human inventor, a human person as an inventor. The question is in addition, within the substantive patentability requirements, a norm, a rule saying that only patents invented by natural persons may be patented. And if you look in academic literature, you find two strands of argumentation. The first one says that already in the concept of invention, which is contained in Article 52 of the European Patent Convention, there is the requirement of a natural inventor or an inventor which can be identified, which arguably is not in line with existing patent law and patent law jurisdiction. I've brought with me here in the slide a definition of an invention, which you can, for instance, find in the so-called Broccoli decision by the European Patent Office. An invention is basically a human intervention to bring about a result by utilizing the forces of nature, meaning it's an objective concept, and it doesn't play a role how this teaching, how this idea, how to intervene, teaching how to intervene has been brought about. It's different in copyright, and you may have heard that from my colleague yesterday, that in copyright, it is a substantive part of the definition of a copyrightable work of art, that the subject matter reflects the personality of its author, at least under the definition that's currently used by or was developed by the European Court of Justice. Some academics say that within the concept of inventive step is, besides novelty and industrial application, another requirement in order to substantive patentability requirement, that this contains the requirement that an inventor has been involved in the production or creation of the invention. But even in this inventive step concept, it is just an objective concept, meaning that an invention should have been not obvious to a person skilled in the art, but this person skilled in the art is an objective concept, and it doesn't play a role whether in developing, in creating the invention, there was actually a person involved. So this brings me to the next point. Where then does it play a role that AI has been used? And is there, like in copyright, a threshold where AI was so creative that the user of AI is no longer enough creative in order to be an inventor? And arguably, you can find that point when it comes to ownership. The question, who is substantively entitled to a patent? I've already brought that up. Patent Office doesn't check it, but nevertheless, there is a concept of entitlement, and the person entitled is the inventor. There it is, Article 60, subsection European Patent Convention, meaning that here we have to ask who is actually the inventor, and second, is there an inventor at all? And then we have to decide how to define inventorship. And actually, there are different concepts of inventorship. The one thing that is pretty clear is that inventorship is not the same like authorship in copyright law. Again, if you compare it with copyright law, these are personal creations. In patent law, this is not required. Normally, if you look in the existing literature, you have a definition of inventorship like creation. Inventor is the one who creates an invention. And I've brought with me some quotes. Sufficiently creative act of the inventor when looking for and finding the solution is sufficient. The inventor needs not to develop, only to discover and to implement the solution. So there's a very small amount of creative involvement. Enough is sufficient, as opposed to in copyright law. Meaning in most of the cases where nowadays AI is used, we still do have a natural person being the inventor. You can go even one step further and go to the core element of creation and can say that the main point is that you somehow only have to cause the existence of the invention, which is more or less a definition of creation. Whether there is any personality involved or translated into this invention doesn't play any role at all. Nevertheless, we have different actors who then potentially may be the inventors. It's not the AI, but nevertheless, beside the simple user or operator, programmers, trainers, or even data providers might play the role of inventor, not sole inventor, but in that case, we have co-inventorship, meaning there are several natural persons as inventors. But all these are things which the existing law can easily cope with. And last but not least, we do have the concept of employee inventor, where the idea of investments in the creation of an invention comes into play. So far, patent law does not look at the investment side. I come back to that in a minute. In the future, you may think about developing the patent law into a body of law relying on investment rather than creation, mental creation. But that would, of course, also require the change of existing international IP treaties. Last point, there is one influence that the arrival of generative AI already has on patent law, and that is an influence on another substantive patentability requirement that I already have mentioned on inventive step. If you have to test for the invention whether not to have been obvious to the person skilled in the art, then if the use of AI becomes state of the art, this may raise the threshold of non-obviousness. And you can find in the literature, again, from Andreas Engel, you can find even elaborate schemes how you may test it. You may ask, if AI is being regularly used in a certain field, you can ask what contribution can be expected from the standard AI, so to speak. And last but not least, what is obvious then for the person skilled in the art when this objective person uses AI. Should we change anything about it? There are legal policy options, of course. I've brought some with me. You can read it up in another article I've quoted here. We can leave it to the inventorship of the human user or operator. That are the first two bullet points. Problem may be to differentiate when the user and when owner or other actors are more important. But I think there is no need to decide it for once and for all that only the user, for instance, is an inventor. That can be decided on a case-by-case basis. Of course, you could abolish inventorship completely, but as I said, that's quite a huge step. And maybe you have already heard about it, you could think about sui generis protection for AI-generated content in general and inventions in special. But of course, this raises the question whether there is really a market failure that makes it necessary to introduce such a right. Only if such a market failure would exist, there is a case to justify the introduction of new IP right. And within the IP community, that's currently very heavily debated. Last point, you could think about innovation patents. I've already talked briefly about that as well. This basically is what I have to say. So as you can see, it's not so dramatic. The situation is not so dramatic in patent law. It is arguably much more dramatic in copyright law, what you have already heard yesterday. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. We will do a 15-minute Q&A now. Please.
So my question's to Michael. So Michael, could you comment on the use of differential privacy and stochastic gradient descent to address the first issue that you raised with regard to models as private data and how that protection can be afforded using technology, while you do have to have considerable more compute because of differential privacy requiring more compute to enable it. Potentially, at least the results show that it's possible to train models to be differentially private.
I think the results are a little bit more nuanced than that. I think there are opportunities to train models that are differentially private and maybe prevent some memorization issues. I think in terms of actually the semantic reconstruction, in order to do that, you would have to have a model that would effectively add noise, I suppose, to training data that was semantically meaningful and understand what noise would look like, what an epsilon would look like in relation to this sentence is different from this sentence about you, for example. And I don't think there's very much work in that direction, because I think that's an extremely difficult thing, because you have to model all of language and how different sentences are from each other and what exactly is a way of obfuscating something. At the same time, you'd have to work out the facts that, or the information you didn't want obfuscated. So you have to identify in the training data which data related to natural persons, which data didn't relate to natural persons, and only apply noise to data that related to natural persons, else you're going to be destroying information in that model about, say, scientific facts, or whatever. You're going to be applying noise to everything in that model. So I think it can work for there might be some options for differential privacy for memorization. I'd be happy if somebody has other views on that. But the differential privacy is always struggles in high dimensional contexts, and it struggles in contexts where the notion of adding noise does not really make very much sense. For example, location traces, right? Adding noise to location traces, well, it doesn't always make sense because not all routes are feasible. If you are imagining they exist and actually adding noise and finding, well, this route is different than that route, you have to have a model of what the potential distribution looks like. And I don't, we get to a bit of a chicken and egg problem, because the model there is of language is much more complicated. I think it will be an interesting area for further research, but I really, the richness of the definition of personal data, including opinions about people, including opinions about people in the public eye, means I don't think you'll be able to do that separation without really damaging some of the functionality of a model.
Can I just a quick follow-up? I agree with you. The paper that I was referring to, I think, is from 3 months ago. It's a paper that talks about, and it does have differential privacy, does come with the issues that you talk about, but with regard to guaranteeing protection. So I was wondering, when you talked about the issues from the legal perspective, is the objective of ensuring protection of private data per se from LLMs for specific applications versus large capability surface applications? And has that been something that has been looked into as a potential solution, particularly focused on that, specifically trying to protect private data in LLMs?
I'm not aware of it, but I would also point to the definition of data protection and that personal data is not really the same as information leakage in the differential privacy zone. And you can also have personal data by virtue of something can fall into data protection law, in English law, for example, by individuating and singling people out. So there are many privacy enhancing technologies which the privacy enhancing technologies community consider to have no information leakage, but which do process personal data under data protection law. And so, but I think I would point to just differential privacy is often applied, and in a way, people love it because it has formal bounds when you can get it to work. But it becomes a bit cultish at times, sometimes. And I think it should be really considered whether that model and whether bounds of those kinds are even possible when we're talking about something as open textured as language, and whether that's actually the correct fit. People will want to seek and engineer information at lower bounds to that, but that's why I was pointing out the enrichment and the reconstruction. I mean, I suppose the last thing I'd say is there's a very, if you think about the way that enrichment and so on is likely to work or could work, a model just may need to be applied to somebody and provide some more context about that person that is useful to, say, advertising or targeting. It doesn't have to be exactly correct. It just has to be more correct than average, and it has to, and so these things are very, very broad concepts that cover personal data. But I don't disagree that among a suite of tools, when applied sensibly to a task that is useful, differential privacy can be an interesting tool and a useful tool to apply. But it's certainly not a silver bullet that changes the scope of the law, in my view.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Yes, please. And then.
Go.
Okay. So with apologies to Michael and Herbert, my question is not specific to them. It's just as we're reaching the end of the workshop, I thought I'd ask a general question about going forward. Although I see, Sarah, you're giving closing remarks, so you may already be covering this, and we might want to put this to the end. But I just welcome the views of the panel. We've discussed over the last 2 days lots of technical issues, regulatory issues, ethical issues, and I think broad consensus that we need to come to solutions with some form of regulatory wraparound. So I'd be interested from the panel's perspective, how do we go forward now with solutions, and who should be the global regulator for AI?
It's a very, I'm going to do a sentence, maybe not quite a sentence, but it's a mistake to regulate AI as an object, as a thing, as a single item. AI reconfigures the political economy of our world, and any approach to regulation has to consider how power and decision-making points are moving around and migrating between actors. So the idea that a regulator will be able to do that is a bit naive, and particularly at a global level, because it is a very, very deep economic task that we're facing. It's not just the task of changing the labor force. It's the task of, say, what is the purpose of a teacher? What is the purpose of a school? What kind of decisions do teachers and schools make in the face of large platform providers who roll out technologies that claim to make decisions for them, or claim to provide templates for how they should work and operate, or interactive templates? I think those are the kind of questions we need to be asking. And when you draw those questions, it becomes quite clear that it's not about just applying a checklist or an audit to a system. It's about considering the way those systems function and reconfigure society, and grappling with how we want those changes to be, and coming up with a political vision of the society we actually want to occur, pushing for that and saying, I don't think it's up to AI companies or providers to decide that for us. That's something that society should be deciding itself.
Yes, please. Oh, sorry, Lillian, sorry. I always look this way and then I don't see it.
I'm so small. Yeah, I'm retreating from the cosmic questions to the nitty-gritty because it's a chance. And I just wanted to sort of pick up a little bit more on the suggestion I made at lunchtime to Michael, which is that if this is creating this huge new attack surface in which the intelligence authorities or whoever can try and surveil everything, as I understand it, that you prompt, write, or make using generative AI, right? Then the obvious solution is something that's already kind of on the market a bit, which is smaller models which can fit on your own device, right? So we've already seen that with Stable Diffusion, and I was just looking up, we saw it with the leak of Llama, which has led to various small models which are reputed, I have no way of checking, to match the performance of ChatGPT. So, I mean, kind of preliminary technical question is how far do you think that is a plausible means of resistance? And a sort of follow-up question, because the geopolitics of this are over my pay rise, my head, is we've seen in similar circumstances incentives for various providers like Apple and Microsoft to resist this kind of demands from the intelligence community. And I wonder if you think that might play out in the same way at all, and for what reason, with, say, OpenAI. And a sort of attached third question is, if it's just, let's say it's OpenAI, right, because it probably will be, could they pass the request down to the downstream deployers saying it's not our problem now, which might bring in various defenses such as legal confidentiality? You know, I'm thinking about, say, Allen and Overy building some giant edifice on the back of ChatGPT, or maybe journalism, right? So journalistic privileges. So that's just things that, I mean, I really want to think about this paper.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. The first point is, I agree, local processing is interesting. That clashes with what I said about models as personal data, because you have to get those models around somewhere and you have to move them around. So the models as personal data view sort of says, well, maybe it's sort of dealable with if it's all behind an API and not handed around and traded and moved. It also draws platform power into significant focus, because Apple has built a whole hardware stack based on their Core ML library and chip, which can translate large models into devices. I mean, this has an Apple ARM chip, and you can run Stable Diffusion very quickly on a Mac or on a phone locally. It does take a lot of battery, and these companies, one thing they really hate is battery life being used. It will kill almost anything. You will not be able to get proposal through Apple if it damages battery life. And so the idea of querying a load of models on the fly on your device is kind of a non-starter if it's battery intensive, and at the moment large models will be, and they're very slow to run on a chip like this compared to sort of the snappy thing that users are needing, but that might change over time. The point around, we see some pushback, but we don't see very much. I mean, we see mostly pushback when, for example, Apple is approached by the FBI and so on. We don't see pushback from the NSA, because if there is pushback, or even disclosure of something that's happening, it can be up to 30 years, I believe, in jail under the Espionage Act. And so, with the pushback we see, it's got a PR. We see Microsoft sort of say, we'll challenge anything we're given, and we see Apple sort of grandstanding in the San Bernardino Apple FBI thing.
Yeah, but Microsoft did take it to court in Ireland and win, didn't they?
That was that relating to the Cloud Act? It wasn't,
yeah.
But it wasn't relating to the NSA in the FISA court. That's what I mean. We just don't know how compromised these systems are, because if we did, the executives would be in jail. That's what it boils down to. And I agree the supply chain point is very interesting, but I'll turn it on its head to say, well, firstly, smaller organizations, even like hotel groups running their own email server, fall under the electronic communication service provider definition, and they're not going to have a surveillance lawyer to defend them if they have a FISA court order. So you can go down the supply chain to go to weaker actors, but also going up the supply chain, the US regime does not have clear carve-outs for legal privilege or journalistic privilege in the way that the ECHR has figured out.
Indeed, so, and the IP Act now does, right?
I believe it has some aspects of it, yeah.
I think so. We need Graham Smith.
But it doesn't have it on the bulk collection. They can still collect it as going through it.
I suppose what I'm looking for is activist ways forward.
Yeah. So it's very tricky in US surveillance, other than just blocking the data coming to Europe, which has been an activist way that sort of worked so far, I think, to make any US surveillance reform.
Great, thanks. Did we have one more? No, we have two more questions. Yes, please.
This is to the presenter that was online. How can you not develop, but only discover and implement? I mean, how do you implement without developing? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question. I completely agree with you that the distinction is a little bit artificial. I think what is behind it, or maybe I should have explained in a little more detail, is another definition for invention, which basically goes like a solution to a problem. And then you may think about whether it is enough to only create, if you only find a new problem which is very easily solved and so forth and whatever. But I agree with you that basically developing is nothing other than making a new invention, an invention which was previously not available for the public, exist, basically, to cause it exist. That's what I just said. Nevertheless, in patent law literature, there are these distinctions, which in my view can basically boil down to a very low threshold of intellectual activity is enough. And if you think that at the end, the mere causation is enough, but that is a very radical concept. And I just wanted to show the traditional thinking saying, yeah, some intellectual activity is involved, but it's much less than in copyright.
Thank you. Andy?
Yeah, Andreas Enge. I would also have a question to Herbert Zech. And first of all, thank you very much for your presentation. One of the many things I liked about your talk was that you brought in the idea of bringing to fruition the idea of causation, which you know most about. And hence, I also wanted to ask if you would think, as you also mentioned, co-inventorship and employee inventions, that you could establish a common standard for all these situations, irrespective of whether there's a human only team or whether they are also using large generative AI models or any kind of AI, and it would just apply differently to facts, or whether there should actually be different standards for these different situations. Thank you.
I don't think these are real different standards, and that's the problem. If we if we talk about these things, we have to be careful to keep it as technology neutral, so to speak, as possible, because we do not know how generative AI looks in like 5 years, or what will be the next thing in 10 years. And that is basically that's the basis. I'm arguing that, of course, we already have a lot of technological help and even IT help, meaning technology that somehow relates to handling information. We already have that in the process of creating inventions as well as the process of creating works of art. And if we look for tests, who in the end should be the person entitled, A, and B, whether there should be any legal protection at all. Put it round, A, if there should be any legal protection at all, B, who is the one entitled, then we should look for solutions who do not create technology-dependent answers. That would be my key argument. Think about the situation when, for instance, in biotechnology, the first sequencing machines came around. You could have made the argument that the person developing such machines also had a hand in follow-on inventions. Nevertheless, at that time, it was still pretty easy to say, no, this is just a research tool. You can get protection for the tool as such, but not for the follow-on inventions. And this boundary may be blurred, but I think it's difficult to find ad hoc tests. That would be the best answer I can give you. But you got a point. It becomes difficult, more difficult.
Thanks.
Great, thanks. Then the gentleman back there.
Yes, a quick question to Professor Veal. Do you see a difference? It seems to me you focus mostly on the use of data for fine-tuning models. And then there was a question about the local running of models. But do you see it easier in terms of using pre-trained models for retrieval functions to develop some kind of a firewall between the two, so to prevent leakage of private information when the model is purely applied for a retrieval purpose, but is not trained using that data?
Well, my point was still on the original models. I mean, the examples I gave, even just the live examples that I showed of querying the structured data about myself were from GPT-4. And so I think this is a problem that affects all systems, but particularly it's going to be a problem if someone builds a fine-tuned model and wants to move that around based on specifically on customer data. So I think, or user data or so on. So I think there's a whole range of problems. There's no point in the supply chain where these problems just disappear, because there isn't, there's so much. If you're going to train it on just data from Common Crawl, it's going to be full of information about not just people, but also usernames that may not be linked to their names, but maybe, say, Reddit usernames, which is also personal data. Information about that username is personal data. So I don't see that it's a problem you can easily get away from up or downstream, but it does manifest differently.
Thanks. Then we'll move to Philip, and then we'll have the closing remarks by Sarah.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks for bearing with us for such a long time. I personally am starting to hit kind of a natural biological frontier here. And unless we get more fresh air or wine or a combination of both, I think we will soon collapse. So I will just have a very quick thought on the talks, and then we'll have closing remarks by Michael and Herbert, and then some very, very, very short closing remarks by Sarah and myself. So just one question to Herbert. Like, if you want to, I'd be curious if you could elaborate a little more on the sui generis right. What do you think about that? Is that a good idea? Some arguments, going back and forth in terms of if in the near future, probably we don't see any real protection going forward from patent law. Do we need that? Don't we need that? Thanks for your really inspiring talk. And say hi to Cambridge. And then to Michael also, brilliant talk. So I think particularly when you mentioned the Meta Platforms case that was decided yesterday by the CJU, I think the Article 9 comments that could be the real bomb, the real bombshell that's exploding there, because basically it says that almost everything we get in terms of social media and larger profiles is sensitive data. And whilst if we consider models as personal data, and I think you present some very convincing arguments for that, you could say, well, then let legitimate interest do the trick, but there is no legitimate interest clause, of course, in Article 9. So
I think we're really about to hit a wall there. And so my question would be to you, what do you see in terms of remedies? So is that going to lead to a ban, like Italy style, or do we have some proportionality analysis? Are we going to do more in terms of Article 17, paragraph 3, in terms of balancing within the substantive core of the law? What would be your way forward, or is ChatGPT going to be off the market very soon if we follow your model? Yeah, I'm going to restrict to that.
So I get started. I can keep it very short. In the area of patent law, I do not think there is a current need to change the existing law. The impact is larger, as you have heard yesterday, on copyright law. And concerning your question about introducing a new sui generis right, as always with introducing new IP rights, you have to be very careful. And the standard, as I have already mentioned, is you only should do it, can do it, if there is a clear market failure. You have to prove it beforehand. So far, I do not see any market failure. Arguably, there will be AI-generated content, which is unprotected in the future, but I do not see so far that there is any imminent market failure which forces us to introduce such a right immediately.
On the first question, I'd love to know about AI-generated ship hulls, but I think that's a. but beyond that, the second question, this relates to a point I had to rush over in the presentation around the case GC and others, which is effectively what Philipp just described. For those of you who don't know, Article 9 of the GDPR is around it's sort of the Holocaust provision. It sort of says, well, data about ethnicity, political views, and so on, trade union membership and so on, can only be processed in certain ways. And pretty much for a private actor, you kind of have consent unless you're saving someone's life or you're a church. That hits a brick wall, and it hit the brick wall when Google was rendered a controller in the Google Spain right to be forgotten case, and then a bit later the kind of question of the court's like, but if this is all personal data and they're a controller, then how are they probably processing any of this? The court said, well, it's not within the search engine's responsibilities, powers, and capabilities to do this. But this is a bit of a cop-out because they sort of said, well, the search engine is a well-established form in a way. We kind of know what search engines do. They index stuff. There's stuff they don't do. That's for the websites to do. So we can make this definition here. AI systems are a lot more nebulous. I don't think it's as clear that they are a search engine. Like, while Google was a big power in creating what we now know as a search engine, it wasn't the only one to do that. But companies in the AI space are also inventing and creating what they are as they go along. And I think if we go down that road too much, and it's written up much longer in a forthcoming paper by Ola Linsky at LSE in Current Legal Problems called Effective and Complete Data Protection, and he should have gave a lecture on it as well recently at UCL, it will create big loopholes. So what's the remedy? I think maybe there is something in the responsibilities, powers, and capabilities doctrine, but we have to treat it very, very carefully when we do that. But in the end, that just leaves us for the court to decide, which pushes everything about 4 or 5 years into the future.
Thank you. Sarah, do you want to take it away with the closing remarks?
I will keep my closing remarks brief. I just want to thank all of you for joining us, both in person and online, for the opportunity to work together with you and to unpack some of these really important issues. It's been my great privilege to work with AI for Good and the International Telecommunications Union for the past several years, including during the pandemic, and to see the transformation of this United Nations agency and its importance in the global ecosystem. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, this is the place where technological standard setting and interoperability was first tackled in relation to the internet, and that opened up a whole new world for a generation of users. And I'm optimistic that by working together, we can unpack some of the same issues around AI. So thank you all for your incredible contributions today, for joining us. I'd like to thank my partner, Professor Philipp Hacker, and I think Philipp will talk a little bit more about next steps. for this group and for many others as we hope to engage you in continued conversations around AI. And I hope that you will join us for the remainder of the summit this week, both tomorrow and Friday. There are so many interesting things taking place, and it's a real privilege to be here together with you in Geneva.
Well, thank you. Can we go to the next slide, if at all possible? Yeah, thank you. So, well, before we all collapse, let me just wrap up real quick. I think there's a couple of points that have emerged from this conversation. First of all, I think it is absolutely mind-blowing to see so many of you here still on site and online bearing with us in overtime. And it clearly shows that this has somehow triggered something and that we're onto something big that needs to be discussed. I think one of the main takeaways is, yes, we do need much more interdisciplinary research. That's good news for us researchers. We need probably more funding. We need more, we need more initiatives going forward. And I think we will see probably out of the papers that are presented here, a lot of really important contributions coming out of this. Second point that's really important to stress, I think we've heard on many occasions that we need to make sure that this conversation is structured in an inclusive way, both with respect to the participants and the countries that are involved, and we will strive to do that in the future. Third part, maybe going also to the question of the travel gentleman, I think, from the travel institutions. I would agree with, Michael said, it's so transformative, it's really difficult to put all of this into under a regulatory hat. Yes, but at the same time, we also have to do something. And before we can change society for the better as a whole, I guess a minimum solution could really be to try to push for something that could be, within the UN, kind of a global compact for AI. And minimum regulation at least would ensure that if the major players adhere to it, we have less opportunity for regulatory arbitrage, and I think that would be a good way forward. Fourth and final point, I think we're already over time, but it was so inspiring. I think we absolutely need to continue the conversation, and that's why we are, Sarah and myself, founding this International Expert Consortium. You will hear more from us in the weeks and months going forward. I think we will try to establish it as a platform that will facilitate these kinds of discourses between researchers, industry leaders, and policymakers going forward at the highest level and on an international scale. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank Sarah for her incredible commitment and all of her support going into this conference and going forward. And also, of course, thank the team here at ITU. You've done a great job. I think you are in for a round of applause here for being with us such a long time. Bastian, I want to mention Bastian and Gifty and others as well. And finally, of course, also thanks shout out to the Dieter Schwarz Foundation, to Marius and his team for supporting us. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Looking forward to continuing that conversation and that cooperation. And finally, really last statement, thanks to all the panelists and to all of you online and in here that made all this possible.
And thank you to our co-moderators, Arlie and Brian.
Exactly.
And to Jordy.
Emily and Brian and everyone who was involved. So thanks. A big round of applause for everyone, and take care. See you at the next occasion. Enjoy the evening.